Chapter 1400 Fence-sitters will definitely be despised. Add more to ask for monthly votes. After reading Qian's revised film review, Pei Qian was shocked. Shameless old thief. Didn't you say you would delete the post and run away? How could you delete the post and run away like this? You obviously didn't delete the post, but you sold out your own friendly forces and surrendered to the enemy. You said you were a deserter on the battlefield, because the front battlefield had collapsed and you would die if you stayed. It's human nature to run away, and I don't blame you, but you not only surrendered, but also hit your former friends hard? Shameless. This kind of person should be despised by everyone. But don't be too angry, anyway, in the battlefield of life and death, this kind of fence-sitter must be the most unwelcome. This Qian had criticized successor so harshly before, and was elected as an opinion leader by the haters. This hatred is already full. Do you think that if you give in and praise successor, everyone will forget your bad history? And forgive your previous actions? You are daydreaming, absolutely impossible. Pei Qian clicked on the comments below the film review to find the netizens' curses against Qian. He couldn't curse people himself, but seeing the netizens' curses would make him feel much better. Haha, think about your previous film reviews. You are a fence-sitter. Now that you see the wind is blowing in the wrong direction and you are being criticized, you know to change your words. What were you doing before? The gap between you and Mr. Tian is completely like heaven and earth. There is no comparison at all. A person who hates others has found his conscience again? Hey, why do I say again? Normal, I remember that this person also blindly criticized a beautiful tomorrow before, but later he saw the wind was blowing in the wrong direction and changed his film review again. He is an old fence-sitter. How can he be compared with Mr. Tian? He is just a film critic. Mr. Tian can tell at a glance that he is a fence-sitter. He is a person who does great things in real life. He makes videos purely for fun. It is really bullying to compare the two of them. I think everyone should not be too harsh. It is a great virtue to admit mistakes and correct them. Indeed, it is much better to admit mistakes than those who are stubborn. I don't think Qian can be blamed for this. The reason why his previous film reviews became popular was because they expressed the thoughts of many people. At that time, too many people thought that the plot of Successor was too ridiculous and too stupid. If similar things had not happened in reality, I am afraid that everyone would not change their minds. I think so too. As the saying goes, the truth is always in the hands of a few people. People like Mr. Tian, who can see through the essence of the story and reality at a glance, are very few after all. Most people are at the same level as Qian. You scold Qian for being a fence-sitter, but aren't those who change the ratings also fence-sitters? Everyone is a fence-sitter, but it's a good thing to know the mistakes and correct them. And I think Qian's new film review is also a good analysis, better than those brainless reviews of Successor that I saw before. Of course, it doesn't mean that it can't be praised. Since it is a masterpiece, it is worth praising, but most of the previous reviews didn't praise it to the point. It was only after reading the film review that I realized that Succession, the story of the successor, actually satirizes two aspects, satirizing both superheroes and reality. What's interesting is that the superhero theme is actually an extension of reality, which is very interesting when you savor it carefully. In short, there is no explanation for the masterpiece, and we all owe Teacher Chui an apology. How many people didn't think highly of Teacher Chui when he joined the inspiration class? They all thought that Teacher Chui was just slacking off and living a retirement life. When I first wrote The Successor, many people sneered and said that an online writer who gave up his strengths to write nonsense was basically not far from failure. What about now? Teacher Chui has evolved from a pigeon spirit to a master of magical realism literature. I have to say that this inspiration class is really awesome. First, Eternal Reincarnation and Successor were both successful. The last one is Agent Academy. Although only 3 episodes have been aired and nothing can be seen, the quality is not bad. Considering the influence of GOG, it will definitely not fail. All 3 copyright adaptation works were successful, and they were successful in different ways in different fields. It's awesome. Speaking of this, I have to praise Fei Huang Studio. Yes, Fei Huang Studio has always been constantly exploring, from online short dramas to documentaries, from movies to online dramas, constantly trying various new themes and new forms of expression, and every time it can give us a surprise. This spirit of exploration and professional attitude really makes some domestic companies that only know how to make idle dramas with big male and female protagonists to make money from fans ashamed. Why do I think President Pei should be praised more? It is said that these 3 projects were selected by President Pei, and the drama Successor was filmed by President Pei against all odds and with huge investment. If there was no President Pei, how could it be successful now? Anyone who sees this message can get cash. Method: follow the WeChat public account. Because praising President Pei is a basic operation, and nothing President Pei does will make people feel strange, so everyone ignores it. Obviously, all the success of Tenda Group can be attributed to President Pei. Forget it, how can you not watch a great drama like Successor 3 or 4 times? Even download the whole series and keep it forever? I'm going to watch the drama now. Those who haven't changed their ratings, hurry up and change them. This drama is not even over 9.5 points. Do you want to nail yourselves to the pillar of shame and create a joke that Ally Island users don't understand movies? Amidst the praise, the rating of Successor on the Ally Island website rose sharply. Sometimes it was so fast that you could see the rating rising every few minutes after refreshing. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. What about the netizens who promised to hit Qian hard? What about the fence-sitters who promised to never have a good ending? What's going on now? Why can Qian get away with changing his film review and praising it? And everyone is so generous and doesn't pursue it? Damn it, this is not scientific at all. But Pei Qian thought again and thought that this seemed to make sense. Because there were too many people who criticized Successor before, the rating was pulled down to 6 points, which was enough to show that most people shared the same view as Qian. Just like what one of the comments below the film review said, what these viewers who changed the ratings did is actually no different from what Qian did. In that case, why scold Qian? Scolding Qian is the same as scolding yourself. A fence-sitter will indeed be attacked by the crowd, but what if everyone is a fence-sitter? Then, it is obvious that the behavior of a fence-sitter is quite worthy of forgiveness. Miscalculated. I didn't expect Qian to be able to get away with it like this. Won't it become a world where only I am hurt again? Pei Qian originally thought that Qian was a friendly army. After all, he came to comfort him before deleting the post and running away. But he never expected that this so-called friendly army would turn around and stab him hard. The key is that he has changed sides, and the enemy still accepts him happily, which is outrageous. This feeling is like there were originally 2 people in the trench holding the line, but one of them suddenly ran away and surrendered, and even mocked himself, the last person who insisted on staying in the trench. Too angry. Wait, no, I'm not the only one injured. Isn't Meng Chong also miserable? His commission is gone again. Thinking of this, Pei Qian suddenly felt a lot more comfortable. He is indeed miserable, but Meng Chong is not much better. Successor signed a profit-sharing contract. Although this thing has been named a magical realism classic masterpiece, its playback volume and rating will definitely increase in the future, but it will take a process and a certain amount of time. The money will come in the next cycle, and we will talk about it in the next cycle. But Meng Chang's commission disappeared on the spot. If you think about it this way, Meng Chong is the worse off. Meng Chong is so miserable. In the past 2 months, he had some trouble at the end of the month, which resulted in his commission being cut in half for the 2 months when he had the hope of getting the full commission. This month, he was even more miserable because of Mr. Tian's incident, and his commission was directly cleared. It's so miserable. It's so sad that anyone who hears about it will cry. Even I feel sorry for him. What should I do? Won't such a series of major setbacks seriously dampen his work enthusiasm? If he really can't pay off the debt for 20 or 30 years, it would be too pitiful. Pei Qian actually didn't plan to let Meng Qiang stay in Tenda for the rest of his life. He let him be the person to be executed for a few years and work for him for a few years. It would be considered that his reform was completed and he could be released back to society. I believe that with this profound lesson, Meng Qiang should turn over a new leaf and become a new person. In this case, if he can't pay off the debt, it won't be a big deal. If Meng Qiang suddenly sees through the world and becomes indifferent, wouldn't that be a huge sin? We have to hurry up and find a solution. Seeing that the pressure to make money in this cycle has increased again, we have to hurry up and implement the self-help plan we thought of before. The commission model on Meng Qiang's side must also be improved to protect his fragile heart. After learning from the pain, Pei Qian no longer bothered about successor. The top priority now is to hurry up and spend money. In fact, Pei Qian had already thought of a way to spend money suddenly, but he was just waiting and watching, because he was still a little bit lucky. What if successor and the game projects of the 2 departments were not popular? Then these methods of spending money suddenly would not be used in full, only 1 or 2 could be used, and the rest would be saved for later. But in this situation, it is impossible not to use them, they must be used in full. Even some of the sudden spending efforts must continue to increase. Pei Qian opened his laptop and began to finalize the sudden spending plan according to his previous plan. When these plans were completed in the afternoon, he called Meng Qiang over and told him about the revision of the commission plan to comfort him, so that he would not be too stimulated and have some mental problems. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1401 Meng Qiang's Joy and Worry. At this time, Meng Qiang had just gotten up. Because he was so excited last night, he didn't fall asleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. As soon as the election results came out in Uclea, Meng Qiang knew that the dust had settled. Everything that happened afterwards could be predicted. Of course, the most important thing for Meng Qiang is money. Is this the feeling of paying off debts and feeling relieved? Of course, the money from Fan Dong has not been transferred yet. This will take some time, and the premise is that Fan Dong is a reliable friend who will not directly donate money and run away and disappear on the spot. But Meng Qiang thinks this should be a probability event that is unlikely to happen. Although all debts have not been paid off, as long as Meng Qiang wants to pay them back, he can pay them back soon. This is the first time Meng Qiang has felt so relaxed since he became a deadbeat, and even his sleep has become sweeter. As for this month's commission? Just kidding, who cares about that little commission? Last night, Meng Qiang was so excited that he couldn't sleep until late. He kept reading various news about the Uclea election, while imagining what he would do after paying off all his debts. He had thought of many options. But when he woke up, Meng Qiang changed his mind. He suddenly thought of a question. If he paid off all his debts, would President Pei continue to keep him as the head of Tenda's advertising and marketing department? This seems to be a very nonsensical question, because since President Pei thinks so highly of him and has gone to great lengths to teach him the Pei's propaganda method, he obviously trains him as the successor of Tenda Group's future advertising and marketing. Since he is the successor, he must continue to stay in Tenda. But President Pei's actions have always been unexpected. What if President Pei does not approve of Meng Qiang's crooked way of making money and kicks him out of Tenda in a rage? This possibility is not completely impossible. Because Meng Qiang found that all of President Pei's current ways of making money are very open, cultural industry, real industry, investment. What he is doing are all very meaningful things. As for stocks, real estate speculation, and other ways that are obviously easier to make money, President Pei never touches them. Meng Cheng's income was all earned within the scope permitted by foreign laws. There is no such method in China, and even if there is, President Pei will definitely not support it. Then, how to explain to President Pei where the money came from? If it was the old Meng Chang, he would never dwell on this question. What does it matter to me whether Mr. Pei is angry or not? He kicked me out of Tenda. I would love it. After paying off the debt, there is a wide world outside. Where can I go? But now, Meng Chang doesn't think so. He realized that he could learn a lot in Tenda, especially Pei's propaganda method. At his current level, he is just a half-baked one. He can't just learn the superficial aspects of Pei's propaganda method. It must be deeper than that, but there is still a big gap from fully mastering the essence of Pei's propaganda method. How can you give up halfway if you have only learned half of the skills of slaying dragons? This always reminds Meng Chang of some plots in the novels. The apprentice learns from the master, but is expelled from the master because of his bad intentions. He relies on the martial arts he has learned to do evil outside, but in fact, he is not good at learning and his martial arts have obvious flaws. In similar plots, the ending of this kind of person is generally very miserable. Only with great accumulation can one achieve great success. Meng Chang was very sure that once he left Tenda, he would never have any chance to fully master Pei's propaganda method. By then, he would be a person who had only learned half of the peerless martial arts and had a weakness. So Meng Chang was in a dilemma. He wanted to pay off all his debts immediately, but he was afraid that he would not be able to continue studying at Tenda. He was very conflicted. While he was struggling, the phone rang. It was Fan Dong. "Brother, that's awesome, that's awesome. 5 times. Your $200,000 has directly turned into $1 million. Although a small amount has been deducted for various miscellaneous expenses, it is still a real $1 million. You are so bold, I won't admit defeat. I really regret it now. I also followed you to bet $50,000. Although I have made money now, I really regret not betting more." Fan Dong's voice was full of envy and excitement. "I can only be brave. But there is no way, it's human nature. Fan Dong doesn't know Mr. Pei, and it's impossible for him to trust Mr. Pei unconditionally like Meng Chang and bet all his wealth on a gamble. But, brother, I have a question. Tenda can't have such great power and can manipulate other countries' elections, right? This is too outrageous, I won't believe anything." Obviously, Fan Dong was full of confusion while excited. How did he do this? Meng Chang smiled. "Tenda certainly doesn't have that kind of energy at the moment, don't think too much. This time, it was all thanks to President Pei's foresight and insight. Only a truly talented person would not be confined to a specific field, but would rise to the level of philosophy and sociology, and be able to draw inferences from one instance to another, and understand everything. Mr. Pei's success in business is definitely not an accident, nor is it just a success in business rules. It is a success that has insight into the underlying rules and human nature. With this kind of vision, it is not difficult to predict the results of the Uclea election." Fan Dong sighed. "Mr. Pei is really a strange man. I am completely convinced this time. Is there anything that Mr. Pei can't do?" Meng Chang was silent for a moment and said, "I also want to ask this question. And from my observation of Mr. Pei for such a long time, the things he didn't do are probably not because he can't do them, but because he doesn't want to do them." The other end of the phone also fell into a brief silence. Obviously, Fan Dong was also full of emotion. After a while, Fan Dong said, "Do you want to pay off all your debts now, or use this money to invest in other places?" "It's okay to pay off the debts first, anyway, there will be some left after paying off the debts. If this success can be maintained, then it's only a matter of time for this money to roll in, sooner or later. After paying off the debts, at least cancel your status as a pardoned person. It's inconvenient to go out now. Meng Chang thought for a moment and said, "There's no rush for this. I still have some things to confirm with President Pei. It's possible that after I pay off my debts, I can no longer stay in Tenda, and then these opportunities will naturally disappear." Fan Dong was stunned for a moment. Why? Isn't President Pei your creditor? He should be eager for you to pay back the money as soon as possible, right? Meng Chang smiled helplessly. That's why you don't understand, Mr. Pei. Forget it, it's not easy to explain. Anyway, you should take the money first, and I'll pay you back after I think it over. Fan Dong, okay, it's up to you. After hanging up the phone, Meng Chang felt a little hungry, so he ordered a takeaway and planned to go to the company after lunch. This month, his main job is to promote successor, but now that it has been a great success and the commission is gone, it doesn't matter to him for the second half of the month. He can just do some fishing and not go to work. However, just after lunch, he received a message from Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei asked me to go to his office around 3 p.m. Is it to praise the promotion plan I made for successor? Or, did Mr. Pei know about the actions I made outside? Meng Chang suddenly felt a little nervous. In theory, even if the results of the promotion plan have come out and the commission has been reset to 0, it must be at the end of the month before the plan is reviewed. He must have something to do if he was called over in the middle of the month. Meng Chang did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly got up to go to the company. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Pei Qian was typing quickly on the keyboard in his office, thinking about the sudden spending plan for this period. At present, Pei Qian still had 4 cards left in his hand. First, the construction of the Tenda headquarters building, which is being planned, requires a lot of money. This will not affect the settlement, so more money can be spent. Secondly, there is another project this month that can be deferred to next month for settlement. As long as you think of a project that can spend more money in the short term and ensure that it can be officially operated before the settlement next month, you can spend a lot of money again. Thirdly, Pei Qian still has 30 million in his hands, which is half of the charity quota of the initial system funds of the cycle. Finally, you can pay 100,000 out of your own pocket and convert it into an additional 10 million concession quota, which is given unconditionally. Now there are more ways to spend money suddenly, and Pei Qian is no longer like before, when he can only lie down when he makes money when the settlement is about to start. He can struggle again. However, Pei Qian has no specific ideas on how to implement these plans. The Tenda headquarters building is good, just force the money to Liang Qingfan and let him make overall plans. Pei Qian has almost thought about the charity quota. Pei Qian donated the initial charitable amount directly to the poor students of his alma mater, Handong University. Later, when the charitable amount increased, it was not enough for the poor students of Handong University, so he donated it to the poor students of other universities and even high schools in Handong province. But soon, it was not enough again. Because these charitable amounts were basically increased every 6 months, and they would increase compared to before. So Pei Qian was thinking, why not include students and junior high school students? Moreover, there may be a certain survivor bias in helping poor students. The so-called poor students are indeed poor, but they are all poor students who can go to school. What about the poor students who can't go to school? Wouldn't they be unable to get help? Although it is 9 years of compulsory education, there are indeed some children who can't go to school. Since the scope is to be expanded to junior high school students, the subsidy method must also be slightly changed. Chapter 1402 You can leave after paying off your debts. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Before, the living expenses were directly transferred to the campus cards of poor students. Now Pei Qian is considering that this amount of money is not enough to donate to build primary schools, but if some resources are supplied to some primary schools, it will be fine. For example, giving each primary school student in the school a bag of milk every day, it should be okay, right? Or at the midterm and end of each semester, give some rice, oil, fish, meat, vegetables, and other necessities to the children of poor students. In this way, perhaps more poor families will change their minds and send their children to school. And for these necessities, it is also necessary to ensure that the children complete the 9-year compulsory education, because as long as the parents still want to eat, they must ensure that the children continue to go to school. Although Handong province is also an economically strong province, and Jingzhou city has also developed rapidly in recent years, there are still many families in many remote rural areas that are so poor that they are shocking. So, there is no need to worry about having no place to spend money, and the charity quota is not too much. However, Pei Qian had not yet thought of the other two ways to spend money. Point 1 is what cross-cycle projects should do to burn money the fastest, and the other is which industry should be invested in to minimize the impact of the 10 million yuan concession amount converted from the 100,000 yuan paid out of pocket. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door outside. Looking up, it was Meng Chong. "Mr. Pei, you are looking for me?" Meng Chong tried hard to see some information from Pei Qian's face, but failed. And Pei Qian was also observing Meng Chang's expression. It seems Meng Chang's mood is well regulated. Although the commission disappeared, Meng Chong was not particularly depressed, which is a good thing. It seems that I was overthinking. After so many knocks and tempering, Meng Chang's psychological quality has become as strong as myself, and he can withstand any big blow. But the commission method should be changed. This time I called you here mainly to discuss with you and change the specific commission model. This is the revised new agreement, take a look. Pei Qian said, handing over the new agreement that had been prepared before. Meng Chong was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take it. After flipping through it briefly, his eyes widened slightly, revealing a surprised expression. The new agreement has a lot of words, but there are actually not many changes. In short, it gave Meng Chong a resurrection armor. The new agreement stipulates that if Meng Chang's first promotional plan fails and he does not get a commission before the 15th of the month, he can continue to work on the second plan, and the second plan will not be affected by the previous plan, but the maximum commission will be reduced to 100,000. Of course, if the first promotional plan does not fail, it will still be based on the previous situation, with a maximum commission of 200,000 at the end of the month. Take this month's situation as an example. Meng Chong was originally going to work on the successor, but the popularity has exploded. According to the original agreement, no matter what he does in the second half of the month, the result will be the same. Because the popularity of successor is too high, no matter what he does in the next project, it is impossible to reverse the entire evaluation, and naturally he will not get any commission. But according to the new agreement, it doesn't matter if successor explodes in popularity, and a new promotional plan can be made in the second half of the month. As long as this plan does not work and has no popularity, he can still get a commission, but the maximum amount of the commission has been reduced to 100,000. Pei Qian was thinking that doing this, die twice, was like giving Meng Chong an extra life. On the one hand, it would prevent Meng Chong from being so miserable that he would not get a penny at the end of the month. On the other hand, it would be considered as making the best use of people and things. According to the original agreement, after the failure of the promotion of successor, Meng Chong would lie dead at home. He had nothing to do for half a month. This must be a huge loss for Meng Chong and Pei Qian. Meng Chong was reading the agreement while his brain was working rapidly, thinking about the intention of Mr. Pei's move. This new agreement will undoubtedly be more beneficial to my commission. The upper limit has not changed, but the lower limit has been greatly increased. But what does this mean? Could it be that Mr. Pei saw that it was too difficult for me to get a commission, so he lowered the difficulty for me? No way. Although I didn't get a commission for the project successor, I used the Pei's publicity method to the fullest. Mr. Pei couldn't have failed to see it, right? Now it's not difficult for me to get a commission, so why do you have to lower the difficulty for me? Well, there must be some other reason. Meng Qiang began to think divergently. Before, if a publicity project failed at the beginning of the month, I would have been idle for the whole month, but according to the new agreement, if the plan at the beginning of the month failed, I could still come up with another plan in the middle of the month. Is this a hint that I should take more responsibility now? Combined with the fact that he gave me the power to allocate publicity funds before, this way, President Pei's attitude is very clear. Meng Qiang understood, this means that President Pei values him more. In the past, Meng Qiang did not master Pei's publicity method very well, so President Pei only gave him one project a month. After all, his ability is limited, and it is good to be able to do a project well. Even if he failed early, President Pei would not assign him a new project. This should be to give him enough time to study and reflect. But now President Pei sees that Meng Qiang has made obvious progress and has enough spare energy to do 2 projects a month, so he changed the content of the agreement so that he can get more work and more pay. Although the workload has increased by doing 2 plans, Meng Qiang is not alone. He is now the head of the advertising and marketing department and has a group of younger brothers under him. He only needs to think of ideas, and there are younger brothers under him to execute them. This workload will not tire him. And in this way, Meng Qiang's use of Pei's publicity method will no longer be so rigid. Before, he had to stick to the time to ensure that the popularity would not explode before the end of the month, and the popularity would explode next month. But often plans cannot keep up with changes, and sometimes they have to explode at the end of the month, resulting in a halving of commissions. What if the popularity must be triggered in the middle of the month for various reasons? Wouldn't the commission be gone? Although Meng Qiang doesn't care about the commission now, it is obvious that President Pei still cares about it. President Pei doesn't want to see him working in vain. Therefore, with this new agreement, Meng Qiang can choose the time to ignite the popularity more freely. The 2 things of getting commissions and hyping the popularity are no longer completely conflicting, and he can try to take both into account. In short, this is the reward given by President Pei when he sees that Meng Qiang has made great progress in learning Pei's publicity method. The gameplay has been upgraded. Thinking of this, Meng Qiang was very happy and handed the agreement back. Okay, Mr. Pei, of course I completely agree. Pei Qian reached out to take the agreement, and seeing Meng Qiang's attitude, he nodded silently. Well, that's right, I also think you will definitely agree happily. Because you have no reason to refuse. Well, then there is nothing else to do, you go back and continue to prepare the plan for the second half of the month. Of course, if you feel tired, don't want commissions, or want to rest in the second half of the month, you can also not do it. This is not a mandatory requirement. Meng Qiang hurriedly nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I understand. I have to say that Mr. Pei is quite considerate of his subordinates. Meng Qiang was about to leave, but suddenly remembered that he had questions to ask and stopped again. Oh. Mr. Pei, I have a question to ask. Pei Qian looked at him. Just say it. Meng Qiang hesitated for a while and said, suppose one day I pay off my debts, can I still stay in Tenda and continue to be the head of the advertising and marketing department? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, a little confused. What does Meng Qiang mean? Why do you ask this question? Is Tenda a good place for you? Why do you want to stay here so much? Oh, I see, to earn more commissions, right? Obviously, a commission of 200,000 yuan a month is also a very generous income for Meng Qiang. So far, Meng Qiang has tasted the sweetness of commission. Working at Tenda, you can get high commissions by doing reverse publicity plans, casually, and the working hours are very flexible. You can come when you want to, and you don't have to come when you don't want to. Where can you find such a good job? Therefore, Meng Chang should have realized the goodness of Tenda and was a little reluctant to leave. His previous ambitions have probably been exhausted, and he just wants to retire in Tenda. The reason why he asked this question is mainly because he is afraid that once he gets enough commissions to pay off his debts, he will leave, and then he will never find such an easy and comfortable job again. So he wants to stay after paying off his debts and earn commissions easily. After thinking about it, Pei Qian said, "If you have paid off your debts, of course, there is no need to stay in Tenda." To say that there is no need actually means don't stay in Tenda. Pei Qian said this with two meanings. The first is that you, Meng Chang, are so capable. Since you have paid off your debts, you will definitely go out and make a comeback. Even if you may feel like a lazy fish now, once you have paid off your debts, your mind will definitely become active, and the lazy fish's thoughts will most likely change. So, I will definitely not keep you, because with your personality, I can't keep you. The second layer is that if Meng Chang really pays off his debts, then Tenda won't need him anymore. Why? Because when Meng Chang gets so much commission, it means that Tenda has done many failed projects and burned a lot of publicity funds. By that time, Pei Qian has already achieved his goal and lost money to become the richest man. By then, Pei Qian will be financially free and retired. In other words, Pei Qian doesn't have to think about how to lose money anymore, and Tenda will continue to develop normally. Then why do we need Meng Chang? Therefore, the day Meng Chang pays off his debts is basically the day he and Tenda part ways, because he and Tenda no longer need each other. Meng Chang couldn't help but be shocked. Mr. Pei's attitude is obviously clear: pay off the debts, and you leave. Chapter 1403 Animals won't backstab me, right? Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. He was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Does it matter when you pay off your debts?" Pei Qian nodded, "Yes. Of course it's the same at any time. The sooner you pay off your debts, the sooner you complete more reverse publicity, and the faster I will become the richest man." What's the difference between earlier and later? Meng Chang was a little confused. He thought that President Pei would say something like you can come and go freely at that time and let him choose. That way Meng Chang could pay off his debts with confidence. Let him choose, he will definitely continue to stay in Tenda. But he never expected that President Pei would say that. What does this mean? Isn't President Pei training me as the successor of Pei's propaganda method? Then why is it necessary to stay in Tenda after paying off the debts? This is very strange and a bit unreasonable. But Meng Chang didn't say anything more. This question was very profound and definitely not something that could be figured out in 2 or 3 minutes. He couldn't just stay in Mr. Pei's office and keep thinking about this question, right? So he decided to leave first, and then slowly think about what Mr. Pei meant by this. After leaving Mr. Pei's office, Meng Chang came to the advertising and marketing department and sat down at his workstation. He did not immediately consider a new promotional plan, but first pondered what Mr. Pei meant by what he said before. At first glance, Mr. Pei's words were very strange, and they did not match Meng Chang's previous series of inferences about Mr. Pei. But Meng Chang believed that Mr. Pei did not say this for no reason, and there must be some deep internal logic behind it. If you want to understand Mr. Pei's deep meaning, you must start with Mr. Pei's overall layout. Mr. Pei has a clear plan for the development of Tenda, which is to train the heads of various departments and pass on his game production methods, marketing and promotion methods, investment methods, Tenda spirit and other series of secrets to the leaders under his command. After all the leaders are trained to be talents who can stand on their own, the entire Tenda can still maintain the established track without the will of Mr. Pei, so Mr. Pei can also be idle and retire. And Mr. Pei's arrangement for me should be the successor and promoter of the Pei's propaganda method. But as the successor, shouldn't Mr. Pei want me to stay in Tenda forever? There is definitely no problem with my understanding of Mr. Pei, which means, I have a problem with the concept of successor. Is the successor that Mr. Pei is considering different from the successor in the general sense? Well, that should be the reason. What Mr. Pei needs is that the Pei's propaganda method is constantly passed on and spread, not just stop at me. Other things such as game production methods, investment methods, Tenda spirit, etc., must also be passed on and spread, and cannot just stop at the person in charge. That's why Mr. Pei keeps transferring the person in charge of the game department to other positions, hoping to accelerate this inheritance. After thinking through this, Meng Qiang couldn't help but sigh again. Mr. Pei is really Mr. Pei, and he sees far. Most people don't realize that there is anything wrong, but there is also a problem with Mr. Pei. The presidents of many large companies often face the dilemma of having no successors, so they have to work until they die of old age and can't retire at all. Because there is no suitable successor, once he retires, the company will fall apart. Therefore, many CEOs of large companies will consciously train successors. As long as the successors can maintain the status quo, the large companies can survive well with their previous good foundation and market advantage. Whether or not an excellent successor can be trained is obviously an important evaluation criterion for whether the CEO of a large company is excellent. But it is obviously not enough to just do this. President Pei was not satisfied with this at all, but went a step further. It is far from enough to train only one or several successors. Because some successors may look good at the beginning, but then they become worse and worse. This kind of incompetence may be in terms of ability or attitude, either the ability has declined or the thought has deteriorated. Even if you are lucky and the trained successor succeeds, what will happen next? Can the successor train a successor again? Just like in ancient feudal countries, the emperor gave birth to a virtuous son, which is of course a good thing, but can you guarantee that the princes born by every emperor in the future will be virtuous? If it is passed on like this, it will regress sooner or later, and each generation will be worse than the previous one. This is an irreversible process. According to the most convenient way, President Pei can completely pass on his game production method to the person in charge of the game department, and then not let him move, keep making games, and take over his class. Just like the master of a sect in some martial arts novels, if the disciple's qualifications are not good, then many of his unique skills will be passed on to different disciples. In this way, his unique skills will not be lost, and the sect will not decline in a short period of time. But in this way, the final result will inevitably be that each generation is inferior to the previous one. Mr. Pei is well versed in human nature, so he cannot trust people. This does not mean that he does not trust his subordinates, but that he understands the weaknesses of human nature, and knows how to plan ahead and make long-term plans, so that the route he designs is less affected by subjective factors as much as possible. Mr. Pei chose a more long-term approach, by constantly mobilizing the leaders and cultivating their comprehensive abilities, so that everyone can be independent, and at the same time, people with potential in the department can be quickly promoted and master the skills of the leaders. In this way, there will be no risk of sudden faults. If Mr. Pei only passed the Pei's propaganda method to Meng Qiang, what if Meng Qiang was poached in the middle? What if he started his own business? Or simply betrayed the Tenda spirit? Meng Qiang realized that in Mr. Pei's view, he should be just a springboard to pass on the Pei's propaganda method. After thinking through this layer, it is not difficult to understand what Mr. Pei meant. If Meng Qiang paid off his debts by taking commissions according to Mr. Pei's plan, it must be many years later. Pei's propaganda method should have spread throughout Tenda, and it is definitely not just Meng Qiang who has mastered it. In this case, there is really no need for Meng Qiang to stay because anyone can do publicity work, and Meng Qiang should go out into the society to play a greater role and value, instead of staying in Tenda and doing marketing and publicity, and standing still. So, President Pei still highly recognizes me. He doesn't completely see me as a subordinate and successor, but as an independent person who is not dependent on Tenda. Encourage me to start a business in the society after I finish my studies and play a greater role? But if I pay off my debts now, what can I say? Before leaving, Meng Qiang deliberately added a sentence and asked if it would be the same when the debts were paid off. President Pei gave a positive answer. This also made Meng Qiang a little puzzled. According to President Pei's plan, it would take at least a few years for Pei's publicity method to flourish in Tenda. Meng Qiang is so smart, and it took him more than a year to learn the Pei's publicity method. If he wants to pass it down layer by layer, how can it be done overnight? But if Meng Qiang pays off his debts now, he has to leave Tenda before the Pei's publicity method is passed on. Why is this? Could it be that President Pei thinks I'm not following the right path? Meng Qiang suddenly thought of this possibility. Obviously, according to the normal process, Meng Qiang spent a few years in Tenda to learn and promote Pei's propaganda method. After the promotion, he just relied on the commission to pay off the debt, but if his debt repayment is much earlier, it means that he has used other methods to make extra money outside in addition to using Pei's propaganda method. And President Pei obviously does not support these ways. Will President Pei ask Meng Qiang to leave immediately because he thinks that this kind of evil trend cannot be encouraged, and the communication of Pei's propaganda method cannot be problematic, which will lead to deviation from top to bottom? Thinking of this, Meng Qiang was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not tell President Pei about the debt repayment, otherwise it would be a big deal. President Pei will definitely kick him out of Tenda at that time. For Meng Qiang now, debt repayment is no longer his first goal. He cares more about how to learn real skills from President Pei. So, he can't repay the debt now. Not only can he not repay the debt, but he also has to find a way to disperse some of the ill-gotten gains before. It is definitely impossible to give up making extra money completely. Meng Qiang cannot reach the high level of thought of President Pei, but for peace of mind, it is still possible to use this money to do some good things within his ability. Even if President Pei really discovered Meng Qiang's extra money, as long as he knew that he used the money to do good things, he would probably let him off. After thinking it through, Meng Qiang felt enlightened and made a decision quickly. After sending Meng Qiang away, Pei Qian continued to think about the sudden spending. Who would have thought that the seemingly reliable successor would also have problems? These managers are really unreliable. It's better to raise an animal than to raise these managers. At least animals won't think of backstabbing me when they are well fed and watered, but people are different. Wait. Animals? Pei Qian's eyes suddenly lit up and he had an idea. The amusement park has already opened, so can we open a zoo? The animals are so simple-minded. They only eat and sleep every day. They won't backstab me again, right? And the cost of the zoo is also very high. We need to provide the animals with the best living environment, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Oh no, animals don't need to consider clothing and transportation, but just shelter and food are also very expensive. And providing animals with a better living environment is unlimited. Opening a zoo requires huge initial investment, a lot of funds to maintain operations, and strong subsequent scalability. It's simply perfect. Chapter 1404 Apply for 10 million yuan quota yourself. After thinking of this idea, Pei Qian suddenly became enlightened. It is definitely a good idea to open a zoo to raise animals. Of course, this matter is not that simple, and a series of preliminary preparations are still required. After searching for relevant information on the internet, Pei Qian roughly grasped some basic information. At present, there are many private wildlife parks in China, as long as you can get the corresponding photography permit. For example, a famous crosstalk actor bought 60 acres of land in the suburbs of the imperial capital and opened a private zoo, which is also a matter of great interest. Of course, burning money is really burning money. For Tenda at present, it is not difficult to get the corresponding permit. After all, there are so many successful projects in Jingzhou City, and the investment in this zoo will definitely not be small. As for burning money, it is even more desirable. Others often open private zoos out of passion and really like animals. Just like many cat cafes actually don't make any money at all, because there are few customers who go, and the average price per customer is not high. Selling coffee alone is basically not enough to make ends meet. The expenses of cat cafes are actually very high. In addition to cat food, cat litter, and other necessities, a cat may spend thousands of yuan if it gets sick. If cats are raised according to high standards, most cat cafes will go bankrupt. Therefore, many cat cafe owners can only try their best to do side jobs, such as shooting short videos to earn some income and subsidize the expenses of cat cafes. In the end, they work hard and don't exploit cats. In fact, they are exploited by cats and work for cats. The situation of private zoos is even more so. The difficulty of operation is much greater than that of cat cafes. On the one hand, the price of animals is very expensive. The price of ordinary beasts will not be less than 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, and the price of ordinary birds will not be less than a few thousand yuan, not to mention some rare and precious protected animals. And if you want to take good care of these animals, you also need cages, feed, transportation, expenses for breeders and cleaners, as well as money for animal medical treatment, etc., all added together are definitely not a number. In addition, zoos are an industry with a very obvious clustering effect. Some private zoos only have a dozen animals, and there are no particularly precious and rare animals. No one will go to see them, no matter how cheap the price is. Since tourists want to see animals, they will definitely go to some large municipal zoos to see them. Over time, the wildlife parks will suffer more and more losses, and naturally cannot continue to operate. This is obviously bad news for others, but it is obviously good news for Pei Qian. The more losses, the better. If these animals can really eat as much as they want and eat Tenda to death, Pei Qian will probably have to bow to them on the spot to express his gratitude. After some consideration, Pei Qian decided to put the zoo on the agenda. There is only one problem, that is, Tenda currently seems to have no one suitable to be the head of this zoo. Because in Pei Qian's opinion, the most important thing for a zoo director is to truly love animals and really intend to work in this industry for a lifetime, and you must master basic professional knowledge, respect animals, and raise them scientifically. But Tenda really doesn't have such a person. Most people have grown up in cities and basically have a kind of Yigong-Heilong-like love for wild animals. It's okay to watch big lions and tigers from a distance, and occasionally see monkeys jumping up and down and reaching for food, which is also very fresh, but if you really get along with animals for a long time, and have to worry about the eating, drinking, defecation and urination problems of these animals, then most people will definitely not be able to persist. The only person in Tenda who has something to do with raising animals is probably Tang. After all, she is a cat keeper and chief cat owner, but the problem is that raising cats is a world away from raising wild animals. Moreover, although Tang is a top student, she did not study veterinary medicine. Wouldn't it be a waste of talent for her to be the director of a zoo? Therefore, the person in charge still has to find a way to find one from outside, and the specific method of building the zoo also needs to be considered in the long run. Then, Pei Qian began to consider the last question, which is which industry should be invested in with the 10 million yuan in concessions converted from 100,000 yuan paid out of his own pocket. For Pei Qian, who has a little difficulty in making choices, this is really a problem. Because this concession is not too much, but not too little. If you want to save trouble, just find an industry to invest in it. Anyway, it is pure money, and it is the easiest to not think about it. But the problem is that pure money will inevitably lead to an increase in the attention and reputation of this industry. Unpopular projects may become popular, and already popular projects may become more popular. If one is not chosen well, the 100,000 yuan paid out of his own pocket will trigger a chain reaction, and then he will be fooled by the system again. How to choose? Pei Qian looked at the dazzling array of industries in Tenda and felt a little headache. It's so funny, I can't choose at all. Forget it, why should I use my brain for this kind of thing? Wouldn't it be better to let the heads of various departments consider it? Why don't I just let them submit the application themselves, write down clearly why they need the funds, and then choose an industry that least needs the money to invest in it? Pei Qian was simply impressed by his own wit. If a department needs the money more, then it will obviously have the best effect and the greatest impact after receiving the money. In this case, it must not be given. On the contrary, those departments that do not need the money and just come to make up the numbers will definitely not be able to write any particularly convincing reasons, and they will not be able to play a big role after receiving it. Pei Qian can do the opposite and give the money with confidence. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more right it was. He immediately wrote a simple notice and asked the department heads who were interested in applying for the funds to write a report and send it. January 16, Wednesday. Pei Qian came to the office and continued his unfinished work. Every time the settlement was approaching, Pei Qian would become very busy, which made him a little frustrated. Especially now that the school is about to have a winter vacation, and the Chinese New Year will be next month, it just happened to catch up with the periodic settlement. Pei Qian wanted to let himself go happily like other students, but he couldn't. In order to rest steadily during the spring festival holiday, he had to arrange the settlement in advance. If I just lie down, then all my work for more than half a year will be in vain. First, I open my computer and check the applications sent by various departments Pei Qian has paid out of his own pocket to exchange for a 10 million yuan concession. In the past 2 days, he has also asked each department to submit an application, detailing the reasons why their department needs this money and the purpose of using it after receiving it. The responsible persons of each department are very efficient and have sent their applications one after another. Moreover, the content of the application is very detailed. Each of them pats their chest and guarantees that as long as they get this money, they will be able to use it properly to maximize the popularity, let the industry of their department develop and expand rapidly, and seize more market. Especially the physical industries such as Moyu Takeaway and Moyu Internet Cafe, which are written with particular sincerity. And other departments are not much behind, and each has its own reasons. Some departments that are not very popular at present believe that this money should be given to themselves, because the development between departments is uneven, and they should receive some special care. After development, they will naturally no longer compete for similar resources. And those departments that are already very popular at present also believe that this money should be given to themselves, and they can get better returns after receiving this money. The old departments thought that they were not as popular as the new departments and should be given some subsidies. The new departments thought that they were in the period of development and growth and were an important direction for the industrial layout of Tenda Group, so they should concentrate resources and strive for breakthroughs. Pei Qian took great pains to read through all the reports sent by these departments. As a result, not only did he fail to cure his decision-making difficulty, but he made it worse. What a rip-off. The way you write it, I really can't decide who to give it to. Give it to the unprofitable department, and you promised me that it will definitely improve the loss situation. Give it to the profitable department, and you promised that it will definitely make more money. I think you are just making things difficult for me, fat tiger. Pei Qian was speechless. He knew that these responsible persons were all unreliable. Even a money of 10 million could not help him share his worries, let alone a large project that lost hundreds of millions. In the end, he had to rely on himself. Looking through these applications, Pei Qian fell into a dilemma again. But as he was looking through them, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and had an idea. Huh? My way of thinking seems to be wrong. I am suffering from survivor bias. The departments that are willing to write this application must be the ones that need the money. And since they have written it, they must write it beautifully. In that case, can't I just take a look at which departments have not submitted applications at all? Not submitting an application means that they don't need the money very much, which means that throwing money to these departments will not have a big impact on their profitability. Pei Qian suddenly had an idea, and immediately sorted out the reports of these departments and matched them with the main departments of Tenda. However, he found that among the larger departments, only the GOG project team did not issue this report. Huh? It turned out that GOG did not issue it. Well, that makes sense. After all, GOG's revenue is too strong, and its current market share in China is basically reaching the ceiling. If this money is distributed to the national server, it is actually a pure welfare thing, and it basically has no effect on GOG's market expansion. As for revenue, it will definitely not work, because this is a pure welfare activity, not a discount activity. The GOG project team should have considered that the cost-effectiveness of taking this money is very low, and they are a little embarrassed, so they didn't write an application. Okay, then give it to you. Chapter 1405, but it doesn't matter, daily updates, forgivable. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. You don't want it, but I'll give it to you. President Pei is so willful. Of course, there is a reason for this willfulness. After comprehensive consideration, spending money on the GOG project is indeed the smallest improvement. It is already very profitable, and the 10 million will only bring negligible improvement. So, this matter was decided happily. As for whether other departments will be confused and feel amused after knowing this result, this is not a problem for Pei Qian to consider. President Pei never needs to explain his actions to anyone. After all, the system is not a person. If it is some operations that are particularly suspicious, Pei Qian may be relatively restrained, but it makes sense to spend this money in any industry. Pei Qian believes that his subordinates who are good at divergent thinking can definitely come up with a reasonable answer by themselves. Pei Qian directly sent a message to the GOG project team, and then the matter turned the page. Then let me take a look at the situation on the Aili Island website. I wonder how Successor and Agent Academy are doing now. Pei Qian first carefully opened the page of Successor. The score on the result page flashed by, and Pei Qian closed it with a snap. Damn, 9.7 points. This score is growing at a rocket speed, isn't it? Before the results of the Uclea election came out last weekend, the score of Successor had been hovering around 6 points. As a result, after this weekend, the score suddenly soared like taking off. Obviously, the hype and promotion of various self-media played a key role in this process. Successor had already burned a lot of publicity funds before. Although the response was not enthusiastic, it was familiar to most people and laid the groundwork. Although many people are not interested in this subject matter at all, and have not visited the Aili Island website, they more or less know that such a series exists. As a result, after the events of last weekend came out, various public accounts, up-hosts, and self-media rushed over like wolves smelling meat. Originally, few people paid attention to the Uclea incident, but on Sunday and Monday, the screen was directly flooded with discussions. And any video or article that talks about this matter will inevitably mention Successor, because the two are so similar. The original book of Successor was written a year ago, so this cannot be a hype, it can only be said to be a divine prophecy. In addition, the controversy that Successor caused online when the series was first aired, and the highly topical 6 points turned into 9 points, it is simply an excellent subject for popular articles and videos. In short, the popularity that was spent hard on before has now all been realized, triggering an excellent communication effect. Naturally, more people come to watch Successor because of its reputation. There may still be many people who don't like this subject matter and think that the plot is not particularly exciting, but this does not prevent them from giving it a full score. Because many people's evaluation criteria before were based on the standards of exciting articles or popcorn blockbusters, it is normal to give a 6-point rating to a drama like Successor that is not exciting, but now if it is evaluated by the standard of magical realism masterpiece that predicts reality, it should be given a full score. Many people who have not watched the entire series or even have not watched it at all are willing to give a full score, simply for the effect of the show. The original low score was changed to a high score, and those who did not watch it originally also gave high scores. Of course, the score of Successor could not be controlled, and it took off on the spot. Considering that the contract signed between Successor and the Elysian website is to share profits based on ratings and playback volume, looking at the current situation. Look at the bright side, this rating doesn't have much room to rise further. Bullshit. Is there any way to comfort yourself like this? It's already GG. Forget it, I'll just watch Agent Academy. Pei Qian had completely given up on Successor. When the original novel came out, it was obviously good, and it didn't look like it would become popular. How come it suddenly went wrong after it was changed into a TV series? Agent Academy should be much better. After all, its quality is here. No matter how high its upper limit is, it can't be as high as Successor. However, after Pei Qian clicked on the page of Agent Academy, he was confused again. The score was 9.3 points, which is considered to be above average in the animation series. It is a little higher than Pei Qian expected, but not much higher, and it is completely within the acceptable range. But what's the matter with this number of views? It has only been aired for a few days, how come it has reached tens of millions of views? Pei Qian was simply unbelievable, because this number of views is an order of magnitude higher than he imagined. Logically speaking, even if GOG players come to support it, 1 million people following the show in the early stage is already the limit, right? The number of people following a show also needs to be accumulated. It is impossible for an ordinary animation to attract tens of millions of viewers as soon as the first episode is released. It is simply impossible. According to the update efficiency of Agent Academy, 1 episode is released per month, or 2 or 3 episodes are released because there is inventory before. How can the number of views be calculated to be only more than 2 million? How come there is an extra zero? Pei Qian felt something was wrong. He must have missed some very important information. He quickly switched the number of people following the show and found that there were more than 1.7 million people following Agent Academy. This was more than Pei Qian had expected. But even so, wouldn't the number of views for 2 or 3 episodes only be 5 million? How could there be a whole order of magnitude difference? Pei Qian quickly clicked on the episode list to check, and was dumbfounded. 6 episodes have been broadcast since Saturday. Is it okay to update daily? If it's 3 or 2 episodes, it can be said that it's because there is inventory, and in order to let everyone watch more, it was released together. But updating every day for 6 consecutive days, what does this mean? It means that this is the normal update speed. Because according to common sense, if you don't have inventory later and only make 2 episodes a month, then at the beginning, 6 days and 6 episodes will make the audience taste picky, and it will definitely be inappropriate to slow down the update later. Huang Sibo and Wu Chuan will never make such a low-level mistake. Pei Qian had a bad feeling. Apparently, such a fast update speed became the reason for many people to follow the show. Pei Qian originally estimated that it would be great if 1 million people followed the show, but now the number is 70% higher than his estimate. This is obviously the advantage brought by the large number of updates. Other TV series are updated once a week or even once a month, and the update speed is slow, so the stickiness will definitely be worse. Although the overseas TV series purchased by the Iladeo website are updated a lot at once, many people have already watched them through other channels. Only Agent Academy is very punctual, with one episode a day. Watching it every day can cultivate habits and improve stickiness. Those who like to watch it again and again can definitely watch it in large quantities, which is much more enjoyable than other anime. According to the current trend, the number of people following the show will definitely increase, and the viewing stickiness of these people should be much higher than that of other TV series. Considering the update frequency of Agent Academy, the total playback volume is probably going to explode. Pei Qian quickly clicked on the comment area of Agent Academy to check the comments of netizens. I don't usually follow anime, but I was attracted by the recommendations on GOG. I didn't expect it to be so interesting. I couldn't stop watching it. The anime is updated daily. I'm really enlightened. What kind of studio is this? Do they work overtime 24/7? Produced by the animation team of Fei Huang Studio, overtime? You're dreaming. They work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, and even one extra hour needs President Pei's approval. Ah? I thought they were working overtime like me. I felt mentally balanced when I was working overtime watching Agent Academy, but now I realize that the clown is actually me. Fuck, that means it's not 7 days to make 7 episodes, but 5 days to make 7 episodes? This is completely breaking the human limit and subverting the objective laws of the industry, right? Are you really not bragging? In fact, this matter is not very difficult to say, because Agent Academy has a ready-made original work, so there is no need to think about the plot again, and the format itself is very suitable for short animation, so it is easy to obtain materials, and Agent Academy is made with real-time calculations, and after the modeling, you only need to hire motion capture the actors perform action performances, and one episode is 10 minutes long. So recording and editing are completely sufficient. Yes, this approach can be said to have both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can be done quickly, and the disadvantage is that the quality and details may not be able to be achieved to the extreme. At first glance, the quality is okay, but a careful comparison with those masterpieces will reveal obvious differences in details. But how can I put it? With such a large amount of updates, what else do I need? If you want to learn from other animations, it is not impossible, but there are 2 prerequisites. First, there needs to be an original work like Agent Academy with millions of words suitable for animation adaptation. Second, it needs high-precision models, a dedicated motion capture studio, and a large number of professional talents in storyboards, actions, and editing. I would like to add that the subject matter itself needs to be well known. If Agent Academy is not based on GOG, but an original story, would everyone still be so tolerant of its quality? Would it still receive so much attention in the early stage? It's hard to say. The comments section is full of discussions on the successful model of Agent Academy. Everyone has different opinions. Some people think that the quality of Agent Academy is not good, but it can only become popular because of the large number of updates. Some people think that the quality of Agent Academy is actually very good. The key is that the plot is also very interesting, and the hero character model in GOG is more refined, which is worth watching for GOG players. But in the final analysis, everyone has reached a consensus on one thing. That is, Agent Academy is almost inevitable to become popular, because it has too many updates. The details are a little worse, but it doesn't matter, it's updated daily, which can be forgiven. The transition is not so smooth, but it doesn't matter, it's updated daily, which can be forgiven. Some plots are a little bit cliched and not so interesting, but it doesn't matter, it's updated daily, which can be forgiven. In short, everything is forgivable. For many people, watching one episode every day at lunch or dinner is enough. Looking at the entire Aladeo website, this kind of daily animation is unique. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Chapter 1406, The expansion of suffering journey is imminent. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian was so sad when he saw these comments. I was fooled. What about the agreement that a maximum of one episode can be produced in a month? Good guy, one episode a day, you are laying eggs here. The old cells in the production team can't be so fast. Everyone in Fei Huang's studio is talking about it, they are all traitors. This Wu Chuan looks honest with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but as soon as he became the project leader, his true colors were exposed. Arrangements must be made. There is one more person on the list of the next suffering journey who needs special care. But then again, it's also my fault for not asking clearly at the time. I heard that only one episode was made and it was only 10 minutes long, so I subconsciously thought that this was the time it took to make an episode, and Wu Chuan just made up some excuses like the model was difficult to make. If I had asked how long a season would take, the situation might have been different. No, how can I find the problem with myself? It's obviously these stubborn subordinates who have the problem. No matter what, the suffering trip must be arranged. Pei Qian silently took out a small notebook and added Wu Chuan after the name Tianmo. After adding, Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh, the more and more traitors are caught. Originally, I thought that after 2 rounds of suffering travel, the heads of various departments would be arranged. In each subsequent round of suffering travel, more enemies from outside could be arranged, such as Qiao Laosher and Ruan Guangjian. But I never expected that the traitors would be investigated one after another, and they could not be caught at all, and even more and more were caught. This made Pei Qian very suspicious. How many traitors are there in the entire Tenda Group? At the same time, it also made him more eager to hope that the suffering travel could be expanded as soon as possible. If hundreds of people can be arranged in one round, the efficiency will be much higher, and many heads can go more times. Although there is no clear regulation now, the heads of various departments can only go once. Because of this matter, it is not the lack of people that is worrying, but the uneven distribution. The backbone employees have not gone, and the heads have gone twice, which is a little unreasonable. Therefore, it is necessary to expand. Of course, expansion will also bring a very serious consequence, that is, those who have registered online must be eaten. It is unlikely that the company will turn a loss into a profit in the short term, but with so many people from outside paying the registration fee, it will definitely bring back a lot of money for the suffering travel. However, with more people, the expenses will be greater, and it is hard to say whether it will be a loss or a profit. Therefore, after careful consideration, Pei Qian felt that he should not throw the baby out with the bathwater. We can't give up and let the employees suffer just because this thing has the risk of making money. This is absolutely not okay. Let's take a step back and say that if suffering travel really makes money one day, then we will continue to expand the scale. Don't you all like to suffer? It doesn't matter, I will fulfill your wish. Let's see whether I will make money first or you will suffer. Pei Qian felt that he would not lose money anyway. Because he has a strong tolerance for making money, while these people may not have the same tolerance for suffering. In short, the inspiration class is a waste. Originally, this inspiration class was almost successful, and many authors had already begun to think about quitting. The works produced were not accepted by the mainstream readers of the Chinese website, and the response was very average. Pei Qian's original intention was to paint a pie for the authors and adapt these works. On the one hand, he could keep them in the inspiration class and continue to be lazy. On the other hand, he could also use the experience of these works' failures to change the art form to lose money for himself. But he never expected that he would make money. It's outrageous. Pei Qian even doubted himself. How could he have made money on all 3 books he picked at random? If the probability of making money from the adaptation of each book is 50%, doesn't that mean he picked a 12.5% chance at random? This is too unlucky. Forget it, the inspiration class is doomed in the short term. Let's wait until this period is over. If a few new adaptations can fail, then this inspiration class will have a chance to be saved. Let's see what's going on in the game department. Ghost General 2 has not yet been developed. According to the previous plan, it should be launched at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. Meng Qiang should have gone there to arrange a publicity plan. As for safe and civilized driving, it should be released this week, right? Why do I only see the peripherals press conference and no game-related publicity? Pei Qian remembered that the peripherals press conference of Oda Technology was held last Thursday. Now a whole week has passed, but there is no big movement in safe and civilized driving. So many players thought that there would be no related supporting games in the short term, so not many people bought these peripherals. Of course, the so-called not many depends on how you compare. If compared with ordinary steering wheel peripherals, there are still quite a lot of them sold. After all, this direct drive steering wheel is too cost-effective compared to domestic brands, and many driving game enthusiasts will choose to buy it. But most people buy individual items rather than packages. The so-called not much is mainly compared with Tenda's inventory. Oda Technology has written overstocking into its genes since its birth. Whether it is mobile phones, fully automatic smart bar lifts, or smart fitness clothes hangers, all of them have filled up the warehouse before the official release. If the warehouse is not enough, they have to continue to rent. In short, the more the better. The same is true for this driving package. The inventory of kits such as G-force seats, which are relatively space-consuming and expensive, is slightly less, while the accessories of the steering wheel and basic package are basically full. Relying on these driving enthusiasts alone to clear Tenda's inventory is probably a bit like moving mountains. Of course, many people have guessed that Tenda will most likely release supporting games, which is a very natural association. Even smart fitness clothes hangers have games, let alone this kind of peripherals that obviously serve driving games. Some people even speculated from the name Safe and Civilized Driving Simulator that the new games to be released by Tenda are mostly related to safe and civilized driving. However, most people don't have high expectations for this and are still waiting and watching, because this matter was indeed not mentioned at the press conference. Everyone thought that even if the game was to be released, it would not be within a week or two, but at least a month or more, right? Otherwise, why didn't they mention it when introducing the peripherals? Pei Qian was also puzzled. Yes, why didn't he mention it when introducing the peripherals? He thought about it for a long time and finally came up with a relatively reasonable explanation. Because Meng Qiang didn't care about the promotion of safe and civilized driving this time. This led to Shangyang Games and Oda Technology having to be responsible for their own promotions. Yi Zhizhou had no experience in promotion work, so he would definitely be entangled in the promotion plan, and Oda Technology only knew how to promote the products it was responsible for. Therefore, the promotions on both sides were misplaced due to the lack of overall planning. The time difference of 1 week led to the low popularity in the early stage and consumers' wait-and-see attitude. Well, this should be the only reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, Pei Qian couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. It seems that giving Meng Qiang the right to allocate promotional resources is indeed a correct choice. Because Meng Qiang only cares about his commission, he will only focus on the few projects he is responsible for. Although the other projects can be allocated some funds, without a special plan, the promotion effect will definitely be greatly reduced. However, no matter how slow Yi Zhizhou is or how ignorant he is about publicity, the publicity plan should come out within the next 2 days. We still can't be too careless and need to continue to pay attention. Pei Qian was careful and quietly followed the official account of Shangyang Games on the official game platform, waiting for the promotional materials of safe and civilized driving to appear. At the same time, the GOG project team, Eric and Zhao Shuming, were busy with their own work. After the GOG Global Invitational, the major regional servers launched subsequent operational activities. The number of online users, sales, and other data all rose across the board. The GOG project team naturally entered a state of lying down to win. Because the busiest period of the year has passed, the players are also tired. Now it is not suitable to continue to make some big moves, and the effect will not be too good. Of course, Eric and Zhao Shuming were very encouraged after receiving the trophy from President Pei, and their work enthusiasm was high, but their work was still focused on regular operational activities. They diligently completed the aftermath of the activities and planned the overall strategy for the future. As for the short term, there was no plan to make big moves. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Zhao Shuming looked up and saw that it was Zhang Nan, the head of the R&D team. "What's wrong?" Zhao Shuming found Zhang Nan's expression a little strange, happy, but also full of confusion. Zhang Nan said, "Mr. Pei just sent me a message saying that the 10 million yuan concession funds have been approved for the GOG project team." Zhao Shuming was also confused. "Huh? That's not right, didn't we write an application report at all?" Zhang Nan nodded, "Yes, I am also puzzled, but the message sent by President Pei clearly stated that this money is for us, and there is no requirement for us, as long as it is spent before next month." Zhao Shuming and Eric looked at each other, and both of them fell into deep thought. No requirements, as long as it is spent before next month. Anyone who has been a person in charge at Tenda will know that the so-called President Pei has no requirements only means that President Pei has no requirements verbally. But no one would think that President Pei really has no requirements. President Pei's requirements are obviously hidden, and the responsible persons need to find ways to dig them out. This time, the GOG project team did not write an application report at all, but President Pei still gave them this only and precious concession funds. This seemingly bizarre thing itself shows that there must be another meaning behind President Pei. Chapter 1407, President Pei issued the General Attack Order. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Zhao Shuming thought for a while and asked, "What do other responsible persons say?" Zhang Nan, "They are very envious, but they didn't say anything. After all, since President Pei has decided to give us this money, he must have a certain intention. 10 million profit-sharing funds, this is not a small amount. Because it is not marketing funds, nor subsidy funds, but profit-sharing funds. Marketing funds are spent for publicity effects, to sell more goods and make more money. Subsidy funds are essentially a promotional means, which can be small profits, but quick turnover, or to expand market share. But the money President Pei gave this time is very clear, called profit-sharing funds, that is, to give profits to consumers. To put it bluntly, it is given for free. The use of marketing funds and subsidy funds is fixed, and you must see results after spending them, but profit-sharing funds are not the same, and they do not consider results and returns at all. This fund does not consider marketing effects at all, nor does it consider whether it can be earned back. It is purely to thank players and give profits to players. Many other departments are envious of this money. But the GOG project team is the one that needs this money the least. On the one hand, the GOG project team is already the most profitable project team in the entire Tenda Group. It has high revenue, and the resources and publicity funds available are the best among all departments. Let alone money, with the current size of GOG, if it just posts an announcement in the game to advertise its own industry, it will affect millions of players. Therefore, the people in the GOG project team unanimously believe that they have developed so well and received so many resources from the Tenda Group, there is no reason to compete with other departments for such precious concession funds. On the other hand, the GOG project team has already won it once before. GOG has held a coin-scattering event before. Although the response at the time was not bad, in retrospect, the effect of scattering money is just so. It may have played a little role in publicity and market expansion, but the effect is not to a degree that can be clearly perceived. Even if this event is not held, GOG's market share and number of active players are also rising rapidly. It was precisely because of these two considerations that Zhang Nan, Eric, and Zhao Shuming reached a consensus that they would not interfere with the concession funds this time, so as not to leave a bad impression of greediness on President Pei. Unexpectedly, President Pei took the initiative to give the money without submitting an application report. For ordinary people, since the funds have been approved, just use them, there is nothing to worry about, but for the person in charge of Tenda Group, this is obviously a signal, which means that President Pei completely overturned their previous judgment. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Nan said, I think President Pei gave this money to us to hint at one thing. Our department actually needs this money very much, even more than all other departments. Otherwise, President Pei would never force the money on us without our application. Eric and Zhao Shuming nodded in agreement. Indeed, this should be the only reasonable explanation. In terms of resource allocation, President Pei has always done very well. Although sometimes President Pei will invest a lot of resources in areas that seem unimportant, marginalized, or even irrelevant to existing businesses, which seems to be a waste of resources on the surface, but afterwards, almost all cases have proved President Pei's overall view and foresight. From a local and one-sided perspective, it is natural to feel that President Pei's resource allocation is messy and unconventional, but if you look at the problem from a holistic and comprehensive perspective, you will be amazed at President Pei's powerful layout ability. It seems that there is no rules, but in fact everything is under control. The question is, why is this money important to us? To be honest, I can't quite figure it out. GOG is doing well right now. For us, this money can indeed give benefits to players and improve our reputation. But our reputation is already very good, and there is not much room for further improvement. Zhang Nan still didn't quite get the point. Eric was silent for a moment and then said, if there is nothing wrong with us, then we have to look for the reason from our opponents. Zhang Nan's eyes lit up, you mean, IOI? Eric nodded and began to analyze seriously, Boss Pei gave us a weapon, so this weapon can either greatly improve us or cause great damage to the enemy. Since the former is impossible, it can only be the latter. Everyone knows that the days after the IOI World Championship were not easy. The victory of the FV team made all the preparations made by the Finger Company go to waste, and the discussion of the FV team's transformation to GOG was also on the hot search. Although the Finger Company has been playing dead, the FV team has not made any extreme reactions, so that the anger of domestic players has not been further intensified, but players are still losing. In order to save the current unfavorable situation, the Finger Company must take action, otherwise it will just sit and wait for death. Zhao Shuming nodded, well, it makes sense. But, we don't know what the Finger Company is going to do. They have too many options, discounts, promotions for the champion team, or some exclusive activities to appease the domestic players. We can't be sure what they are going to do. We can't go to the original acquaintances to spy on the information, right? President Pei will never support this behavior. We have to win fairly. After thinking for a while, Zhang Nan said, discounts are possible, but the possibility of shooting promotional videos is very small. Because the Finger Company has always disliked the FV team, and now it is licking the FV team, there is no way to win back domestic players, it makes them look like trash. And all the hard work to suppress FV team before, isn't it all in vain? I think that Finger Company will only give FV team the rewards that they deserve and that are unreasonable if they don't give them, and even do a better job, to give FV team's fans and domestic players a little explanation. If there are rewards that can be avoided, they will definitely not give them at all. And if they don't give rewards that are unreasonable, it's actually the champion's skin. Zhao Shuming suddenly realized, yes. Zhang Nan is also preparing champion skins for GOG now, so he naturally thought of this aspect. Eric asked, "How long will it take for the champion skin to come out?" Zhang Nan thought for a while. GOG is next month after next. According to last year's situation, IOI's development speed is similar to ours, but this year IOI should be eager to take this opportunity to win back the players who have lost in the national server, so it may be launched next month. I can confirm with FV Club later, they will definitely get the news. Zhao Shuming nodded, then the time is right. Next month, IOI will release the champion skin, and there will definitely be a series of supporting marketing activities. But I boldly predict that these activities will definitely not include direct profit concessions like us. Eric Hehe smiled, does this need a bold prediction? Dayak Group and Finger Company will never give players profits without reason like Tenda. This is determined by the nature of the two companies. Zhang Nan, so by that time our profit-sharing activity will be a killer for Finger Company. They have no way to resist it at all. Not only that, we can also directly target IOI's activities, greatly reducing the effectiveness of their activities, or even having a counter effect. Then, be prepared to receive the last batch of refugees from IOI. After analyzing this, all three people were silent. After a while, Eric let out a sigh of relief and said, Mr. Pei is indeed Mr. Pei. This is obviously a plan to kill IOI, although everyone knows the principle of pursuing the enemy with all the remaining courage, it is difficult to implement it so resolutely. Because after achieving a staged victory, most people will feel that they have earned enough and eaten enough, so they should stop while they are ahead. But President Pei does not think about the problem in this way at all. Whether to continue the attack does not depend on the results achieved on his side, but on the enemy's movements. So what if we have achieved fruitful results? Be bolder and the results can be further expanded. I will prepare a plan now. Zhang Nan turned and left, and Eric and Zhao Shuming also started to work quickly. President Pei has issued the order for the general attack. The next step is to work together from department to achieve success in one battle. January 17, Thursday. Pei Qian just opened the official game platform on his mobile phone and received a notification message. Shangyang Games' new work, Safe and Civilized Driving, is about to be released. Click to view. Pei Qian couldn't help but cheer up. It's finally here. Looking at the time carefully, the game was released at 8 o'clock tonight, but the promotional resources were only rolled out now, which further confirmed Pei Qian's previous speculation. It must be the first time Yi Zhizhou was in charge of the promotion plan, so he was in a mess. He quickly clicked in to check. After many games, Shangyang Games is no longer a small follower behind Tenda Games, but has become a developer account that also occupies a place on the official game platform, and has a pivotal position. And this time, the official platform also gave enough face, and the various promotional resources on the platform were quite generous. Shangyang Games itself will definitely go to other websites to buy some advertisements and the like to promote the game. Pei Qian has already gotten used to this. After all, there is no way to stop this kind of thing. The key now is, what kind of promotional materials has Shangyang Games prepared? As long as the level of the promotional materials is not good, it won't matter if there are more promotional resources, anyway, it won't be promoted. Clicking on the game details page, Pei Qian quickly noticed some key slogans. Everyone can become a car god. Enjoy the fun of driving without leaving home. Diversified driving experience, highly concentrated driving experience. A driving world of unlimited possibilities. And so on. When he saw the first two sentences, Pei Qian felt that they were a bit rustic, but the style was normal. Considering that Yi Zhizhou had no marketing experience at all, it was quite good for him to come up with such a cheesy slogan. At least it truly showed the selling point of the game. But looking back, Pei Qian was also confused. Something was wrong. Didn't I give Yi Zhizhou any advice? Chapter 1408 Yi Zhizhou is just trying to find a sword by carving a boat on the boat. Pei Qian was puzzled because he felt that this promotional plan was a bit like what he had done. The last two sentences were completely nonsense. Players don't know what kind of game safe and civilized driving is, but Pei Qian himself knows it very well. The phrase diversified driving experience is barely acceptable. After all, there are family cars, buses, large trucks, various luxury supercars, and rally cars in the game. There is nothing wrong with this diversified driving experience. The only problem is that most players cannot experience the gameplay of various racing cars without driving skills. But the following slogans are getting more and more outrageous. The highly concentrated driving experience. Players will definitely think that the game is very immersive and has a strong sense of substitution, but in fact Pei Qian knows that this sentence is that the loss of a car crash in the game is particularly large, so he has to concentrate highly. As for the wanton and unlimited possibilities part, that's even more ridiculous. There are indeed unlimited possibilities in the game. You can crash your car into any weird shape, and you can also let your driver receive all kinds of hospital squeezes, even critical illness notices, and death notices. If these slogans are combined, players will definitely imagine a reckless and extremely exciting racing game. However, in fact, safe and civilized driving is a real driving simulation game that is very similar to driving in reality. You must be cautious when you are on the road and dare not have any bumps. In most cases, you can't race at all. This feeling of misalignment between the promotional materials and the game naturally made Pei Qian think of the promotional plan he made for Struggle. It's also irrelevant. This kind of false propaganda is obviously useful, at least it makes players cry out that they have been deceived as soon as they play the game. Of course, the promotional plan of Struggle later overturned, but that was an extremely rare accident and should not be regarded as a normal event. Pei Qian was not worried that safe and civilized driving would follow the old path of Struggle. After all, the themes of the two games are completely different. The realistic themes of Struggle naturally have more room for distortion and misunderstanding, while safe and civilized driving is just a racing game. What puzzled Pei Qian was why Yi Zhizhou gave such a promotional plan. Doesn't he understand that this promotional method is very detrimental to the popularity and reputation of the game in the early stage? I see. He's just imitating others, learning to walk in Handan, and looking for swords on a boat. Seeing that Struggle became popular because of this promotional method, I want to do the same. After all, Yi Zhizhou doesn't understand marketing at all, and can't tell the difference between good and bad marketing plans. Meng Chang doesn't care about it. If he wants to make a special promotional plan, he can only learn from past plans. And then he learned the wrong thing. He came up with a promotional plan that I think is perfect. Thinking of this, Pei Qian was instantly happy. What a surprise! He continued to look through more game promotional materials, such as the game's promotional video. Sure enough, this promotional video also continued this promotional idea. In the video, a sports car is speeding and galloping on the track. The driver is steering, pulling the handbrake, downshifting, and filling the gas. All kinds of cool driving skills make people excited. It's completely a standard promotional video for a racing game. Of course, in addition to the in-game pictures, there are also some pictures about peripherals in the promotional video. After a while of racing in the game picture, the camera turns and the driver is actually driving on a safe and civilized driving simulator. The more Pei Qian watched, the happier he became. That's right. Look at the messages and comments from the players again. Sure enough, this simulator has a matching game. Why didn't you come earlier? Tenda finally made a racing game? Lonely Desert Highway, what's the finally? It was obviously me first. It doesn't seem right, isn't the name of the game Safe and Civilized Driving? Why are all the cars in this trailer racing? Doesn't it make sense? Maybe it's because the driving scenes in the game are too violent, so they asked for safe and civilized driving for easier review. And it also emphasizes that games are games and reality is reality, reminding everyone not to bring in anything. Something's wrong. Tenda's game names have always been very straightforward and directly related to the game content. The game name is Safe and Civilized Driving, and it is very likely that the game content is also, and this promotional material is a lie. That can't be possible. How can promotional materials lie? Could it be that this game is not a racing game, but a torture game like Lonely Desert Raiders? I don't believe it. In short, there is one more reason to buy peripherals. Tenda's games and hardware are very similar. Combined, it's invincible. There's no need for that. Many people play racing games without using a steering wheel. Aren't many big guys good at driving with keyboards and controllers? I think you must buy the game to play, but playing with a controller is enough. Yeah, it's not that the steering wheel is not easy to use, but the key is that I don't want to give it such a big space. Anyway, it will be covered with dust after I buy it. The Smart Fitness clothes drying rack can really help you exercise, but no one thinks that racing games can really improve driving skills. I'm afraid that you can learn it once and then lose it once you drive it. If you really bring the things in the game into reality, I'm afraid you will be a super road killer. After reading the comments of many people, Pei Qian felt much more at ease. Fortunately, the response was average, not enthusiastic at all. Obviously, everyone's expectations and evaluation of the game Safe and Civilized Driving are still due to the previous successful experience of Shenyang games. It is enough to maintain the current lukewarm popularity. Anyway, once the game comes out, players will definitely shout that they have been cheated. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in a live broadcast room in the single-player game area of Rabbit Tail Live, Zhang Yan started her live broadcast as usual. The only difference from usual is that this time she prepared completely different live broadcast content. In front of the triple-screen computer screen, there is a complete set of Safe and Civilized Driving simulator equipment, and it is a deluxe package with G-force seats. Zhang Yan's family conditions are good and her hobbies are relatively wide. She usually likes to broadcast live and chat with netizens. Although there are not many people watching in the live broadcast room, this feeling is much better than going to work. Her main job is working in a TV station. Although she doesn't like this job very much, if she quits rashly, she will still be under pressure from her parents and other aspects. So for the time being, she only takes time after get off work to broadcast, and she also stands up from time to time. Other big platforms don't pay much attention to anchors of her size, let alone spend a lot of money to poach her. For Zhang Yanlai, signing a contract with a big platform means losing her freedom, so Rabbit Tail Live is the most suitable platform for her. In addition, she has another hobby, which is driving. In addition to driving to and from work, she has also been to professional racing tracks several times and roughly learned drifting and other techniques. The coach said that her talent is not bad, but after all, racing is a sport that burns money and time. Therefore, for Zhang Yan, giving up work and focusing on racing is not allowed by her economic conditions or family environment. You know, the cost of racing is not something that ordinary families with good conditions can afford. Don't even think about it without millions. As for training a top racing driver, the money required is even more literal. What's more, although Zhang Yan has just graduated from college for a year and is still young, for a racing driver, this start is already very late. Nowadays, racing drivers are generally trained from the beginning. Many children practice driving in the karting field when they are very young. Over time, there must be a big gap between them and the racing drivers who've started halfway. Of course, there are racing drivers who have made a name for themselves halfway, but without exception, they are all people with extremely high scores. Although Zhang Yan is quite confident in her driving skills and talents, this level of confidence obviously does not support her to give up everything she has now to pursue an illusory goal. However, as a hobby, she can still play more racing games, and she can also buy some equipment such as racing simulators. Zhang Yan originally had a set of belt-driven steering wheels and pedals made by a foreign gaming peripheral manufacturer. The price was about 4,000 yuan when she bought it. After playing for a while, she felt more and more that the belt-driven steering wheel in her hand was weak and powerless. However, the foreign direct-drive motor steering wheels were too expensive, which made her very entangled. Zhang Yan knew that the equipment could only make people play more happily, and would not help improve driving skills at all. Many professional racing drivers also use entry-level game steering wheels to run simulators. But I couldn't control it. Especially after seeing that the luxury package of the safe and civilized driving simulator was only 9,999, she couldn't help it. She immediately sold her original steering wheel second-hand and decisively placed an order to buy it. Of course, she didn't buy it immediately, but waited a little and looked at the first wave of reviews on the internet. Anyway, this simulator is not out of stock at all, and there is no worry about not being able to grab it. After several domestic simulator veterans unanimously recommended it and agreed that buying it was a good deal, Zhang Yan finally made up her mind to get a set. In the 3 or 4 years since I bought it, Zhang Yan has also played some driving games, but the experience is not very good. Because of the game adaptation problem. It is not unusable, but the adaptation of many details is obviously not perfect. The original foreign game steering wheel is a classic after all, supported by many classic racing simulation games, and it is very well tuned, and the various buttons and operations are also very convenient. However, although the hardware of this steering wheel of OTA technology is good, after all, these foreign racing games are not specially adapted for it, and can only simulate other steering wheels to use, so there is no way to perfectly play the level of the hardware. Until today, the matching game is finally released. Zhang Yan must have bought it without hesitation. Chapter 1409: A car accident full of educational and warning significance. After chatting with the audience in the live broadcast room for a while, the game was downloaded. There are not many viewers in Zhang Yan's live broadcast room, but they are basically some old fans who are active in speaking, so the popularity in the live broadcast room seems to be good. What's more, recently, with the help of the GOG Global Invitational Viewing System, the traffic of Rabbit Tail Live has increased significantly compared with before, and the audience who can insist on using the learning mode and focus mode to check in every day are basically kind, and the phenomenon of fishing and quarreling in the live broadcast room is much better than other live broadcast platforms. So Zhang Yan particularly likes the current atmosphere of the live broadcast room, but it would be better if there were more viewers. Today I will play Tenda's new game, Safe and Civilized Driving for Everyone. Huh? Has anyone played it? What? This game is not very friendly to keyboards, mice and handles? There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points on a first-come, first-served basis. It doesn't matter. As a professional racing game player, I have bought a steering wheel, and it's a luxury package. What? You said I'm a female driver? It's obvious that I'm a new audience. I'm obviously a female car god. Old audiences all know that I'm very good at playing racing games. Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room continue to rise, almost all the old audiences who should come have arrived, and Zhang Yan officially started the game. After entering the game, the first thing you see is the logo on the black screen, including Tenda Group, Shenyang Games, and OTA Technology. Then, the camera pulls back, and the content on the black screen gradually shrinks and becomes a huge screen, and the camera comes to the car, becoming the driver's first-person perspective. The black screen logo on the huge screen disappeared, and a white strip in the middle of the black screen spread up and down, as if a door opened in a flash, and the beautiful city scenery came into view. Bustling high-rise buildings, traffic passing by on city roads, highways extending in all directions, national highways with golden wheat fields on both sides, professional racing tracks in the suburbs, rally tracks, many scenes are presented one by one. Judging from these scenes, the graphics of safe and civilized driving are definitely first class, and the optimization is not bad. The most important thing is that it seems to be somewhat different from other racing games. Other racing games are basically full of beautiful scenery, with only 2 lanes and few cars on the road. Basically, you only encounter one car occasionally. On the one hand, it is to increase the difficulty for players and not turn it into a pure race. On the other hand, it is also to prevent players from playing so lonely. But in general, the impact of vehicles encountered on the road on the normal driving of players must be minimized. However, in these scenes presented by the opening CG of safe and civilized driving, the traffic volume is much denser than in other games, and the road planning is also the same as in reality, with many lanes. There are all kinds of vehicles running on the city roads, but overall, they are mainly family cars, and the high-rise buildings on both sides look very real. It feels that the art team has put as much effort into the city scenery as those beautiful environments in the wild. So many cars? It should be just the show effect made by the opening CG, which makes it look very lively. For a racing game to have so many cars, we should be thankful if there is no traffic jam. How can we race then? What kind of car is this initial car? I have never seen this interior. It may be an original model of the game. That's normal. The licensing fees for many real-life cars are too high. If it is cost-effective, they will be bought. If it is not cost-effective, they will be modified. This is all normal. But it is a bit sad that a racing game does not have many classic models in real life. Anyway, it was just watching the opening CG. Before really entering the game, Zhang Yan just made a few comments. Many excellent racing games will cooperate with real-life car manufacturers to buy the licenses of these models. For players, can they not afford to drive luxury cars in real life? Even if it costs money, it is quite cost-effective to experience the driving feeling of luxury cars for more than 10 yuan. Therefore, the luxury models in reality are precisely the important factors that attract players to many racing games. But there are also some games that cannot afford or cannot buy the licenses of various real-life models, so the only way is to modify them. Change the brand name of the car, and slightly modify the appearance and interior of the car, but as long as the players who understand cars can still roughly distinguish which car its prototype is, this can also achieve a similar effect. But this is a bit of a borderline, not the best solution. There is only one reason for not being able to afford the license, which is insufficient funds, and the reasons for not wanting to buy the license may be varied. For example, they think the license price is too high and not worth it. They think their game is awesome and buying the license is just advertising for car dealers, which is not worth it. The repeated damage to these cars in the game may have a certain negative impact, so car dealers are unwilling to sell them. They can buy the license, but they just want to make a completely virtual game world, etc. Zhang Yan didn't care much about this matter, because she noticed that there seemed to be some real brands in the CG, but most of the cars were modified versions. Maybe it was because most of the funds were spent on the game, and they didn't deliberately buy a lot of car licenses. After showing the scenery in the game, the camera cuts back to the big screen again, showing the full picture of the car that the player is currently controlling. This should also be a modified car in the game, but Zhang Yan has not done much research on these various models, so he did not recognize which car its prototype is. He only knew that it was a supercar with a handsome appearance. At the same time, simple operation prompts began to appear on the big screen in front. The system has automatically detected that Zhang Yan is using a safe and civilized driving simulator, so it will automatically teach according to the simulator's buttons. The throttle, brake, clutch, shift, handbrake and other buttons are operated in turn, and their uses are briefly explained on the screen. For people who understand driving skills, these are very basic concepts. But there may be people who have never touched a car in reality and know nothing about these knowledge. Is this the first time to play this game? Therefore, simple popular science is still necessary. Of course, for these players who don't understand at all, the system will also very considerately ask whether to change to automatic transmission. Although most of the functions of the clutch, handbrake and gear lever of the simulator will not be used, it is obviously more important for novice players to be able to make the car run normally. Operations such as switching perspectives are all integrated on the operating table of the set meal, which is very convenient. If there is no operating table, then you need to use the keyboard or the buttons on the handle. Zhang Yan has a full set of luxury equipment. Of course, it is necessary to set it to the perspective of the hidden steering wheel in the car, so as to get the best sense of immersion. After a simple operation tutorial, the last step is to step on the accelerator and rush straight to the game world on the big screen in front. Zhang Yan was very excited, and he stepped on the accelerator directly and hit the big screen. Everything was instantly traveled, and came to the city road I had seen before, with high-rise buildings on both sides passing by quickly. As soon as I entered, it was a night scene. There were not many cars on the wide 3-lane road. Only a few other supercars were distributed in all directions, front, back, left, and right, as if they were racing with the car driven by Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was instantly excited. This scene is familiar to me. Isn't it just the warm-up and racing link at the beginning of the game? This link is actually to let players adapt to the driving feel in the game as soon as possible, remember the key positions they just learned, and by the way, let players immerse themselves in the game as soon as possible through exciting competitions. This stage should not be very long, it should be finished in a few minutes, and then the official game will begin. Sports cars rushed past, and speed cameras and cameras flashed above the road. It's quite realistic. Zhang Yan couldn't help but sigh. This game actually made these insignificant details. However, she was distracted just now and subconsciously slowed down a little. She saw another sports car speeding past from the lane next to her and instantly surpassed her. How could she bear this? Zhang Yan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and overtook her. It must be said that the performance of the sports car is good. The acceleration is really fast. Although the G-force seat cannot simulate the exaggerated G-force of the real car, it still has a sense of pushing back, and it is very consistent with the response adjustment of the throttle, which makes Zhang Yan feel more excited. But after all, both cars are supercars, and their speeds are very fast. It is difficult to overtake them in a straight line. Zhang Yan regretted it even more. If she hadn't been distracted by the speed measuring probe above, she would have subconsciously loosened the accelerator and reduced the speed. Now she would definitely still be leading. But as long as she holds on tightly, there will still be a chance to overtake when turning. Finally, a curve appeared ahead. Zhang Yan estimated the distance of the curve and slowed down, preparing to drift beautifully and overtake. However, the moment she turned the steering wheel, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. First, the brake lights of the car in front lit up, and the speed dropped much faster than she expected. Secondly, she found that the handling of this car was completely different from what she imagined. The car did not drift as smoothly as she expected, but instead had a serious head pushing, and the front wheel slipped, resulting in insufficient steering force. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Yan's car hit the butt of the car in front firmly. The two cars were severely deformed under the huge impact force, and the parts fell to the ground, and then hit the guardrail on the side of the road firmly. This is not over yet. The collision of the two cars almost blocked the entire road. The supercars following behind, naturally, had no time to brake and react, and they collided one after another. Zhang Yan was in the car. She only saw the airbag pop out, felt the violent vibration of the steering wheel and G-force seat simulation, and then the perspective drifted quickly. I don't know how many cars hit her, but in a row. Finally, everything stopped, but the picture did not move. No matter how Zhang Yan stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel, there was no response. The screen gradually went black. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1410, Taking the Second Test in the Game? Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Zhang Yan was confused. This is not right, right? If it was in other racing games, it was just a collision, a tailgate, at most the hood would be knocked off, and then you can run as you want, right? The game should even provide options to turn off car damage or flash back and run again? Isn't this a novice tutorial level? How did it end with a series of collisions? Or, is this a plot kill? That's not right either, the car crashed because of my control error. If I drove honestly and didn't want to overtake on the curve, this situation shouldn't have happened, right? Zhang Yan's mind was full of question marks, and she was a little confused about the current situation. Then, the black screen lit up and a news clip was broadcast. At 8:07 p.m. on the 17th, the Jingzhou Traffic Police Brigade received a report from the public that a traffic accident occurred during a nighttime chase between luxury cars. After investigation, it was found that there were 7 cars involved in the chase. That night, the vehicles involved agreed to race on a nearby road section. 2 of the cars collided on a curve, causing a chain rear-end collision, resulting in 2 deaths, 4 serious injuries, and 1 minor injury. As of now, the injured are still receiving treatment in the hospital. The police have investigated the driver of the vehicle involved in the case for suspected dangerous driving, and the case is being further processed. The pursuit and racing caused a major traffic accident, which is of a serious nature and seriously affects road traffic and the lives of citizens. Several drivers have committed dangerous driving crimes, and may even constitute traffic accidents and endangering public safety by dangerous means. I believe they will be severely punished by law. Zhang Yan looked at the news screen in disbelief, with a face full of doubts. What's going on? She looked at the time. Isn't it exactly 8:07 on the 17th? Isn't this the car accident I just caused? Obviously, the game directly reads the current time, and there is a real-time report, which is educational. All this is quite natural and very logical. Drag racing caused a car accident, 2 deaths, and 4 serious injuries. This is already a very serious accident. Let alone revoking the driver's license and being unable to take the test again for life, it may be normal to be sentenced to a few years directly after the cure. Zhang Yan knew all these things very well, because she had learned them when she was taking the driving test. But the problem is, this is a game. Is it necessary to make it so realistic in the game? The photos used in the news were obviously real scenes in the game. Several cars were all smashed to pieces, and the entire front of the car was dented or unrecognizable. It was really miserable. This was in sharp contrast to other racing games, where the hood flew off after 7 or 8 collisions at high speed, and the car could continue to drive. The game continued, and a line of words appeared on the black screen, 2 years later. It was still the first-person perspective on the main driver's seat, but Zhang Yan found that the interior of the entire vehicle had changed this time. It was no longer the interior of the previous luxury supercar, but became a broken and old interior. A closer look even made it look familiar. Hey, isn't this a training car? Oh no, isn't it a test car? Looking up, this is clearly the driving test site for Subject 2. In the game, the driver took out a wallet from his arms and opened it to take a look. It showed a family of 4, with parents smiling kindly, and the 2 sisters were very beautiful. 2 years ago, my sister died because of drag racing. The new car she bought was completely scrapped before she even paid off the loan. Because it was a major safety accident caused by drag racing, the insurance company refused to pay. We could only suppress our grief and continue to pay off all the car loans. So I always remind myself to take the driver's license test well, learn safe and civilized driving knowledge, and never make the same mistake as my sister. After putting away the wallet, an examiner came over and signaled that the test could begin. Prompts began to appear on the screen, guiding the player to complete the second subject test. Zhang Yan was confused. Is the style of this game wrong? She paused the game and searched the internet for other players' comments on this game. Then she roughly figured out the specific principle of the game's opening. The beginning section looks like a serious car race on the surface, but it is actually fishing. Zhang Yan saw the speed probe taking pictures before, and thought that this game was so realistic that even useless speed probes were made, and they really took pictures. Of course, there are speed probes in many other racing games, but they are all used to brush data for players. The higher the speed, the better the reward, so Zhang Yan didn't care too much. Now I know that this speed probe really measures speed and really finds. Different players have different endings. Some players have discovered that at the initial level, players have a default character. This default character has a luxury car that is still under loan repayment, and also has a certain amount of deposits and savings if you don't race with other luxury cars, but run the entire 10-minute course safely and steadily, without speeding or violating traffic rules. You can keep your driver's license, inherit all your savings, and don't need to change your character. If you are caught speeding by the camera, but there is no car accident, and you have also completed the entire course, you will only receive a speeding ticket and deduction points. If the collision is not serious, you can ask the insurance company for compensation, but you will have to spend more money to increase the insurance premium. Of course, it may also be rear-ended by the car behind, or the driver may be injured by hitting the guardrail. The specific situation will be analyzed. If it is the responsibility of the car behind will pay for the medical expenses, and if it is your own responsibility, you will pay for the medical expenses yourself. But most of the players did not get any of the above endings. Because they are all like Zhang Yan, who started racing as soon as they got started. How can you not crash if you are racing, but don't have the skills? Once you crash, the game process will end immediately. This speed is definitely dangerous driving, either death or serious injury, and then the car is scrapped, and the insurance company will not pay compensation. If the protagonist is still alive and his driver's license has not been revoked, then he can skip the previous driver's license test. After all, if he can still stick to the traffic rules and drive the car to the end without bumping into anything in that situation, there is basically no need to take another driver's license test. But if the protagonist is seriously injured or dies, or his driver's license is permanently revoked, then the protagonist will be replaced by his younger brother or sister. The specific gender depends on the gender of the player's real name authentication on the Tenda game account, which is used to enhance the sense of immersion. Zhang Yan was speechless, and instantly had the urge to delete the account and start over. Isn't this a scam? You didn't tell me to obey traffic rules in the game at the beginning? As a result, I suffered such a big loss after a car accident? But she thought about it and realized that she couldn't blame the game maker, because they didn't encourage racing, and she subconsciously thought that this was racing. And Zhang Yan checked and found that if you run to the finish line without any accidents at the beginning, you can indeed avoid some losses, but there will not be an irreparable difference between this worst start, and you can make up for it by playing for a few more hours. It is difficult and boring to drive the whole course safely and without accidents. Running again may not be very friendly to the audience. The audience obviously wants to watch the driver's license test more. Forget it, let's just experience the driver's license test first. I'm actually taking the driver's license test in a racing game, it's really. Zhang Yan looked at her direct drive steering wheel, the all-metal pedals with vibrations that simulate the real feeling of foot, and the cool G-force seat, and she always felt that the style seemed a little wrong. The cool peripherals don't match the game at all. But there's nothing we can do. Who let the audience like to watch the driver's license test, so let's take the test. The first item is to reverse into the garage. There are subtle differences in the driving test in different cities, and even in different test sites in the same city, the test methods are different. For example, the reverse parking test may be the first or the last. The game is based on the local driving test in Qingshan, but the items are basically the same. 10 minutes later. The body of the car is out of line when reversing into the garage. 100 points will be deducted, and the test will fail. Please continue to work hard. Zhang Yan silently looked at the computer screen. Her expression fell into a sluggish state. Her 2 chances were all hung on the reverse parking. For this situation, she really did not expect it. Because when she took the driver's license test, she passed the subject 2 in 1 try. She never expected that she would fail in the game. Of course, the reason is not the game, but herself. Because when she took the driver's license test before, the driving school coach told her to look at various lines and memorize the reverse parking, and when she drove, she looked at the reverse image. As a result, the test car in the game had no reverse image at all, and there were no various lines taught by the coach, so she couldn't do it directly. In the game, reversing into a parking space is basically all about physical strength. You look at the left and right rearview mirrors to determine the trajectory of the wheels, then compare it with the edge of the parking space, adjust the steering wheel angle, and then reverse into the space without stopping. Moreover, Zhang Yan realized that it was not just reversing into a parking space that was difficult. The following items were not easy either. For example, if you remember the formulas taught by the coach, find the points and lines, and know how much direction to turn in advance, it will be very easy. But if you don't have these formulas, you have to rely on your sense of turning, which is very difficult. What's more, Zhang Yan still used a steering wheel and pedals. The steering accuracy of the steering wheel is much higher than that of the keyboard and mouse and handle, and the pedals can also control the speed of the car at the best speed you need. If it is a handle and keyboard, how can you pass the second subject? Isn't this a joke? No wonder there were comments saying that this game is very unfriendly to the keyboard and mouse and handle. The operation required for the driver's license test is not an operation that can be easily done by the keyboard and mouse and handle. Seeing that the anchor operated like a tiger, but failed the second subject at the speed of light, the comments in the live broadcast room were also full of joy. Wow, a driving game that's harder than driving in real life? It's too bad to just change the protagonist after the opening crash. I suddenly think this game seems to be quite fun. I'll make one too, to challenge myself. The steering wheel is indeed much better than the handle. You all think the anchor is bad at pushing the line, but I can't even drive to Curry with the handle. I won't say any more. I'll get a steering wheel package to play with. Seeing these comments, Zhang Yan was confused. What's going on? Shouldn't it be discouraged? Why do everyone seem to have a strong interest in this game? Chapter 14:11 turned into a suffering game. A good racing game turned into a suffering game. Zhang Yan was unwilling to give up. She didn't believe in evil and tried other methods. She tried with the keyboard and the handle, but finally returned to the steering wheel. Because it is more difficult to use the keyboard and the handle. Of course, as a qualified racing game, Safe and Civilized Driving has also adjusted the control of the keyboard and the handle to enable players to better control the vehicle. This is the basic optimization that all racing games must do, because the keyboard and the handle lack the precision of the steering wheel. For example, the keyboard only has 4 situations: turning left, turning right, pressing the accelerator to the bottom, and pressing the brake to the bottom. At this time, if you want to turn and drift accurately, you must rely on the optimization of the game itself to make it easier for the buttons to achieve the real purpose of the player. But even so, it is still difficult. Because this is the second subject test, not driving on the road. The road is very wide, as long as you obey the traffic rules and follow the markings, there is no problem, but the second subject requires high-precision control of the vehicle. Not to mention novices, many veteran drivers who have been driving for many years suddenly have to go back to take the second subject test, and it is difficult for them to adapt all at once. At most, they can get familiar with it much faster than novices, but this familiarization process cannot be omitted. Can you pass the second subject in safe and civilized driving with a keyboard and a handle? You can, but it requires very good driving skills. Take reversing into a garage as an example. You need to carefully observe the rearview mirror, infer the trajectory of the wheel movement, and make fine adjustments to this trajectory. The fine adjustment alone can discourage many impatient players. Because fine-tuning with a keyboard and a handle is much more difficult than with a steering wheel. The method taught in the driving school is actually a test-taking method. Most students do not really master the distance of reversing into a garage, but only remember those markings by rote. In reality, many people still have to rely on the reversing image on the car. And the reversing into a garage in the game does not have those markings, so it all depends on the player's hard power. Of course, the game makers may have considered that this operation is really difficult, so they have a certain degree of mercy on the players. Players can choose to use other perspectives to pass the driver's license test, such as the rear view. In this way, the difficulty is actually greatly reduced. But Zhang Yan didn't believe in evil. She wanted to use the in-car perspective to complete the test. After all, in reality, there is no such thing as a rear view. Moreover, there are already some people who have passed the driver's license test online and are sharing their experiences. According to them, the system will record the results of passing the driver's license test with different devices and perspectives. The perspective inside the car and the perspective from the rear of the car are two different records. Obviously, the value of passing the driver's license test with the perspective inside the car will be higher. Zhang Yan kept trying unyieldingly. Fortunately, this is a game, not reality, and there is no need to make repeated appointments for the test. If you can't pass the second subject, you can keep taking the test until you pass it. As the voice of "failed the test, please keep working hard" continued to ring, Zhang Yan felt that her driving skills were improving little by little, and she recalled a lot of knowledge from the previous driver's license test, and a lot of muscle memory was also stimulated. Finally, after trying 6 or 7 times, she finally succeeded in passing the second subject. What surprised her was that the seemingly free items in the previous driver's license test actually caused her trouble, such as right-angle bends and S-bends. When she took the driver's license test before, she just memorized the points. Now there are no points to refer to, but she can't do it, and she will cross the line if she is not careful. After completing the second part, there are still the third and fourth parts. The third part is much easier. It is just driving normally on the road, and following the instructions on the screen to make left and right turns, overtaking, and other corresponding operations. Not to mention using the steering wheel, using the keyboard and handle should not be difficult, which is much easier than the second part. After the third subject, there is the fourth subject, which is about safe and civilized driving and road traffic rules. The game actually combines the first and fourth subjects into one, and these test items are not called the second, third and fourth subjects, but field driving skills test, road driving skills test, and traffic rules and safe and civilized driving common sense. The number of questions has also been reduced, with only 50 questions. This should be to streamline the game process, otherwise the player will pass the first subject right away, and the game experience will be too bad. After all, many players have never memorized the first subject at all, and they have to brush questions or ask Baidu first, which will be too bad for the game experience, and many old drivers can still easily pass the first subject, but answering so many questions will still seriously affect the game experience. After all, there are still 50 questions after the reduction. Take the second and third subjects first, at least the player is driving. But Zhang Yan seriously doubts whether this is useful or not, and whether it will have a counterproductive effect. Because it is much more difficult to pass the second subject than to memorize the questions of the first and fourth subjects. Isn't it true that putting the second subject first is to discourage players? But no matter what, the driver's license was finally passed. Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of her heart. This sense of accomplishment is certainly not as good as the sense of accomplishment of passing the fourth subject and getting a driver's license in reality. After all, this is a game, but it has a very special feeling. Her self-confidence has swelled unprecedentedly. Because the driver's license test in reality has a certain degree of examination-oriented education, many subjects are passed by rote memorization, while the test in safe and civilized driving is passed by hard power. Therefore, if you pass the driving test in reality, it may still be a bit empty to really go on the road, and some people may need the company of an experienced driver. But in the game, Zhang Yan felt that she had no problem at all and could definitely go on the road safely. After getting the driver's license, Zhang Yan obtained 240,000 startup funds in the game and could freely choose a family car. Zhang Yan took a look and found that the optional models were not as rich as in reality. About 70% were fictional brands, but their prototypes in reality could be vaguely recognized, and the remaining 30% were existing brands, which were obviously authorized, but mostly domestic car manufacturers, and there were only a few foreign manufacturers, and none of them were well-known brands. Of course, due to price reasons, these models are basically all family sedans and SUVs. There are no sports cars, and the appearance is similar. With a budget of 240,000, the number of models to choose from is not too many, but not too few either. And it is best not to spend all of the 240,000. The official tips say that the money can be earned later, but some money must be kept in the account for emergency use, such as fines for violations and accident compensation. There can be a certain amount of credit and arrears, but it still has to be paid back in the end. Zhang Yan feels that her choice difficulty is a bit committed. When the budget is sufficient, it is not necessary to be so picky. Anyway, just buy the classic models of those famous brands, and they are not bad in all aspects, but when the budget is short, it will be very embarrassing, because these models will always have small flaws of one kind or another. Either the power is insufficient, or the safety is slightly poor, or the appearance is not good-looking. In short, if the budget is insufficient, these will definitely not be all-encompassing, which will further stimulate Zhang Yan's choice difficulty. Awesome Mini? Wow, I really want to buy this. It's so small that it must be easy to park, and the top version is only 40,000 yuan. Send benefits to the WeChat public account, and you can get a 888 red envelope. Hey, but will buying this car affect the subsequent game process? It's cheap, but the performance is a bit too weak. Forget it, let's consider a safer choice. Isn't there a Passat from Dazhong? The price is quite suitable. The new business version starts at 190,000. With car insurance and miscellaneous consumption, it is just within the budget, and there is still a little money left for emergency use. Then it's this one. Zhang Yan looked at several models and some new energy vehicles, and finally chose the Passat, which has a good reputation, as her first car. Of course, it is not called this name in the game, and the logo has been slightly changed, but its prototype can be roughly seen. Although this car does not seem to be suitable for girls to drive, it is said that you can make money by driving online ride-hailing in this game, so this car is very suitable. If you really buy a magical Mini, you will be very happy to drive it yourself, but will the charge for driving online ride-hailing be very low? At that time, if you make very little money for the same mileage, it will be embarrassing. And the magical Mini is too cheap after all, and the safety will not be very good. If you want to run a long-distance job in the future, you dare not go on the highway. After all, in this game, driving is both work and entertainment. For the first car, first meet work needs and ensure a certain degree of commerciality and safety. Once you have saved up a little money, you can then pursue higher goals. After choosing various options and paint jobs according to your own preferences, you can drive directly on the road. The license plate is also automatically installed, and players are allowed to customize it freely, using any province, letter, or number. I have to say that after all, it is a game, so this aspect is still very convenient, and even gave Zhang Yan the illusion that it was so smooth. On second thought, isn't this as it should be? This is just a game. Maybe it was because the driver's license test was so torturous in the front, so Zhang Yan was grateful for the convenience in the back. After driving on the road, Zhang Yan's first feeling was, cool. This feeling is very different from other racing games. Other racing games start with a wild ride on the road, which is really cool, but the subsequent experience is actually not much improved. It is nothing more than a more complex track and faster enemies. But safe and civilized driving is different. The first time I got my driver's license and went on the road, I inexplicably felt a sense of tension and uneasiness, and after running for a while, I didn't even touch it. You know, when Zhang Yan drives in other games, such minor collisions are inevitable. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1412 Never Drive While Tired. Driving a long distance, without any collisions will give people a sense of satisfaction. There are several reasons why there are no such minor bumps in safe and civilized driving. First, Zhang Yan had been driving in Subject 2 and Subject 3 for a long time before officially starting the game, and was very familiar with various operations, so it was not easy to make operational errors after going on the road. Second, the car is an ordinary family car, not a sports car, with less power and less speed, not to mention the restrictions of traffic regulations, so you can't drive fast even if you want to. Finally, it's a problem of awareness. Zhang Yan knows very well that according to the nature of this game, if the car has a bump, it will definitely cost money to repair it. Even if you buy insurance, the premium will definitely increase after the accident. So drive extra carefully. In fact, if you drive carefully enough in other driving games, you can avoid collisions, but most people don't have that patience, and there is no need to worry about whether to bump or not. At first, Zhang Yan felt very frustrated. Driving in the game is actually the same as in reality? But after driving for a while, Zhang Yan found that she was slowly getting used to this feeling, because even if you don't hit the car once, you can still feel a sense of accomplishment. It gives people the illusion that I have good driving skills or even the vehicle in this game has good controllability. In other games, I bump into the car while driving, but in safe and civilized driving, I rarely bump into the car. Does this mean that my driving skills have improved? Does it mean that safe and civilized driving is closer to the real driving experience? This feeling makes people feel that safe and civilized driving is different from ordinary racing games. After driving for a while and having a little fun, Zhang Yan couldn't help wanting to experience more game content. She took a look and found that there are many ways to make money in the game, but they are basically related to driving. The most basic way is to use your own car to drive an online car-hailing service, which is charged by mileage and runs back and forth in the city. I have set up a WeChat public account to send you year-end benefits. You can go and have a look. Sometimes you can get some urgent long-distance jobs, driving your own car on the highway to send customers to another nearby city. This kind of work takes a long time, and if you give up halfway, you won't get paid, but the income is obviously much higher. There are also designated drivers, which are similar to driving an online car-hailing service, but the cars driven may be of various types, and you may be able to satisfy your craving for a luxury car. The higher level ones are long-distance freight and long-distance passenger transport. These two are similar to long-distance driving, and they also take a long time, so you can't give up halfway. Moreover, long-distance freight and long-distance passenger transport both require completing other test items. Of course, it can also be seen as a novice tutorial. You can choose to buy a big truck yourself, or you can choose to work for others as a driver, but if you are a driver, the profit will definitely drop significantly. If you want to make more money, you still have to have your own car. Zhang Yan felt that it took so long to take the driver's license test for an ordinary family car, and it must be more difficult to take the driver's license for a big car, so she temporarily gave up this idea. The highest level is the track race and rally. To participate in this game link, you also need to pass the test. You can only participate in the competition if the lap time of certain tracks is within a certain number of minutes. If you win, the prize money is indeed very generous, but the damage to the car and tires and daily training requires a certain amount of financial resources to support it. If the early driving skills are not up to standard and you can't get the prize money from the competition, it is just a waste of money. The numerical system in the game is not strictly based on the real one, but has been adjusted. First of all, the time is greatly shortened. The normal driving time of online ride-hailing is about 5 to 10 minutes. Long-distance driving is also divided into short distance, medium distance, and long distance. Short distance is generally 30 minutes, medium distance is 1 hour, and long distance is more than 1 hour. During this period, you can go to the service area to rest, and the game can also be paused. The map is definitely not strictly based on the real map, but has been scaled down proportionally. After all, if a long-distance drive really takes 7 or 8 hours, most players can't stand it, and there is no need. The money earned in the game has certainly increased. You can earn a few hundred yuan after running an online ride-hailing car, that is, if you run a trip every 5 minutes, you can earn thousands of yuan in an hour. If you run a long-distance trip, you can make more money, tens of thousands of yuan in an hour. If you run a track, you can earn hundreds of thousands, or even more in a race. But there is no upper limit on spending money in this game. Violations will be deducted points and fines. After the points are deducted, you can continue to drive, but if you violate the traffic rules again, the fine will be doubled, and the more you fine, the more you will be fined. If the vehicle has an accident, you don't have to pay out of your own pocket if the insurance pays, but the premium will increase. If the insurance doesn't pay, you can only pay out of your own pocket to repair the car, which is not a small amount. The biggest expense is buying a new car, a more expensive family car, a more expensive truck, a more expensive racing car. It's all money. Of course, if you are more confident in yourself, you can also take out a loan, but the loan in the game cannot be defaulted, and the money will be directly deducted from the account at a fixed time. In short, the way to play this game is to drive normally, avoid accidents as much as possible, make more money, and make money to buy better cars. Of course, in this process, you will continue to improve your driving skills. If you are particularly confident in your driving skills, you can go to the track, which makes the most money. If you are not confident in your driving skills, you can't learn to drift or run the track, it doesn't matter. You can drive long-distance buses and trucks to make money and ensure safety and no accidents along the way. This is also a way to play. Zhang Yan originally thought that she would soon get bored if she kept driving online taxis, but after playing for a while, she found that she was not bored at all, but very addicted. Because compared with other racing games, although the surface fun of safe and civilized driving is different, the deep fun of the game is the same. Other driving games seem to drive fast, but in fact, they are also for running more tracks, getting better rankings, and making money to buy more cars, and so on. Safe and civilized driving seems to drive in accordance with the rules, but in fact, it is also for driving more routes, making more money to buy cars, and so on. In other words, apart from the driving fun part, they are all using numbers to drive the behavior of players. Other racing games may seem to have different tracks, but for ordinary players, they are actually similar. blindly accelerating in pursuit of faster speed and better ranking, resulting in frequent crashes. This experience is not that good. Of course, the real masters are equally awesome in any racing game. And safe and civilized driving is also running different city routes. Every time he arrives at a new place, Zhang Yan will drive seriously, with full concentration, and keep zero accidents. Every time he sends a customer to the destination and watches the account balance grow, he will have a sense of happiness from the heart. This kind of numerically driven sense of achievement is similar to some simulation business games, and is stronger than other racing games. Unknowingly, more than 3 hours have passed. Zhang Yan yawned, looking at the 50,000 yuan lying in the account, with a sense of happiness like a hamster overwintering. Before buying a car, there were more than 20,000 yuan left, and after running for 3 hours, he earned nearly 30,000 yuan. A prompt popped up on the screen, reminding Zhang Yan that he would enter a fatigued driving state after driving for 4 hours in a row, and he should rest in time. Zhang Yan looked at the time. It was not yet 4 hours, so she could still run one more order. However, the order she received this time was different from the previous ones. It was a long-distance order. The estimated journey time for this order was 1 hour and 15 minutes. If it was completed, she could earn more than 40,000 yuan directly. Zhang Yan couldn't help but cheer up. It was time to work. 1 hour of driving can earn more than 3 hours of driving before. For online car hailing, this kind of long-distance work is rare and is randomly refreshed. Once you give up, you don't know how many hours it will be before you encounter it again. If you want to make money by driving long distances regularly and for a long time, you must pass the driving test for buses or trucks, and then drive long-distance passenger transport or long-distance passenger transport. Zhang Yan has no plans to take the test yet. Therefore, she cherishes this opportunity very much. Just hold on a little longer, it's just 1 hour anyway, it's not a big problem. Zhang Yan immediately accepted the order, ran to the designated location to pick up the customer, and started driving directly on the highway. This kind of long-distance order route is randomly generated, and it is not all on the highway. Sometimes it will go to various provincial roads. Relatively speaking, the highway is definitely more spacious and easier to drive, but the scenery is not much better. On the provincial road, you can also see the scenery on both sides of the road, which will make you feel more cheerful. Of course, for Zhang Yan, she doesn't care about this difference at all. She is now thinking about making money. There were not many cars on the highway, and driving in one direction was monotonous. Zhang Yan yawned while driving, and soon felt her concentration plummeting. Although she didn't fall asleep immediately, her brain was already a little slow to work. At this moment, she suddenly saw a large truck that had broken down due to an accident in front of her. Maybe it was because she was not paying attention before, or maybe it was because she had not had time to put up the warning sign just after the car broke down, so she didn't see the warning sign at all. Ah! Zhang Yan was startled and stepped on the brakes in a hurry, but it was too late. She didn't dare to turn the direction sharply for fear that the car would directly roll over 360 degrees, so she only turned the direction a little bit, and as a result, she had a standard 25% offset collision and hit the guardrail behind the large truck. Fortunately, the guardrail of this large truck was reinforced, unlike many large trucks whose guardrails were cut corners and went directly into the bottom of the car when touched. Unfortunately, even with the guardrail, this time it was still a solid collision. With a loud bang, all the airbags in the car exploded, and the screen went black again. Ah! My zero accident. Zhang Yan was very annoyed. If she had known earlier, she should have gone to rest. Honestly, why did she do fatigue driving? Now, I didn't make 40,000 yuan, and my car crashed, which was a huge loss. And the car crash was obviously my fault, so the insurance will compensate, but it's hard to say how much the medical expenses will cost. I hope the medical expenses in the game will be reduced accordingly, otherwise this crash will directly cost me 1,000,000 yuan in medical expenses, which would be a disaster. However, what Zhang Yan didn't expect was that she didn't wait for the medical bill, but waited for the death notice. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1413 Headshot in a Car Accident? Add more and ask for monthly tickets. What's going on? Zhang Yan was at a loss. She thought the worst-case scenario was serious injury, but she didn't expect to die directly. In theory, she stepped on the brakes when she found that she was about to hit. Although the speed of the car did not completely slow down, considering that there were anti-collision beams and airbags in the car, and she was also honestly fastened with seat belts, under the protection of various safety measures, she should not die directly, right? If the God Car Mini died on the spot after such a collision, it would be fine. After all, the safety of a car of more than 30,000 yuan cannot be expected too much, and no one should drive this thing on the highway, but Zhang Yan bought a Passat of more than 200,000 yuan. This brand of car has always been famous for the heavy sound of closing the car door. Of course, Zhang Yan didn't understand these things, and she said this after reading some posts on the internet. The sound of closing the car door is very heavy, which means that the steel used is more solid, so the safety must be more reliable. But what is the result? Where is it reliable? Fortunately, the game is very merciful and allows players to watch death replays, so that players can die clearly. The death notice stated that the head, neck, calf, foot and other parts were all seriously injured, especially the trauma to the head and neck. There was basically no possibility of disability, because he died directly. If you look at the wreckage of the vehicle, you can see it more clearly. The original beautiful new car has become a scrapped car. The most conspicuous thing is that the A-pillar of the car is almost broken, which has a very obvious invasion of the cockpit space, and it must cause serious squeezing of the passengers in the car. In this way, it is not surprising that the driver's calf, foot and other parts were seriously injured. That's not right? If the calf and foot are seriously injured, at most it is amputation, and the life can still be saved, right? Zhang Yan is still puzzled. Of course, between death and severe disability, no one is willing to make a choice, everyone wants to be safe. But if you have to choose, it is definitely better to save as much life as possible. Although dying directly saves medical expenses, but, if you lose your life, there is no place to spend the saved medical expenses? Zhang Yan took another look and was surprised to find that this game not only had death statistics, but also death replays. In the accident replay, Zhang Yan clearly saw the entire process of the car accident. The truck in front suddenly had a flat tire, causing the vehicle to lose control and stop on the road. The accident happened suddenly, so the driver didn't have time to put up a warning sign. Zhang Yan was driving tired and didn't observe the road conditions carefully. When she found out, it was too late. Although she stepped on the brakes, she still crashed into it. The key point is after the collision. Zhang Yan watched the entire collision process in slow motion, just to figure out where the serious injuries to the head and neck came from. Logically speaking, the seat belt was obviously fastened, and there were airbags in the car, which should have a good cushioning effect, right? It can't be that the airbag didn't pop out and the head hit the windshield, right? However, after watching the video carefully, Zhang Yan was dumbfounded. After the violent collision, the airbag did pop out, but it might be because the A-pillar was severely deformed, or it might be because the steering wheel was displaced due to the intrusion of the cockpit. The airbag didn't catch the driver's face. This caused the driver's head to pass by the airbag and hit directly on the broken and severely invaded A-pillar. As for the side airbags, I'm sorry, this model doesn't have side airbags. Of course, maybe it was considered not to scare the children, so there was no bleeding effect, and the driver looked almost like a dummy. But just seeing this scene is enough to imagine how much damage it would cause in reality. It must have been a headshot on the spot, unrecognizable, and the cervical vertebrae were also comminuted fractures. There is no need to pay tribute to his appearance, just cremated directly. This is too outrageous. Zhang Yan said that she couldn't accept this. There was an airbag, but it didn't catch the driver's head? This is simply unheard of. What's more, Passat, which has always been known for its good safety, crashed into such a result. Is it really not the game that is cheating? The car is gone, and the person is gone. The only good news is that after opening a new account and retraining, the property left by the previous account, that is, the tens of thousands of yuan, can be inherited. And because the previous account did not violate the traffic rules, the new account does not need to take the driver's license test again. However, the initial capital is not 240,000, but 200,000. Obviously, after opening a new account, although the property of the previous account can be inherited, the initial capital will be reduced. After a few times, it should drop to a minimum value, such as 50,000, 80,000, etc. By that time, there will be very few cars that can be bought, and you still have to save money slowly from the beginning. This is probably to prevent some people from deliberately causing car accidents to make money. They buy a car worth tens of thousands of yuan each time, and after the car crashes, the remaining money is passed on to the next account, and then they crash and swipe repeatedly. Moreover, this preferential treatment can only be given if the car accident is caused by normal driving. If the car accident is caused by active violation of traffic rules, if a new account is opened, the fine may be inherited, and the driver's license must be retested. Zhang Yan could accept this result, at least her previous hard work was not in vain. With nearly 260,000 yuan in hand, she could buy another good car. But she couldn't accept the result of the collision at all. It was time to take a break. Zhang Yan planned to take a break for half an hour and check everyone's comments online. There should be many people who chose Passat as their first car like her. This collision result is definitely unacceptable to everyone. Of course, you can also take a look at which car is better. This time, you can't spend the 260,000 yuan on hand. You must choose a car with better safety. Otherwise, no matter how much money you make, it will still be a big loss if you die. There are already many discussions about safe and civilized driving on the internet. It's too hard to get a driver's license, I gave up. I don't think the second subject in real life is that hard. Is there anyone who can help me get a driver's license? Thank you so much. The Safe and Civilized Driving Driver's License Test Must Pass tutorial. You'll be at a loss if you don't read it. Fuck, I took the test for 2 hours and finally passed. I don't know why, I suddenly recalled the feeling of playing Turning Back before, which was also stuck in the novice village for 2 hours. It's okay, the driver's license test for buses and trucks is waiting for you, which is more difficult. Forget it, I'd better drive an online car-hailing car honestly. Is there something wrong with this game? I drive to and from work all day, and after get off work I want to play a game at home for fun, but it turns out to be more tense than in real life. I think the most outrageous thing is the damage to the car. Why does it feel like the car is more resistant to collision than in real life? It deforms seriously after a slight collision. It's too scary. In fact, this is the real collision effect. In other racing games, the hood flies off after a collision at 200 km per hour, and the car is fine. That's ridiculously fake. It's just that everyone has become accustomed to the hardness of the car body in other racing games, so they are not used to this game. It is said that a large part of the massive investment in the game Safe and Civilized Driving is on the engine. The chassis, A-pillars, and other structures of the vehicle are designed separately. The strength of different structures is different. Coupled with the real physical effect of the engine, it is 90% close to the collision result in reality. Nonsense. This is a complete gimmick. I used the Passat to hit and the person was killed. How can the real Passat be so rubbish? Either the collision system is not perfect and not as awesome as they boast, or they deliberately blackened the Passat. Me too, the Passat was directly lifted up on the spot after a collision. It's too unreasonable. Yes, especially the offset collision, the result is too outrageous. The airbag didn't even catch the driver's face. There must be something wrong with the calculation of the physics engine in the game. Why is it unreasonable? Have you ever crashed a Passat in real life? Fuck, who dares to drive like this in real life? But the Passat has always been known for its safety, and old car owners have praised it. Could it be that so many people are Dazhong's agents? I created a WeChat public account to send year-end benefits to everyone. You can go and have a look. Don't be too confident. The collision results of the new Passat and IIAS haven't come out yet, right? It should be out in the next 2 days. What if this generation has reduced configuration? The collision results of the Me version of Passat have come out, all excellent. Can the domestic reduction be reduced to such a shoddy level? Yes, no matter how much the configuration is reduced, can the airbag be reduced to a crooked level? If the test results come out excellent, how should the game Safe and Civilized Driving explain it? Did it accept black money from competitors? Everyone, stop arguing. The game doesn't say that this is Dazhong's Passat. This car logo and this shape have been changed a lot, but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Do you still want to deny it? In addition to discussing the driver's license test, people on the internet are also discussing vehicle collision results. After all, those who cannot pass the driving test have been persuaded to quit, and those who have passed the driving test and accept this kind of play will more or less pay attention to the safety of the vehicle. There is a saying that goes, going fast is nothing, not falling is success. This is not like many other racing games, where you own the car forever after buying it, and it will not break or need repairs no matter how it crashes, and the driver will not be injured. In Safe and Civilized Driving, safety and maintenance economy will directly affect the player's income. You worked hard for an hour and earned 40,000 yuan, but a car accident directly returned to the pre-liberation era. Can you not pay attention to vehicle safety? As the car with the largest difference between expected and collision results, Passat naturally received the most attention. The IIAS mentioned by netizens is the Insurance Institute for Automotive Safety, which is translated as the Automobile Safety Insurance Association. This is a car safety evaluation organization recognized by the world as more objective and fair. Because it was established by the Insurance Association, and the interests of insurance and car manufacturers are naturally contradictory. The worse the safety of the vehicle, the more compensation the insurance company has to pay after the accident, so it is basically not bought by car manufacturers. Most people regard it as an important consideration when buying a car. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1414. It really improves driving skills. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. This year's new Passat will of course be sampled and tested by IIAS. At present, the collision results of the Me version have been released, all excellent, and the domestic results are said to be released in the next 2 days. Of course, the configuration of the same model in different regions will also be different. Many joint venture cars are worse than the Me version and European version of the same model in China. This is a very common phenomenon, and they will be criticized badly when it is exposed. For example, aluminum is replaced with steel, and it is even a bit common. But for Passat, many consumers are still willing to believe, because in recent years, the reputation of the Dazhong brand in China is not bad, and everyone thinks that even if the configuration is reduced, it is impossible to reduce it to the extent shown in the game. Airbags don't connect to the face. Is this something that people can do? People who support Passat and those who support safe and civilized driving are arguing fiercely on the internet. Of course, in addition to these arguments, there are also some other more valuable posts. For example, someone tested several entry-level models in a selfless spirit for your reference. The best result among them is actually a domestic electric car, the HF6 SUV. Although the starting price is more than 50,000 yuan more expensive than the Passat, the safety tested in the game is much better than the Passat. Moreover, this HF6 has been tested by IIAS, and the test results are indeed close to all excellent, which is very close to the results in the game. And many other joint venture cars of the same price actually have problems of one kind or another. Of course, this result has also caused a lot of controversy. Some people suspect that the development team of Safe and Civilized Driving has received money from this domestic new energy vehicle manufacturer. This payment may be done in a more covert way. I will show your car truthfully and not exaggerate, but I will make the fine cars of the same level as yours worse, so that you will be highlighted, right? And the danger of doing so is low and not easy to be detected. Combined with the previous exaggerated performance of the Passat, it is not surprising that such suspicion arises. If the game Safe and Civilized Driving is a little more difficult, it will be fine, and players can still accept it, but if it takes black money and discredits some car brands, then this is a huge stain. Zhang Yan read the relevant discussions on the internet and did not participate in them. After all, the facts are still unclear, and the collision results of many joint venture models have not yet come out, so it doesn't necessarily mean that Safe and Civilized Driving is just trying to discredit the show. What if Safe and Civilized Driving is not cooperating with car manufacturers, but with IIAS? What if after getting the collision data from IIAS, the cars in the game were adjusted to be realistic? It's hard to say. After all, Qingshan Studio's real estate agent simulator has set up a real service department. It's not surprising that Shangyang Games is working on Safe and Civilized Driving to link with reality. Zhang Yan rested well and returned to the game again. This time she learned to be smart and chose the HF6 as her new car, and she became much more careful when driving on the road. After running a few more jobs, she suddenly wanted to try what it felt like to drive a big truck. I haven't tried it. Because she has driven sedans and SUVs in real life, and driving them in the game is just like that. There is no great novelty and fun, just making money. But if you want to make money, it is obviously more profitable to run long-distance passenger or freight transport. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan cheered up again and began to prepare for the new exam. She originally thought that since she had already passed the car driving test in the game, it shouldn't be that hard to get a truck driving test. However, once she started, she realized that it was not the case at all. It was much harder. Passenger buses have to carry passengers and be responsible for the safety of passengers, so the test items are much more difficult than those for family cars, and large trucks are even more difficult, because the front and body of a semi-trailer are not a whole, but connected, and the difficulty of reversing is simply breaking through the sky. Zhang Yan tried many times, but she was discouraged by just reversing into the garage, because the body behind her did not go as she thought, and all the skills of reversing into the garage before were useless. There were even several times when the car was driven out of the shape of "What's wrong with you, little brother," with the front and the rear compartment at a 60-degree angle, and the whole thing was stuck. Too difficult. Is this driven by a human? Zhang Yan was a little skeptical about life. After trying for nearly an hour and failing all the time, Zhang Yan angrily quit the game. But after quitting, she still quietly searched for teaching videos for large truck drivers' license tests on the internet and started learning. Although failures all the time can make people very frustrated, once they succeed, the sense of accomplishment is incomparable. Zhang Yan felt that her skills were already very good, and if she worked harder, there should be hope. And after calming down, she realized a problem, that is, Safe and Civilized Driving is indeed very helpful in improving driving skills compared to other racing games. Can other games improve driving skills? Of course they can. But these games seem to have some obvious shortcomings. Some racing games that are played purely for fun are not real. Even if you play with a steering wheel, you can only practice the control of the direction at most. Some special racing simulation games can improve driving skills. Many professional drivers also do some daily training in these games, but the biggest problem with these games is that the threshold is too high and the difficulty curve is too uneven. How many novices can run on the track right away, let alone pursue time and ranking? In some rally games, it is questionable whether novices can run the whole course before the car is completely damaged. And these games basically have no teaching. Even the most basic operations such as routing and drifting require players to search for information on the internet to learn by themselves, which is really unfriendly to novices. Some driving simulation games are equipped with very complete assisted driving systems, which can automatically help you brake, turn, etc., giving you the illusion that I run well. But the problem is that the assisted driving system not only does not improve your driving skills, but also makes you dependent and develop wrong driving habits. A big advantage of safe and civilized driving is that it uses this kind of restriction to build a progressive level of difficulty for players. The process of getting a driver's license is actually the process of teaching novices. Players may feel impatient at first and want to skip the driver's license test and drive directly on the road. But what will happen if players really drive on the road? They will run rampant, damage the car, and soon lose interest in the game. Because zero accidents is the core fun of this game. This is similar to the suffering game. Turning back is the shore. If players are really asked to mow the grass all the way, they will soon lose interest. However, increasing the difficulty of the game and forcing players to hone their skills will discourage many players at the beginning, but once they get into it, the happiness brought by this technical improvement is much better than mowing the grass. After passing the driver's license test, most players will have a kind of mysterious confidence in their driving skills, so they can smoothly integrate into the game. The next step is to make money, change cars, and then pursue higher driving skills. Although Zhang Yan can now make money by driving online car hailing steadily, she knows very well that there is no limit to this game. If you are tired of driving online car hailing, you have to take a driver's license for a large truck, right? Driving a heavy truck to transport goods is much more difficult than driving an online ride-hailing car, and there are at least hundreds of hours of fun. When you get tired of driving long-distance buses and large trucks, there are also circuit races and rallies to run, and there is no limit to the speed of running this thing. Moreover, the track races and rally races in safe and civilized driving are different from other driving simulation games. Other driving simulation games do not have enough preparation, and they are too unfriendly to novices. Safe and civilized driving is different. After hundreds of hours of training, the basic driving skills are already very solid. At this time, the novice tutorial is used to let players familiarize themselves with basic operations such as line routing and drifting. It is much easier to drift in a circle or figure eight in the training ground before running track races or rally races. At least there will be no situation where the car is damaged and the whole course is not completed. In short, safe and civilized driving has forcibly smoothed the difficulty curve of driving games through a large number of restrictions in the early stage, so that the game experience of players who really play it has been greatly improved. Especially for players with matching steering wheels, once they play it, they will not be able to stop. Zhang Yan secretly made up her mind to work hard for another day tomorrow and pass the truck driver's license, no matter what. January 18, Friday. Yi Zhizhou came to Tuwei Live and met Hu Xianben, whom he had not seen for a long time. The two good comrades from the first episode of Suffering Journey met again, and they felt inexplicably sympathetic. The function you want has been completed. Don't worry, we will never favor one over the other in the two game departments. Hu Xianben was very proud. The two came to the entertainment room, where there were two safe and civilized driving simulators, both of which were deluxe packages with exactly the same configuration. The two sat in their seats and fastened their seat belts. Then, Hu Xianben started driving, while Yi Zhizhou put his hands down and did not touch the steering wheel at all. Hu Xianbin's driving skills were not very good, so he just drove casually on the city roads. The function they were testing had nothing to do with driving skills. While Hu Xianbin was driving and steering, the steering wheel in front of Yi Zhizhou was also turning in the same way. In addition, the corner of the screen in front of Yi Zhizhou was also showing the depth of Hu Xianbin's accelerator and brake pedals, gear shifting operations, etc. Chapter 14-15, Special Live Broadcast Function. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Hu Xianbin explained while driving, the direct drive steering wheel can operate by reading the data in the game, but the pedals and gears cannot do so, so they can only be displayed on the screen. At the same time, in order to ensure safety, we will require the players watching not to put their hands on the steering wheel. Once the steering wheel feels external force, it will automatically exit the viewing mode to prevent the direct drive steering wheel from turning quickly and hurting the player's hands. In short, through this built-in live broadcast function, players can see how the boss steers and how to step on the brakes and accelerators on their own devices. These videos can even be taken back and repeatedly studied and researched. Yi Zhizhou nodded, well, it's enough to do this, and we can slowly optimize it in the future. For a long time, one of the things that bothered racing players the most was that the learning cost was too high. Many people want to learn drifting, but how to drift? This thing sounds simple, but it is actually very difficult to do. Although there are many video tutorials online that explain the principles of drifting and the movements of hands and feet, most people can only learn it at a glance and then give up after a while, not to mention drifting by visually estimating the distance from the bend center. Even drifting in a fixed circle in a fixed field is impossible. In addition to the poor driving foundation, another very important reason is that it is not intuitive enough. In the video of the drifting of the big guys, you can only see the big guys turning the steering wheel quickly, and even let go of the steering wheel to let it automatically return to the wheel and then grab it, and then operate it smoothly, and drift over. After watching it, I just shouted, awesome, but when I thought about it carefully, how did the big guys operate? I didn't remember it at all. Because the picture in the video itself is small, the big guy's hand movements will block the steering wheel. If you want to see the game screen, you can't see the hand movements clearly, and if you want to see the hand movements, you can't see the actual picture clearly. It is difficult to combine the two. Some people put the data of the steering wheel rotation on the screen, but it's still the same problem, it's not clear. And most of these videos are also videos of running on the field, and the operation of each corner is different when turning. The big guys can distinguish which method should be used for each corner, but novices will only be confused and don't know where to start. So Yi Zhizhou discussed with Hu Xianbin and decided to link it with Rabbit Tail Live and build a live broadcast system. It can also be said to be a remote teaching system. In fact, the principle of this live broadcast system is similar to that of GOG's viewing system. Both combine live broadcast software and games to connect deep data. In this way, when the anchor operates the steering wheel on his computer, the audience's steering wheel will also turn automatically. There are return lines on the steering wheel, and the distance is close, so it can be seen very clearly. You can see the subtle changes of the steering wheel in great detail, and you can see exactly how many laps it has made. Its biggest advantage is that it is intuitive. The anchor can open a teaching session, and after all the audience are in place, go to the venue to drift a fixed circle and show the specific operation. The audience can jump out of the frame of the small screen, watch the game screen, observe the rotation of the steering wheel, and feel the feeling brought to them by the G-force seat. This all-round learning method is much more intuitive than staring at the small screen and watching the anchor's hand movements. Moreover, this teaching system can not only teach high-end racing skills such as drifting, but its universality is very strong. From how to take a corner in track races and rally races, and how to improve lap times, to how to reverse into a parking space in the second subject, we can teach you everything. As long as there are enough anchors on Rabbit Tail Live, they will naturally seek differentiation and teach different content. At that time, as long as players buy a steering wheel, they can go to rabbit tail live to find the teaching content they need and learn slowly. Although driving itself is still a very expensive thing to learn, it requires boring practice and unremitting persistence, but with such a convenient learning method and different difficulty levels in the game, as long as players pass the initial driver's license test, they should be getting smoother and smoother afterwards. This is different from other racing games. Other racing games may be easy to get started at the beginning, and you can race after a little adaptation to the operations of braking, accelerator, and steering, but the fun will be diluted as you play, and the more you play, the less interesting it will be. This is a huge difference between safe and civilized driving and other racing games. Yi Zhizhou was very satisfied. Well, very good, this is the function I need. I will go back and make arrangements to update the safe and civilized driving with built-in rabbit tail live as soon as possible, so that players can enjoy this function as soon as possible. Hu Xianbin asked, how is the situation after the release of safe and civilized driving? Yi Zhizhou smiled, it's all within my expectations. Because I used the promotional plan passed down by President Pei, it caused some controversy in the early stage. I saw that many people on the internet were arguing about the results of the Passat collision. But it doesn't matter. Our data is all from IIAS, and we have adjusted these vehicles according to the collision results of IIAS. When the collision results of IIAS come out, the truth will come out naturally. The quality of safe and civilized driving itself is strong enough, there is no doubt about that. Hu Xianbin took out his mobile phone and looked at the date, but when will IIAS release the collision results? I remember that it will be released at the earliest next Monday. Is it really okay to be scolded for so long? Yi Zhizhou shook his head, no problem. The more people scold now, the more violent the reversal will be when the results come out. What's more, safe and civilized driving is just a game after all. Dazhong's fans will hold on to this point, but most other players will not give bad reviews or refunds because of this. They still value the gameplay content more. In other words, as a game, safe and civilized driving has a shield when it is criticized, and an amplifier when it is praised. The low scores and bad reviews now are all minor. I have been in Tenda games for so long, what storms have I not seen? In the past, Game Producer, Turning Back and Struggle were all criticized more harshly than now, but in the end, everyone still liked them obediently. Hu Xianbin nodded, that's right, then let's wait patiently. At the same time, the author inspiration class of the Chinese website of the END.AS soon as Chui Geng showed up, he was surrounded by authors. Teacher Chui is here. Brother Chui, you are amazing. How did you know about the election in Ukraine? Teach me some experience. How can I write a work suitable for copyright adaptation? Since the adaptation plan of Successor was put on the agenda, Chui Geng started to slack off and had a great time. Even after Successor was released, he still stayed in the nearby slacking internet cafe every day and had a lot of fun. Of course, in addition to being lazy and not wanting to start a new book, his play also had a sense of escape. Because the reputation of Successor after its release was indeed not very good. Seeing that the number of views and ratings of this series could not be increased, many people on the internet were scolding, especially the group of people headed by Qian who scolded the most, which made Chui Geng, the original author, doubt the story a little. As the original author, he could not personally participate in the scene, so he could only hold it in, so that he was in a very bad mood some time ago. Unexpectedly, the election results in Ukraine, thousands of miles away, turned out to be a win for Successor. Many people on the internet were still calling Chui Geng a pigeon spirit 1 second, and then they turned into Teacher Chui the next second. It was so real. Qian's leading apology set off a wave of apologies, and even made Chui Geng a little embarrassed. The ratings of Successor skyrocketed, and the reputation and broadcast volume were both good. It can be seen that Fei Huang's studio should be able to make money from this series, and Cui Gong was relieved. After all, if this series fails, it is definitely not Fei Huang Studio's fault, but definitely the fault of him, the original author. If other works fail to be adapted, they can blame the director for not shooting well, the screenwriter lost the essence of the original work in the adaptation, and the investors forcibly intervened in the script, and the original author can get himself clean. But Successor is different. Fei Huang Studio is completely faithful to the original work for filming. There is no such thing as the director not shooting well, the screenwriter making random changes, and the investors intervening. Not only that, Fei Huang Studio completely took out super high-standard treatment to shoot this series. Not only did it go to the United States to co-produce with foreign film and television companies, but also invited actors of the movie Emperor level such as Liu Zhiyao to play supporting roles in this series. If this goes wrong, it can only be said that it is the original author's fault. At that time, everyone will say that this original work is so bad that even Fei Huang Studio can't carry it. Fortunately, now the dust has finally settled. So Cui Gong finally put his mind at ease and came to the inspiration class, thinking about whether his new book can officially start. Of course, it's called The Beginning, but it's actually creating a new folder. Now, Cui Gong doesn't want to write a single word anywhere except the inspiration class. Anyway, when he gets to the Muing Internet Cafe, he can't help but open the game and can't control his hands at all. Only in the environment of the inspiration class can he really inspire inspiration and have sufficient motivation to create. Obviously, these three copyright adaptation works have long been the focus of discussion among the authors of the inspiration class. First, the great success of Eternal Reincarnation made the authors see the bright prospects of copyright adaptation and excited. But then, Successor did not receive a good response and was about to fail, which made all the authors a little worried, fearing that the failure of this project would hit Mr. Pei's enthusiasm for copyright adaptation, resulting in fewer opportunities for adaptation in the future for the inspiration class. Finally, the reputation of Successor reversed, and Agent Academy also became a hot animation series on the Iladeo website with its appalling daily updates. Everything is settled. All three copyright adaptation projects were successful, which made the authors of the inspiration class reach their peak of admiration for Mr. Pei. Of the three projects, Succession is clearly the most worrying and the most dramatic. Although Eternal Reincarnation is also very successful, the author Yu Fei has now become the head of Tingda's game department and has no time to come to the inspiration class. Therefore, the authors can only learn from Cui Gong. Chapter 14-16, The Creative Direction of the Inspiration Class. Seeing that the authors in the inspiration class were like chicks crying for food, eager to get some knowledge about creation from him, Cui Gong was a little embarrassed. Because he didn't know what to say at all. If it was the skills of traditional online writing, he could talk about it. But the authors who can come to the inspiration class are all good at traditional online writing, and each of them has a set of unique skills. Cui Gong's experience is more than enough to tell the authors who don't have much achievements, but the authors in the inspiration class are all at the same level, so what's the point of talking? What's more, these authors want to hear Cui Gong's mental journey in creating Successor. They want to know how to write it specifically so that they can get the opportunity to adapt the copyright. After all, they are all well-known authors. How many of them come to the inspiration class to be lazy? They all go for copyright adaptation. Just like Cui Gong, the success of the adaptation of Successor will not only increase the popularity of the whole story by several dimensions, but also give him a considerable share of the income from the series. The money he made was much more than what he could earn from writing a regular online novel. Under the dual stimulation of fame and fortune, these authors looked at Cui Gong with admiration, as if they were looking at a living god of wealth. But the problem is that Cui Gong himself can't explain this question clearly. Cui Gong coughed twice in embarrassment. Ahem, to be honest, I really don't have much to say. Everyone has successful works, and everyone is good at different writing skills. My experience may not be suitable for everyone. What's more, the story of Successor is completely a random discovery of mine. I wrote it on the spur of the moment, and I didn't even have high expectations after writing it. If it weren't for President Pei saying that this could be adapted, I would have thrown it aside long ago. Chui Gong spoke his mind very frankly, but the authors didn't believe it at all. Wow, you've gotten so good. You wrote such a successful work in a snap. I tell you, only now is it illegal to show off in our country, otherwise you would have been arrested long ago. Wow, 110? Report, someone is showing off here, the situation is getting out of control. Lao Chui, don't be modest, is this the time to be modest? What did we say when we went to the internet cafe to play games together, share the good and the bad, and don't forget to bring your brothers along when you become rich in the future, have you forgotten it? Yes, don't be modest, just say whatever you want. The author still refused to give in. Obviously, no one believed that Chui Gong was just writing something on the spur of the moment. They all thought he was being modest. Chui Gong was helpless. No one believed the truth these days. It was all because of those pretentious people. Why do you pretend when you have nothing to do? As a result, the trust cost of the entire society has increased, and people who really tell the truth are not trusted. There was no other way, so I could only say something casually. Chui Gong tried hard to recall the motivation and inspiration for writing Successor. Don't mention it, he really remembered something. Thinking of this, he nodded, okay, then I'll talk about it briefly. When Chui Gong said he was going to give a lecture, the authors immediately got excited. There was nothing missing in the inspiration class, there was a large conference table and an audiovisual room. Because there were too many people, the large conference table couldn't accommodate so many people, so everyone decided to go to the audiovisual room. Turn on the lights, give Chui Gong a microphone, and turn it into a lecture. Seeing this scene, Chui Gong was a little helpless, but what else could he do now? Talk. Anyway, we just need to tell the whole story of how Successor came into being. How other authors understand it is their own business. The cause of this matter can be traced back to a morning not long after the inspiration class was established. At that time, President Pei came to inspect. After rejecting several of my creative directions, he pointed me to a clear path. Chui Gong recounted the process of his communication with President Pei at that time. At that time, his first choice was to write a fan work of mission and choice, and his second choice was to write stories about the traditional domestic IPs purchased by GOG, but all of them were rejected by President Pei. President Pei pointed him to a way to write superhero themes for Hurricane Comics. Chui Gong felt that this was not realistic at all, because superhero themes were the private domain of the top 2 comic companies in the United States, and only they could play with them, because this was a theme rooted in the cultural background of Western liberalism. In short, the path pointed out by President Pei looked like a dead end. However, President Pei said, superhero themes that are only for domestic readers may not necessarily fail. Moreover, President Pei also said, why do you have to make readers like these superheroes? You can also write these superheroes to death, or make them live a life worse than death. Anyway, readers don't like these superheroes. Doesn't this give you more room to play? It was these 2 requirements that drove Chui Gong to analyze President Pei's deep demands and finally finalized the anti-superhero theme, which led to the story of Successor. The authors in the audience nodded frequently. It turns out that there is such a tortuous story behind Successor? Listening to Chui Gong's words, the story of Successor was never his first choice, but his third choice. It was President Pei who insisted that Chui Gong write in this direction, which led to Successor. If President Pei had not intervened, Chui Gong would probably be writing a fanfiction of mission and choice. Of course, the fanfiction of mission and choice may not be unsuccessful, and it may even be adapted as a DLC for the game Mission and Choice. but in that case, the work successor would not appear. In comparison, it is obvious that successor is more successful because it created a new IP instead of relying on the existing IP of mission and choice. Some authors sitting in the front row showed obvious disappointment on their faces. After all this fuss, it turns out that the theme of successor was designated by President Pei? Then a large part of the success of this story should be attributed to President Pei. However, this kind of treatment is not common. As an old author and one of the first members to join the inspiration class, Chui Geng can get guidance from President Pei, but others can't. Then this is completely useless. As if he had seen through the minds of these authors, Chui Geng changed the subject. However, after this period of reflection and speculation, I suddenly gained something and gained a deeper understanding of the creative direction and creative concept encouraged by President Pei. I can share this with everyone. The authors in the audience became more energetic again. This is good. This is pure dry goods. Although everyone cannot get the guidance of President Pei, after Chui Geng's analysis, interpretation, and transmission of President Pei's creative direction and creative concept, it is equivalent to getting the guidance of President Pei. As long as you create according to President Pei's ideas, the content you create will definitely meet Tengda's adaptation standards. Chui Geng smiled slightly and said, I think the 3 works adapted this time were not randomly picked by President Pei, but represent the 2 creative directions encouraged by President Pei. The first type is Eternal Reincarnation and Agent Academy, which are based on Tengda's existing IP content and derive the subject matter into other fields. Novels, games, animation, and cross-border between different art forms have a very positive significance for expanding Tengda's cultural industry map. Of course, this is a simple way to play. There should be many authors who choose this path in the future inspiration class, so the competition will be fierce, and only relatively excellent works will have the possibility of being adapted. The second type is the type of successor. Considering that President Pei once personally pointed out to me, it is obvious that he prefers this creative direction. And this direction is simply to base on the traditional cultural heritage and social phenomena of the Chinese people and create works that meet the preferences and tastes of young people. There are 2 key elements here, and neither is indispensable. If you only base your creations on traditional cultural heritage and social phenomena, but do not meet the preferences and tastes of young people, then it will become an empty preaching and cannot be widely disseminated. Moreover, we must correct our attitude and clarify our positioning. We are not traditional writers. We write the content must be guaranteed to be interesting and even enjoyable for young people, and only on this basis can we pursue other things. If we do not base ourselves on traditional cultural heritage and social phenomena, but blindly cater to the tastes of young people, we may fall into a situation where the content is empty. For ordinary online novels, this is of course no problem. After all, we can earn royalties. But for the inspiration class, it needs to be adapted into other themes, which requires a lot of investment, and only works with rich connotations are necessary to use such huge resources for adaptation. The successor just meets these 2 points, so there is a possibility of a reversal of word of mouth in the end. Everyone should also pay attention to one point. Works that meet these 2 conditions at the same time are likely to give people an unwelcome and unpleasant first impression. On the one hand, it is because these 2 are difficult to balance. On the other hand, the cultural invasion of the Western world is all-encompassing and subtle. Many of our habits may have been changed inadvertently, and no one thinks there is anything wrong. At this time, a work that depicts content that is completely different from people's common sense will inevitably trigger resistance and opposition from these people. Just like the content described in the successor, if it were not for the election results of Ukraine, how many people would think it is reasonable? They are all scolding, saying that this is a deliberate smear. So, as long as everyone chooses this path, no matter how many people are not optimistic at the beginning, they must stick to it. Everyone must believe that as long as you stick to this path, even if everyone is not optimistic, President Pei will be optimistic, and as long as President Pei is optimistic, the work can be adapted, and it will definitely succeed after the adaptation. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1417, Attraction to Top Authors. The authors all listened attentively, with a blazing fire of hope in their eyes. That's great. I told you that Lao Chui was in Versailles before. You obviously have so much to say, don't you? Why do you say you have no experience? If you have no experience, then what are we? That's right. Do you have any useful information? Don't hide it. Carry forward the Tenda spirit and guide us. It turns out that President Pei had already planned the creative direction of the inspiration class, but I didn't know it. Yeah, when I think about the time when I was in the inspiration class, I was chasing dramas all day long, in the name of collecting materials, but in fact I was just slacking off. I feel very ashamed of President Pei's expectations and cultivation. Lao Chui is still reliable. The last time Yu Fei came back, we asked him to talk about his experience, but he didn't say anything, and he even talked a lot. It was really infuriating. Chui Geng was a little surprised. Yu Fei came back? What did he say? Since Yu Fei became the chief planner of Tenda Games, Chui Geng has never seen him again, the author said indignantly. We asked him to talk about his creative experience and creative ideas, and talk about the connection between the game and the novel. Guess what he said? He said that he didn't have any creative experience at all. Eternal Reincarnation was simply written as a fan fiction, and he didn't have any creative ideas at all. He also said that the success of the game adaptation of Eternal Reincarnation was all due to President Pei, and it had nothing to do with him. Oh, he also said that he is now a confused chief designer and doesn't know how to design a game at all. He can only barely complete his work tasks with the help of President Pei and other project team members. Old Chui, please judge, how can there be such a person in this world? You said you were pretending to be cool, but at least you should pretend to be smooth. But Yu Fei pretended to be not smooth at all, but stiff. Do you think he was deliberately irritating me? Chui Geng nodded in agreement. Yes, it is indeed irritating. But I think there is still a little credibility in his words. Mr. Pei must have done a lot of design work with him, otherwise he would not have been able to get started quickly. The author sighed. Hey, he became the chief designer of Tenda Games by writing books. I envy him. Of course, everyone just said this. The chief designer of Tenda Games department did earn more and worked on bigger projects, but everyone felt that not everyone could do it. Yu Fei said that he knew nothing, but he must have this potential, so he was discovered by President Pei. Instead of envying Yu Fei, it is better to continue to create seriously and write the next work that can be adapted for copyright. If the authors are given two paths to choose, they will still choose Chui Geng instead of Yu Fei. Chui Geng is so happy, slacking off every day and happily taking commissions, which is simply the perfect life imagined by the authors. And Chui Geng's previous remarks also inspired the authors of the inspiration class. Since all three works were successfully adapted, the authors of the Chinese network have become extremely enthusiastic about signing up for the inspiration class. Many authors who have made a name for themselves in this year have the first ambition to enter the inspiration class. The authors who did not produce much in the inspiration class before have lost their qualifications for the inspiration class. They are so regretful that they are now preparing new books, thinking that they will get the opportunity to study in the inspiration class again after the new books are published. Even many external authors have chosen to switch to the Chinese network. The discussion about the inspiration class on the internet has also further increased the website traffic of Terminal Chinese Network. Now, except for the top authors, the income of the middle and bottom authors of Chinese Network is completely equal to or even surpasses that of the big websites like Infinite Chinese Network. After all, Chinese Network gives the authors more share. As for the top authors, and Chinese network is also very attractive. Because for a large part of them, the manuscript fee is certainly an important source of income, but the copyright adaptation with a very high success rate is more attractive to them. Most reliable websites can consider selling copyrights and copyright adaptation as long as they have achieved results, but the problem is, what will it be like? The author actually has no idea. Some adapted works did not turn out well in the end, which may be because the production company is not good enough, or because of the intervention of capital, the essence of the original work was not filmed. This situation does not exist in the inspiration class, because the 3 successful copyright adaptation works have proved that Tenda is the top level in the country in the 3 aspects of animation, film and television, and games. In fact, the big part of copyright is animation, film and television, and games. At most, we can add a comic book, but the domestic comic book industry is not very prosperous at present, so we don't expect the comic book copyright to be sold at a high price. As for other audiobooks, physical books, etc., let alone therefore, many top authors were shocked to see that all 3 works of the inspiration class of the Chinese Endpoint website were successfully adapted, and even successor, which seemed to be completely contrary to the traditional online literature concept, could be successfully adapted. This is obviously not a production company that is lagging behind, but a production company that is leading the way. If there are still a few large companies in China that can compete with Fei Huang Studio in the film and television industry, then game adaptation is unique to Tenda, and other domestic game companies are all not good. Moreover, the copyright income given by Tenda is really exciting. Most of the copyright income of other websites is a fixed price. Whether the movie is lost or earned, it basically has nothing to do with the original author. But Tenda is different. The original author participates in the commission, and the commission amount is very high. How much commission can people like Yu Fei and Chui Geng get from their works? They will definitely not disclose this to the outside world, but everyone can guess that it is definitely an astronomical figure, which absolutely crushes the royalties of these top authors, and is mostly higher than the copyright fees of those well-known works. To put it bluntly, these 3 people can live comfortably for the rest of their lives with the profits from these 3 adapted works. How can other authors not be tempted? Even authors from other sites are flocking to it, not to mention those authors who are already in the inspiration class. Chui Geng's previous advice really made them suddenly enlightened and found the direction of their struggle. Before, everyone was still a little confused. They didn't know what the inspiration class was about. They just collected inspiration aimlessly without a clear direction. But now, there is a direction. After Chui Geng's lecture, some authors couldn't wait to collect inspiration and start writing, and some authors surrounded Chui Geng to ask him more questions. Chui Geng was also warm-hearted and never refused anyone. As a result, the chat lasted from morning to lunch, and from lunch to afternoon. This teaching made Chui Geng very tired. When everyone dispersed, Chui Geng looked at the time and it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's over. Today is ruined again. I thought I could at least create a new folder today. But this is not my fault. I can only say that other authors are too enthusiastic. In order to convey Mr. Pei's creative ideas to them, I had to delay my writing time. Hey, I am such a selfless person. We can only talk about it next week. Chui Geng was ready to leave. The inspiration class is closed on weekends, so the folder for Chui Geng's new book can only be created on Monday. Just as I was about to leave, I received a call. It was from Huang Sibo. Old Chui, there is a party at the Wuming restaurant this Sunday, which is the 20th. Can you come too? Yu Fei, Lu Zhiyao, Zhang Zuding, and the core members of Fei Huang Studio will all be there. Chui Geng was excited when he heard this. Go, I will definitely go. Who can refuse to go to Wuming restaurant for a big meal? It must be said that people like Lu Zhiyao and Zhang Zuding are also very cunning. they obviously have found the pattern. Everyone knows that on the 20th of every month, Mr. Pei will book the Wuming restaurant. As long as you come on this day, you will definitely get food. There is no need to think that these two movie kings must come to eat and drink for free under the banner of thanking the crew and thanking Mr. Pei. Is that a thank you? It's obviously to covet the food at Wuming restaurant. I don't hesitate to expose you. But this is also good, please increase the efforts. If they don't come to eat and drink for free, how can Chui Geng go to Wuming restaurant with a clear reason? Chui Geng happily went out and went straight to Moyu Internet Cafe, continued to play games, and then looked forward to the big meal on Sunday. January 20th, Sunday. Zhang Yan sat on the GeForce chair as usual and started the live broadcast. She has been playing the game for 3 days straight since it was released. She simply cannot stop playing. When she first started playing, she felt that the game was quite weird. The prologue was a fishing enforcement, and if you wanted to officially drive on the road, you had to take a driver's license test first. If you accidentally killed a driver on the road, you had to start all over again. It was outrageous. Other racing games didn't dare to do this at all, and this safe and civilized driving was unique. However, once you accept this setting, it's actually quite exciting. It is precisely because there is a driver's license test before going on the road and there is a penalty for crashing after going on the road that Zhang Yan will drive seriously, strive to pursue zero accidents, and pursue the improvement of driving skills. And maintaining zero accidents on the road can also bring people a different kind of happiness. After fully adapting to driving online ride-hailing cars, Zhang Yan began to seriously conquer the driver's license of large trucks and long-distance buses in the past 2 days, and began to learn relevant knowledge about running on the track. Zhang Yan had practiced drifting on the track before, but she only practiced for a few hours in total, and the skills she learned were very basic and very superficial. After all, the cost of going on the track in reality is too high. Even if Zhang Yan's family is considered to be good, she can't afford to spend so much money. What's more, her family doesn't support it at all, because on the one hand, her parents think that it's a bit unbecoming for girls to play racing, and on the other hand, they think that this sport is dangerous. After watching many videos of racers flipping over, Zhang Yan's parents are even less supportive. But there is no problem in the game. Zhang Yan was obviously fascinated. Besides live streaming her driving, she would also search online for tutorials posted by professional drivers. The new in-game live streaming system launched by Rabbit Tail for safe and civilized driving significantly reduced her learning costs. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1418, Driving a Big Truck is So Fun. At this time, Zhang Yan was working hard to get a big truck driver's license. In this place, you should make a half circle first, then observe the rearview mirror, and drive a little slower. After safe and civilized driving opened the live broadcast function in the game, there are really all kinds of broadcasts. There are really real truck drivers who live broadcast here, to teach others how to get a driver's license. Zhang Yan also watched for a long time, and wrote down all the test points said by the teaching anchor in a small notebook, and then through the special live broadcast function of Rabbit Tail Live, the details of the steering wheel turning and various operations were all clearly seen, and she tried hard to write them down. Although ideals are full and reality is very skinny, it is still a bit hesitant when you really go to the test room, but compared with the previous situation of being completely blind, it has improved a lot. At the beginning, Zhang Yan had no idea how to control the butt behind the big truck, but now he has found the trick. Of course, there are also some people in the live broadcast room who are teaching drifting, but Zhang Yan has not yet planned to go on the track in the game. Because it is very expensive to get on the track in this game and the threshold is too high, she has to drive a big truck to earn more money before she can go. The number of people in the live broadcast room has obviously increased compared to before. As a female anchor with good looks, Zhang Yan obviously has some advantages among the anchors who broadcast safe and civilized driving. Of course, there is another very important reason. She is different from other female anchors. She is not here to take advantage of the popularity, but she really loves this game. Some female anchors' live broadcast content is called games, but in fact, to put it bluntly, they are still broadcasting themselves. Playing a painful game, not doing homework before the live broadcast, not studying the game mechanism, not listening to the advice of kind people on the barrage, and not practicing skills, just dying, and after dying, either being incompetent and furious, or pretending to be pitiful and cute, calling it show effect. It's as if it's natural for girls to play games badly. The same is true for the game safe and civilized driving. Many female anchors are just following the trend to play, and a driver's license can take 3 days to test. Zhang Yan also doesn't like the female driver joke. Drivers in this world should not be divided into male drivers and female drivers, but responsible drivers and irresponsible drivers. But it must be said that some of these female anchors do have something wrong with their attitude towards games or driving. Sometimes it's not that they don't have the ability, but simply that their attitude is wrong. Among these female anchors, Zhang Yan is simply a breath of fresh air. She doesn't do those crooked ways, but drives seriously. The audience in the live broadcast room can see that she is studying seriously and hard, constantly improving her driving skills, and making progress every day. And the driving skills she showed in the game made many viewers feel inferior. The popularity of Zhang Yan's live broadcast room increased rapidly, and the increase in the number of viewers triggered the recommendation mechanism of rabbit tail live, gradually forming a positive cycle. Compared with other live broadcast platforms, the recommendation effect of rabbit tail live is much better. The reason is also very simple, because the popularity of rabbit tail live's live broadcast room is not fake. For any live broadcast room with rising data, the anchor must have unique features, and it is absolutely no problem to recommend it, and the audience can also rest assured to find live broadcasts in the recommended position without worrying about being deceived by fake popularity. In short, Zhang Yan has quickly gained fans in the past 2 days by live broadcasting safe and civilized driving. Congratulations, you passed the test. Zhang Yan was so excited that she almost jumped up from the chair, but unfortunately she was tied with a seat belt. Great, I finally passed. I can finally drive a truck to carry goods over long distances. Let me see which truck is the best to buy. These days, Zhang Yan has not been studying for a truck driver's license. She has also spent a lot of time driving online ride-hailing cars and saved up some money so that she can afford a truck as soon as she passes the driver's license test, because the final price of long-distance freight will be different if you have your own truck or not, so this initial investment is still necessary. Zhang Yan also learned from the previous lesson and first looked at the reviews online. On the one hand, it is to look at the driving experience of the truck, and on the other hand, it is to look at its safety and the economy of maintenance. Not only Zhang Yan, it has become a common sense for all safe and civilized driving players to read the reviews before buying a car. The car owners who bought Passat in the game before have experienced this bloody lesson. When I first came into contact with this game, everyone bought a car casually, and they all thought that the cars in the game would have a little difference in performance at most, and other places must be the same. But after playing it, I found that it was much different. Some cars, if you hit them, you will stay in the hospital for several months, and the person can still be saved, but some cars, if you hit them, you will die on the spot. Of course, there are also many people on the internet who are scolding, especially Passat car owners, who think that this game should be biased against certain brands of cars, especially joint venture cars, and the data given is really too bad, and it is obviously deliberately black. Many people have therefore figured out why there are so few authorized vehicle brands in the game safe and civilized driving. Which brand would be willing to have their cars tossed around like this in the game? Many car brands have clear regulations when authorizing racing games, the damage to the car cannot exceed a certain amount. Therefore, many racing games will have the situation where the front hood is only knocked off when the car is hit at 200 km per hour. After all, in the game, the car is smashed to pieces by a collision, which can easily leave people with a bad impression that the quality of this car is very poor. Car companies must not accept such a subtle and bad influence on players when they authorize their vehicles to game companies. Therefore, safe and civilized driving did not get any weighty authorization. The authorizations of several real brands are all from some small domestic car manufacturers, such as the domestic HF6 that Zhang Yan drove before. Other foreign brands and models are all modified. There are also many black fans who make a fuss about this. You blacken their brand, of course they will not authorize you, you deserve it. But for players like Zhang Yan, although they are scolded outside, it is just a small episode. The game still needs to be played as usual, but there is an additional step of reading reviews before buying a car. Many app hosts also took this opportunity to release videos testing and interpreting various vehicles in safe and civilized driving, which were quite popular. After several selections, Zhang Yan finally chose the latest flagship model of a well-established domestic automobile manufacturer, which cost a total of 450,000 yuan. According to reviews, this model is fully comparable to high-end European models, and is quite good in terms of safety and practicality. Of course, if you are really rich, it is better to buy the top foreign brands of trucks. While supporting domestic products, you must also face the gap. But Zhang Yan does not have that much money at present. She is not in a hurry. Anyway, she should make money quickly by using this car to run long-distance freight. Then she can think about changing cars. Finally, I can drive a big truck to do business. Zhang Yan looked at the cab of the big truck on the screen, which was completely different from the family car she drove before. First of all, the field of vision is very different. The floor of the cab of this car is 1.6 meters above the ground. After sitting on it, you feel that the whole person is high above. If it is the first time to experience this field of vision, you will always feel that the left and right sides are also over the line, and you need to adapt. Zhang Yan spent so much effort to get a driver's license before, so of course she is used to this kind of thing. In fact, for this kind of large heavy truck, the comfort level in the cab is also an important aspect to consider, such as whether the bed is comfortable to sleep on, whether the roof height allows people to walk around in the car at will, whether there are small tabletops and kettles, etc. After all, in reality, many long-distance drivers have to eat and rest in the cab. In the game, these problems do not exist, and the focus is more on controllability and safety. The only regret is that the operating table in the previous package still cannot play its full role, because there are many buttons for long-distance buses, such as opening and closing doors. Only after passing the long-distance bus driver's license test can you experience all its functions. Of course, Zhang Yan feels that she has passed even the most difficult driving test. If she prepares again, it should be no problem to pass the long-distance bus driver's license. Then, dear audience friends, let's go. The old driver is on the road. Although I have driven online taxis for a long time and have driven many times, Zhang Yan still feels nervous and excited when I change to a big truck. Fun. Many people who don't play simulation driving games may find it difficult to understand. What's so fun about this thing? Haven't you driven enough in real life? But for players who really like this kind of game, driving in the game and driving in reality are two completely different concepts. The scenery in the game is better, the road is smoother, and it is more free to play. Although you still have to abide by traffic rules, it is a game after all, and generally speaking, you are still enjoying the fun of driving. But in reality, driving takes a long time, you are physically tired, you can't stop at any time, the scenery on the road may not be beautiful, or you may not be in the mood to see the scenery on the road, and your spirit is highly tense throughout the whole process. Moreover, How many people in reality really have the opportunity to drive a large truck for long distances? In Zhang Yan's opinion, safe and civilized driving has obviously achieved a good compromise in terms of driving experience. It is not as tense and tiring as driving in reality, and still maintains a certain degree of entertainment. Moreover, through the adjustment of driving time and driving money, players can feel less tired and more fun when driving in the game. At the same time, it is not as unreal as other racing games, and will not make players have an attitude of playing casually, it doesn't matter. In order to avoid accidents, they still maintain a certain degree of vigilance. And this feeling can be said to be just right. In fact, the feeling of the game can be simply and roughly understood as the best balance between reality and surrealism. On the one hand, it is the guidance and restriction of the game content on the player's behavior. On the other hand, it is the game content that provides players with a surreal sensory experience. If the former is overemphasized, it will become teaching players to play games, which will greatly reduce the fun of the game and make it boring, while overemphasizing the latter may cause the game to be too far away from reality. It is indeed fun in the early stage, but it will soon become boring. Although safe and civilized driving is not perfect in this regard, it has surpassed most of the racing and driving simulation games on the market. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of Dingdian novel reading website. Chapter 1419, Big Money for Being a Minor Actor. At the same time, Wuming Restaurant. Chui Geng came to Wuming Restaurant and found that Lu Zhiyao, Zhang Zuding, Lin Jiaqiang, and other movie stars who had played minor roles and successors had already arrived. Huang Sibo and the main creative team of Fei Huang Studio had also arrived, as well as several authors including Yu Fei. Hey, Teacher Chui is finally here, come on, take the C position. Teacher Chui, are you inflated? You are not so enthusiastic about eating at Wuming Restaurant. Come on, I will punish you to eat a big lobster first. Everyone greeted Chui Geng very enthusiastically and deliberately left him an empty seat in the crowd. Chui Geng was a little helpless. He should be regarded as a person who had been writing for several years without anyone asking, but became famous overnight and known to the world. Before, people around him called him Lao Chui, or people who were not familiar with him called him Big Brother out of courtesy, but the title of Teacher Chui had never been used before. Obviously, Successors was worshipped on the altar, and even he, the original author, was worshipped on the altar. Now when people look at Chui Geng, they no longer regard him as a simple author, but as a great prophet and sociologist. After all, he was the one who predicted the result of the Uclea election a year ago. Only Chui Geng knew that this was completely a guess, and all depended on luck. But this thing can't be explained, and there's no need to explain it, so I can only accept it silently. Chui Geng sat down and said, it's not that I'm not active in eating, it's mainly because I was collecting materials and forgot the time. Huang Sibo asked, did you get cheated again when playing GOG? Chui Geng coughed twice in embarrassment. Ahem, it's nothing. It's just that one of my teammates was AFK during a big advantage, and the game that could have been over in 20 minutes was dragged to 50 minutes, and we still lost. Huang Sibo couldn't help but look serious and indignant. Is there such a thing? I'll send a message to Zhang Nan and ask her to punish him severely. Chui Geng hurriedly said, no need, I've already reported it, and now GOG only needs to if the system detects that the player is idle. It will automatically punish him, and the punishment is not small. The game has already compensated me with tokens, so it is not worth bothering the person in charge for such a small matter. Huang Sibo nodded, well, that's good. This kind of evil trend cannot be allowed to grow. Tingdao will never tolerate such players. Chui Geng looked at the people present. Hey, where is Director Zhu? Then he came to his senses. Oh. The suffering journey is not over yet? Huang Sibo had a sad expression on his face, but the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Yes, it will not end until the end of this month. I wonder if Director Zhu is living well on the island. but it's better than our time. We went to Shenangjia. Why can they play in the sand and bask in the sun on the island? This is unfair. Chui Geng coughed twice. Not necessarily, at least in the forest of Shenangjia, you don't have to be exposed to the sun. I watched Xiao Laosher's live broadcast a few days ago, and everyone seemed to have tanned a lot. After the training, everyone was exhausted, but they still forced themselves to apply sunscreen like crazy. And the rock wall on this island is higher than the rock wall in Shenangjia at that time. It can only be said that they are all suffering, and the suffering of your two groups is different. Huang Sibo, oh? Really, then I feel balanced. Lu Jiao also felt a little regretful. Oh, Director Zhu can't come, so we can only eat his share with reluctance. But then again, this suffering trip you mentioned. I think it's quite popular recently. A few days ago, I wanted to find a time to sign up, but I went to the official website and saw that it's not open at all. I checked online and it said that the reservations are completely full. If you're not quick, you won't be able to grab it. I don't know when the next reservation will be open, and even if you sign up, it's hard to say when you'll be able to get it. Chui Geng was a little stunned. Ah? You want to go? What's so good about going here? It's pure suffering. If you don't believe me, ask Huang Sibo, he's been there. Lu Jiao looked at Huang Sibo. Really? How is the suffering trip? Is it really that painful? Huang Sibo was silent for a moment, then said seriously, well, it is indeed a bit painful, but there are also many gains. Chui Geng could not help but be stunned. Good guy, I just said good guy. These people who have been on the suffering trip have become so crazy. And the most bizarre thing is that all those who have been on the suffering trip will become a magical superposition state, which can also be called Schrödinger's suffering. When they go by themselves or talk about the suffering trip with irrelevant people, these people will definitely complain and say that it is completely a waste of money and it is too painful. But if they talk about the suffering trip with people who are interested in going or ask about it out of curiosity, they will say seriously that the suffering trip has a very rich cultural heritage and profound spiritual connotation, and it is very worth going. It's terrible, too terrible. Do you think others can't see through your tricks? Aren't you just trying to trick others into suffering with you? Such a clumsy trick, anyone with normal intelligence should not be fooled, right? However, looking at Lu Jiao again, he became more and more interested. Oh? Rock climbing? Wild survival? There is also diving in this episode of the island? Mr. Qiao, Wan Guangjian, Yao Bo, and the leaders of Tenda have all gone? Then this is actually a Tenda elite training camp. No wonder ordinary people don't have the opportunity to go. Can you talk to Mr. Pei and give us a separate session? Huang Sibo suppressed his smile and said seriously, I can report to Mr. Pei. I believe that Mr. Pei is so loyal that he will overcome the difficulties and arrange a session for everyone. Lu Jiao was very happy. Great. Teacher Chui, can you come too? Chui Geng shook his head like a rattle. Sorry, I bothered you. Goodbye. Good guy, these people are probably crazy. It's so comfortable to play games in a Moyu internet cafe. Who wants to suffer in the wilderness or an isolated island overseas? If you want to die, die by yourself, don't drag me with you. Chui Geng was afraid that they would never finish talking about this topic. Just when he saw the dishes were served, he hurriedly said, Okay, let's eat. Everyone came early and was a little hungry after chatting for a while, so they started eating immediately. All these precious ingredients on the table are available in unlimited quantities. You can take whatever you want, and every one of them is delicious. Chui Geng even has a bit of choice difficulty. After eating a delicacy, he thinks it is delicious and wants to eat another one, but the other delicacies are also delicious, and if he eats another one, he is afraid that it will fill up his stomach and he will not be able to eat anything else. After eating something to fill his stomach, Zhang Zuding raised his glass first, The only pity today is that President Pei is busy with work and can't come, but I believe that President Pei's heart is with us. I propose that we raise our glasses together and toast to President Pei. Everyone responded and raised their glasses. Dinners at Wuming Restaurant have always been completely free. If you want to drink, you can drink. If you want to drink water or drinks, you can also drink. The main purpose of everyone is to eat. Whether it is wine or drinks, they are used as a side dish. No one can force others to drink. This is the rule that President Pei set when he first arranged a dinner party, so it has become a customary unspoken rule that everyone consciously abides by. Be proud of eating more, not drinking more. After drinking the wine and drinks, everyone opened up and chatted while eating. Lu Jiao also had a lot of feelings. In fact, I wanted to support Mr. Pei in the drama Successor. After all, the two movies A Better Tomorrow and Mission and Choice helped me a lot. Even if it is out of gratitude, it is reasonable to play a small role in Successor for free. I didn't expect that the income from playing a small role would be so great. I said I was supporting Mr. Pei, but in the end I was led by Mr. Pei and Brother Huang. I am really ashamed. After the success of Mission and Choice, Lu Jiao made more money than ever. The key is that he became more popular, more famous, and had a wider range of acting opportunities. There were too many crews that came to him to invite him to film, and he had a headache choosing the scripts. But Lu Jiao had a very firm principle: everything was based on the schedule of Mr. Pei's film, and he would not accept any conflicting schedules. The last time he came to Jingzhou to eat and drink, Lu Jiao asked Mr. Pei about his new drama. As a result, Mr. Pei said that the new drama would be filmed in the United States, and there was no role suitable for Lu Jiao. If he had to participate, he could only play a Chinese-American supporting role. Lu Jiao thought at the time that Mr. Pei must be being polite. Did Mr. Pei think that he was now a big star, so he would not accept supporting roles? That was absolutely impossible. He would definitely not accept supporting roles from other crews, but he had to accept Mr. Pei's supporting roles no matter what. People should not be ungrateful. Even if they don't get paid for this minor role, they must participate in order to repay the favors of the previous two movies. Not only did they participate in the film themselves, but they also wanted to get Zhang Zuding, Lin Jiaqiang, and other people to participate together. So, this group of people played supporting roles and successors together. Director Zhu Xiaozi is also very talented. He gave these people enough and very suitable roles and successors. Lu Jiao played a Chinese superhero, Zhang Zuding played a judge in a talent show, and Lin Jiaqiang played a civilian, a die-hard supporter of Phil. Others, including Zhang Zuding's old friends and some staff members of Fei Huang's studio, also acted as extras, and there was no sense of disobedience, and it was not noticeable at all. Because the Hope City in the film is originally a fictional city, it is an environment where various ethnic groups are mixed, and there is room for performance. In fact, during the filming process, Lu Jiao and Zhang Zuding had a premonition that this film would not be a hit, and even if it was popular, it would not help them much. After all, their roles in the entire series were not many, and the real leading actor was the foreigner who played Phil. But they never expected that this drama would not only be inexplicably popular, but also be of great help to their acting careers. Especially Lu Jiao, who benefited the most. Even many film reviews and media caught Lu Jiao and praised him, saying that he had more roles than the main characters in Successor. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1420, From Actor to Movie Star and Then to Actor Again. More updates, please vote for me. At first, Lu Jiao was a little confused about what was going on. Why did he receive so much attention when he was clearly a supporting actor? After reading these film reviews carefully, he finally understood Mr. Pei's good intentions. Chui Geng was very curious. Does being a supporting actor bring a lot of income? More than the income from being the leading actor in your previous 2 movies? Doesn't it make sense? He also found it a little hard to understand. Lu Jiao took out his mobile phone, searched for a film review on it, and handed it to Cui Geng. You will understand after reading this film review. Cui Geng reached out to accept the phone. This film review was extremely popular, with the title, "Now Lu Jiao is not only a well-deserved movie star, but also a real actor." Although Lu Jiao's role in Successor is not much, far less than Beautiful Ming and Mission and Choice, I think the significance of this drama is far greater than the previous 2 movies. Because it represents Lu Jiao's transformation from actor to movie king, and then from movie king to actor. Once people become famous, it is easy to drift and lose themselves, especially actors. Not to mention the famous actors and actresses, even those who have just debuted but have a lot of resources, who is not very picky about scripts. Of course, as a good actor, you should be picky about scripts. It is normal and a very correct choice to reject those bad scripts and play more good scripts. But many young actors don't choose scripts like this at all. They choose scripts based on the pay and the ranking. If the money is too little, they won't shoot, if they are not the main actor, or even if the crew can't completely revolve around him, they won't shoot. They don't care and can't tell whether the script is good or bad, so young actors they often hit it off with some bad movie directors. Anyway, the young actors want the ranking and want to be the boss in the crew, while the bad movie directors want to make money by relying on the young actors. If the two hit it off, can the movies they make be watched? Even after the movie is released, fans still want to fight over the ranking, slander and attack other actors for not being able to act together, and praise the young actors for their non-existent acting skills. Some actors even complained publicly that there are too few good scripts now, and they can't get any good scripts at all. Why don't you reflect on whether there are too few good scripts or too few so-called good scripts in your eyes? Why don't you reflect on the fact that you took away the bulk of the entire drama's budget, leaving only a little scraps for the screenwriters? They can't even make a living, and the scripts they wrote are subject to your finger-pointing, nitpicking, and revising again and again. How can there be a good script? What you call a good script is not a good script in the true sense, but a good script in your own mind. What you want is to be the leading actor in the drama, with a full role, all the supporting roles and cast members revolve around you, and to fully show your role. On this basis, you also hope that the audience will love it and the box office will be a big hit. Why can't you get such a script? Don't you know what's going on? Why do some so-called movie stars pick half of the scripts, and then shoot them all? It's a bad movie, don't you know that? Because you are too selfish, you only consider yourselves, and don't consider the screenwriter, the crew, and what the audience wants to watch or likes to watch. If you can really get a good script with this mentality, it would be strange. On the other hand, Lu Jiao undoubtedly showed us the professionalism of an actor. He is also a movie emperor, and the most popular movie emperor in China. Not only does his appearance and appearance conditions beat the fresh meat, but his acting skills are even better than the fresh meat. From Beautiful Ming to Mission and Choice, Lu Jiao has been challenging more acting paths. From being a box office poison at the beginning to being able to handle all difficult roles with ease later, Lu Jiao obviously made far more efforts in secret. Many people envy Lu Jiao because scripts like The Mercenary and Mission and Choice give him a perfect stage. Without these two good scripts, Lu Jiao's acting skills would probably not have such a huge breakthrough. So many actors may feel jealous and resentful in private, thinking that they can also be made famous by these two dramas. I think you have some idea about this. Lu Jiao and these two movies complement each other. Take Mission and Choice, for example. A movie is all one-man show. You can do it? You really can't do it if you do it. What's more, Lu Jiao succeeded because he abandoned this mentality. When it comes to choosing scripts, no one is better than Lu Jiao. Yao is more qualified to choose scripts. He is no longer a box office poison, but a real movie star. He is the most popular male actor of the new generation in China who can carry a guaranteed box office of more than 1 billion yuan. If some young actors see the script of Successor, they will definitely ask to play Phil. Why? Because Phil has the most scenes and is the leading actor. But Phil is a foreigner, what can we do? Then change the script and change it to Chinese? Everyone think about it carefully. If that happens, will the series change? Can it still be as successful as it is now? But what did Liu Xiao do? Does he care whether he is the leading actor? He doesn't care. He just played a minor role honestly and dutifully, playing an ordinary Chinese superhero in the play. His role was completely within the reasonable range of the entire series. His acting skills were solid and his performance was appropriate. He did not steal the show or steal the show at all. Including Zhang Zuding and others, it was because they put down their status and played their roles down to earth that the entire series of Successor was harmonious and perfect. So, Liu Xiao, completed the transformation from actor to actor, and then from actor to actor. At the beginning, Liu Xiao was just an ordinary actor, and he became an actor by constantly honing his acting skills. After becoming an actor, he did not become complacent, but continued to be down to earth. I have never forgotten that the title of Best Actor is just an empty title, and I am still an actor in essence. A real actor should be able to act like what he plays, not like himself in everything he plays. So, we should pay tribute to Fei Huang Studio and Liu Xiao. Because they always put artistry and the audience's feelings first, and put money, ranking, and fame behind. And the facts have proved that the more people put artistry and the audience's feelings first, the more money and fame they can gain, while those who are selfish and always put themselves first will eventually lose both money and fame. After reading this film review, Chui Geng nodded suddenly, so that's it. No wonder Liu Xiao was so grateful. For an actor, this kind of reputation and evaluation is much more precious than the pay. Although reputation is virtual, it will actually affect an actor's box office appeal. Many actors overdraw their reputation to make bad movies to make money. They may be able to make money in a short period of time, but they will soon lose the trust of the audience and become a mess. And constantly accumulating reputation and impressing the audience with one fine work after another will inevitably rise steadily, with both reputation and box office harvest. Liu Xiao did not make much money from filming Successor. Although President Pei has always been generous, his role is just a supporting role after all. For Liu Xiao's current worth, the pay of a supporting role is basically dispensable. But the key is that as an actor, he is willing to play a supporting role, give other supporting roles, and present a better performance effect to the audience. This behavior has attracted countless fans. This is in sharp contrast to those actors who are impatient and only want to be the leading actor and do something. With this halo, Liu Xiao's popularity and box office appeal will definitely be on a higher level. Everyone will think that if the movies in which Liu Xiao plays a minor role are so good, then the movies in which Liu Xiao plays the leading role must be good too. In the future, as long as Liu Xiao plays a role, no matter how long it takes or how many scenes it has, you can consider watching it. For an actor, is there any higher praise than this? Liu Xiao explained. Actually, I thought about it and there is another reason. Most of the faces in the Successor are foreigners, so domestic audiences and film critics don't have a deep impression of them. As old acquaintances of the audience, we will naturally get more attention. From this point of view, I have benefited a lot from Successor. Chui Geng suddenly realized that this is indeed a very important reason. The actor who plays Phil has a lot of roles and good acting skills, but he is a foreign actor after all, and he wants to develop in the foreign entertainment industry. For domestic audiences, he has a lot of roles, but he is still an outsider. And Liu Xiao and others are our own people. It is impossible for these domestic popularity to be fed back to those foreign actors across the ocean, so naturally they will be eaten up by domestic actors like Lu Jiao. So Lu Jiao felt that he had made a lot of money playing this supporting role. I thought I was helping Mr. Pei voluntarily, but I didn't expect that I would be led by Mr. Pei in the end. Chui Geng couldn't help but sigh. Boss Pei is really amazing. He even thought of this. Huang Sibo shook his head slightly. That can't be the case. If this matter was also carefully arranged by President Pei, it would be too deliberate. It's not that President Pei doesn't have the ability, but there is no need. These details are all in the realm of skills, and President Pei has already reached the state of no tricks being better than tricks, and internal strength alone is enough. For Fei Huang Studio, it is to make a good and unique film, and everything must give way to this requirement. But if this is achieved, then all other benefits, whether it is money or fame, will be there. So, as long as everyone works hard to make the film well, all of this will come naturally. Chapter 1421 Will Successor be exported from domestic sales? Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as the film is well made, everything will be possible. Just like other departments of Tenda, as long as the product is well made, even if it is not deliberately promoted, it will eventually become popular. Chui Geng looked at Yu Fei, who was eating, and asked, "How is your situation? When will the new book be published?" Yu Fei took a big lobster in one hand and took a vicious bite. New book? My game will be online at the end of this month. Do you and I have time to write a new book? What about you, old Chui? Chui Geng did not expect Yu Fei to ask this question. He was embarrassed for a moment and coughed twice and said, I'm writing it. Yu Fei observed his expression and asked tentatively, have you created a new folder? This question stumped Chui Geng. If Yu Fei asked him how many words he had written, he would have almost finished the beginning. But Yu Fei's question was so specific and basic that he felt embarrassed to lie. Chui Geng laughed dryly and said, look at what you're asking. Have you created a new folder? The file collection, not yet. It will be created next Monday. Yu Fei said, I don't know, you're such a pigeon? I think you really don't know how to appreciate your good fortune. You finished the book earlier than me, but started the book later than me. Although I have to develop games every day, I have already sorted out the outline when I have nothing to do, but I just don't have time to write. But you are so good, you have nothing to do, so you just postpone it. I should go to your reader group to expose you. Chui Geng was a little embarrassed. Don't scold me. The children will be scolded silly. I will create a new folder when I go back. It's all right. Huang Sibo smiled slightly. Yu Fei, it's useless for you to expose Chui Geng, because your readers urge you. That's because they know you can write. Even if you are making games, you can squeeze out time to write a little, but Chui Geng's readers don't urge him, because they know it's useless to urge him, because he won't write even if they urge him. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Chui Geng blushed, and kept saying, can the collection of materials be postponed? Now accumulating materials is for the new book to be a blockbuster. The important thing about writing a book is to find the right direction instead of stupidly piling up the volume and so on. The scene was full of a happy atmosphere. Lu Jiao asked, Brother Huang, when will the next movie start filming? What will it be about? Chui Geng also took this opportunity to change the subject and echoed, yes, what will the next movie be about? The writers in the inspiration class are also looking forward to it. After the adaptation plans for the 3 works Eternal Reincarnation, Successor, and Agent Academy were confirmed, the authors of the inspiration class saw hope, so they were very motivated, and a batch of new works have emerged in the inspiration class. Although most of the works have not been completed, some clues can be seen. Huang Sibo said, this has not been decided yet, it depends on what Mr. Pei means. Fei Huang Studio has a lot of follow-up work to deal with in the short term, such as we are talking to the company in the United States, and Successor may be sold to the United States. Chui Geng was stunned for a moment. Ah? There is such a thing? Export to domestic sales? Oh no, domestic sales to export? Oh, that's not right. He, the original author, was confused. Because including him and most of the people in Fei Huang's studio, they never thought that this drama could be sold to the United States. When filming, the filming location was set in the United States just to consider the location and actors, and the effect of the filming would be more authentic. But this series was not considered to be released in the United States at all, because its spiritual core is anti-superhero theme, which is incompatible with the cultural soil of superheroes. So, it can also be a series with a Western cultural background, but a domestic cultural background, and specially for domestic audiences. If it is sold to the United States, will the audience there buy it? Everyone thinks it is unreliable, but now that Huang Sibo has said this, it is obvious that some companies in the United States have become interested in this drama, so they are discussing cooperation. Huang Sibo explained, at present, the largest streaming platform in the United States, NLX, has contacted us through the co-producer of Successor. It is intended to buy out Successor at a high price and put it on the NLX platform for exclusive online broadcasting. In addition, 2 TV stations have also extended olive branches to us, hoping that Successor can be broadcast on their TV stations, such as the very famous HBO TV station. As for the price, it is still under discussion, but it is certain that it will not be too low. Because Successor has very good data in China and is very popular, and the platforms in the United States are also very interested in the content of this series. Even Chui Geng, the original author, was amazed. They are actually very interested in this content? This is not scientific, this is not in line with the traditional superhero theme at all. It is blackening them. Huang Sibo smiled. I was also puzzled at first, but after talking to them, I understand why they like this series. Indeed, they don't have the same perspective as us, and they don't get the point that domestic audiences like Successor. But they have another evaluation dimension. You will know why from my 2 key words, conspiracy theory and distrust of the top leaders. So, compared with domestic audiences, foreign audiences may have huge differences in their understanding of this drama. But the interesting point is, they all think it is a good drama. Chui Geng carefully savored the 2 key words from Huang Sibo. Conspiracy theory? Distrust of the top leaders? Oh, I see. Chui Geng suddenly realized. It is possible that foreign audiences like Successor, but their understanding will definitely be completely opposite to that of domestic audiences. In a large part of the audience groups abroad, anti-intellectualism and conspiracy theories are prevalent, and there is a deep-rooted distrust of the top leaders. Because of the long-term promotion of happy education and anti-intellectual atmosphere, many middle and lower-class people abroad have lost the most basic scientific literacy in this environment. But we certainly can't put all the blame on the people. On the one hand, this is the result of a long-term policy of keeping the people ignorant, and on the other hand, it is also because the top leaders in the West have always had a bad record. Many foreign people like conspiracy theories. Why? Because the top leaders abroad can really do such things. Many of the news reports, such as using vaccination as an excuse to conduct human experiments and removing organs from illegal immigrants, are true. With such news, how can we not believe in conspiracy theories? How can we trust the top leaders? This widespread atmosphere has provided soil for the success of Succession overseas. The magic of the story of Succession is that it has 2 completely different interpretations under the cultural backgrounds of the East and the West, and both of them can be interpreted. There are not many images of Succession in the eyes of domestic audiences, and so many previous film reviews have analyzed it very thoroughly. And it is likely to have another image in the eyes of foreign audiences. First of all, it conforms to the psychology of foreign audiences' distrust of conspiracy theories and high-level officials. Superheroes are alluding to foreign high-level officials, but foreign audiences will not be angry, but will find it very reasonable. Secondly, some domestic audiences think that the illusions, especially the parts that they think may stimulate foreign audiences, may not be felt by foreign audiences at all. For example, in the world of Succession, money is a symbol of whether a person is successful or not, and the value of a person depends on his net worth. Phil did a lot of bad things, but he succeeded, and the subdivision of various ethnic groups and politically correct labels are all over the Succession talent show. In the eyes of domestic audiences, this is irony. But in the eyes of foreign audiences, this is not irony at all, but a very normal setting, which is part of the basic setting of the series and is reasonable. They might even be moved by the emotion between Phil and the black student, because it fits their political correctness standards. Because when Successor was filmed, the whole story was presented from an objective and neutral perspective, without much personal tendency, so it can be interpreted from any angle. Some foreign audiences may even like Phil, thinking that he has strong action and execution, and won the game within the rules. Although he used some shady means, it is enough to prove that he is a capable leader, much better than the previous superheroes who were just sitting there doing nothing. Even if these contents are put aside, there is another very important point that there are too many stories about superheroes, and too few stories about anti-superheroes. For the sake of topicality and ratings, these TV stations always have to do something different from other TV stations to attract viewers. And Successor is obviously a very suitable choice. Chui Geng analyzed it along Huang Sibo's line of thought, and inexplicably found that this line of thought was quite smooth. From the perspective of foreign audiences, it is very likely that some people will understand it this way. As for what the original meaning of the series Succession is, it doesn't matter at all. Because foreign audiences will not read domestic film reviews, nor will they care about how the series is interpreted in China. They will only care about what they see and interpret it in their own way. Seeing Chui Geng's expression of sudden enlightenment, Yufei was a little puzzled. Aren't you the original author? It's okay for others to suddenly realize it, but you suddenly realize it? Do you think it's appropriate? Did you write this book? Chui Geng was even more embarrassed. As expected, a good brother's critical strike was heartbreaking. He hurriedly coughed twice. Of course I wrote it, but the general direction was pointed out to me by President Pei. I can only draw some inspiration from the game struggle during the creation process, focusing more on the expression of reality, rather than sticking to empty teachings, so there are two completely opposite interpretations. But this is also good. In any case, Successor can be released in the United States, which is also a big progress. How many domestic big-budget movies want to be released in the United States, but don't have this way? Yufei sighed. Hey, come and go, it's still President Pei who will lead the way. Okay, let's have another drink, toast to President Pei. Everyone raised their glasses, cheers to President Pei. Chapter 1422 $80 million. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Monday, January 21st. Achoo. Pei Qian sneezed, not long after getting up. Who is behind me again? After a simple breakfast, Pei Qian came to the office as usual, ready to be busy with the sudden spending of this cycle. I have to say that the recent situation is really not optimistic. The 3 works of the inspiration class are actually popular, which is really unexpected for Pei Qian. But on the bright side, the situation of the inspiration class can't be worse. After all, the popularity of eternal reincarnation has completely gone down, and it has almost sold out, and the subsequent sales have stabilized. Successor has reversed both the rating and popularity on the Ailey Island website, and there is no room for further increase. The more troublesome thing is Agent Academy. According to this old soul-like update speed, the stable update for a long time in the future will provide Fei Huang Studio with a relatively stable income. But no matter what, stable income means it is controllable and can be solved by using your brain and spending money, so it's okay. As for safe and civilized driving, it can only be said that the situation is worse than Pei Qian expected. The many dissuasion links set up before do not seem to have a very good effect. But overall, it is still acceptable. There are still some complaints. Many people on the internet are complaining about safe and civilized driving, which mainly focuses on its excessive collision penalty mechanism, overly strict driver's license examination and novice teaching, slightly monotonous core gameplay, and malicious smearing of some brands' collision effects. Judging from the current situation, if it is based on general game evaluation standards, safe and civilized driving is considered to be popular and successful, but according to Tenda Game's evaluation standards, safe and civilized driving is still far behind the previous Tenda games. In particular, the sales of Safe and Civilized Driving Simulator have also seen a wave of growth due to the release of the game, but the inventory is still piled up, which is good news. Pei Qian plans to take this opportunity to let Lu Mingliang rent a few more large warehouses across the country, all of which are filled with various products of OTA technology, especially the Safe and Civilized Driving Simulator. This is the hardest to sell, so of course we have to pile up the most. This way, we can greatly ease the settlement pressure during this cycle. In addition, Pei Qian has already handed over the matters of charity and zoo to Assistant Qian to prepare. The matters of charity need to be discussed with the relevant departments and schools, but this should go smoothly. The zoo needs the approval of the relevant departments, the design by the architect, and the search for a qualified director. There is no rush for these, just try to have a rough idea within 2 weeks. Of course, this zoo will definitely not be so big in the early stage. Pei Qian thought that he would just find a piece of land near the Jingji Hotel, even if there are only a few animals, to open the zoo as soon as possible, and not to affect the settlement by spending money suddenly. After this settlement cycle, he will slowly expand it like the Jingji Hotel. While thinking about future plans, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Huang Sibo. Huang Sibo's face was full of excitement, and he almost wrote "I have great good news" on his face. Pei Qian's heart suddenly stomped. It's bad. What good news is this? Huang Sibo, you just came back from a suffering trip, don't force me. But Pei Qian thought again, that's not right, haven't the 2 projects that Fei Huang Studio is responsible for this cycle been settled? Successor and Agent Academy have signed an agreement with Ali Island, which is an exclusive broadcast, and it is impossible to sell them to others, right? Pei Qian calmed down a little and asked, what's wrong? Huang Sibo raised his thumb, and his admiration was beyond words. Boss Pei, the copyright of Successor has been sold. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Copyright? Wasn't it sold long ago? Sold to Eli Island. How could it be sold a second time? Huang Sibo continued, the overseas copyright of Successor was fought over by several overseas streaming platforms and TV stations. In the end, we decided to sell the copyright to the NLX platform because they will be responsible for translating Successor into 28 languages and broadcasting it to audiences in 190 countries and regions around the world. Moreover, as the largest streaming platform abroad, the NLX platform has the most users and the widest influence. Of course, their bid is not the highest, but it is not much different from the bid of the first place. Pei Qian was shocked and asked tremblingly, how much? Huang Sibo, $80 million. Pei Qian lost his expression for a while. Only confusion remained. Crazy, this world is crazy. Although Successor was co-produced in the United States with the film and television companies there, and some big scenes were made with money, all the investment before and after was only a little over $200 million, equivalent to about $30 million. After all, unlike other dramas, the main actors in Successor are not paid much. The protagonist Phil is a young actor with superb acting skills selected from abroad. Lu Jiao and others are all guest appearances, and they are paid for extras. Even if the friendship price and the premium of the best actor are counted, it is not much. It is simply incomparable with some TV dramas where the main actors are paid over $100 million. These $30 million have been spent freely, ensuring that the big scenes in the drama have reached first-class standards. Pei Qian originally thought that it was $200 million. If the foreign copyright cannot be sold, how can the cost be recovered by only selling domestic copyright? The best-case scenario is that it is nothing more than breaking even, right? But first of all, I didn't expect that the cost would be recovered soon after using the method of sharing the ratings and playback volume on the Ely Island website, and the subsequent profits would be pure. Secondly, I didn't expect that there would actually be a foreign company willing to buy this thing. And it was directly doubled. Of course, considering the fact that NLX, a streaming platform, is so wealthy, it is not surprising that they spent $80 million to buy copyrights. After all, they have bought more expensive ones before, and they spend $10 billion on copyright content every year. But the key question is, why did they buy Successor? Pei Qian was very confused and asked, "What do they think of Successor?" Huang Sibo exclaimed, "It's exactly what you expected, Mr. Pei." Pei Qian, ? I didn't expect it. I didn't expect anyone to buy this crappy thing, Huang Sibo explained. I remember that before the filming of Successor, you, Mr. Pei, gave me a few simple instructions, saying that Successor should not have too strong emotional tendencies, and should not show too much irony, but should be expressed from a realistic and neutral perspective. The audience's eyes are sharp, and they can naturally understand it. Pei Qian. He wanted to ask, did I really say this? But after all, it was too long ago, and he couldn't remember it clearly. However, he reflected a little, and it really sounded like what he would say. The reason is also very simple. When Successor started filming, Pei Qian didn't think it had any chance to make money overseas, and it was just made for domestic audiences. The core of Successor is anti-superhero. Pei Qian asked the crew not to show too much irony during the filming process, just to slightly weaken the performance of this core and reduce the possibility of becoming popular in China. Unexpectedly, his words came true. The audience's eyes are really sharp. In this case, they still saw through it at a glance and forced to give a rating close to full marks. But, what does this have to do with overseas copyright? Huang Sibo continued, at first I was wondering why this was the case, but after talking to these overseas platforms, I realized that Mr. Pei's trick was amazing. If we really deliberately express this kind of irony, then foreign audiences will definitely not accept it and think we are blackening them. But we use a realistic and neutral perspective to express the whole story, and foreign audiences will resonate with it. Those contents that domestic audiences think are satirical, foreign audiences think that they are very politically correct, which is a plus point, while the contents about conspiracy theories, media manipulation of public opinion, and high-level fooling the people have aroused widespread resonance among foreign audiences. This drama has made foreign audiences who are tired of watching superheroes feel refreshed, and they all think it is a good drama that reflects social reality. Of course, there are many opposing voices abroad, but the opposing voices are also hot. In addition, the film and television companies that co-produced with us in the United States have played a matchmaking role, and major streaming platforms and TV stations have shown great interest in Successor. That's why it can be sold at such a high price. Anyway, your advice, Mr. Pei, has allowed Successor to exceed its historical mission. A satirical drama can actually conquer both domestic and foreign audiences at the same time. This is simply incredible. Pei Qian was stunned. This can also be my fault? This script was not written by me, and I didn't ask about it at all when filming. As a result, after it became popular, it is still inseparable from me? Pei Qian said that this is simply unacceptable. That's $80 million. Are you going to make me die on the spot? Oh, no, this money will arrive in the next cycle anyway, so why should I be in such a hurry? Thinking that the money should arrive in the next cycle, Pei Qian calmed down again and felt that the matter was not so serious. Okay, I get it. Are you here for this matter this time? Pei Qian asked. Huang Sibo was stunned for a moment. Yes. He was a little puzzled. Why did President Pei think that this matter was not worth reporting? $80 million. I am not allowed to report the good news? Pei Qian nodded. Okay, if there is such a thing in the future, just send me a message, no need to come here specially. Pei Qian was also doing this for Huang Sibo's good. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and send Huang Sibo to a painful journey on the spot. Huang Sibo was stunned for a moment, and then felt ashamed. All this was within President Pei's expectations. It was indeed a bit of an exaggeration to come here, specially to report the good news. We should learn from President Pei's state of strategizing and being calm. Isn't it just $80 million? Looking at President Pei's calm attitude, this is what all Tenda employees should learn. Huang Sibo turned and left, while reflecting on himself. Chapter 1423, How can they be so similar? In the evening, Zhang Yan finished her work, went home, had a simple dinner, and then came to the computer again, ready to drive. Many people had questioned online before, saying that after driving a car to and from get off work, she would continue to drive in the game when she got home at night. How addictive. Now Zhang Yan can answer them with confidence, it is such an addiction. Of course, although you have to concentrate on driving in safe and civilized driving, Zhang Yan feels that driving in reality is labor, while driving in the game is entertainment. Although this may seem a bit incredible to some people, players who have truly experienced the fun of the game, safe and civilized driving, have the same feeling as Zhang Yan. I will drive a bus today, and I can strive to get on the track tomorrow. Zhang Yan took some time to get her bus driver's license. The experience of driving a large truck helped her a lot. It's really different. The fun of driving a long-distance bus is very different from that of a large truck. The fun of driving a truck lies mainly in controlling the compartment behind it. Because the truck wants to transport more goods, the compartment behind it will become longer and longer. How to turn or reverse while dragging such a long compartment is definitely a technical job. Once the operation is wrong, it is still good to hit the electric pole or fire hydrant when turning. At most, you will lose money. If you get stuck when turning on the mountain road, it will be a disaster. The rescue service in the game is not cheap. But the longer the compartment behind the buttocks, the more goods you carry, and the stronger the sense of accomplishment when you pull the goods to the end. And long-distance buses are another kind of fun, which can fully utilize the functions of the operation panel included in the package. Unlike large trucks that only transport goods between 2 points and do not need to stop in the middle, long-distance buses will have many points for picking up and dropping off passengers on the route. For example, in a 1-hour journey, a group of passengers will be picked up and dropped off every 10 minutes. At this time, operations such as parking and opening and closing doors are all for players to complete. In addition, large trucks only need to pay attention to the driver himself, but long-distance buses need to pay attention to everyone in the car. In addition to parking at stations and opening and closing doors, players also need to pay attention to the situation inside the car and adjust the temperature of the air conditioner. They may encounter emergencies where passengers press the stop button. At this time, they need to find a suitable place to park. In addition, they need to switch the movie played in the car according to the age composition of the passengers in the car. For example, if most of the people in the car are elderly or children, the movies to be played will naturally be different. Because the evaluation rules of buses and trucks in the game are different, driving a truck only needs to deliver the goods to the destination. If there is damage to the car or violation of traffic rules, a fine will be imposed. The faster the delivery, the more likely you are to start the next order. But buses are not just about taking passengers to the destination. In addition to the problems of car damage and violation of traffic rules, there is also passenger satisfaction. Only when the passenger satisfaction is relatively high can you get a relatively generous reward. And the journey time, whether the emergency requests of passengers are responded to in time, whether the temperature in the car is suitable, whether the driving is stable, whether the movie in the car meets the preferences of passengers. These will affect passenger satisfaction and thus affect the final income. At first, Zhang Yan was very uncomfortable and felt that this was simply a group of unruly people. Obviously, they were safely taken to the destination, but the evaluation was lowered because the movie was not to their liking and the air conditioning temperature in the car was too low, resulting in a lower final income. This is simply unreasonable. However, after running a few times, Zhang Yan felt that this design was not bad, which gave him more challenges when driving long-distance buses. Moreover, every time I perfectly deal with various emergencies and get high satisfaction, I see that the money I earn from this trip directly increases by 20 or more. This feeling is simply too good. After several consecutive live broadcasts, the number of people in Zhang Yan's live broadcast room also rose, reaching tens of thousands. You know, this is the real number of people in Rabbit Tail Live, tens of thousands of people, which is completely different from the tens of thousands of popularity that are inflated on other platforms. The barrage has also become obviously denser. Wow, last time I saw him, he was still driving a Passat, and now he's driving a bus? The driving skills have improved visibly, hard work pays off, he's really a role model for female drivers. Remember the first live broadcast? Wow, there was a chain collision in the novice tutorial, and then there was another collision when driving the Passat. I just want to know how many sisters the protagonist has that can consume like this. Don't be embarrassing, the anchor has performed very well, there were no accidents yesterday and today. Watching the anchor drive a big truck for a long distance inexplicably gives me a very reassuring feeling. I suggest that if you're bored, you can play a song, a crosstalk, an audiobook, etc. That's what enjoyment is. Have you seen the IIAS crash test? It's a perfect reproduction. If you haven't seen it, go and see it. The Passat incident is really not your fault. Looking at the comments praising her driving skills, Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel a little proud. Of course, she was not proud and complacent, knowing that these viewers had inadvertently lowered their standards for her because she was a female anchor and a female driver. If a male anchor drove like her, he would definitely not receive so many compliments. So, she still had to work hard and continue to improve her driving skills. Zhang Yan decided that when she got tired of driving long-distance buses and had saved enough money, she would try to take a racing driver's license and systematically learn professional knowledge such as drifting, routing, downshifting, and refueling. Because the real car god must be honed on the track, and the most profitable place for safe and civilized driving is also on the track. Long-distance buses and trucks make money by pulling jobs. Although the specific income will fluctuate, the upper limit is there. Only track races and rallies will have high bonuses and sponsorships if they win, and that is what it means to make a lot of money. If it were other anchors, they might be proud and complacent here, thinking that it would be good to drive online taxis, long-distance buses, and trucks, and it would be good to mix it up. After all, the cost of learning racing is too high, and I don't know how much hard work it takes to make a name for myself. But Zhang Yan was clear-headed and didn't get carried away by the praise, but chose to move forward. However, the last one caught Zhang Yan's attention. Is the IIAS collision result out? After finishing this long journey, Zhang Yan did not start the next task, but found the IIAS collision test video on the Aili Island website. She had a terrible crash while driving the Passat before, and I searched online. It seems that there is a lot of controversy about this matter. Many people think that the Passat should not perform so badly. At that time, Zhang Yan crashed into a large truck, and the large trucks in the game all have crash barriers at the rear, so this is a very standard 25% offset collision. The result was such a bad result, which is really unacceptable. So there are also many people who think that safe and civilized driving is obviously black. There are even people who may have been rejected by the manufacturer when they went to buy the license, so they took the opportunity to black it in the game. And an important basis for these supporters is that the Me version of the Passat has been crashed, and the result is all excellent. Then the domestic joint venture version of the car, no matter how much it is reduced, it is impossible to reduce it to this extent, right? After a whole weekend of online arguments, the IAAS collision test results are finally out today. Zhang Yan clicked on the video to check it out. 25% offset collision, wheel collapse, A-pillar bending, cockpit invasion, steering wheel deflection, airbag perfectly escaped to the co-pilot, avoiding the fake head, so that the fake head had a close contact with the car body. After watching this video, Zhang Yan was stunned. Isn't this really a death replay in the game? It's exactly the same. This moment is just like that moment. Zhang Yan couldn't help but ask, how can they be so similar? Of course, it is impossible to make all the details consistent, but they are very similar in some key issues, such as the degree of bending of the A-pillar, the degree of intrusion of the front wheel into the cockpit, and the drift of the steering wheel. Looking at the comments on this video, it is obvious that they are completely crazy. Fuck, it's a world-famous painting. A-pillar folding technology. Large energy absorption area. Safe rear seat. The door metal sheet doesn't move at all. I'm stunned. Can it really be reduced to this extent? The Me version is all excellent. But the domestic joint venture version is directly the worst record of two IAAS. The only car in history with a poor score for head and neck injuries, and the only car in history with a poor score for frontal collision? Damn. Are you here to break the record? Reverse record breaking, awesome. This magical steering wheel and airbag drift, the driver's head and neck are completely unprotected, which is why the lowest rating of IAAS is poor. In reality, this thing will directly explode the head. Airbag, you, a rookie, can hit this, you deserve to die, slip away, go to protect the co-pilot. I said that safe and civilized driving is in the atmosphere. This thing is too metaphysical, right? Is there really a great profit in it? Can this be predicted? Is it because this game uses a very realistic physics engine? Unlike other racing games, it models each structure and each component of the car separately and applies physical effects, so the performance of each car after a collision is different. That's not right. How does it know the strength of each structure of the new Passat in reality? Could it be that it paid out of its own pocket to crash all these cars? I think Tenda can do such a thing. That's not the case. After all, they are busy developing games. Collision testing is a more professional field, and Tenda has not yet set foot in it. It is said that the data in safe and civilized driving was obtained after internal cooperation with IAAS. After all, these data will be disclosed to the outside world sooner or later. Chapter 1424 Driving School Boss calls himself an expert. After someone made a relatively reliable guess, other netizens began to agree. Yes, it should be that after getting the collision data of IAAS in advance, the strength of each structure of the vehicle in the game was adjusted to ensure that the result after the collision is consistent with the reality, so there is such a highly reproducible situation. Maybe in the future, the data of IAAS is inaccurate, and Tenda will crash by itself. Hey, I was excited for nothing. I thought there was such a black technology that can perfectly simulate reality. Your focus is obviously off. It doesn't matter whether there is black technology or not. The key is the purpose and significance of safe and civilized driving doing this. The collision results of IAAS are so consistent with those in safe and civilized driving, which surprised many players. At the beginning, when many Passat car owners questioned the collision results in the game, many players were arguing that it was just a game and it couldn't be so rigorous. Some changes in game data or small bugs may cause a large deviation in the collision results. There is no need to be too entangled. After all, we have a real physics engine is just a joke. No matter how real a physics engine is, it is still a physics engine, and there will be some unexpected problems. As a result, now, those who criticize safe and civilized driving are dumbfounded, and those who use game mechanism or small game bugs to excuse safe and civilized driving are also dumbfounded. Do you need to help excuse it? No. Who says that games can't be rigorous? Tengda's games have always been so rigorous. Obviously, when the development team of Shenyang Games developed safe and civilized driving, they really took car collision as a core content to develop it, invested a lot of energy and time, and achieved an effect very close to that in reality. Some players thought it was some kind of black technology at first, which could perfectly reproduce reality in the virtual world, but then they thought that this was impossible. Even if it could be reproduced, they first had to know the strength of steel in reality. Now I finally understand that safe and civilized driving has long cooperated with IIAS, and the collision effect in the game is made according to the collision effect in reality. What is even more interesting to players is why safe and civilized driving goes to such great lengths to do this. This doesn't seem to be the core fun of the game, does it? Even if safe and civilized driving makes the car damage very low or simply turns off the car damage like other racing games, players will not find it strange, and may even be happier. Some people say that this may be the producer's characterization of the game safe and civilized driving, real. All aspects must be made real, so the collision results of the vehicles must also be real. But this statement is obviously not completely convincing, and many people speculate that this design has other purposes. In short, after the IIAS collision results came out, it has caused an uproar on the internet. The collision video has become the treasure of the car area of the Iladeo website, and the stock about the black luxury car has instantly spread throughout the internet. While various self-media and up hosts have reposted and reported this incident, the content related to the game safe and civilized driving has also become the material they are talking about, and it has been widely spread on the internet. January 22, Tuesday. The experience store near the Skylark Project roller coaster in the Jingji Hotel. Come on, Mr. Su, please come this way. Leisure enthusiastically invited a middle-aged man with slightly bald hair and a slightly fat body to the VIP experience hall in the experience store. The boss is Su Hu, the boss of Hingyuan Driving School. Hingyuan Driving School is currently the largest chain driving school in China. It was founded in 2005 and was first opened in the capital. It has now opened branches in major first-tier cities in China and has developed rapidly in recent years. Of course, there is also a large branch of Hingyuan Driving School in Jingzhou. Compared with other driving schools, Hingyuan Driving School has always pursued a boutique operation strategy, proposing concepts such as friend-style teaching, smiling service, and quality first. It has gained a good reputation with high-quality differentiated services such as Learn First and Pay Later and One Person, One Car. Of course, in driving schools, due to the uneven levels and personalities of driving school coaches, and the different driving talents of students, friction between students and coaches is inevitable. But the key lies in whether the driving school can coordinate the relationship between the two well and gradually reduce the occurrence of such friction by improving the service level and teaching level. At present, Hingyuan Driving School is doing well compared with other driving schools in China. In addition, Hingyuan Driving School was also the first to propose intelligent management. While some other small driving schools were still letting students wait in line to practice driving, Hingyuan Driving School had already completed the allocation and reservation functions of students through its own app, ensuring that students could practice alone with one person, one car after making an appointment. Therefore, Hingyuan Driving School has also been more popular among young people in recent years. This experience store is the one opened by Che Rong, the owner of Starboard Fitness. It is full of VR equipment for amusement parks and shopping malls, including simulated driving cabins, VR shooting platforms, etc. After the release of the safe and civilized driving simulator, Che Rong naturally bought more than a dozen deluxe simulators for tourists to experience. Since the Skylark Project roller coaster became popular, the business of this experience store has been extremely good. After all, tourists can wander around after taking a number on the spot. In addition to shopping and drinking coffee, coming to the experience store to play has become the best choice for many tourists. Today, Che Rong already knew that Suhu was coming, so in order to discuss business, he reserved a private room in the VIP hall. Suhu entered the private room and saw the deluxe package of the safe and civilized driving simulator at a glance. Suhu sat on the G4 seat, and Li Shi was beside him to guide him to experience the Subject 2 and Subject 3 exams in the game. Wow! This is much more advanced than the simulators we bought at our driving school. Damn it, I got cheated. Return it. I want a return. Suhu is as straightforward as his name suggests. As early as last year, Yuan Driving School purchased a batch of driving simulators for all its branches. They are simpler than the large simulators in amusement parks and shopping malls, but they are expensive. A small screen, coupled with the driver's license test simulation software developed by the manufacturer, and with components such as a steering wheel and gear lever that are similar to the shape of a real car, covers an area of about 1 square meter. And just such a thing, the retail price is 16,800, and the wholesale price is 13,800. When Suhu bought it, he thought the wholesale price was quite cost-effective. Because this simulator solves a very critical pain point for driving schools. The rapid expansion period of Yuan Driving School just caught up with the craze of all people learning to drive. With the increasing number of cars in China, the demand for going out by car is increasing, and the number of people learning to drive is also increasing rapidly. For these driving schools, it is impossible not to accept the students who come to the door, right? That's all white money, of course, everyone is welcome. But if there are too many students, there will be a very serious problem. There are not enough venues and cars. Because the driving school's venue is so large, even if it can open a branch or a new venue, it will not be built in a short time. Moreover, driving schools usually recruit students from nearby areas, and opening a branch school does not necessarily mean that these students can be diverted away. They may just want to learn near home and do not want to travel so far. Many small driving schools completely ignore their own carrying capacity and just recruit students. As a result, they are overcrowded. Students all line up to get on the bus. They wait in line for 2 hours and get on the bus in 5 minutes. Students complain and their satisfaction rate plummets. In order to solve this problem, Yuan Driving School first developed an app for appointment. After the appointment, the driving lesson lasted for 1 hour, and the students did not have to queue up, and the satisfaction increased. But the fundamental problem was still not solved, that is, there were too many people and too few cars. In the past, it took 2 hours to queue up and 5 minutes to drive. Now it is different. It takes 1 month to register, and it is hard to grab the class. Although the app registration has been changed, the appointment still needs to be grabbed. It is okay during the daytime on weekdays. At night or on weekends, the reserved courses are all read in an instant. If the hand speed is slow, it is impossible to grab it. In the end, the fundamental problem was still not solved. Therefore, Yuan Driving School came up with a new solution, which is to purchase simulators. It is mandatory that all students must practice on the simulator for 10 hours before formally getting on the car for training. At least they must practice all the items such as reverse parking and turning on the simulator, and pass the test of the simulation software before going on the real car. In this way, the students were divided into groups. New students first went to the simulator, and then got on the real car after the simulator. Although the learning time became longer for the students, the queue situation was greatly reduced. After getting on the real car, they got used to it faster because they had the foundation of the simulator, and the overall satisfaction was significantly improved. Originally, Suhu thought that the purchase of this batch of simulators was quite cost-effective, but now that he saw the safe and civilized driving simulator, he realized that he had been cheated. This is not even of the same level. What kind of rubbish was the simulator I bought before? How dare you ask for 13,000 yuan at wholesale price? What kind of configuration is the safe and civilized driving simulator? Direct drive steering wheel, G-force seat, and games specially developed by Tenda. Whether it is hardware experience or software experience, isn't it better than the previous simulator? As a result, this one with G-force seat is only sold for 9,999. Although it doesn't come with a monitor, it is much more cost-effective than the previous simulator. What kind of rubbish monitor did the previous simulator come with? 1,000 yuan is too much. So, how much did I get cheated of the previous batch of simulators? Suhu couldn't help but start thinking about this question, and felt a little more resentment on his slightly bald head. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 1425 Matchmaking. Suhu personally tried it out and experienced the second and third subjects in succession. He passed them all in one try. Leisure couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Mr. Su is great, you are still as skilled as ever. Suhu laughed. I am also a gold medal instructor in my own driving school. Can I be stumped by the second and third subjects? But, Mr. Lee, this simulator is really different to use. It is completely different from the batch I purchased. I got fooled. The obvious difference between the two simulators can be seen from the appearance. The simulators that Suhu purchased before were ugly in appearance, which easily reminded people of the original big-headed computer monitors, which were full of compromise and age at first glance. The safe and civilized driving simulator, whether it is the 3-screen LCD display, the square direct drive steering wheel base, the steering wheel that feels similar to a sports car, or the all-metal pedals and gear lever, all have a sense of fashion and technology. This is not a product of the same era at all. And the difference after actually using it is even greater. Suhu said, I had a lot of opinions about the simulators that our driving school purchased before. The steering wheel has no power assistance, and there is only a belt drive inside. At most, it can return to the center position, but it can't do anything else. The pedals are loose and have no power at all. The gear lever often breaks, it is easy to loosen, and there is no sense of shifting gears. The seat does not have G-force, but the key is that the simulator software is not well made, and it looks worse than the games from more than 10 years ago. I wanted the manufacturer to change it, but the manufacturer said there was no way, and the best they could do was this, and it would cost too much and be too troublesome to change it. I thought it was only possible to do this due to technical reasons. I looked at other driving test simulators on the internet and they were all at a similar level, so I had to give up. Now I know, it's not because of the high investment and trouble, they just don't want to spend the money, and they are not willing to provide after-sales service for the machines they have sold. Leisure smiled slightly. Mr. Su, I think you may have wronged them. They may simply lack the ability. These simulators are made by small teams. What good products can they make? Can they place large orders and lower the price of the supply chain? Can they invite professional designers to design products? Can they deeply analyze the driving simulation equipment on the market and give the best solution? Can they have a group of top game designers like Tenda to make a game with exquisite graphics and realistic physics engine? Obviously not. How can these small teams compare with Tenda? They are all small workshops, and Tenda is a regular army. If they just go on the field, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack. In fact, everything on this simulator can be produced domestically, but the question is whether we have the ability to integrate all these things, use a lot of money to prepare in bulk, use strong voice to make suppliers and OEM factories change to what we want, and whether we can develop corresponding software to perfectly bring out the strength of the entire hardware. Take the force feedback and simulated vibration on the simulator, for example. These all need to be coordinated with the game content. For now, Tenda is the only one with this equipment and this game. Some of the top driving simulation games abroad certainly have force feedback and vibration feedback, but the problem is that they are all driving racing simulations. Even if they serve reality, they are all developed specifically for racers, and there is no driver's license test at all as functions. So, let alone in the short term, conservatively estimated that within 2 years, there will be no new products that surpass this set of equipment. Suhu was very happy and asked, "Then what about the after-sales problem?" Leisure smiled, "You can rest assured about the after-sales problem. Tenda's after-sales service has always been of the highest standard. Now Tenda's Moyu Internet Cafe and Nifeng Logistics have spread across many cities across the country, whether it is on-site repair or free replacement. It is very convenient. The most important thing is that the game Safe and Civilized Driving will continue to launch new content in the future, such as new models, and driving test rules exclusive to various places." Suhu's eyes lit up. "Huh? This is good." The most troublesome thing for Suhu before was that the test content in the simulator was not quite the same as in reality. Of course, this is not entirely the fault of the simulator, because the test content and test methods in different parts of the country are indeed slightly different. Needless to say, the first and fourth subjects are all questions, and the question bank is the same. But the second and third subjects may be very different in different cities, which is a historical problem. In some cities, the equipment is very advanced, but the test content is very backward. For example, the full electronic system driving test is achieved, there is no safety officer in the car, and it is entirely up to the students to drive the car back to the end point, but the speed is not required. In addition to having to complete one upshift and downshift operation, it doesn't matter if you idle at second gear and crawl through the whole process. While some cities require fast running, third gear is the bottom line, and running to 60 or 70 in fourth and fifth gears is also normal. Including the order of these subjects in Subject 2, even the new and old venues in the same city are different. Most test sites have reverse parking as the first project, but some test sites have reverse parking as the last project. Chain driving schools like Hingyuan Driving School must understand the local test rules in advance when opening a driving school in a new city. Whether it is building a new test site or specifying teaching standards, they must adapt to local conditions and local objective conditions. However, simulator manufacturers cannot be so specific and can only produce according to local driving test rules or driving test rules in major cities. For Suhu, he could only make do with it. The students' driving practice was just a psychological exercise. But safe and civilized driving is different. It is completely possible to make subtle adjustments to the driving test in the game according to the different driving test rules in different places, and launch versions for various cities. When the time comes, players only need to select the corresponding city after entering, or locate it according to the IP address, and they will naturally take the test according to the local rules. This is more conducive to the integration of simulator and real driving test teaching. Suhu immediately decided, great, Tengda's equipment is definitely trustworthy. This is it. Let me calculate how many units are needed. Currently, our group has more than 1,000 training vehicles, and there are nearly 200 stores and training grounds. In the store, 1 or 2 can be placed, in the training ground, more than 10 can be placed. So, let's order 1,000 first. 200 of them are luxury packages with G4 seats, which are specially placed in stores for enrollment. The other 800 can buy ordinary versions and be placed in major training grounds for students to use. Is the inventory enough? Li Shi smiled slightly. Inventory? Don't worry, I asked Mr. Chang of Uda Technology, and the inventory is absolutely sufficient. Tenda has always been a stocking maniac. Take the safe and civilized driving simulator for example. Warehouses in major cities across the country have stock, not to mention the local stock in Qingshan. Several large warehouses are already full. As long as you pay, we will ship immediately. I will send you the contact information of Mr. Chang of Uda Technology. Li Shi patted his chest, as if he was the sales spokesperson for safe and civilized driving simulators. After sending the contact information, Li Shi suddenly thought of something and added, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Chang is still suffering on the uninhabited island and will not be back until the end of the month. I will send you the contact information of the person in charge of the driving simulator business in Uda Technology. You should find him first. When Mr. Chang comes back, I will introduce you to each other." Suhu was a little confused. Good guy, still suffering on an uninhabited island? What kind of weird company is Tenda? Is work more important or suffering more important? But Suhu didn't feel like asking more questions. He stood up and shook hands with Li Shi cordially. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm still out of touch with the news. If you hadn't specifically informed me, I wouldn't have known that technology has advanced to this level and there are such useful things. As the owner of a driving school, Suhu has a lot of things to do on a daily basis, so he doesn't pay attention to things in the gaming circle. The game Safe and Civilized Driving is currently only popular in the gaming circle and has not yet had such a huge impact in reality, so it is normal that he does not know about it. Of course, as Safe and Civilized Driving becomes popular in reality, he will know the news sooner or later, but it will be too late and he will not catch up. If he knows, other driving schools will naturally know it. What first-mover advantage will there be at that time? Now, if you buy Safe and Civilized Driving simulators in bulk earlier, you can make a name for yourself earlier, which can better attract the main group of driving school students now, young people. Suhu said, Mr. Li, you have done me such a big favor, I really can't thank you enough. If you can help me in the future, please let me know. I will do my best to help you. Li Shi smiled slightly. Mr. Su, let's not beat around the bush. I do have something to ask for. I heard that Yuan Driving School is seeking to be listed? Although I haven't heard any follow-up news, with the current scale of Yuan Driving School, it should be a matter of time before the application is approved. I intend to make a match and let Fuhui Capital and Tenda's Yuanming Venture Capital invest together. How about it? After the listing, Yuan Driving School will have sufficient funds to open more branches in various cities across the country, and Uda Technology will naturally give priority to the supply and subsequent maintenance of driving simulators. For the students of Yuan Driving School, they can use better simulators. For us, we can all make money together, isn't it wonderful? Suhu was very happy. Sure. If any other investor said he wanted to invest, Suhu would most likely refuse on the spot. Are you kidding? My company is about to go public, and I need you to invest? What? Seeing that I am about to go public, you come here to pretend to get the first sum of money, and then sell the stocks to cash out after the listing. You don't take any risks, just pick the fruits. Do you think I am stupid? You don't get the wool like this. But Li Shi's suggestion made it difficult for Suhu to refuse. On the one hand, as an intermediary, Li Shi played a matchmaking effect and brought Tenda's Yuanming Venture Capital into the game. Fuhui Capital and Yuanming Venture Capital invested together, which is equivalent to pulling Yuan Driving School onto Tenda's chariot. This certification identity is very important because it will directly affect the views of young people. On the other hand, Li Shi and Yuanming Venture Capital are obviously not here to pick fruits. They are optimistic about the performance of Yuan Driving School after its listing, and these shares are definitely intended to be held for a long time. Since it is a win-win situation for all three parties, there is no problem. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1426, President Li will never miss any soup. After sending Su Hu away, Li Shi said to Che Rong, "We have to make some corresponding changes here. My idea is to change the brand name of Starboard Fitness to Starboard Virtual Sports Experience Store. On the basis of the original Smart Fitness clothes drying rack and Doubt VR glasses experience area, we will expand it, purchase safe and civilized driving simulators, and open a driving area. It doesn't matter if there is not enough space. We will open another store next to, opposite, or upstairs of each store to form a twin store or parent-child store model. Consider the two stores as a whole, replan the equipment, and adjust the number of equipment according to the number of customers." Che Rong was stunned for a moment. "Aren't we going to cooperate with Yuan driving school? We will do it ourselves? Besides, safe and civilized driving simulators are not related to concepts such as fitness and virtual sports, right?" Che Rong was obviously a little caught off guard. He originally thought that there would be no Starboard Fitness this time. After all, safe and civilized driving simulators are naturally compatible with driving schools, and there is indeed not much overlap with Starboard Fitness's current business. Unexpectedly, Li Shi had just seen off Su Hu, the boss of Yuan driving school, and he began to consider taking over some safe and civilized driving simulators himself. "Is this appropriate?" Li Shi shook his head slightly. "Boss Che, don't be so rigid in your thinking. Who said that we can't do it ourselves if we cooperate with Yuan driving school? Think about it carefully. Can Yuan driving school take over all the market demand for safe and civilized driving simulators? Let's not talk about those individual customers who are willing to spend money and have space to put simulators at home. Just talk about those players who have to go out to experience because they have no money or space. Can Yuan driving school take over all these people? Yuan driving school will put luxury simulators with G-force seats in the stores where it has registered, but that is for enrollment. Simulators are also placed in driving schools, but that is to serve the students of their own driving schools. But what if someone doesn't want to sign up for a driving school? Or already has a driver's license, just want to experience the simulator equipment, or continue to improve their driving skills on the track? Who can meet this part of the demand? Of course, we have to meet it. So, Yuan driving school has different needs from us. It makes money there and makes money here. Isn't it good?" Li Shi paused and said, "As for the concept of virtual sports, of course it can be related. You probably don't know much about direct drive steering wheels. I've checked. Many enthusiasts call this thing fitness equipment, which is specifically for training arm strength. Normal driving mode is fine, and it's almost as tiring as driving in real life, but once you get into track mode, the force feedback of the steering wheel will be very scary, and you need to use a lot of force to control it. If you really concentrate on running for 2 hours, the amount of exercise is not small at all. Look at the real racers, there are no fat ones, right? Most of them are lean and muscular. Because driving a race car in real life consumes more physical energy, not only to fight against the steering wheel, but also to fight against the strong G-force. The simulator really can't simulate that kind of the powerful G-force. The existing G-force seats can only simulate the feeling, but no matter what, playing this game will definitely not be easy. In reality, racing is also a kind of sport, so the racing simulator can certainly be called a virtual sport. In short, we have to find a way to include Tenda's new products. This is not only a market expansion, but also a strategic defense plan. As long as we include the safe and civilized driving simulator, we can effectively prevent other brands and other stores from overtaking us through the simulator. When we introduce the simulator, how much money we make is secondary, the key is to block the way for others. After Li Shi's analysis, Che Rong suddenly realized. So that's it, I understand. It really makes sense. Che Rong couldn't help but be convinced, and was taught a lesson by Mr. Li. As a boss, what do you lack? I lack imagination and the ability to establish connections between different fields. Who said that you have to try your luck to hit the wind outlet? People like Mr. Li just force themselves to catch the wind outlet and use it for themselves. After careful consideration, it is really suitable. Because the game Safe and Civilized Driving is replayable like the previous Animal Island and Fitness Battle. If you really play it, you may not be able to stop for hundreds of hours. And this provides objective conditions to support the internet cafe model of Starbird Fitness. If the game is only fresh for a while, and players lose interest after playing for a few hours, then the subsequent customer flow will be difficult to sustain, and the model of Starbird Fitness will be at great risk. But now, after the trials of smart fitness clothes drying racks and Doubt VR glasses, this model has been accepted by many people. Coupled with safe and civilized driving simulators, it can form a cluster effect. Moreover, judging from this situation in the experience store, the tourists' recognition of the safe and civilized driving simulator is obviously higher than other large-scale equipment, and the replay rate is very high, which also makes Che Rong more confident. Okay, Mr. Li, I will arrange it now. Che Rong was full of energy again. It was indeed good to follow Mr. Li. As long as he followed Tenda, he didn't have to think about any business model. A mature business model will naturally come to you. At the same time, Tenda's game department. After watching the video just sent, Yufei said to Meng Chong with some concern, "Can this really work?" Meng Chong said very confidently and decisively, "Yes." On Yufei's computer screen, there was a trial video of Ghost General 2. This video was specially made by Kai Hong, a well-known domestic fighting game player. When the demo of Ghost General 2 was just released, the Tenda Game Project team had already contacted some domestic fighting game masters and asked them to experience Ghost General 2 together. For the suggestions made by these fighting game masters, the project team carefully considered and seriously modified them. When encountering some changes that are not appropriate, fighting game masters and designers will be organized to hold online meetings to fully exchange opinions before finalizing the modification plan. This is an inevitable step in order to make Ghost Warriors 2 an excellent fighting game. And this group of fighting game masters, including Kai Hong, all got started quickly, because as early as when developing Ghost General 2, Bao Su said that fighting games around the world basically have a set of unspoken rules. Following this unspoken rule and making innovations in some details is an excellent fighting game, while not following this set of unspoken rules is a failed fighting game. On the one hand, this is because the fighting game category has been around for too long, the gameplay and mechanism are very mature, and the core players have fully adapted to it. On the other hand, it is because the core players spend thousands of hours on fighting games to form muscle memory. If a new game does not conform to their muscle memory and common habits, they will not play it at all. Since Ghost General 2 was developed according to the tastes of these old players, they naturally get started quickly. In the video, Kai Hong played a boss battle in the Battle of Red Cliffs level in the game. In the game Ghost General 2, Battle of Red Cliff is a whole chapter, which is divided into many small levels, and each level is divided into several different parts such as chain schemes, borrowing the East Wind, Swallow Scheme, Huarong Pass, and so on. Yufei adapted the background story of Ghost General by combining stories from history and novels. For example, after boarding the Chaowei fleet, the Phoenix orphan Peng Tong offered a chain of tricks, using the Phoenix bloodline to activate the performance of the magic warships, allowing the warships to share the damage, but deliberately did not mention that this move would lead to a decrease in fire resistance, and the flames would detonate the hidden flame power in the Phoenix bloodline. In the game, the player has to control Peng Tong to complete the operation at the designated location, while repelling the enemies during the Chaowei warship exercise, proving to Cao Cao that this move will indeed enhance the strength of the Chaowei warships. In the east wind, Zhuge Liang climbed up the Seven Stars Terrace and summoned a large number of missiles to wash the ground through the form of rubbing moves, causing a devastating blow to the Qiaowei warships. In this process, the player not only has to control Zhuge Liang to rub and release missiles, but also has to take time to deal with the Qiaowei army that came to obstruct. In the Bitter Flesh plan, the player has to control Huang Gai to cover the warships filled with high explosive fuel to hit the Qiaowei warships. In short, these links all have combat content, either mowing soldiers, or fighting against enemy generals, or completing end-specific combo operations within a certain period of time to meet the plot requirements. The boss battle that Kai Hong fought was after Huang Gai's warship full of high explosive fuel collided with Qiaowei's magic warships, and Zhuge Liang borrowed the east wind to wash the ground with a large number of missiles, causing the Phoenix bloodline in Qiaowei's warships to burst and cause continuous fires. The lonely swordsman Zhou Yu rushed onto the warship in a sea of fire and met the Iron Guard tiger idiot Su Chu, which led to a boss battle according to the plot, after the Black Lion King Hua Xiong was killed by the Azure Dragon Marshal Saint Guan Yu. The Centaurs and the White Tigers fought for Xiliang, and finally Ma Chao of the Centaurs won, while Su Chu, the son of the White Tiger clan leader, led his people to join Cao Cao. Cao Cao used magic technology combined with the genetic samples of the White Tigers to create the most elite biochemical troops, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, and Su Chu was the strongest among them. Although the fleet was covered by fire, Su Chu relied on Qiaowei's unique magic technology to gain blood blessing at home, and his body expanded and his strength was infinite. He not only had to cover Cao Cao's retreat, but also had to kill Zhou Yu, who came to pursue him on the spot. Kai Hong must repel Su Chu within a limited time. Whether he dies or exceeds the time limit, it is considered a mission failure. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1427, Pei's Propaganda Method, Real and Fake. Ghost General 2 itself is a difficult game. After all, Pei Qian is still thinking about how to dissuade players. If it is too simple, it will become a mowing game. How to dissuade players? But it will not be too difficult. At least Pei Qian must ensure that people like him who can only perform simple combos can pass the level after suffering. Therefore, similar levels basically have two ways of playing, high difficulty and low difficulty. The high difficulty way is not to use the simple combo mode, but to use the conventional complex combo mode, dodge the boss attack while continuously suppressing and outputting the boss, so as to pass the level in the shortest time. But this way of playing has a low tolerance rate, because the boss has high damage, it is easy to die if touched, and the complex combo mode is easy to make mistakes. If the output does not meet the requirements, it will still fail. The low difficulty way is to use the simple combo mode to output while interacting with the map mechanism. Destroying the magic core on the battleship can weaken the boss and extend the game time, but these magic cores are not so easy to kill. They will be disturbed by the boss, and only one will be exposed after a period of time. Using a low difficulty method is definitely much slower than a high difficulty method. In this trial video, Kai Hong demonstrated a difficult fighting method, that is, not touching the magic core, and defeating the enhanced version of Su Chu with hardcore moves. During the period, he was beaten twice by Su Chu, and his health bar dropped like a roller coaster, which was frightening. However, this was intentional, and it was specifically requested by Meng Chong and the project team of Ghost General 2. Kai Hong can fight without injury, but how can players see how high the damage of the boss is? In short, this video is indeed more gorgeous, but Yufei feels very worried. This worry mainly comes from three aspects. First, this boss battle is not so outstanding in all the levels of Ghost General 2. Speaking of handsome scenes, the scenes of warm wine beheading Hua Xiong, borrowing the east wind, burning the camps, etc. are much more handsome and cooler than this scene. Second, Kai Hong demonstrated a difficult fighting method, but in fact, the game also has a relatively low difficulty fighting method. You won't think that this game is too difficult and be directly discouraged, right? Third, is it appropriate to just release such a video for promotion? It's not that this kind of promotion is not okay, but it's just a very conventional promotion method, and I don't see where the Pei's promotion method mentioned by Meng Qiang is reflected. When Meng Qiang came and said he wanted to make a promotion plan for Ghost General 2, Yu Fei was very happy and felt that this project was highly valued by President Pei. Moreover, Meng Qiang also told him a lot of details about the Pei's propaganda method, meaning that Yu Fei should watch and learn carefully, and he would make the next propaganda plan by himself. But Meng Qiang talked about a lot, but it was not reflected in this plan? Yu Fei expressed his concerns to Meng Qiang, especially the last point. In this video, where exactly does the Pei's propaganda method you talked about reflect? Seeing Yu Fei's puzzled face, Meng Qiang smiled slightly. You don't understand this. The way of military strategy is to be real and fake, true and false. Make it real and fake, and the most important thing is to confuse people. I know what kind of Pei's propaganda method you expect. If we follow the conventional way, we should now publicize that Ghost General will have an orthodox sequel, with a large investment, and Tenda Games will personally handle it, and release some original paintings, models, and part of the story background of the generals to lead the players astray. We should make them think that this may be a large-scale card battle game along the lines of Ghost General, or an action game like Turning Back, so that the mystery will be revealed when Ghost General 2 is actually released, and they will shout that they have been fooled. Right? Yu Fei nodded. According to the Pei's propaganda method mentioned by Meng Qiang before, this is indeed a relatively basic routine. Meng Qiang explained, but you have to consider that this method can't be used all the time, and we can't cry wolf too often. We have to develop sustainably. At the beginning of this month, Yi Zhizhou used a similar method in safe and civilized driving. Although it also played a certain role, it was much weaker than the effect of struggle at that time. This is enough to show that the application of Pei's propaganda method must be based on the situation and local conditions, and it must be adjusted according to the characteristics of different projects. Don't make the mistake of dogmatism. The reason why struggle used this method so successfully is that the false propaganda of struggle is deeply bound and combined with the connotation of the game, which makes its propaganda method also become part of breaking the dimensional wall, so it has aroused resonance. As for safe and civilized driving, Yi Zhizhou is just getting started after all, and he only has the form but not the spirit. In addition, the wolf has already been shouted, so the effect is naturally not that good. So, we can't do it this way anymore, we must make some changes. Yu Fei nodded suddenly. I see. There are so many tricks here? But, does this current plan also conform to Pei's propaganda method? Meng Qiang nodded. Of course, didn't you see it? Yu Fei said with some shame, no. In my opinion, this is a very conventional fighting game promotion plan, right? We directly exposed our cards. Ghost General 2 is a fighting game, and then released the actual battle scene. The key is that this scene is not the most exciting part. Meng Qiang smiled slightly. That's right. The essence of Pei's publicity method is to suppress before promoting, and in the case of Ghost General 2, the best suppression is its fighting game attributes. We honestly tell the players that this is a fighting game, and it is a very difficult traditional fighting game. In this way, the core players of fighting games will definitely be very happy, but their size is small, and most of them ordinary players who are not familiar with the game may not play it once they hear that it is a fighting game. But after everyone has a deep experience of Ghost General 2, they will find that it is completely different from ordinary fighting games. It can not only meet the high difficulty requirements of hardcore players, but also allow ordinary players to experience the fun of fighting games. Therefore, the essence of Pei's propaganda lies in confusion. It must be extremely confusing, so that our users cannot tell the real intention of the propaganda at all, and have no way to determine the biggest advantage of this game or product. Only then can Pei's propaganda method be successful. So, if it is false, it is real, and if it is real, it is false. Between the false and the real, it can better reflect the profoundness of Pei's propaganda method. Yu Fei suddenly realized, it can be seen that Meng Chang is full of confidence, and what he said does make sense. It feels like Meng Chang has studied Pei's publicity method and has made some progress. Before, Meng Chang has always been a bit formulaic, and he stuck to every step very tightly. The changes and routines are far less varied than the publicity plan made by President Pei himself, but now, Meng Chang's publicity level is gradually approaching President Pei. In this case, there is nothing to worry about, just follow this plan. Yu Fei feels that the most comfortable thing about being the head of Tenda is that no matter what kind of support is needed, he can always find professionals to help with all his heart. Even if he is not responsible for everything, at least he will provide a lot of professional advice. The ethos of Tenda is to value professional talents. The heads respect each other's professional qualities and learn from each other, so Yu Fei can support the work of the game department even when he crosses so much. Thinking of this, Yu Fei nodded, okay, then follow this plan. Wednesday, January 23rd. Pei Qian was in his office, watching the promotional video for Ghost General 2, his expression full of confusion. He was a little confused about Meng Chang. The promotion plan for Ghost General 2 this time can be said to be quite conventional. First, the official platform released promotional materials for Ghost General 2, including promotional pictures, game introductions, and a trial video. At the same time, some conventional promotions were also carried out on the internet. For example, on Weibo and the Iladeo website, a joint promotion was made with Kai Hong, the current top professional fighting game player in China, saying that this game was jointly developed with a group of top professional fighting game players in China, fully taking into account the feel of fighting game enthusiasts. In addition, the actual combat video was also played by Kai Hong himself. Although there were two small mistakes in the middle, the overall play was still quite gorgeous. It can be seen that the skills are indeed good and have a certain degree of viewing value. Pei Qian did not think much about these two small mistakes. Although Kai Hong is a professional player, he is really proficient in those old fighting games. After all, Ghost General 2 is a new game. Kai Hong is not so familiar with the various mechanisms of this game, so one or two mistakes are inevitable. It's just that this promotion plan made Pei Qian very confused. Pei Qian can be said to know Ghost General 2 very well, because he had followed the system's requirements and had spent a lot of effort to complete the game. Of course, Pei Qian used the simple combo mode, which simplified the plus a move into plus A, and made full use of the game mechanism in the process of passing the level. For example, in the Battle of Red Cliffs, when Zhou Yu fought Su Chu, Pei Qian passed the level after defeating all the magic cores. As for the fun of this game, he did feel some of it, but fighting games were not Pei Qian's cup of tea after all, so he didn't feel it so deeply. As for Meng Chang's promotional plan, if you look at it from the first level, you will think that he has betrayed. Promoting the advantages of fighting games completely, isn't this a very ordinary, positive promotional plan? Is Meng Chang crazy? Don't mention it? But if you stand at the second level, you will feel that this plan still has a certain dissuading effect. It does show the advantages of fighting games, but that will only make the core players of fighting games excited. For other groups of players, as long as they know that this game is a fighting game, they will lose interest. So, Pei Qian feels a little confused now. He did hope that Meng Chang could evolve quickly, get more commissions, and make the promotional plan as bad as possible. But after several rounds of evolution, Meng Chang seemed to be returning to his original state, which was very confusing. Even Pei Qian could not see through his true intentions. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1428 Why Are You Still Buying? We'll know after a couple of days by looking at the players' feedback. Pei Qian didn't care too much about this matter. As long as Meng Chong was still working hard to get the commission, he was trustworthy. Whether this promotional plan is feasible or not is still unclear. Although the news of Ghost General 2 has come out, and the actual combat demonstration video has been released, it has also caused some reactions among the players of Ghost General, but after all, the heat has not spread. Most of the people who are looking forward to Ghost General 2 are old players of Ghost General and fighting game enthusiasts. This group only accounts for a part of the player group, and their attitudes do not represent anything. The investment in Ghost General 2 is huge. Whether it can pay off depends on how much it breaks the circle and how many non-fighting game players can be attracted to pay for it willingly. If only fighting game players like it, the best result is at most no profit. Therefore, Pei Qian is not in a hurry and plans to observe it. At this stage, he has many more important things to do. Let me see how safe and civilized driving is doing. The game is very popular, but the sales are okay, a little better than I expected. Pei Qian first looked at the sales of Safe and Civilized Driving and found that it was not as popular as many other Tenda games. Safe and Civilized Driving itself has a huge investment, and with these sales, it is indeed impossible to recover the cost in the short term. As for why the sales seem to be relatively optimistic, Pei Qian also roughly guessed. Mainly because of this game mode. At present, most of the racing games on the market are similar, and the difficulty of getting started in the early stage is very low, and both keyboard and controller can be controlled relatively well. Even some particularly demanding driving simulation games will at least add a driving assistance system, so that players can smoothly complete the entire process at the beginning after entering the game. But Safe and Civilized Driving is not only a very demanding driving simulation game, but also innovatively added a driver's license test. This link is the ultimate dissuade for controller and keyboard players. Of course, some keyboard and controller masters can pass the driver's license test with their superb micromanipulation, but such masters are a minority after all, and they also have to spend a lot of time and effort. Therefore, this driver's license test discouraged many people. I took the driving test several times, but failed every time. Then I looked at the time and found that it was still within the refund period. So what are you waiting for? Get a refund. This time there is no official ridicule like it's never too late to turn back, and players are very determined to get a refund. After buying a steering wheel and passing the driver's license test, the experience of this game will indeed improve sharply, but most players can't stick to this step. Spending thousands of dollars to buy a steering wheel just to play games, it means you give me a dish of vinegar, and I will make dumplings for you? Many people have this mentality, so they would rather choose to be cloud players and watch the anchor fail the driving test again and again, rather than suffer in the game themselves. So the current situation has emerged. Many keyboard and mouse and handle players have been persuaded to quit, and many players are hesitating whether to buy a steering wheel and are waiting and watching. Although the game Safe and Civilized Driving has caused heated discussions online, it has only attracted the heat to the live broadcast circle and the hardcore driving simulation player circle for the time being, and has not really broken through the circle and reached the level of national games like some racing games. After reading this, Pei Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately. After the collision result of Passat came out, Pei Qian was still worried for a long time, fearing that the collision function of this game would trigger some terrible chain reaction and cause the game to become popular. But now it seems that the situation is not that bad. Although the popularity has indeed increased, it seems that it has not affected the sales of the game for the time being, although many people on the internet are making fun of the Passat incident, which has dealt a heavy blow to the sales of the new Passat in China. Most people will not choose to buy it just because a game reveals the quality problems of the Passat, right? Pei Qian couldn't help but feel more at ease. Let me see how the sales of the Safe and Civilized Driving Simulator are doing. Well, it's not bad. From the sales data, there is no sales boom like the fully automatic bar lift machine and smart fitness clothes drying rack, and there is no out-of-stock situation on the product details page, which seems to be pretty good. Perfect. Pei Qian couldn't help but be a little surprised. The current situation is beyond his expectations. The game is not popular, and the simulation equipment is not popular either. Isn't it a great success? Now Pei Qian has long stopped expecting good things like the game's sudden death. He doesn't ask for the game to be ignored. As long as it remains within a very popular range, it doesn't matter how high the reputation is. Anyway, if it can't break the circle, it is impossible to recover the huge cost of investment. With Tenda's current size, every new project is fully invested, so the definition of success is getting higher and higher. Just achieving the level that ordinary companies can achieve is no longer considered a success. In this case, can we rent or buy a few more large warehouses? I have to go check the warehouse situation. Pei Qian suddenly had an idea and was ready to check the inventory situation. Tenda has several large warehouses and many warehouses in Jingzhou. The storage system is a network layout. There are large warehouses in the suburbs of Jingzhou in different directions, and then there are some warehouses near the Tenda physical industrial complex centered on Moyu Internet Cafe, and finally there are some goods stored in the Nifeng station. Other cities are similar, and are all planned according to this plan. This three-level storage layout is like a series of dams upstream of the river, which can ensure that Nifeng Logistics can deliver products to customers at the fastest speed, and at the same time, it can do its best to ensure that there is no shortage of goods. Of course, when these stocks are piled up, the backlog of goods is also very terrifying. Once the price fluctuates, they have to reduce the price. Such a large amount of inventory is enough to kill some weak companies several times. But this is exactly what Pei Qian wants. From now on, as long as no one buys the price of the backlog of goods, it is a win-win situation. Pei Qian wins twice. Whether it is forced to reduce the price and lose money, or stubbornly not reducing the price and letting these stocks continue to depreciate in the warehouse, Pei Qian has won. Of course, the worst-case scenario is that all these goods are sold smoothly, and no matter how much they are stocked up, they can't stop the bleeding. That would be terrible. But that situation shouldn't happen at the moment. Of course, these warehouses are not all filled with driving simulators. They are filled with various Tenda products in different categories, whether they are new products, old products, digital products developed by UTA technology, or furniture and home appliances cooperated with other manufacturers. The inventory is full of cherry blossoms. Nifeng Logistics is working hard to achieve the ultimate in delivering goods to your door in the shortest time. Pei Qian wondered if all the driving simulators in stock were not sold, could he justifiably rent a new warehouse? Warehouses are the more the better. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Yi Zhizhou to go to the warehouse on the outskirts of the city to take a look. After seeing the situation in the warehouse, he also happened to chat with Yi Zhizhou about the latest developments in the game. An hour later, Pei Qian came to the largest warehouse of Tenda on the outskirts of Jingzhou. Yi Zhizhou should have been waiting in the warehouse. In fact, Pei Qian originally wanted to call Changyu as well, but Changyu was still suffering on the island and would not be back until the end of this month, so he did not call anyone else from O2 Technology. It was just that Pei Qian felt something was wrong as soon as he got off the car. Because there were two large trucks parked at the door, one was unloading, and the other was loading. The truck that was unloading was loaded with a full load of safe and civilized driving simulator equipment, some of which were packaged together in a large box, and some were packed separately with steering wheels and gears. Several forklifts and workers were unloading goods in full swing, and the drivers of the two trucks looked quite young. They found a place to sit nearby, watching the loading and unloading of goods while smoking and chatting. Have you played Safe and Civilized Driving? What is that? I haven't heard of it. Never heard of it? It's the thing we're pulling. There are all simulated steering wheel devices at the back. Is it a game? Why does the name sound a bit wrong? It's a game about driving a big truck. It's fun. Ah? You're driving a truck to pull goods, isn't that enough? You want to continue driving a big truck in the game? Are you crazy? Hey, what are you talking about? It's really different. You'll know if you try it. The two of them were chatting animatedly and didn't pay attention to Pei Qian. They just treated him as an ordinary passerby. But Pei Qian was instantly upset when he heard the two of them chatting. What's going on? Even truck drivers who pull goods are playing this game? It's outrageous. But on second thought, this is after all a driver who pulls goods for Tenda. He knows the use of this simulator and buys it out of curiosity, to play with it. It seems nothing wrong to practice his driving skills when he has nothing to do at home. It's not a big problem for truck drivers to play safe and civilized driving. The key point is, why are there still large trucks loading and unloading goods now? This is the real reason why Pei Qian is highly alert. Logically, Tenda had been preparing for the stocking of the safe and civilized driving simulator before it was officially released. After purchasing from the OEM, the stock was first stored in several large warehouses of Tenda, and then gradually spread to other cities, including some stocks and the Nifeng station zone. In other words, the stock should have been spread out long ago, and all the warehouses should be filled. What is the situation with such large-scale purchase and shipment? There shouldn't be so many sales? Continuing to walk in, Pei Qian noticed that the large warehouse was also busy. As Tenda's scale grew, the warehouse became more and more formal. When Tenda first started its own warehousing, there was only a small warehouse, and the shelves were filled with digital products, memory, graphics cards, and the like from other manufacturers, which was quite makeshift. Now, not only has the number of warehouses increased significantly, but the warehouses have also changed a lot. They have become neat and uniform tall shelves, and various products are placed in different categories, and are loaded and unloaded by forklifts. There are several forklifts busy, sorting out various goods. Yi Zhizhou had already arrived. Seeing Pei Qian coming, he hurried over to greet him. Boss, Pei. Pei Qian looked at the situation in the warehouse, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Recently, the sales of safe and civilized driving simulators have increased significantly? Yi Zhizhou nodded. Yes, Boss Pei, you already know? Pei Qian was embarrassed and didn't know how to respond for a moment. What do you mean I already know? I know nothing. I guessed it based on his usual behavior and the abnormal movement in the warehouse. Seeing Mr. Pei's expression, Yi Zhizhou suddenly realized, oh. Mr. Pei, you didn't know it, you estimated it, right? Pei Qian. Feeling it was outrageous, Pei Qian was also puzzled. The sales of the game didn't seem to have skyrocketed. In theory, the number of people who bought the safe and civilized driving simulator should show a certain positive correlation with the number of people who bought the game. The proportion of players who play racing games with a steering wheel should be roughly stable. Now the sales of the game haven't skyrocketed, but the number of people who bought the simulator has skyrocketed. What's going on? Chapter 1429. What a huge market. 10,000 words more, please vote for the monthly ticket. Yi Zhizhou said excitedly, before, I was wondering whether the players could take so many simulators. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Pei, had already calculated that this was going to take both players and driving schools at the same time. A unique game like Safe and Civilized Driving can be said to have completely connected the two game types of racing games and simulation driving games. It also connected the software and hardware through the simulator package, which greatly expanded the group of players of driving simulation games using steering wheels. But this alone is obviously not enough. The key is to create linkage with other industries in reality. Hingyuan Driving School has ordered 1,000 simulators from us. Other driving schools across the country also got the news from somewhere, either ordering online or contacting us directly, and submitted a large number of orders. Even for some small driving schools, compared to the money for purchasing vehicles, and site maintenance, a simulator is nothing. It can also effectively improve the impression left by the driving school on students, making the driving school look very trendy and professional, so the simulator is selling very well. Although Yuan Driving School is currently the largest chain driving school in China, they can't take up all of our production capacity. After all, the distribution of driving schools in China is based in various cities and is quite loose. Therefore, Oda Technology has discussed with Mr. Li and he Dishing and will give Yuan Driving School priority supply and give some small discounts in the name of official cooperation. But at the same time it will not prohibit other driving schools from purchasing safe and civilized driving simulators. In addition, Xingmiao Virtual Sports Experience Store has also taken up a large number of safe and civilized driving simulators. Oda Technology also supplies them directly, so that those players who have no money or no space at home can also experience it in Xingmiao Sports in a similar way to internet cafes. It really doesn't make sense to worry about the player's 1 acre and 3 points of land. Only by breaking the circle can we achieve real success. Yi Zhizhou is very excited because he sees that the future sales of safe and civilized driving simulators are simply smooth sailing. The reason why he knows so clearly is that Shenyang Games will continue to update the content of safe and civilized driving in the future, including different driving test rules in various provinces and cities, as well as some adjustments to the driving school model, which will be detailed in the subsequent game content. Yuan Driving School is the first driving school to purchase safe and civilized driving simulators on a large scale, thanks to Mr. Li's matchmaking, but no matter how much Suhu tried to hide it, he couldn't hide it. After learning the news, other driving schools would naturally consider whether to purchase safe and civilized driving simulators. In fact, Yuan Driving School is not the only driving school that has deployed simulators in the training grounds. Other driving schools are also facing the same problem of too many people and few cars as Yuan Driving School, and will naturally make the same decision. And those driving schools that have not deployed simulators can't sit still. Because before, the simulators deployed by other driving schools were all fooling people. These driving schools did not deploy simulators and could explain to students that the thing would not play much role. But this simulator produced by Tenda is different. It is really useful. Moreover, this simulator is of excellent quality and has attracted widespread attention and high popularity on the internet. At this time, telling your own students that the simulator is useless is like saying sour grapes. This has quickly become a trend. If you can't keep up, wouldn't it tell students that your own driving school is out of date? There are indeed many students now, and it is difficult to recruit students. However, the competition among driving schools is becoming increasingly fierce, and they are all racking their brains to find their own advantages over other driving schools. Some driving schools make a lot of money, and naturally some driving schools are neglected. And we have a safe and civilized driving simulator is a big gimmick and advantage. At least it can't become a disadvantage, right? Therefore, those driving schools that have never bought simulators before have also started to think about it, thinking that they can't fall behind. Even if the venue is limited and they can only buy 3 or 5 machines to fill the storefront? That's necessary. Not to mention large chain driving schools like Yuan Driving School. In addition to training venues, there are also stores. Stores are the most in need of some face projects, and setting up a safe and civilized driving simulator is the best face project. Therefore, this undercurrent is growing secretly and quickly sweeping driving schools across the country. Driving schools in third-tier cities or small counties may not be well informed and will be slower, but sooner or later they will realize this problem. What a huge market this is. According to statistics from relevant departments, the number of driver training institutions in China exceeded 11,000 as early as last year, and it is very likely to exceed 16,000 in the next 5 years, and this only counts the formally registered ones, and there are also some small driving schools affiliated with them, which are even more numerous. But even so, the driving training industry is unable to fully meet the current huge market demand, and there are still many driving schools with serious queues. Driving simulators that cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan are expensive for ordinary people, and the problem of land occupation is not easy to solve, but for driving schools, what is this problem? What is this amount of money compared to the purchase cost, fuel cost and maintenance cost of the training car? What is the land occupied by the simulator compared to the land occupied by the training ground? Even if each of these driving schools only buys 2 or 3 to fill the storefront, it is already a huge market that is difficult to estimate. Pei Qian was stunned. Is this okay? There is actually an option for driving schools to buy this? And it is a large-scale purchase? Miscalculated. Pei Qian learned to drive in his memory, but that world is very different from this world after all, and the driving school is a small driving school, and there is no demand for simulators. As for this world, he is always picked up by a driver when he goes out, so why should he learn to drive by himself? This led to not thinking about this level at all. But now that things have come to this point, it is a done deal and cannot be changed. Pei Qian's face turned green as he watched the forklifts busy moving safe and civilized driving simulators from the shelves. This forklift was not moving goods, it was clearly moving stacks of banknotes. So the question was, why did he come all the way to the warehouse? Pei Qian originally wanted to check the warehouse situation. If the warehouse was already full of inventory, then he could naturally ask Yi Zhizhou to continue renting more warehouses and continue to stock up. However, this look was not a big deal, but he saw a big problem. The warehouse was not full, and the goods inside were still moving rapidly. There was even a sign of supply exceeding demand, so the foundry had to continue to increase production capacity. This matter made me come all the way here, but I was left alone. Yi Zhizhou said again, Boss Pei, in addition to the driving school, there is also something I need to ask about the game. At present, several domestic manufacturers have taken the initiative to request to authorize the vehicle data to us without charging any licensing fees. Some manufacturers that did not release the authorization at all before seem to have loosened their tone and are no longer so strict about the vehicle collision performance item. Maybe we can get it by adding some money. It just so happens that we will also introduce more vehicle authorizations in the future. This is the general trend of all racing games and driving simulation games. You see. Pei Qian was stunned. Huh? Actively authorize us? Yi Zhizhou nodded. Yes, this is obviously due to the influence of the previous Pahat incident. In fact, these collision data are all available at IIAS, but the influence is not that great after all. Except for car enthusiasts and enthusiasts, ordinary people will not go to the IIAS official website to look at the collision data when they have nothing to do. These manufacturers who come to us have basically experienced collisions in IIAS and are more confident in the collision data of their own cars, so they come to us. The 2 domestic electric car brands that cooperated with us have already reaped the benefits, because when the game was first launched, there were only a few models to choose from, and the cars with excellent collision results among them also formed a sharp contrast with models like Passat. After the test, everyone praised the domestic models with excellent collision test results, which objectively brought them popularity and increased sales. In addition, with the continuous promotion of safe and civilized driving simulators in major driving schools, the group of game players is also expanding, and this advertising effect is obviously becoming more and more obvious. What's more, the game is not like reality. In reality, many people cannot afford a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, but in the game, as long as they save more, they can always afford it, so cars of all price ranges actually have the opportunity for players to test drive and experience them. This is actually a good opportunity to export the brand. Of course, some car companies are not interested in this, perhaps because they really have no confidence in the collision results, or they may look down on our game. But there are indeed many car companies, especially domestic new energy car companies, who have a strong tendency to cooperate. After all, the game Safe and Civilized Driving is somewhat special compared to other racing games. To some extent, it can simulate the feeling and safety of the car, which is equivalent to providing players with a free test drive. After the test drive, some players may become interested in a certain brand, which will affect the sales in reality. The so-called specialness of Yi Zhizhou means that the difference in driving feeling and safety of different vehicles in Safe and Civilized Driving is completely different from other games. In other games, players drive different vehicles, and although there will be great differences in driving feeling, the difference will not be that big. For example, all top sports cars can reach more than 280 km per hour, and there may be certain differences in feel and turning, or some vehicles can reach more than 300 km per hour. But it is difficult to have any impact on reality, because no one can drive so fast in reality. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1430, Let Them Give Us Money. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Racing games are just games, and they have little connection with reality. The driving experience of the two is very different, and it can even be said that they have completely different rules. Not to mention that many racing games have modification systems, which can modify the vehicle according to your own preferences. After the modification, all the values of the vehicle are maxed out, and the difference between the vehicles is even smaller. This cannot be blamed on those racing games. After all, the ultimate goal of all racing games is to let players pursue the fastest limit speed. There are very few games like Safe and Civilized Driving that limit the driving speed in the game to the same as in reality, and do not allow players to collide with vehicles at will. This is the difference in the root gameplay, not the problem of design level or production level. But this will indeed make players feel completely different when playing. In general, when players play Safe and Civilized Driving, their perception of the driving performance and safety of a certain type of vehicle is much higher than other racing games, and slightly higher than other simulation driving games. There is no way, it is all forced by the strict game mechanism. This feeling is not entirely due to the game engine and game rules of Safe and Civilized Driving, but also largely due to psychological factors. Since players experience a driving experience and driving feeling that is closer to reality in Safe and Civilized Driving, their attention to and willingness to discuss the safety and handling of various models will naturally be much higher than other games. In addition, the huge popularity of Safe and Civilized Driving on the Internet, because of its linkage with IIAS and the impact of the PAHAT collision, has unprecedentedly increased the attention of several domestic cars. In fact, with the rapid development of the domestic manufacturing industry, domestic cars have achieved rapid development. Although there is still a certain gap between domestic and foreign first-class brands in terms of technical accumulation, technical background, and some high-precision technologies, domestic is no longer the synonym of shoddy as before. The gap must be faced, but there is no need to belittle oneself. Moreover, how to explain the phenomenon of joint venture cars being reduced in China again and again? Are domestic companies that have joint ventures with foreign companies dirty-hearted? Of course not. In the final analysis, foreign companies have the final say in these matters. They do not respect domestic consumers and regard them as second-class consumers and leaks. They do not serve them as they should, as if they were gods. Instead, they have a kind of mysterious arrogance and sense of superiority. This is a historical problem. Because the domestic industrial industry was underdeveloped in the past, and some unscrupulous companies cheated on subsidies and did not pay attention to quality, which ruined the reputation, so domestic consumers have developed an inertial thinking that foreign products are of good quality, advanced, and high-end. It can only be said that this is a historical problem, and it should be reversed, but it cannot be done overnight. It requires batches of down-to-earth enterprises, and one after another of high-quality products to reverse such inertial thinking. This is the case with the mobile phone industry. From the dominance of foreign brands to the rise of domestic brands, it has gone through such a process. Even though domestic mobile phone brands are fiercely competitive in the internal market and are tearing each other apart, it has to be admitted that the domestic mobile phone industry has been able to compete with foreign first-class brands, and in the foreseeable future, domestic brands will continue to improve until they are completely surpassed. The domestic car manufacturing industry will also go through such an inevitable process, and the advent of the new energy era will inevitably accelerate this process, allowing some excellent domestic car companies to overtake on the curve. And now the most troubling problem for those excellent car companies is reputation, publicity, and trust. After all, a car is different from a mobile phone. It is not a small gadget worth a few $1,000s. It can cost 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, and it is directly related to people's life safety. For a mobile phone worth several thousand yuan, many people will buy a cool new product out of curiosity. As long as it doesn't explode, the performance is a little weak, and the system is a little bad, it's not a big problem. At most, they will curse it online. But few people will buy a car worth 300,000 or 400,000 yuan out of curiosity. Poor people must be very picky when buying a car, while rich people buy cars for fun, and they often buy luxury cars from well-known brands. If domestic new energy vehicles want to attract customers, they can only go low. At this time, for domestic car companies that are more confident in their own products, how to prove to consumers that their products are fine and trustworthy has become the biggest problem. Self-promotion? Some people will say that you focus on marketing and ignore quality, and all the money is used for advertising. This is self-praise, and not worthy of trust. Ask others to review? Some people will say that you have given money to the reviewers and have no credibility. All consumers' recognition of the brand requires a long time to accumulate, and it is impossible to establish it in just half a year or a year. If the car company happens to have had several negative incidents before, it will be even worse. Asking IAAS to do a crash test is one way, but on the one hand, not many people pay attention to it except car enthusiasts, and on the other hand, crash tests can only prove safety, not other things. This does not meet the requirements of marketing propaganda at all. Therefore, the best way for these car companies is to find brands that consumers trust to cooperate. This is equivalent to using these excellent brands to endorse their own quality. Consumers who trust a certain brand will naturally have a good impression of the cooperating models. Not to mention blind support, at least they will be interested in it and want to learn about it and test drive it. That's enough. Take the first step to break the ice, and it will get easier and easier later. Therefore, it is not surprising that these car companies want to find Tenda to cooperate. On the one hand, Tenda is the most trusted brand by domestic players and consumers at present, and it can even be said that there is no other. In the Sloth Apartment project, Tenda cooperated with various furniture factories to establish a supervision and spot check mechanism, which has proved that Tenda's cooperation and linkage with other companies are responsible and trustworthy. And Tenda has achieved success in multiple fields, which makes many people believe in Tenda without a doubt that there is no problem of forced cross-border. On the other hand, safe and civilized driving has a unique advantage, which is to provide players with a relatively simple but infinitely low-cost test drive platform. There are differences between games and reality, that's for sure. A car model that's easy to drive in a game may not be that easy to drive in real life, and some elements such as comfort and interior texture cannot be displayed in the game, but the car models that are difficult to drive in the game are probably not easy to drive in real life either. If players drive a car in the game for a long time, they will naturally develop a good impression of it, and maybe they will think twice before buying a car in real life. There is no need to worry about the game causing too much misleading. Anyway, before consumers decide to buy a car, they will definitely go back to the physical store for a test drive. Think twice is the effect that these car companies have spent a lot of effort and money to achieve. In short, many car companies have come to their senses. As long as the quality is good, wouldn't it be good to cooperate with safe and civilized driving? This is a win-win situation. So, many car companies that had previously refused because the car damage in the game was too serious have thrown out olive branches again, and even some car companies that Yi Zhizhou had not approached before have expressed their desire to cooperate. Pei Qian was simply stunned. How can this be? He had not originally planned to allow safe and civilized driving to have many real-life vehicle brand authorizations, because everyone knows that the more real-life vehicle brand authorizations a racing game has, the more popular this game will inevitably be. Although the licensing fee can be used to earn money, compared with the revenue from the game, that little licensing fee is nothing. It can be earned back quickly. No, absolutely unacceptable. If more and more real brands are authorized in safe and civilized driving, and the game becomes more and more popular, the money will definitely increase. Pei Qian's expression is serious. If you don't want to authorize, don't authorize. If you want to authorize, you can authorize again? How can such a good thing happen? The rules have been changed. Not only will we not pay a penny for authorization, but we also want car companies to pay us platform fees in return. Just charge according to the authorization fee we discussed before, but it's not us who pays it, but they give it to us. In addition, car companies have to give us sample cars to complete collision tests and structural disassembly and research. What if the IAS collision is inaccurate in the future? What if the data is not rich enough? And we have to spend money to buy cars from the market for testing to prevent the sample cars they send us for testing from having tricks. In addition, we refuse to accept any suggestions or interference. If car companies are not satisfied with the performance and safety performance of the vehicles in the game, they will hold it in. If they are not satisfied, we will not refund them. If they can accept all our conditions, then it's fine. If not, then we will break up. Pei Qian's attitude is very firm. He thought, with such strict conditions, there won't be any more stupid car companies coming to him to seek cooperation, right? In fact, after saying so much, he just wanted to tactfully persuade these car companies to give up, just sell cars and make money, don't always target me, I'm already in a mess, and you guys are still coming here to mess things up for me. Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate. Let's just live our own lives, and it's good for both of us. Yi Zhizhou was stunned for a moment. This. Indeed, when Tenda negotiated for authorization before, it was rejected by the other party, but now the other party took the initiative to come to the door, and Tenda didn't accept it, and even asked for money in return. It looks a bit like a child's anger. What's more, this is no longer a simple price increase, and even some requirements that seem unreasonable to the outside world have been put forward. As an employee of Tenda, Yi Zhizhou certainly has unconditional trust in his own company and President Pei, but it's hard to say how other companies will view this matter. He was too embarrassed to say it directly, and President Pei's statement was a bit like a lion's mouth. But as a person in charge of Tenda, he quickly began to correct his point of view. Boss Pei is definitely not a person who acts on impulse, nor is he a person who only cares about immediate interests and ignores long-term interests. In other words, Boss Pei's request must have a deeper meaning, and we have to study it carefully before we can draw a conclusion. Yi Zhizhou was not able to understand the deeper meaning of it at the first time, but he nodded immediately. Okay, Boss Pei, let's do it. Pei Qian nodded, and was very satisfied with the obedience and execution of the current Tenda leaders. Okay, let's do this for now. Pei Qian felt bored after seeing the warehouse. He came all the way here, only to see the safe and civilized driving simulator selling well? Bad luck. Pei Qian gave Yi Zhizhou a few more instructions, then turned and left. Chapter 1431, Prepare to write graduation thesis. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Watching Mr. Pei leave, Yi Zhizhou looked at the shelves full of safe and civilized driving simulators, and fell into deep thought. Regarding the matter of going to car dealers to buy authorization for the game Safe and Civilized Driving, Mr. Pei's attitude before and after can be said to have undergone a clear change. Before the game was launched, Mr. Pei's attitude was more Buddhist. It's okay to buy authorization, but it's definitely not a high price. It was also made clear to the car companies in advance that this game is different from other games. After a collision, it will indeed cause serious damage to the car. If you accept the price and conditions, you can pay for the authorization. If you don't accept it, then you can break up. Now that the game is online, Mr. Pei's attitude has changed again. Not only does he not pay the authorization fee, but he also asks the car dealers to pay, and even asks the car dealers to provide sample cars for collision testing. The conditions have become much stricter than before. It is known that the change in Mr. Pei's attitude before and after is definitely not impulsive, so what kind of deep considerations are behind this? Yi Zhizhou felt a little regretful at this time. It was a pity that Wang Xiaobin was still suffering and could not give him any advice. But it didn't matter. As a qualified head of Tenda department, he had to have the ability to independently solve Mr. Pei's puzzles and complete the tasks. Mr. Pei's change in attitude shows one thing, that is, the objective environment for cooperating with car companies has changed before and after the game was released. So, how did it change specifically? Well, before the game was released, because of the uncertainty of whether the game could become popular, it had already produced a screening effect, so there was no need to screen again. After the game was released, because the game had become popular, many car companies followed suit, so there might be some people who fished in troubled waters, so we have to strictly control and be responsible to the players? That should be the reason. Yi Zhizhou suddenly figured out this truth. The objective environment for the release of the game has indeed changed. Before the game was released, no one knew whether the game Safe and Civilized Driving would be successful. Due to the characteristics of the game, car companies would feel that the serious car damage in the game would affect the corporate image, so they were unwilling to cooperate, which in itself has played a certain screening role. Most of the manufacturers who signed contracts with Shenyang Games and recognized the car damage in the game really needed to rely on the popularity of Tenda and were more confident in their own brands. They knew that the game Safe and Civilized Driving would cooperate with IIAS and put real collision data into the game, but they still chose to cooperate, which in itself is enough to explain the problem. But after the game became popular, the situation was different. Many car companies saw that there was popularity to take advantage of, so they loosened up. The problem brought about by this is that some car companies may want to fish in troubled waters and bargain. If Shenyang Games has to negotiate with these car companies one by one, it will inevitably take a lot of time to haggle, and it is also difficult to treat them equally. Some car companies, relying on their good brand advantages, may demand some favorable conditions and require Shenyang Games to make concessions on certain details, while some car companies may think more simply and follow Tenda's regulations completely. The final result is likely that the car companies that haggle will get some advantages, while the car companies that do not haggle will suffer a little. Isn't this bullying honest people? Mr. Pei's attitude is very simple. All car companies are treated equally. A seemingly strict screening condition is used to complete the screening of all car companies. Behind this, it is obvious that Mr. Pei has strong confidence in the game Safe and Civilized Driving. Mr. Pei believes that this mandatory screening condition saves time and effort, and can maximize the guarantee that the performance of different vehicles in the game is fair and just. Moreover, there is no need to rush to authorize vehicle brands. As more and more game players and the game's influence grow, car companies that do not accept these conditions will sooner or later accept them. The sooner a car company accepts this condition, the more it can show its sincerity in cooperating with Tenda and its confidence in its own products, and naturally it can get more and better exposure opportunities from the game. Thinking of this, Yi Zhizhou understood whether the car companies authorize or not is not a problem that Shengyang Games should worry about. You can authorize or not, there will always be other car companies asking for authorization. The game has been successful, why worry about these things? Now the first goal of safe and civilized driving is not to get authorization from many car companies, but to be responsible to the players and the social impact of this game. We must ensure that the information about the vehicle that players get in the game is true, effective and reliable. Only by making the game well and realistic can we be qualified to consider other things. It turns out that President Pei is amazing. He saw through the essence of the problem at a glance. Yi Zhizhou sighed sincerely, and immediately got up and returned to Shengyang Games to deal with the follow-up matters. After lunch, Pei Qian returned to his office, feeling a little melancholy. What happened in the morning was still a bit of a blow to him. Every time when the settlement was about to come, bad news came one after another. What can I do? The key is that after safe and civilized driving, the crisis has not passed, and there are still highly lethal games such as Ghost General 2 and Bullet Hole 2 that have not been launched. Although Pei Qian thinks that these two games will not be popular, he has no confidence in his judgment now. As he was struggling, he heard a knock on the door outside the office. Looking up, I saw his face, before I heard his voice. It turned out to be Ma Yang. Brother Qian. I have something important to tell you. Seeing Ma Yang's serious face, Pei Qian almost had a cardiac arrest. Damn, could it be that something strange happened at Rabbit Tail Live again? Don't scare me, I was just frightened this morning, and my little heart can't stand this kind of stimulation. What's the matter? Pei Qian asked. Ma Yang paused for a moment and said, graduation thesis, I have to start writing it. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, huh? He didn't react at first, and after a while, he let out a long breath. I was scared to death, isn't it just a graduation thesis? What a big deal. I thought Rabbit Tail Live made money again. See, you are so shocked, isn't it just a graduation thesis? We are liberal arts, and it's not as troublesome as science and engineering to do graduation projects. Pei Qian said this because he remembered that he had done a graduation thesis before, and it was not that difficult. The requirements for graduation thesis for undergraduates are not that high. After all, about 1/3 of Handong University's students are employed, study abroad, or pursue a master's degree. For those students who are looking for a job, the school is eager for them to graduate successfully in order to increase their employment rate, and generally will not deliberately make things difficult for them. As long as the paper is not too outrageous, it can basically pass. That is, when you reach the master's and doctoral stages, the requirements for the paper will become suddenly strict and make people bald. What's more, Pei Qian has donated so much money to his alma mater and provided many jobs. He has never failed the exam, let alone the paper. After all, many closed-book exams still need to be memorized, while the paper can be checked by the information and the tutor can check it. It is almost impossible to be stuck because of this. Of course, it is said to be simple, but it actually takes some time. Pei Qian thinks it is not too late to do it after this period is over. Ma Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. As expected, Brother Qian is so calm and composed. Unlike me, I was a little panicked when I heard that I had to write a graduation thesis. The final draft of the thesis is submitted before April 10th, and the defense is in early May. Now many students have contacted the tutor. Brother Qian, let's hurry up, it's a bit late. You can find any teacher as a tutor for the undergraduate graduation thesis. Which one should we choose, Brother Qian? Pei Qian laughed. Which one should we choose? Old Ma, you think too highly of me. I haven't attended many classes at all, and I don't even know these people. If the first question on the test paper is choose the photo of the teacher, then I will definitely get 0 points. You still want me to choose a tutor? I'm afraid you're just blinding yourself. Pei Qian coughed twice. This is easy to handle. We don't need to choose. I'll go to the counselor someday and ask him to assign us a reliable tutor. He should care more about our graduation than we do. Myang, that makes sense. Brother Qian, you're smart. Then I won't worry about it. I'll hang out with you. Call me later. Seeing that Ma Yang trusted him so much, Pei Qian felt a little guilty. Old Ma, are you sure it's okay to trust me? On the issue of studying, Pei Qian felt that he and Ma Yang were basically the same, and sometimes he was even less reliable than Ma Yang. But the bragging had already been blown out, and it was not easy to suck it back. Forget it, things like thesis shouldn't be difficult. I'll discuss it with the counselor and just barely pass it. In fact, Pei Qian didn't need such a diploma at all. Tenda Group had grown so big, and he didn't need to find a job. What's the use of getting a diploma? But the problem is, if the news that Mr. Pei didn't graduate from university gets out, it won't be right. Pei Qian is not afraid of being laughed at, and no one will laugh at him. After all, Mr. Pei doesn't need a graduation certificate to prove himself now. I was mainly afraid that this would become a joke in a magazine. I would be listed as a successful entrepreneur who didn't graduate from college, like the founders of Chuzui and Pineapple, and be used by some people with ulterior motives to promote the uselessness of studying. It would be embarrassing to think about that. Besides, I had overcome many difficulties in 4 years of college and didn't fail any courses. But in the end, I failed my graduation thesis. Is that reasonable? I can't let my efforts fall short. Anyway, after passing this last hurdle, I can say goodbye to my college life. When I thought about how I didn't attend classes seriously in these 4 years of college, and I just racked my brains to lose money, I suddenly felt that I had been busy for a long time, but was busy for nothing. Chapter 1432, Master Kong will personally guide you. Add more to ask for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. January 25, Friday. Pei Qian came to the office of Counselor Zhang Wei. He hadn't been here for a long time. Generally speaking, the more juniors and seniors you are, the busier the counselor will be. After all, you have to worry about the entire grade. Some people want to be admitted to graduate school, some people want to find a job, and some people want to go abroad. All matters inevitably require counselors to come forward. And students will naturally come to counselors more and more frequently. But Pei Qian is different. He has no such demands at all. And Zhang Wei's visits to Pei Qian are getting less and less. Why? Maybe it's because he's embarrassed. When Tenda was still relatively small, Zhang Wei once asked Pei Qian to help solve the employment problems of some seniors. Later, Zhang Wei was the one who made the connection for donating to poor students and finding graduate students to help mark the Tenda recruitment exams. But now, Tenda's scale has become ridiculously large. It has become the most respected enterprise in the entire Jingzhou city. It has even subtly changed the employment and living environment of the entire Jingzhou city. It would be embarrassing for a counselor to shout at the boss of such a big company. Zhang Wei was very clear in his mind. Anyone who still treated Pei Qian as an ordinary student must have a brain problem. Zhang Wei was even a little confused. Should he notify the school leaders to receive Pei Qian the next time he came to school? If Pei Qian had already graduated, then according to Tenda's current status in Jingzhou, it would be reasonable for the school leaders to receive him, but Pei Qian was still a student. This was really a painful problem. Pei Qian came to the door of the office and found that there were already guests inside. He could vaguely hear the conversation inside. There was a student cadre on duty outside. This kind of person was usually the secretary of the college student union, who came to help the counselor run errands and do miscellaneous things. Obviously, he didn't know Pei Qian either, and thought it was just a senior student who came to ask about graduation or postgraduate study. After all, this kind of thing happened frequently. So he asked Pei Qian to sit on the sofa outside for a while and wait. Pei Qian was not in a hurry. He sat down on the sofa and picked up a school magazine from the side and flipped through it. After a while, Zhang Wei's office door opened and 3 people came out, talking and laughing. 2 seniors, the venue for the lecture has been arranged. The time is set at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I have asked someone to send a notice to the students of the college. You can go directly there when the time comes. You don't need to prepare too much in advance. Just briefly talk about your experience of joining Shenhua and working in Shenhua. Zhang Wei said to the 2 people who looked to be in their early 30s with a smile on his face. The 2 people in their early 30s also nodded. Teacher Zhang, don't worry, we will tell you everything we know and will do a good job in career guidance and answer questions for the juniors. Pei Qian instantly understood what these 2 people were here for. These are outstanding graduates from previous years who came back to give a lecture on career guidance. From Zhang Wei's words, it can be heard that these 2 should be outstanding graduates of the college who graduated earlier than Zhang Wei. It seems that they should have become middle-level managers in Shenhua Group. This time they came back to give a lecture, most likely invited by the college to share their experience with the juniors and improve their employment rate. Shenhua is a first-tier company in China and is the goal of many students after graduation. It is normal to hold a lecture and share the experience of joining the company. These 2 people are at least 4 or 5 years older than Zhang Wei in age, so it is no wonder that Zhang Wei calls them senior brothers. Students of their time like to call them senior brothers and sisters, while students of Pei Qian's time like to call them seniors and seniors. I don't know what the specific rules are. As soon as the 3 people came out, Zhang Wei saw Pei Qian sitting idly on the sofa. Zhang Wei's face changed instantly. Hey? Why didn't you let the students go in and tell me when you came? Why are you still waiting outside? Pei Qian smiled. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. That's not right. Why are you being so polite to me? Brothers, go and have a rest first. I won't see you off. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he hurriedly led Pei Qian to the office and closed the door. The 3 people outside looked at each other, a little confused about what happened. The 2 brothers whispered to the student on duty outside, "Who is this person?" The student on duty looked confused. "I don't know," he said. "He is a senior student." The 2 brothers obviously didn't believe a single punctuation mark. A senior student, can Zhang Wei invite him in like a god? Something is wrong. The 2 looked at each other and whispered, "Haven't you heard that the children of school leaders are studying in our college? No matter what kind of leaders' children they are, they don't have to go to the counselor's office in person if something happens." And judging from Zhang Wei's attitude, it seems that he takes it more seriously than that. The 2 were puzzled. In the office, Zhang Wei stood up to pour tea. Pei Qian waved his hand quickly. "No need for this, Teacher Zhang, I just want to talk about something and leave soon." Zhang Wei was very enthusiastic. "It's okay, it won't hurt to drink some tea." Pei Qian. "I'm not used to ordinary tea." Zhang Wei. Pei Qian also felt that what he said might be a bit hurtful, and hurriedly said, "I'll bring some tea from my office to you, Teacher Zhang, to try." Zhang Wei reluctantly gave up the action of pouring tea. "Okay." Pei Qian didn't want to exchange too much pleasantries, and went straight to the point. "Teacher Zhang, I came here mainly for graduation thesis. Can you recommend a mentor to me? And how to choose the material?" Zhang Wei is also an outstanding graduate of the college. He was also a top student back then, otherwise he would not have been able to get the opportunity to stay in school as a counselor. It's right to ask him about this kind of thing. Zhang Wei nodded. Oh, I was just about to tell you about this. The college has already contacted Professor Kong and asked him to help you write your graduation thesis. Don't worry, Professor Kong is quite approachable, and he is also very fond of you because of the useful app. Just write your thesis normally. As long as it passes the plagiarism check, the professors in the college will not block you. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Professor Kong, you mean? Zhang Wei nodded. Yes, is there another Professor Kong in our college? Pei Qian was shocked. Teacher Zhang, this is unnecessary. Isn't this a joke? What level of person is Kong Lao, to let one of his undergraduates be the thesis advisor? Am I worthy? No, I am not worthy. Professor Kong Jimin is a first-level professor of humanities and social sciences at Handong University, a doctoral advisor, director of the Institute of Chinese Language Education at Handong University, chief editor of Chinese textbooks for primary and secondary schools, member of the Basic Education Expert Committee, and convener of the Chinese Language Course Standard Revision Expert Group. This long list of titles basically represents the highest level of research in the liberal arts at Handong University. As for Kong Lao's status, it is one of the best in the country's universities. In theory, undergraduates can choose any professional teacher who has taught them as the thesis advisor. And Professor Kong Jimin once gave Pei Qian and his friends a class. Although it was just this one class, according to the regulations, in theory, it is indeed possible to choose Kong Lao as the thesis advisor. But generally, this is not done, and students are very self-aware. Kong Lao is the leader of the top doctoral students. Leading undergraduates to write papers, isn't this a joke? Are you embarrassed to bother the old man? Pei Qian had never thought of asking Master Kong to guide him in writing his paper. On the one hand, he felt embarrassed, and on the other hand, he was afraid of losing face. What was Master Kong's academic level? Pei Qian knew his own weight. He was just a Kryptonian warrior who barely passed the exam by paying money to the academy. It was embarrassing to hand in his undergraduate thesis to Mr. Kong. It was just like asking a person who knew nothing to perform a dance in front of the king of dance. Who wouldn't be embarrassed? If you really want to do this, you have to choose a beach, because you can easily buy a sea view villa nearby. Pei Qian originally thought that he would find a younger lecturer, write it casually, and the lecturer would take a look. It would be fine if the thesis could pass, which would save trouble for him and the academy. It would be good for everyone. Unexpectedly, he came a step too late. Zhang Wei and the academy had already invited Mr. Kong to come out of retirement for him. This was extremely embarrassing. Pei Qian hurriedly said, Teacher Zhang, you know my level. It's just a graduation thesis. Is it necessary to disturb Professor Kong? The college is not helping me, but putting me on the spot. In my opinion, you should just assign a young lecturer to check it for me. As long as I can graduate smoothly, it will be fine. Zhang Wei was unhappy at the time. How can that be? I know you are busy with work and have no time to study academic matters, but now your graduation thesis is not just about you alone, but about our entire college. Even undergraduate papers have to be uploaded to CNKI. Then all students in the country, your juniors, will be able to search for your papers on CNKI. You are hiding well now, but sooner or later someone will find out after graduation. When they check CNKI and find your graduation thesis, they will be surprised. You are the president of Tenda Group, an outstanding graduate and famous alumnus of Handong University, but your graduation thesis is only at this level. When you look at your supervisor, you will find that he is just an ordinary lecturer. Doesn't this show that our college is blind and does not cultivate talents well? It's easy to say. If you were just an ordinary student, it would be fine. No one would pay attention to you, but the key is that you are not. If this really happens, it will not only affect the image of Tenda, but also the image of the college and the entire school. How can we make do with it? Chapter 1433 I hope Master Kong can stand up to two unworthy disciples. Pei Qian was speechless. I have to say, what Zhang Wei said is really reasonable. The difficulty is that all students' graduation theses must be uploaded to CNKI. If they are dug up in the future, it will be full of black history. I really can't fool around. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a pain in his balls. I just want to be like an ordinary college graduate and write a graduation thesis to make do with it. Is it so difficult? I'm really unlucky to start this crappy company. As if he could see Pei Qian's dilemma, Zhang Wei said, don't worry about the thesis. You are an undergraduate after all, and no one will really ask you to meet the top academic standards. As long as you can do better than other students, it will be fine. I can give you a suggestion on the direction of the thesis. Since you are not good at existing professional research, it is okay to do some more trendy research. For example, online novels on the Chinese terminal website and movie scripts of Fei Huang Studio can also be included in the scope of research. In terms of topic selection, it is actually very broad. Even the content you are researching is much more meaningful than the topic studied by ordinary students. Think about it, the existing topics have been studied many times by various experts, scholars, professors, master's students, and doctoral students. Even if undergraduates choose an angle that no one has studied before, can they research anything very valuable? It is unrealistic to expect undergraduate papers to make any academic breakthroughs. Comparatively speaking, it is easier for you to study the literary creation of Tenda, and it is more meaningful. Besides, you don't have to worry about bothering Mr. Kong. So, when you finish your paper, you can show it to me first, and then I will find a few young lecturers in the college to check it for you, and finally show it to Mr. Kong. How about it? Pei Qian thought about it and felt that it was not impossible to do so. Especially the research direction proposed by Zhang Wei is indeed more reliable. In fact, there is a very small part in modern literature that talks about online literature. Although it is just a brief mention, and it is not the narrow sense of online literature currently recognized on the internet, but the older and broader concept of online literature, but choosing this topic, as long as it can be meaningful, it is not impossible. It shouldn't be too embarrassing to wait for Zhang Wei to go through it briefly with a few young lecturers, before giving it to Mr. Kong. Moreover, Pei Qian himself couldn't think of a suitable research direction, he doesn't even know how to pass these courses. He has already returned many of the content he learned in his freshman year to the teacher. Now, asking him to pick a professional angle to write a graduation thesis is no different from starting research from scratch. Rather than embarrassing himself in these professional fields, it is better to find another way. For example, analyze the movie scripts of Fei Huang Studio. Even if there are some small mistakes at that time, who dares to come out and testify? It's good to have the final right of interpretation. Thinking of this, Pei Qian no longer insisted and nodded, okay, that's it. I will study and think about it later. When the paper has a rough outline, I will ask Teacher Zhang to help me with advice. If I forget by then, Teacher Zhang, remember to call me to urge me. Zhang Wei nodded, no problem. He paused and said, by the way, my yang will be arranged to Mr. Kong with you. Anyway, one sheep is better than two sheep. You two have similar grades and both hold high positions in Tenda. It's a good match. Pei Qian opened his mouth slightly and fell into a state of confusion again. This. He wanted to say that this was inappropriate, but after considering the wording for a long time, he didn't say anything in the end. Zhang Wei's reason was too sufficient. Old Ma's grades were indeed similar to his own. Strictly speaking, Old Ma's grades were better than his own. In this case, Pei Qian had no position to ask Mr. Kong to accept only him and not Old Ma. There is no way. I can only hope that Master Kong has a better attitude and will not be so angry with these two unworthy disciples that he will go crazy on the spot. Back to his residence, Pei Qian quietly found the information about literary works related to Tenda on the computer and prepared to study it carefully. This concept is very broad, such as the original novels of Turning Back, Eternal Reincarnation and Successor, the scripts of A Better Tomorrow and Mission and Choice, and other popular online novels on the Chinese website of Endpoint, etc., which can all be used as research areas. In addition, he also found the textbooks and notes that had been gathering dust for a long time, and reviewed the knowledge that he had learned, taken exams, and now almost forgotten, in order to find a relatively less outrageous combination point. Although Zhang Wei has pointed out the direction for him, he still needs to carefully consider which specific subdirection to write under this general direction. Before, Pei Qian thought that it was still early to submit his graduation thesis, so there was no need to rush at all, and he could just fool around. But now, he has completely changed his mind. My current thesis advisor is Mr. Kong. This thesis will be posted on CNKI in the future, and I don't know how many people will see it. But I can't fool around. Not only can he not fool around, but he must also perform as well as possible to preserve his image and that of the Academy, and not let Mr. Kong lose his integrity in his later years. When he thought of this, Pei Qian felt a lot of pressure, and he could no longer be as calm as before. After 2 hours of studying, Pei Qian collapsed on the sofa, feeling a little depressed. He had no idea at all. How did he write his graduation thesis? He had completely forgotten. Forget it, there's no rush for this, let's take a long-term view. See how the players of Ghost General 2 respond. Pei Qian temporarily put aside the graduation thesis and checked the players' discussions on Ghost General 2. When Ghost General 2 was first promoted, Pei Qian had already briefly read the players' reactions, but that reaction was inaccurate and could not be counted. Because at that time, the people who paid attention to Ghost General 2 were all core players of Tenda games, or core players of fighting games, representing relatively niche tastes, and with the endorsement of Kai Hong and some professional fighting game players, it was expected that it would gain a good reputation in this small circle. But this does not mean that Ghost General 2 will definitely be popular and make money, because it is the general players who really decide everything. The promotion plan for Ghost General 2 has been going on for 2 or 3 days now. Many general players who had never paid attention to it before should have noticed the news about this game. It is quite valuable to observe their reactions. Soon, Pei Qian found the content he wanted to see. I heard that Ghost General is going to have a sequel, so I came here with great interest, but it turned out to be a fighting game? Excuse me? I really had a black question mark face. It stands to reason that Ghost General 2 is a theme, and it is okay to make a fighting game. It can be done. But fighting games are old-fashioned game types. How many people are still playing them? It's not like many people say that Tenda must dominate all game types. There is no need for this. Wouldn't it be better to make more popular games? Indeed, I personally have some doubts about the game. I have no feelings for fighting games at all. Although mobile card games are criticized every day, Ghost General is completely different from other mobile card games. I think it would be great if Ghost General 2 could follow the charging model and game mechanism of Ghost General, change the cards into high-quality models, add these cool special effects and plots, and make a dual-end mobile game and PC. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? It will definitely make a lot of money. Forget it, skip this game and support the next one. It's not that I don't want to buy it, the key is that I'm really clumsy and can't play fighting games. I also found something even more terrifying. I don't know if you noticed that when Kai Hong was playing this level, his various moves were indeed very gorgeous, but he was hit by the boss twice in the middle, and each time he lost half of his blood. Although he quickly sucked back his blood, Kai Hong made 2 mistakes. Is this a super difficult fighting game? The very hardcore kind? It's very likely. Even a master like Kai Hong can't fight without taking any damage, and the monster stats are so high. I can already foresee that I will suffer endlessly after entering. Isn't that perfect? Just like in Turning Back. Completely different. How about that? Turning Back is an action game, and the operation is relatively simple. It's nothing more than a few buttons for attacking and rolling. New players will suffer at the beginning, but it's okay after getting used to it. After suffering for dozens of hours, you can always play it well. But what about fighting games? Do you want to play it well in dozens of hours? Hundreds of hours are not enough. Indeed, the operating threshold of fighting games is too high. Just a combination of moves requires a lot of time to practice, which is too unfriendly to novices. If you copy the way Turning Back was done at the time, this game will most likely fail. After all, there are so many difficult hardcore games in the world, and not everyone can succeed. Believe in President Pei. It's not that I don't trust President Pei, the key is that President Pei is in charge of too many businesses now. How can he have so much time to be responsible for the design details of these games? It must be done by the designers of the game department. And the current chief designer of Tenda Games is Yu Fei, who has only worked on Eternal Reincarnation. He is a complete halfway designer. I really have no confidence. I think Tenda's new games are released too quickly, so fast that I am a little flustered. Compared with before, Tenda's new games in recent months are like a blowout. Can the quality be guaranteed? I think Tenda doesn't need to blindly pursue quantity, but should slow down and settle down appropriately. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1434, Try Drifting. Many players expressed concerns about Ghost General 2. Apparently, this promotional method really worked. Meng Chong did not do any tricks at all. He just told all the players honestly that Ghost General 2 is a fighting game and did not do anything to make them misunderstand. But it was precisely because it was too real that it caused all kinds of concerns among the players. Pei Qian could not help but smile. This Meng Chong is good. I trust you so much. Now you have learned to draw inferences from one example and learn to play tricks. You are no longer like the 3 axes and 1 routine that you used to death. Not bad. It seems that commission is the biggest source of creativity. Pei Qian was satisfied. It seemed that the promotion plan for Ghost General 2 was successful. Next, it depends on the performance after the game is launched. January 27th, Sunday. Rabbit Tail Live, Zhang Yan's live broadcast room. At this time, Zhang Yan was in the racing field, trying to drift a circle. I saw her staring at the screen intently, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands, stepping on the accelerator with her right foot, and then operating it skillfully. As a result, the car body began to circle completely out of control, and finally stopped far away from the ice cream cone in the center of the Dingyuan venue. Fortunately, the venue was very wide and no collisions occurred. Zhang Yan was a little frustrated. I stepped on the accelerator too hard. Damn it, I had practiced very well with the previous training car, but I changed my own car and went back to the pre-liberation era. Are you asking me to sell this car and buy a training car of the same model? No, isn't that a brain flood? Keep practicing with this car. I don't believe it. After my hard practice, I will definitely be able to achieve the state of unity between man and car. Zhang Yan didn't believe it at all and continued to practice. Drifting is a very difficult skill for ordinary people. It is definitely impossible to practice on the track right away. At least after the 2 stages of Dingyuan drift and Bazi drift, it can be considered basically mastered. Zhang Yan had practiced drifting a little in reality before, but in fact, he had only practiced Dingyuan drift. After not practicing for such a long time, he had already returned all the knowledge to the original teacher. As for a real racing license, she has never passed the test. The real racing license test is not difficult, but it is not easy either. The key is to see which level you are taking. You can basically get a low-level driver's license by finding a training base and spending tens of thousands of yuan and training for a few days, but some high-level driver's licenses are difficult. The money spent on the car alone is a bottomless pit. Moreover, the real racing licenses are also divided into many categories, such as rally cross-country, field, drift, and other different types. Some low-level driver's licenses are mainly based on racing culture, theoretical knowledge, safety explanation, starting, shifting, emergency braking, handbrake, cornering, line routing, track practice, walking road survey, lap time assessment. Some of the content seems to overlap with the driver's license test, but it is actually not the same thing. The racing license test is mainly to teach people to drive in a racing way. The same starting and shifting, driving a racing car is definitely different from driving a private car. The racing driver's license test in the game is not exactly the same as in reality, and a lot of simplifications have been made. This is because Yi Zhizhou feels that many steps in the real racing test are cumbersome and not very suitable for the specific situation in the game. Of course, the complicated steps of the racing test in reality make sense. After all, in reality, if an accident occurs, the wallet will be seriously injured, and the driver will be seriously injured. It may also affect other people, so it is necessary to be safe and secure before entering the next stage. Although safe and civilized driving is more expensive in the event of a car accident, the money in the game is earned by the players, which is definitely not the same concept as in reality. Why Yi Zhizhou's understanding of safe and civilized driving is that it has high realism, step-by-step difficulty, and strong punishment measures. There is no requirement to strictly follow the reality. Just like the driver's license test in the game combines subjects 1 and 4, and becomes 50 questions, which shows Yi Zhizhou's design concept. In the game, there are 3 racing licenses that players need to take. The first is the basic racing license test. The test content is also relatively simple. There are only 3 items in total: professional knowledge answering, drifting and setting circles, and field practice. Professional knowledge answering mainly tests some professional knowledge related to racing. Drifting and setting circles require the test car to maintain a certain period of time in the setting circle field, while field practice is to run an entry-level track and complete it within the time limit. After passing all these contents, you will get a junior racing license and can participate in some relatively entry-level events. There are also special field races and rally licenses, but those are not issues that Zhang Yan can consider at present. The junior racing license is not difficult. Zhang Yan learned some theoretical knowledge online and watched the teaching of other anchors. He passed the test after 2 efforts. After passing the racing license test, she happily bought a new racing car with the money she earned from driving a truck and a long-distance bus. Then, tragedy happened. She found that she couldn't drift in a circle. Because the car model she had taken the racing license test before was different from the car model she was driving now, the performance of each car was different, and the operations required when drifting would naturally change. The so-called fixed circle drift is actually to ensure that the vehicle continues to drift within a circular trajectory through a series of operations such as turning the throttle, arching the rear of the car outward, and following the direction. The H-shaped drift is equivalent to drifting 2 fixed circles and switching freely between different trajectories. Only after learning these 2 drifts and forming muscle memory can we take different cornering strategies according to local conditions and different corners on the track, otherwise the so-called drifting corners will be purely based on guessing. In the process of fixed circle drift, if the sliding angle of the rear of the car does not match the steering angle of the steering wheel, the car will spin out of control, just like what Zhang Yan encountered just now. Therefore, if you want to master drifting, you must be able to see the trajectory of the vehicle, adjust and control it through the steering wheel and throttle, so that the vehicle is always on the trajectory of the fixed circle. If it is some experienced drivers, you can control the trajectory of the vehicle drifting only by the depth of the throttle, without touching the steering wheel. If the vehicle trajectory is obviously outward, you should increase the throttle, otherwise you should reduce the throttle. Of course, these contents are simple, but they are too difficult to do. Although Zhang Yan had passed the racing license test before, the car model was different now. The familiar feeling in the previous test car model was no longer applicable to this new car. She still had to get familiar with it again. However, she was not discouraged, but continued to practice patiently in this fixed circle drifting field. The audience in the live broadcast room became more than before, and the popularity was also on a new level. Obviously, for most viewers, watching a racing car is more interesting than driving a truck or a long-distance bus. Zhang Yan is gradually digging out the highest difficulty of this game. I really admire the anchor. This kind of patience is not something that everyone can have. Many male anchors also feel inferior to him. Drifting is really difficult. Let alone drifting on the track. I just practiced a simple drift in a circle for an entire afternoon and still couldn't practice it. Driving seems simple, but in fact the threshold is really high. It's useless even if the brain knows how to do it, but the hands don't. It's okay. Looking at the anchor's current state, he should be able to drift after getting familiar with the new car. Driving is still about the unity of man and car. Even if you let a racing driver get a new car, he has to adapt to it first. However, compared with other racing games, safe and civilized driving is indeed very low in learning cost. Many driving simulation games don't even provide training grounds for drifting in a circle. There are no tutorials, and there is no such built-in live broadcast system. It all depends on the players to explore by themselves. This will take a long time. Looking forward to the anchor's drifting teaching. It's really strange. I found so many tutorials online, bought a steering wheel, and practiced drifting in driving simulation games, but I couldn't do it no matter how hard I practiced. After watching the anchor practice, I suddenly had some insights. I will try it after the live broadcast ends, and I think I can do it again. The audience composition in Zhang Yan's live broadcast room is relatively complex, and can be roughly divided into several categories. The first type is those who simply watch the female anchor drive and play the game safe and civilized driving, or cloud players. The second type is those who see Zhang Yan constantly practicing and improving, and enjoy this sense of growth with the anchor as the number of fans increases. The third type is those who really come to this live broadcast room to learn skills. But no matter which type of audience, they all recognize that Zhang Yan is indeed a more representative type of player in safe and civilized driving, and she really relies on this game to continuously improve her driving level. From the initial online car hailing, to the later large trucks, long-distance buses, and now racing cars, each type of car requires a lot of practice to gradually adapt and improve driving skills, and Zhang Yan takes every step very steadily and does it well. Judging from the current situation, it shouldn't be long before you can conquer the track and become a real racer. Many players find it a bit strange. Among all the racing and driving simulation games, safe and civilized driving is definitely not the most exciting, nor the most difficult, but it is the most conducive to improving driving skills. This is because safe and civilized driving allows players to experience the game content more attentively through good gradient settings and moderate punishment mechanisms, which is something that other racing games and posture simulation games cannot do. Chapter 1435. Is this racing or keeping healthy? More updates, please vote for me. Under the attention of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, Zhang Yan's rehabilitation was successfully completed. First, she successfully drifted a few circles, and then successfully drifted a few figures of 8, and became more and more comfortable with the control of the car. Okay, next is to go to the track. Start with the two simplest tracks, one for track racing and one for rally racing. Only after you have mastered these two basic maps, you will be qualified to challenge more difficult maps, or even take the advanced licenses for track racing and rally racing. Rally racing should be a big difficulty for me. According to what I learned when I took the racing license test before, I will survey it first and get familiar with the road book. Of course, different racing cars are required for track racing and rally racing, and even the corresponding tires need to be replaced according to different competition venues, but Zhang Yan is not panicked at all, because she has bought 2 cars. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. After all, there were basically no accidents when driving large trucks and long-distance buses before, and I saved a lot of money after driving for a few days. The speed of making money in this game is still quite fast. Of course, although making money is fast, there is no upper limit. Racing is a very expensive thing. Only those with good results can rely on the prize money of the competition to maintain the car, so it is particularly important to hone your driving skills. Zhang Yan can only say that she has a relatively rich start among those players who have just entered the racing field of safe and civilized driving. First of all, track survey. In the game, track survey can be carried out through free perspective. The camera automatically follows the route of the track, and you can also hear the recorded Chinese road book. This road book simply moved Zhang Yan to tears. It is still comfortable to listen to the mother tongue. In fact, all rally simulation games will have road books, because this thing is really indispensable. It's okay for track races, after all, the route is relatively short and easy to remember. The route of the rally is often very long. It is unrealistic to expect the driver to remember all the details of the entire route. In the process of driving at high speed, it is too late to react when seeing a turn, so the navigator is basically indispensable. But the problem is that those rally simulation games abroad are all foreign language road books. Although it is not difficult to master these words, and there are various symbols representing terrain and turns on the screen, it is still difficult for Chinese players who are not big players to adapt to them, because the spirit is already highly tense during driving. When hearing the road book in a foreign language, you have to translate it in your mind, which makes it easy to not react, or even if you react, it affects the driving operation. The Chinese road book is different, because it is the mother tongue, it will not affect the driving operation at all. Zhang Yan used the free perspective to look at the track she was going to run over and over again, trying to remember the details of the track, where there are difficult turns, where there are slopes or pits, and she must be as familiar as possible. Although there is a road book, you can't rely on it completely. She dare not be careless, because in this game, the car really needs to be repaired if it is hit, and the repair of the racing car is much more expensive than that of an ordinary family car. Although the safety measures of racing cars are generally better, and the possibility of replacing younger brothers and sisters is not high, the repair costs and medical expenses are still unbearable. After reading it several times, Zhang Yan memorized the map of the track in her mind, and then drove the car slowly on the road. She didn't dare to drive fast, and even didn't dare to drift in the first few laps. She just honestly drove at a snail's pace at the speed she thought was the safest, and slowed down normally when turning. Some difficult sharp turns made the audience feel like they were about to stop, so they crawled through them at a snail's pace. Then the first lap was 3 times the standard lap time. Zhang Yan didn't care and continued to run in this direction, but in some places where she was sure, she quietly increased the speed. The barrage of comments made fun of it. Wow, this is called racing? Are you here to keep healthy? I ran the whole course at a snail's pace. I think I can do it. Doesn't the anchor know how to drift? He drifted in circles and figure 8 for so long before. I thought the anchor was going to show off his skills on the track, but he didn't dare to drift at all. You don't understand this. Sometimes simply following the line is faster than your immature drifting lap time. Don't think that drifting is awesome. Many times drifting is just for showing off, not necessarily for speed. Indeed, different turns have different ways of passing. It's stupid to think of drifting when you see a turn. But no matter how slow it is still faster than the anchor. Is it okay that the anchor ran an excellent result of 3 times the standard lap time? The anchor is called steady, understand? Steady. What is this game called? Safe and civilized driving. First ensure your own safety, then pursue speed, otherwise if you crash, you will pay for the anchor's repairs? You can't do this with a few sisters. After watching the anchor's running method, I suddenly realized it. It turns out that running on the track is not difficult. I think I can do it. I'm going to take the racing license test now. The barrage was very lively, but Zhang Yan was not affected at all, and she continued to practice herself. She knew very well that this running method now looked very slow, just like a turtle crawling, because driving in the game is very different from driving in reality. In reality, you can feel the speed of the car from multiple dimensions such as g-force, sound, and vibration, while in the game, you can only feel the speed of the car from the 2 dimensions of picture and sound. Even with the addition of g-force seats, it is still completely incomparable with reality. Therefore, in reality, many novices may feel that driving at 70 or 80 is very fast, but in the game, 70 or 80 gives people the feeling of crawling like a turtle, and driving at 200 may feel a little exciting. This is also why other racing games will eventually make a feeling of land flight, because if you don't do this, there is no way to effectively stimulate players. But safe and civilized driving is different. Driving at 70 or 80 will also make people feel very exciting. The main reason is that you can't afford the repair fee after a collision. The audience watching the live broadcast can't feel this, and Zhang Yan herself is very clear. But it's useless to explain this kind of thing. You have to try it yourself, so Zhang Yan didn't explain too much, just drove her car step by step. What she wanted was to make gradual progress and increase the lap time, and she couldn't get into a car accident because of the rush for quick success. Although car accidents can be used to create a show effect, a car accident means spending money on repairs, and running out of money means having to go back to driving a truck to transport goods, which is obviously not cost-effective in the long run. Zhang Yan patiently lapped the laps one by one. Although there was still a big gap from the standard lap speed, compared with her previous results, it was getting better and better. January 28, Monday. Early in the morning, Yi Zhizhou ran to find Hu Xianben to discuss with him the relevant matters after safe and civilized driving. In the huge office area, most people were busy, but Hu Xianben was yawning at his workstation, looking idle. The seat opposite him was empty, no one was there. Yi Zhizhou was a little surprised. Mr. Ma didn't come today? Hu Xianben nodded. Well, he didn't come last Friday. Mr. Ma said he was going to start writing his graduation thesis in seclusion, and he won't come in the near future. Let me handle anything by myself. Yi Zhizhou. Good guy. Is it okay for the vice president to neglect his work for the graduation thesis? I always feel that this matter is a little absurd. But fortunately, Mr. Ma handed all the work to Hu Xianben before leaving, so there was no delay. I'm here mainly to convey Mr. Pei's spirit. The subsequent operation and promotion of the game safe and civilized driving still requires a lot of cooperation from Rabbit Tail Live. Yi Zhizhou said. Hu Xianben nodded. No problem, any cooperation is fine, just tell me. Yi Zhizhou thought for a while. Tell me briefly about the live broadcast of the game Safe and Civilized Driving on Rabbit Tail Live. After all, what players say may be different from what they think. I don't want to make a misjudgment. Hu Xianben immediately turned out some background data and began to analyze. Both of them are game designers, so they naturally understand what the other is thinking. Yi Zhizhou wants to verify some of his guesses and ideas through the popularity of the live broadcast and understand the real mentality of the players. Although many players can find discussions about safe and civilized driving on the forum, and players' attitudes towards this game can also be seen from this, this alone is not enough. Because many players are honest in their words and say they don't like certain settings, but in fact they are happy to play because of this game setting. What's more, if you pay too much attention to online comments, you may ignore the silent majority and misjudge the situation. The data in the live broadcast room can better reflect the real attitude of the players. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 1436 Various Anchors Stand Out. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Hu Xianbin said, at present, the number of anchors, rooms, and online viewers in the safe and civilized driving section are all rising rapidly. From the current point of view, there are mainly 4 types of anchors that stand out. The first type is pure technical anchors, such as some professional drivers and professional driving simulation players. They can drive very well as soon as they get started, so there are many viewers who come to watch and see their high-end operations. The second type is teaching anchors, teaching everyone to take the second and third subjects, and teaching everyone to take the large vehicle and racing driver's license. They can all be classified as the third category is the anchors who are purely for show effects, such as deliberately crashing cars to test vehicle safety, and frequently getting into car accidents because of poor driving skills. Some are really bad, and some are deliberately for show effects, but it must be said that there are indeed many viewers who like to watch this kind of once returning to the pre-liberation era. The anchor is furious and ape-like on-the-spot script. There are even some people who specialize in making car evaluation programs in games, evaluating the performance, safety, etc. of each model, and comparing them with real models. The videos they post are also very popular, which is outrageous. The fourth type is more special. They are anchors who grow in skills. They improve their driving skills little by little and experience all the game content step by step. There are the fewest anchors of this type, but they have the best growth momentum. For example, this female anchor Zhang Yan is in this category. She has benefited from the game safe and civilized driving and has gained fans very quickly. This is the number of viewers, the number of bullet screens in the live broadcast room, and the changes in popularity of different anchor types. You can study it. It may have a certain reference value. Yi Zhizhou looked at the data chart and nodded slightly. Data will not lie. If the data lie, it can only be said that the data is not comprehensive enough or the interpretation method is wrong. Both of them are game designers, so they naturally know the importance of data. Yi Zhizhou carefully looked at the data and began to analyze it in combination with his understanding of the game safe and civilized driving. The first type of technical anchors attract fans quickly, but it seems difficult to retain these fans. The subsequent popularity drops quickly and the durability is not good. In other words, the audience easily gets bored. This is not difficult to understand. After all, no matter how cool the drift of these big guys is, it is just a visual effect. There are also many big guys who can drift and run beautifully in other simulation driving games, but they have not caused much popularity and not many people pay attention to them. This may be because these contents are relatively ungrounded. Ordinary players may not understand how difficult they are, nor can they learn techniques from them to improve their driving skills. So they come here to broaden their horizons. After watching these big guys run a few laps, they lose interest. The popularity of the third type of anchors who do show effects has increased significantly, but the fluctuations are also relatively large. After all, everyone is here to watch the anchor crash. When the car crashes, it is indeed a good show effect to return to the time before liberation, but the process before the crash is relatively boring. This is a bit like some of the previous torture games that always return to the starting point. Although there are good show effects, it is also easy to make the audience angry and have a cerebral hemorrhage. The second type of teaching anchors has a stable growth in fans, and they are obviously going for practicality. New players are pouring in continuously, and the number of viewers of this type of anchor should be able to maintain. But the problem is that the content of this live broadcast is relatively single. Most people may not watch it again after watching a few days of teaching and successfully passing the driver's license test. If the influx of new players decreases in the future, there may be a situation of lack of successors and fewer people broadcasting. From the data, the fourth type of anchor is the most promising. On the one hand, it allows players to fully understand the game content, which not only has a certain program effect, but also allows the audience to gain a sense of growth with the anchor. On the other hand, it can indeed provide certain guidance for players, which can be said to be a more versatile live broadcast direction. However, this model is not something that everyone can play. It must be someone who is talented in both driving and live broadcasting. Hu Xianbin nodded, well, and combined with the analysis of Zhang Yan's live broadcast content, some conclusions can be drawn. From the feedback of the barrage, her live broadcast content has indeed affected many players playing safe and civilized driving. Some people who originally did not plan to play it also played it, and some who originally put it aside, I picked it up again after putting it down. This should be related to the characteristics of the game itself. It can be seen that the core difference between safe and civilized driving and general racing or simulation driving games is that many players say that safe and civilized driving is the most conducive to improving driving skills. This is obviously not a coincidence. Yi Zhizhou agreed deeply, indeed. The strong punishment characteristics of safe and civilized driving have extended the life of the game. On the one hand, it makes the player's learning curve smoother, and on the other hand, it is also conducive to cultivating players' confidence and reducing frustration. Therefore, our next goal must be to focus on this point and give better play to its advantages. Every time a deep analysis of the game is conducted afterwards, Yi Zhizhou and other designers will admire President Pei even more. Many settings that seemed unreasonable before development have become a whole set of exquisite systems after release, playing an unexpected role. Why do many players think that safe and civilized driving is the most conducive game to improving driving skills? It's not just because it has a driver's license test, fixed circle, and 8-shaped drift training venues, nor is it just because it has different levels such as online car hailing, long-distance trucks, racing cars, and tracks of various difficulties. Another finishing touch is its punishment feature. And this point was more vividly demonstrated during the live broadcast. Because the punishment measures for bumps in the game are very severe, players will be cautious. Just like Zhang Yan, before she officially went on the track, she had to carefully survey several times, familiarize herself with the terrain and road books, and drove very slowly after going on the road, not seeking lap speed, but only not hitting. Only on the premise of ensuring no collision can the lap speed be slowly improved. And this leads to two results. First, the players are more prepared. Second, the progress felt by the players is more obvious. In other driving simulation games, players basically drive onto the track without any preparation. After getting on, they don't care about the specific route. They just pull the handbrake and step on the accelerator to drive straight to 7,000 RPM. As for the ditches, bumps, slopes, and bends on the road, they will listen to the road book. Sometimes they will miss it and don't care. Anyway, it all depends on on-the-spot reaction. How can you not crash? After the crash, players basically do not review and reflect on their mistakes, but press the reset button and continue running. You may run a map many times, but in the end, you still don't remember the route, and you don't think about how to deal with difficult corners. If you want to improve your lap time, it still depends on luck. Over time, players will feel that they are standing still, and even the results they run are getting worse and worse. Naturally, they will feel very frustrated and can't practice anymore. But safe and civilized driving is completely different. Because the consequences of a collision are serious, players must be familiar with the route and road book, and be careful and well prepared when passing some difficult corners, which is naturally impressive. Moreover, running slowly in circles, only speeding up on the road sections that are fully controlled, basically ensures that the results of each lap will have a slight improvement and progress. And these improvements and progress are a very positive feedback for players, allowing them to feel the improvement of their driving skills and stick to it. In addition, for anchors, returning to the pre-liberation era after a crash is a very good program effect. When other viewers see the host running the entire course at such a snail's pace, they will have the illusion that I can do it too, or I might run better than the host, which makes a large number of viewers transform from cloud players to real players and want to give it a try. This greatly extends the life of the game while lowering the entry threshold, allowing ordinary people to play it. Not to mention that players who don't like the track mode can also drive large trucks and long-distance buses, which is another kind of fun. Chapter 1437 What big thing has happened to Mr. Pei and Mr. Ma? Yi Zhizhou said, so, we should continue to work hard on this point. Now many driving schools across the country are purchasing safe and civilized driving simulators, which has become a trend. For driving schools, our games and simulators can bring them more students, but isn't it the same for us? Driving schools are equivalent to the entrance for everyone to get in touch with driving, which is equivalent to advertising our products in front of all students. Next, Shangyang Games will set up a special department to serve these driving schools well, and add functions that these driving schools generally require to the game, so that safe and civilized driving can firmly grasp the entrance to driving schools and eliminate all possible competitors. In addition to making different sitemaps for driver's license tests, I also thought of a local area network teaching mode for driving schools. Allowing driving school coaches to teach all students through simulators like the current live broadcast function should have a better teaching effect. In addition, Qingshan Studio is developing a VR version of Safe and Civilized Driving, which should be available to players soon. The details of the cooperation with Starbird Virtual Sports have also been finalized. In order to increase their appeal, we will develop something similar to Internet Cafe privileges to encourage players to go to physical stores to experience it. After all, those who go there may become the next potential user of the simulator. Hu Xianbin listened carefully and nodded from time to time. There are many contents that require Hu Xianbin's cooperation, and if the cooperation is good, it can further enhance the popularity of Rabbit Tail Live. Yi Zhizhou changed the subject, but, there is one thing I'm not sure how to proceed. It's about cooperation with car companies. Boss Pei said before that we should raise the threshold for car companies to cooperate with us, strive to check for players, and ensure that the quality of vehicles in the game is consistent with reality as much as possible. For this point, Boss Pei only said that car companies should pay us platform fees and pay for collision tests. But these seem to be some relatively passive measures, which are not in line with Tengda's usual style of taking the initiative. Is there any deeper content here that I haven't comprehended? Tengda's spirit has always been divergent thinking and pioneering and enterprising. If there are conditions, we must go ahead, and if there are no conditions, we must create conditions and go ahead. At present, the cooperation with car companies is only at the stage of passive waiting, which is very unlike the spirit of Tengda. What if the car companies don't come to us? Just wait? But Yi Zhizhou couldn't think of how to take the initiative, because this matter couldn't be forced. Hu Xianbin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Let me think about it. He stood up, walked around the office for a while, and said, I think we can't do this ourselves. After all, we play the role of a platform. But we can't just wait and do nothing. This kind of work is best left to the car companies that are currently cooperating with us. Yi Zhizhou's eyes lit up. Oh? Hu Xianbin explained, only when players generally agree that the cars that dare to play safe and civilized driving are cars that have confidence in themselves, our platform will be a uniquely valuable platform. How can we make players agree with this concept? It's not enough for us to speak by ourselves, and the car companies have to speak. If they can't speak, then we have to teach them to speak. In this regard, I think we can refer to the method of Qingshan Studio and set up a real service department. Didn't you plan to separate a department from Shenyang Games to take charge of these matters? Yi Zhizhou was stunned for a moment. Real service department? Teach these car companies to speak? Oh. Got it. Originally, Yi Zhizhou was a little confused, but when he thought of the Real Service Department of Qingshan Studio, he instantly understood. President Pei raised the cooperation threshold of the game safe and civilized driving to this level in order to strictly control and be responsible for the players. But this will inevitably bring a serious problem, that is, the willingness of various car companies to cooperate has been greatly weakened. Not only do they have to pay platform fees, but they also have to produce sample cars for collision tests, and there are a lot of very inhumane terms. From the perspective of players and consumers, this is certainly a good thing, but for car companies, can they be happy? Definitely not. So, if Shenyang Games has been passively waiting, the result will definitely be cold and deserted. Although President Pei has given such strict conditions and needs to screen these car companies well, is President Pei's intention to prevent car companies from cooperating? Obviously not. So, we still have to find a way to promote cooperation with major car companies. As for how to promote it, this is a technical job. This matter must not be done by Tenda alone, it would be too rigid. A catfish effect is needed to create a trend and sense of crisis to prompt these car companies to cooperate with Tenda. Just like the role of Yuan driving school to other driving schools. Assuming that the concept that the manufacturers cooperating with safe and civilized driving are all manufacturers who are confident in their own vehicles can be deeply rooted in people's minds, then more and more car companies will inevitably accept the conditions and cooperate with Tenda. If we can go a step further and let the concept of most of the manufacturers who do not cooperate with safe and civilized driving have something to hide and lack confidence in their own vehicles be deeply rooted in people's minds, then I'm afraid these manufacturers will have no choice but to cooperate with Tenda. At this time, a manufacturer is needed to achieve this catfish effect. Just like Yuan Driving School. After Yuan Driving School purchased safe and civilized driving simulators on a large scale, other driving schools also heard the news and were forced to purchase them for fear of being left behind. The same is true for car manufacturers. Yi Zhizhou frowned, but we don't have such car companies at hand at present. Although the first batch of car companies that cooperated with us also have relatively well-known new energy car companies in China, in terms of market position, they are far inferior to Yuan Driving School in the domestic driving school circle. If it can't form enough heat, there is no such catfish effect. After all, it must be a relatively strong catfish first. Hu Xianben also fell silent. He thought for a moment and said, I have no idea about this. I don't know much about the automotive industry. But, when you are undecided, ask the department head. Maybe other heads can find a solution. That's right. Yi Zhizhou nodded. Okay, let's stop here today. I'll go back and ask Qingshan Studio to see how the actual service department works and whether there is any ready-made experience to learn from. 9:30 a.m., 16th floor of Shenhua Haojing. Pei Qian arrived at the company and went straight into his office as usual. A few minutes later, Ma Yang also arrived and entered the president's office. The two stayed there for the whole morning, and until lunch, they only asked the Moyu takeaway guy to deliver the food to the office and did not come out. In the Human Resources Department, Wu Bin and Hao Yun ate the work meal delivered by Moyu takeaway while speculating with serious faces. President Pei and President Ma had a meeting that lasted the whole morning? They even had to eat in the office? My goodness, how big a deal must this be? I don't know. And when President Ma came out to get his work lunch just now, he changed his usual optimistic expression and looked solemn. I'm afraid it's something big. Are you worried about Ghost General 2? Not really. Ghost General 2 is just one of many games. Why would President Pei and President Ma be so nervous? In my opinion, it must be related to the company's future development plan, and some extremely important strategic decisions are being made. Well, after all, Tenda is so big now. We often feel overwhelmed when we are in charge of a department, let alone President Pei and President Ma. It's okay, just believe in President Pei. Anyway, no matter what difficulties we encounter, he will definitely lead us through danger. Wu Ben and Haoyan finished their meal, took a short break, and then returned to their intense work. President Pei worked hard for the development of the company, so how could the responsible people slack off? Work hard. At this time, in the president's office, Pei Qian and Lao Ma were looking at the empty documents in front of them, staring at each other. How to write this graduation thesis? After thinking about it for a whole morning, he had no idea. Pei Qian originally wanted to write it in his own residence, but from the experience of the 2 days of the weekend, under the temptation of the big TV and various games, his efficiency was obviously too low. Pei Qian also wanted to go to the school's study room, but he got up too late, and there would definitely be no seats at this time. The students of Handong University love to study, and their ability to grab seats is not inferior to their learning ability. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the office. It's spacious and comfortable, and there is a small blanket to wrap up when it's cold. It's just right to pull Lao Ma along, and there will be a bit of a learning atmosphere. However, this move did not have any good effect. The paper that should not be written still could not be written. It turns out that the inability to write a paper has little to do with the environment. It has a lot to do with people. Pei Qian sighed silently. Old Ma, what can I do? Ma Yang raised his head, his long face full of surprise. Huh? Brother Qian, weren't you full of confidence before? Why are you so depressed all of a sudden? Pei Qian said, haha, it seems that old Ma is still completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Come to think of it, after all, no one has told Ma Yang this sad news. He, like himself, has been assigned to Mr. Kong. This graduation thesis has suddenly changed from a simple difficulty to a hellish difficulty. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1438, A Powerful New Energy Vehicle Company? Add more and ask for monthly votes. Of course, this difficulty does not come entirely from Mr. Kong's serious attitude and accomplishment in studying, but also a large part comes from the attention from all aspects. The paper written by Mr. Pei is so broken? Mr. Kong made his head bald after revising it? This will be made into a joke and spread on the internet. Moreover, Pei Qian felt very guilty. After all, strictly speaking, Lao Ma should not have been dragged into the pirate ship, because he was implicated by him. Pei Qian couldn't help thinking that if he hadn't founded Tenda, he wouldn't have created such a big industry. If the scale was not so large, his graduation thesis would not have attracted the attention of the school. Then, he and Lao Ma would naturally not be assigned to Mr. Kong's subordinates. In that case, he and Lao Ma should be playing happily at this time, and the graduation thesis only needs to pass 60 points like the usual exams. Therefore, Pei Qian was a little embarrassed to tell Ma Yang this bad news. But now, Pei Qian has changed his mind. Why can only one person bear the pressure? Lao Ma must share the pressure. Good brothers should not be so distant. Thinking of this, Pei Qian coughed twice and said, Old Ma, do you know why I am under so much pressure? Because of Professor Zhang Wei, we are both assigned to work under Master Kong. Master Kong will personally review my graduation thesis. How can I not be nervous? Think about it, with your level, what will happen if Master Kong sees your thesis? Ma Yang's long face showed a happy expression. Really? Does it mean that my thesis can be recognized by Master Kong? That's great, Brother Qian, I knew I didn't follow the wrong person. You can even get close to Master Kong, so awesome. With Master Kong here, I wonder which professor dares to block my thesis. Then I will make him feel what it means to be grateful to a teacher. Pei Qian froze, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. No, old Ma, is there something wrong with your brain circuit? Is this what I mean? Why are you so confident that your thesis will definitely be recognized by Master Kong? And how did you think that no one would dare to block your thesis? It's outrageous. Sure enough, no matter what kind of problem he encountered, Lao Ma was always clueless. Oh, I'm used to it, I'm used to it. Pei Qian felt that he had made a mistake. Lao Ma not only failed to help him share the pressure, but also made his pressure even greater. He had to change the topic. So, do you have a general direction for your thesis? Lao Ma said confidently, no. Pei Qian was speechless. Then why are you so calm? Ma Yang said, because I suddenly figured it out, Brother Qian, I can cling to your thighs. You see, Tenda has been so successful in the cultural field. What does this prove? It proves that you are confident. As long as you use your energy to call the wind and rain in the cultural industry, writing a graduation thesis will be a piece of cake, right? When the time comes, I just need to follow you and choose a more subtle angle to study it, isn't it? So in the final analysis, it still depends on how hard you work, Brother Qian. Pei Qian was confused, huh? So you are so calm, is it because of me? Thinking about it, what Lao Ma said also makes sense. What is the situation of Tenda in the eyes of outsiders? It has opened up many cultural industries such as film, television, animation, and games. It is both national games that are highly discussed and excellent movies that sweep the box office around the world. And these successes can be created by President Pei alone. What Huang Sibo, Zhu Su, Hu Xianbin, Chui Geng? They are just tools under President Pei. Being able to achieve such a huge success in the world and at the forefront of culture, why worry about graduation thesis? Can't you just pick a random project and write a simple article? It's so reasonable. But Pei Qian knew that the success of these projects had nothing to do with him at all. He even wanted to know how these projects became popular. Forget about that. Last weekend, Pei Qian studied all these projects at home, but he couldn't find any clues. Yes, Ma Yang's confidence comes from his trust in Pei Qian. And Pei Qian's lack of confidence comes from his lack of trust in himself. This formed a magical and confusing closed loop, which made Pei Qian deeply realize that it was me who was ugly. Even his good brother Lao Ma couldn't help him this time, but instead put pressure on himself. It can be seen that the challenge of this graduation thesis is far greater than any previous settlement. It's too difficult. At a certain moment, Pei Qian even subconsciously had the idea of throwing the thesis directly to Assistant Qian to do it. But he quickly dispelled this idea. No, people still have to have some bottom line. Mr. Pei's graduation thesis was written by someone else, is that reasonable? It's better to just hand in a blank paper. At least when others talk about it, they will think that Mr. Pei is too awesome and doesn't even bother to write such a thesis. So, this thesis must be completed by myself. Even if the article is a bit rubbish, it will only make Mr. Kong lose a few more hairs. I can visit him and give him some supplements. Pei Qian sighed silently and continued to immerse himself in a bunch of successful projects of Tenda, looking for possible entry points for the paper. January 29, Tuesday. In the meeting room of Qingshan Studio. The development of the VR version of Safe and Civilized Driving is progressing steadily. Don't worry. It should be online next month. As for the relevant information of the Reality Service Department of Qingshan Studio, it is all here. You can take it back and study it slowly. Lin Wan said, handing a piece of information directly to Yi Zhizhou. Yi Zhizhou took it and said, thank you. Lin Wan smiled and said, that's too polite. No matter where I am always a member of Shenyang Games. Yi Zhizhou flipped through the information casually and found that it clearly described the current work content and status of the reality service department of Chixing Studio. After the popularity of Real Estate Agency Simulator, it began to gradually move towards an independent rental platform. The first task of Chixing Studio to establish the reality service department is to promote the game Real Estate Agency Simulator to reality. On the surface, it seems to be the same as what many real estate agencies are doing, but there are obvious differences in many details. Other real estate agencies are also working hard to develop their own app software and constantly enrich the housing sources on it, but in terms of technical strength, they are far behind Chixing Studio. This cannot be blamed on them. After all, their development team is just an internet app development team, while the development team of Chixing Studio is a serious VR game development team. The functions that these real estate agency apps have are also available in Real Estate Agency Simulator, while the functions that Real Estate Agency Simulator has may not be available in these apps. Moreover, the profit models and ultimate goals of both parties are completely different. For real estate agencies, earning platform fees and agency fees is their only way to make money, so this app is just a simple money-making tool. Then all the functions of this app must naturally serve the purpose of profit. This also explains why these real estate agencies turn a blind eye to the fake listings on the platform, and why these apps are only improved rather than fundamentally changed no matter how much they are optimized. Because real estate agencies are counting on it to make money. It is of course necessary to optimize the app, but these companies will carefully calculate the cost-effectiveness. If the investment is too large, the risk is too high, and the improvement is not great, then this kind of app revision plan will not be passed. But this is not the case for Chixing Studio. Just as the name of Reality Service Department suggests, this department is not the main source of profit for Chixing Studio, but only a supplement. The main profit of Chixing Studio comes from the sales of games and Doubt VR glasses, as well as the derivative value that may be generated in the future. The existence of the Reality Service Department is to better serve players. Therefore, Chixing Studio can crack down on fake listings and continuously iterate and develop the game Real Estate Agency Simulator, because there are other charging points that are constantly providing blood transfusions. This has put the game Real Estate Agency Simulator into a positive cycle, with the snowball rolling bigger and bigger, constantly poaching users from other real estate agencies, more and more people buying games and VR glasses, and this money supports the Reality Service Department to do better and better. Now the development speed of the game Real Estate Agency Simulator has far exceeded Lin Wan's original estimate, and this development will continue. Therefore, Lin Wan can fully support Shangyang Games to open a reality service department. After all, this is a successful model that has been verified by Chixing Studio. No, in the future, can Real Estate Agency Simulator and Safe and Civilized Driving further deepen cooperation and linkage? Of course, that will be a long time later. After all, the two games still have many follow-up functions to be done. We have to wait until the expansion functions of the two games themselves are all developed before we can consider deepening cooperation. Yi Zhizhou simply scanned the file and prepared to take it back for a careful study. But before that, he had other problems. Oh, there is another question. Safe and Civilized Driving wants to cooperate with domestic new energy vehicle companies that are relatively powerful. I don't know much about these new energy vehicle companies. Do you have any recommendations? Lin Wan thought for a while. How powerful do new energy vehicle companies need to be? Yi Zhizhou, the stronger, the better. Technical level, market share, and brand value are all indispensable. If you want to introduce a catfish like Yuan Driving School to drive other car companies to join Safe and Civilized Driving, this catfish cannot be weak and will not make any splash. Lin Wan frowned slightly. Technology level, market share, and brand value are all indispensable. Does China really have such a new energy vehicle company? Huh? Yes. A single car company may not have it, but the two companies combined can barely be considered to have it. Yi Zhizhou was a little confused. Huh? Lin Wan explained, Steffer Automobile and Shenhua had an autonomous driving cooperation project as early as 5 years ago, but the autonomous driving technology has never been very mature, so it has been in a closed research and development stage, and few people know about it. However, I heard that autonomous driving technology has been relatively mature recently, and there are also mass-produced models to be launched. Steffer has technology and a certain market share, and Shenhua has brand value. If added together, it can meet your requirements. Chapter 1439 Medal of Suffering Journey. Yi Zhizhou couldn't help but show surprise. Oh? There is such a thing? Yi Zhizhou has also heard of this Steffer Motors. Although the name sounds very foreign, it is actually a local enterprise founded in 1996. It is a high-tech enterprise specializing in new energy, batteries, IT, and automobile technologies, with 7 large production bases across the country. In the field of new energy vehicles in China, Steffer's technology accumulation is second to none, and its market share is also quite good. But the problem is that its name, which sounds very copycat and low, seriously drags it down. For this name, Steffer Motors' official explanation is STF, and STF means seize the future, which means seize the future. As a new energy vehicle company, the meaning of this name is appropriate. But the problem is that people don't buy it, because this explanation was forced and far-fetched after Steffer Motors really grew up and realized the brand problem. In fact, someone interviewed the founder of Steffer Motors several years ago. The founder's answer was that the reason for this name was simply because the 2-character and 4-character names that were originally thought of had been registered, and the 3-character name was easier to pass, so this name was finalized. In plain words, the founder of Steffer Motors did not think about the brand at all at that time. This is also normal. There are so many startups in China every year, and many of them go bankrupt. As a new enterprise, the primary goal is to survive. Who can think so far and foresee that they will develop into a top company and be troubled by brand problems in 20 years? Just like many online writers, when they tried to choose a pen name, they tried one and it didn't work, and they tried another one and it still didn't work. After trying again and again, they just typed a name at random, and it passed. After many years, they became famous and their fans were fixed, and they couldn't change their pen names. They could only participate in various activities with some weird online names, which was really sad and tearful. And many people speculated that there was a hidden reason why the founder was embarrassed. Steve Motors was founded in 1996. At that time, companies liked to give themselves a more fashionable name and disguise themselves as foreign brands, because the whole market was like this at that time. Consumers generally believed that foreign brands were good, reliable in quality and strong in technology, so many companies at that time deliberately gave themselves names that looked like foreign brands. This was to deceive consumers or to adapt to the market environment. Anyway, it was all for the initial survival problem. However, with the rise of domestic products in recent years, domestic consumers gradually stopped believing in foreign brands and supported excellent domestic products to the best of their ability. The change in the environment made the brand problem of Steffer Automotive the biggest shortcoming. In the past, many consumers did have a good impression of foreign brands when they heard the name sounded like a foreign brand, but now, a domestic brand with a name similar to a foreign brand will only give people a strong sense of copycat and become a synonym for low. Although Steffer's boss is a practical man, he is not very good at bragging, and the products he launched are relatively affordable, so it has led to the fact that although the technical strength is strong and the market share is good, the brand has been unable to be built. This time, the cooperation with Shenhua Group is obviously also based on the brand power of Shenhua Group. Although Shenhua Group has little brand appeal in the automotive field, it has strong brand appeal in the internet and smart hardware. One of these two companies is good at hardware, and the other is good at software, and the best combination is the automatic driving technology of new energy vehicles. Yi Zhizhou didn't expect that he would actually encounter an unexpected surprise this time. Obviously, the fact that Steve Automotive and Xinhua Group have carried out in-depth cooperation has not been publicized in a big way, so many people outside are not aware of it. But considering the strength of the two companies, once the research results are released, it will definitely shock many people. Yi Zhizhou was very happy. Great, if the new cars made by Stefan and Xinhua can also take the initiative to enter safe and civilized driving, it will obviously be a very competitive catfish. Lin Wan took out his mobile phone. I will push the contact information of the relevant person in charge to you. Well, let's ask the person in charge to come over directly and talk in person. Based on the current situation I have, although the cars made by the two companies are about to enter the mass production stage, they have not yet reached a complete consensus on the name, brand positioning, marketing strategy, etc. of this model, and have not come up with a particularly suitable plan. If we can also connect with Tenda, the dual blessing of Xinhua and Tenda, the brand value of this new car will inevitably soar again. This cooperation will definitely become a win-win situation. Hearing the word marketing strategy, Yi Zhizhou became excited. Isn't it just a publicity plan? I'm good at it. Meng Chang has already taught me all the Pei's publicity methods that he carefully summarized. Safe and civilized driving is a trial, and the effect is pretty good. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. Pei's publicity method? There is such a thing? She felt a little confused because she had worked at Tenda Games and Shangyang Games for so long and had never heard of this concept. Yi Zhizhou nodded. This concept is a recent one. It was summed up by Meng Chang during his long-term publicity work at Tenda. But in fact, President Pei has used the Pei's publicity method many times before, but we are dull in this regard and didn't understand it. Think about the publicity plans of so many projects at the beginning. Which one didn't look weird, but the result was unexpectedly good? Lin Wan suddenly realized, so that's it. Then I will contact the project leader there now, but their work is also quite busy. After all, there are still some details that need to be adjusted as the release is approaching. So, I will discuss it with them, and ask them to come to Jingzhou at the latest next week. January 30th, Wednesday. On the nameless island where the suffering journey is located. Xiao Liang was the last one to climb up the cliff of the island, and he was so tired that he lay directly on Lin. Looking at the others, the situation was not much better. They were all twisted, and felt that their bodies were hollowed out. After a whole month of exposure to the sun, everyone was tanned. Although this group of people applied sunscreen and sunblock oil to their faces and bodies whenever they had the chance, sunscreen is not a panacea. In this environment, it is inevitable that the skin will turn bronze. Bao Su, on the other hand, was a little darker, but it was not obvious anymore. After all, he had been through many battles. Seeing that Xiao Liang had successfully climbed up, Bao Su pressed the timer in his hand. Okay, today's training program ends here. I declare that the second phase of the suffering journey has ended successfully. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene felt relieved and came alive instantly. It's finally over. People like Qiao Liang, Yu Ping'an, and Qin Yufeng, who have relatively weak tolerance, almost cried with joy on the spot. 1 month, do you know how we got through this month? Huh? This uninhabited island was so hard that they instinctively forgot that they actually had another month of indoor training before the island. Now thinking back, training indoors is as relaxing as a vacation. Sa Ziran took out the commemorative medal and certificate that he had prepared long ago. Bao Su looked solemn. Now we will present the ascetic medal. Please stand in a row. Before, everyone was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, not wanting to move, but when they heard that the medals were going to be presented, they hurriedly got up from the ground and stood in a row. Sa Ziran and Li Yaling helped Bao Su hold the medals and certificates, while Bao Su took the corresponding medals and certificates seriously and presented them one by one. Xiao Liang's face was full of anticipation. One of the important reasons why he was able to persist in the arduous training of the suffering journey was that he was full of expectations for the title of ascetic and the various benefits that came with it. Of course, the more important reason was that this was an uninhabited island and he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. But no matter what, it was an honor. Thank you for your hard work. After shaking hands with Qiao Liang, Bao Su took the medal and certificate from Cao Ziran, handed them to Qiao Liang, and then continued to issue them to the next person. Qiao Liang happily played with the ascetic medal. The workmanship is very delicate and very collectible. This is an irregular medal with 3 layers of embossed patterns on it. The bottom layer is a huge shield, and below the shield are many long swords, with the hilts facing up and the tips facing down, forming a shape similar to a peacock spreading its tail. The shield is embossed with another layer of patterns, with towering mountains and turbulent rivers rushing into the sea, in short, reflecting the wonders of nature. And at the top, on the cliffs of the towering mountains, a person is trying hard to climb, representing the image of an ascetic. Xiao Liang simply couldn't let go of this medal. It's amazing. It has to be said that Tenda is Tenda. This commemorative medal is so exquisitely made, and it is also very commemorative because it has profound cultural connotations. Seeing it, you will naturally think of the glorious years you spent on the suffering journey. Qiao Liang decided that this medal must be treasured forever as a family heirloom, and he could brag about it to his son and grandson. Do you know about the suffering journey? This is your father and grandfather's military medal. Then, he turned his attention to the certificate. The cover of the certificate was also specially made, and it used metal engraving technology, which was heavy in his hand. The pattern on the cover is also related to the pattern on the commemorative medal. After opening the certificate, the few lines written inside also made Qiao Liang benefit a lot. Ascetic Qiao Liang, who fought bravely and persevered in the second phase of the suffering journey, showed an indomitable spirit of struggle, and was specially awarded the title of tenacious ascetic. There are also signatures, time and stamps below, which are very formal. Qiao Liang couldn't help but feel happy, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I thought the final title would be bottom member or something like that. Tenacious ascetic? This title is very good, and it shows my excellent qualities very well. Qiao Liang couldn't help but look at Wang Guangjian next to him. What's your title? Because it was announced before that the results of this period would be recorded. If this rule is not cancelled, then everyone should get a different title. Chapter 1440. The video is good. Who edited it? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Wang Guangjian slightly tilted the certificate to the side so that Qiao Liang could see it clearly. Ascetic Wang Guangjian, who was determined to forge ahead and dared to be the first in the second phase of the suffering journey, performed outstandingly and ranked among the top among all the ascetics, and was specially awarded the title of excellent ascetic. Qiao Liang was stunned for a moment, and then his head was full of question marks. It felt a little wrong. He looked at Chen Yufeng on the right. Where is your certificate? Chen Yufeng also turned to show him, and it was written on it, ascetic Chen Yufeng, who was forging ahead and striving for the top in the second phase of the suffering journey, was a mainstay, and was specially awarded the title of excellent ascetic. Qiao Liang felt even more wrong. The difference can be clearly felt in the wording of these different titles. At this time, Bao Su had already distributed the commemorative medals and certificates. The 2-month suffering journey is over, and everyone has performed very well. Although the time is short and it makes people reluctant to leave, I believe that everyone has been fully trained. I hope everyone can remember the spirit of the suffering journey, and in the days ahead, they can apply the tenacity cultivated in the suffering journey to their work and life, and pass on this spirit. If you want to pursue higher challenges, you can sign up again, and there will be a higher level commemorative medal at that time. Finally, on behalf of President Pei and all the staff of the Suffering Journey, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to everyone. Everyone can rest here, and we will set off to return tomorrow. After the warm applause, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the ground, and relaxed. But Qiao Liang obviously couldn't sit down as calmly as the others. He turned around and read all the certificates of others. After reading, Qiao Liang sat down on the sand and silently drew circles on the sand. What a pitfall. Originally, Qiao Liang was quite happy after seeing his certificate. Look, fighting bravely, perseverance, indomitable, tenacious ascetic. Aren't these all good words? Qiao Liang felt that this comment was completely appropriate, and it fully and perfectly displayed his heroic spirit during his journey of suffering. He felt extremely good about himself. But after reading other people's comments, Qiao Liang found that he had misunderstood. Because all the others were outstanding ascetics and excellent ascetics, among them, there are relatively few outstanding ascetics, 3 out of 10 people, such as Ruan Guanjian and Yao Bo, who are at ease, have won the title of outstanding ascetics, representing the top level of this period of suffering travel. From the wording of this certificate, it can be seen that forge ahead, dare to be the first, and be among the best, almost all express this meaning. As for the other 6 people, such as Qin Yufeng and Jiang Yuan, the leaders of Tenda, they did not perform as well as Ruan Guanjian and Yao Bo, but they were also okay, so they were rated as outstanding ascetics, and the comments also used words like mainstay. And Qiao Liang is the only one who got the title of tough ascetic. Considering that he has always been a key assistance target, looking at this comment, it has changed everything. Why do we keep emphasizing Qiao Liang's hardworking spirit? Isn't it because he has always been at the bottom? It is precisely because he has been at the bottom, has been persistent, and then continued to be at the bottom, and this cycle has continued, that people can see his hardworking spirit. Of course, it may also be because the last place is too strong to be called an excellent ascetic. How can you be excellent if you are the last place? I can only praise you from another angle. This is just like in the game, the top bosses are all called extraordinary masters, the strongest kings, and other titles that sound very domineering. If there are words like tough and unyielding in them, then they are definitely the bottom scum. After learning this sad fact, Qiao Liang was completely melancholy. He couldn't help but think, when he returns, if someone asks him, did he participate in the suffering journey? How should he answer? I participated, but not for a long time, just a little bit. Others asked again, I heard that there are medals and certificates, and titles. What is your title? Is it an outstanding ascetic or an excellent ascetic? Qiao Liang answered, tough ascetic. Is this reasonable? If someone asks again at that time, hey, I haven't heard of the title of tough ascetic, how many places do you have to get to be a tough ascetic? How can we continue the conversation today? There is no way to talk at all. You can't tell others, this is a rare title, and I am the only one who got it in the entire period. If it gets out, it will become a laughingstock. What to do? Qiao Liang felt that a dangerous idea was taking root and growing in his heart. Bao Su had actually hinted just now that the medal they got was beautiful, but it was only the most basic medal. The medals obtained by participating in the suffering journey once, twice, and 3 times are completely different, and those who conquered the suffering journey 3 times are the real ascetics. Participating in the suffering journey again can earn you other titles, and Qiao Liang feels that his physical fitness has greatly improved. If he does it again, he will definitely not be at the bottom again. Damn it, stop, I can't think about it anymore. Hurry up and think about the takeaway food, fat house happy water, ROF computer, and big TV at home. I must resist the temptation, I must not take the suffering journey a second time. Qiao Liang had a fierce battle between himself, and he was wavering wildly on the question of whether to take the suffering journey again. At this time, Zhu Xiaozi said with surprise, the internal list of the next suffering journey is out. Hey, there are so many people this time, and it will be postponed for a month and will not start until March. Brother Bao, is the suffering journey going to expand? Bao Su, who was sitting next to him, nodded, yes, it is going to expand. The external registration for this suffering journey is full, and the internal personnel have begun to spread from department heads to the backbone members of the department. President Pei's ultimate goal is to make everyone in Tenda suffer and everyone suffer. To achieve this goal, we can only bring 10 people every 2 months, which is too inefficient. This month coincides with the Spring Festival, which is a good time for the staff to take a break, settle down, summarize the lessons learned from the first 2 suffering journeys, and carry out personnel training to expand the current team into several teams. In the future, we will try to bring dozens or hundreds of people with us in one group, so that everyone can feel the joy of suffering travel. Everyone was silently swiping their phones, trying to hide the shocked expressions on their faces. Brother Bao, you have completely changed. You were not like this before. Do you think this is human language? What does it mean to let everyone suffer and be guilty? And you put the blame on Mr. Pei? This is obviously what you think in your heart. It's just that everyone dared to be angry but dared not speak out. After all, once the triple metal mechanism came out, everyone knew that it was not impossible to go to jail twice. Once you offend Bao Su, it is likely that you will go to jail twice. Zhu Xiaozi hurriedly changed the subject. Let's see who are the acquaintances in the next issue. Yo, Tian Mo, Wu Chuan, Chen Kongtua. Something is wrong, there is no Zhang Yuan yet? And why is there a vacancy in this internal list for the sales department? Everyone also focused on the list of the next issue. Is there anything in the world that makes people happier than the end of their suffering? Obviously there is, that is to see their acquaintances appear on the list of the next suffering trip. At the end of the last suffering trip, the leaders of the trip also happily looked at the list of the new batch of leaders who came to suffer, and laughed out loud with satisfaction. And this time, it is obviously a cycle. It must be said that this should be mainly attributed to President Pei, who always finalized the list of the next suffering trip before the current one ended, so that they could reap double the happiness. But after seeing the names on the list, many people were confused. There are many people on the list this time, and it is no longer dominated by the heads of Tenda, but a large number of backbone members from various departments have been added. Among these heads, the selection of Tian Mo, Wu Chuan, and Chen Kongtua made everyone smile knowingly, with a kind of "you kid don't even think about running away" happiness. But Zhang Yuan is still not on the list. This makes people think about it. After all, some of these heads have heard that Zhang Yuan has found the true meaning behind President Pei's promotion of suffering travel, and has also found a way to avoid suffering travel. But when they first heard it, many people thought it was nonsense and didn't believe it at all. But now, there is no way not to believe it. This list is to verify Zhang Yuan's point of view. In addition, there is a very interesting doubt. There is a vacancy in the list, which is reserved for the sales department where Tian Mo is. Logically speaking, the sales department where Tian Mo works has performed very well and has run the experience store in Jingzhou very successfully, so it is reasonable for Tian Mo to suffer, but such an achievement obviously should not be attributed to him alone, so it is also reasonable to send 2 key members to suffer together. But why is there a vacancy to be determined? Why is it to be determined? The only possibility seems to be someone has made a great contribution but has not been identified, so a position is left. There is still a month before the next suffering journey officially begins, which is enough time to find this person. But on second thought, it seems a bit unreasonable. The responsible persons looked at the list on their mobile phones and fell into deep thought. The suffering journey gave people a more and more mysterious feeling. I must ask Zhang Yuan for advice when I go back and learn from him. At the same time, the advertising and marketing department. Meng Chong just received a promotional video from Tian Mo. Brother Meng, the promotional video has been edited, please check it. Obviously, Pei Qian has not realized the seriousness of the problem at this time, and thought it was just a routine task to cooperate with the advertising and publicity department. The video is actually nothing special. It just shot the Tenda experience store, showing the structure and layout of each floor, some trendy experiences, goods that are constantly sold and restocked in the inventory, surging crowds, etc. Meng Chang told him to shoot a promotional video for the experience store, and then he could allocate a special fund from the advertising and marketing department to put it on websites such as Ellie Island to increase the popularity and customer flow of the experience store. Tian Mo had no doubts at all. After all, popularity is always a good thing. After a period of careful shooting and editing, the video finally reached a point that Tian Mo was quite satisfied with, and then sent it to Meng Chang. After a while, Meng Chang replied to the message, and seemed to ask naturally, "The editing is very good. The rhythm is very good, who edited it?" Tian Mo answered very proudly, "It was edited by Ding Xiao. At first, I wanted to find someone outside to edit it, but after asking in the department, I found out that she is very good at this, so I just gave it to her." Meng Chang, understood. Chapter 1441, The General Direction of the Thesis. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Thursday, January 31st. Pei Qian is still in his office, racking his brains for his graduation thesis. During this period, he has reread some key works on the Chinese website of Endpoint, including the original work of Successor, as well as the copywriting of many previous games and movie scripts. How can I say after reading them? It cannot be said that they are completely unhelpful, but they still have not found the most suitable direction. And Pei Qian's biggest feeling is, are these things really made by them under my inspiration? Why do I feel so strange when reading them? This feeling is a bit like flipping out my own small study book many years after graduation and reading the essay on it. I feel that I should be very familiar with these words a long time ago, but now I am only left with a sense of strangeness and confusion. I need a little inspiration and help. But this kind of thing is really hard to talk about. Pei Qian felt that the best way was to ask Zhu Xiaozi or Cui Geng, but the problem was that this matter was a little embarrassing, it might ruin the character, and it might not necessarily get the result he wanted, because every one of these people is a freak of imagination. If Pei Qian asked, they would definitely think, doesn't President Pei understand these connotations? Of course he does. Then why does President Pei still ask? Is President Pei hinting at something? Should I work harder and create better works? Pei Qian had no doubt that this was indeed something they could do. In other words, Pei Qian himself could not predict what kind of answer he would get, and what kind of uncontrollable consequences would be caused. If you want to get the correct answer as much as possible, the best way is not to go there as President Pei, but to understand from the perspective of a bystander and get relevant information from the side. Only by doing our best to eliminate everyone's imagination and not letting the objective environment be affected by my intervention, can we ensure the authenticity of the answer as much as possible. That's right. Just like when I learned game design from Mr. Hian. So, I actually need an online author study class or inspiration class. Besides, I don't have to be there in person. Whether it's a video or a handout, as long as I can get these valuable information from the side, it's fine. Oh, by the way, did the weekly report of Endpoint Chinese Network mention that Cui Geng recently gave a lecture in the inspiration class, which caused some response online? Pei Qian hurriedly flipped through the weekly report sent by Endpoint Chinese Network on the computer, and found a message in it. After the success of Successor, Cui Geng gave a lecture in the inspiration class of authors of Endpoint Chinese Network, and the content of the lecture was the creative direction of the inspiration class. Pei Qian didn't watch it carefully at that time, and he only remembered that Cui Geng was talking nonsense on the stage, saying something like President Pei personally instructed, to be based on the traditional cultural heritage and social phenomena of the Chinese people, to create works that meet the preferences and tastes of young people. Someone recorded a video and posted it online at that time. The most annoying thing is that the number of hits on this video is quite high. Many authors are forwarding it. Authors who have not yet entered the inspiration class regard it as a stepping stone to enter the inspiration class, while authors who have already entered the inspiration class regard it as their own creative direction in the inspiration class. It's outrageous. Pei Qian was very angry, but firstly, this video was only circulated in a small circle of the author circle, and it did not cause such a high heat. Pei Qian had many more important things to deal with. Secondly, Pei Qian had not yet determined the next development direction of the inspiration class, so it was not appropriate to interfere rashly, so he did not care. But now, Pei Qian suddenly felt that he seemed to be able to draw some inspiration from it. It feels really weird. Someone misinterpreted my meaning, and I have to use his misinterpretation to write my own paper. Fuck, that's ridiculous. What's the connection? Pei Qian felt that his behavior was really low, but there was no other way. For the health of Mr. Kong and to prevent him from being upset by his paper, he had to do what he should do. After finding the video, Pei Qian watched it from beginning to end. Well, although from my personal point of view, it is full of mistakes and irrelevant, but from the perspective of an uninformed bystander, it makes sense. Moreover, if you really think about it from this perspective, it seems that you can dig out something and find a point that is slightly combined with professional knowledge. Pei Qian fell into deep thought. Of course, Pei Qian couldn't copy Chui Gung's theory completely, that would be outrageous. Because this video can be searched on the internet, if Pei Qian copied it completely, wouldn't it be very embarrassing if someone found it out? Of course, even if it was exposed, most people would think that this theory was originally from Pei Zong, but Chui Gung inherited this theory and talked about it in the inspiration class. In other words, they would think that Pei Zong copied them, which was not plagiarism, but Pei Qian couldn't do that, because he had a bottom line. When writing a paper, you can refer to the general direction, but you have to have your own unique insights and hard work. You can't just listen to others. Chui Gung's remarks were mainly based on the actual situation of the inspiration class, and he explained the creative model of the inspiration class to other authors. In other words, it can also be seen as a large-scale experience exchange and sharing meeting for successor, which only has a certain guiding role in the novel. And the content he talked about was relatively thin, with only one ready-made direction, but he didn't mention the specific environment, what problems exist, and the necessity of solving these problems. These contents were not mentioned at all. If I can get rid of Chui Gung's influence as much as possible and continue to dig deeper in this direction, maybe I can gain something. Well, in this way, the title of the paper can be The Creation and Dissemination Theory of Literary and Artworks in the New Era. Well, no, the word New Era is too big. To be more precise, it should be Internet Era. And the scope of literary and artistic works is too broad, and serious literature is also included. It should be called Popular Literary and Artistic Works. So the title should be The Creation and Dissemination Theory of Popular Literary and Artistic Works in the Internet Era? Temporarily set this title. If you feel it is not appropriate halfway through writing, you can change it again. It can include the difficulties faced by the dissemination of traditional literary and artistic works in the context of the Internet era, the necessity of solving this problem, and the necessary factors and historical mission of the dissemination of popular literary and artistic works in the Internet era. Pei Qian simply followed this direction and found that there was indeed a lot of content that could be written, which was more than enough to support an undergraduate graduation thesis. However, there were two problems. The first problem was that the topic was a bit too big. For a thesis, each level has its own scope and field. For undergraduates, you should have some ideas in mind. It is best to choose a very small field as the entry point. If you want to write about it in a big way, neither your ability nor the length of the thesis will be enough to support it. Only when you study for a master's degree or a doctorate, and move up step by step, will you be qualified to expand the scope of the thesis. This is also common sense. As far as this thesis is concerned, although the two qualifiers Internet era and popular are added, the scope is still very broad. Including general popcorn blockbusters, online novels, animation comics, online short videos, etc., all can be included in this scope. Wanting to write a paper on such a large scope, it feels like being ignorant of the immensity of the world and overestimating one's own capabilities. The second problem is that Pei Qian can only bite the bullet and write in this direction. He has no control over the level of the paper he writes. He actually hoped that he could really reach the level of Mr. Pei in everyone's imagination, but he didn't. Even his previous works, such as A Better Tomorrow and Struggle, were all guessed, and he had to reinterpret himself. Although there are these two serious problems, Pei Qian thought about it and had to choose this way. Because he really couldn't think of any better direction, and these two shortcomings can be overcome. It doesn't matter if the writing is uncontrollable, just write it first. Anyway, there will be someone to check it for you, and you can slowly modify it later. As for the topic being too big, it shouldn't be a problem. Although undergraduates are not qualified to write such a big topic, the passing requirements for undergraduate papers are also low. Others may be rejected for writing such a topic, but Pei Qian is Pei Qian after all. I believe that the professors at the defense will give him a break for the sake of the school and Mr. Kong. In short, this is the most feasible direction Pei Qian can find at present. After simply sorting out his thoughts, Pei Qian decided to write a simple article in this direction and come up with a big framework first. Not long after saving the document, there was a knock on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Meng Chong. It was the end of the month again, and Meng Chong came to report his commission. Pei Qian found the commission data for this month on his laptop and handed it over. Not bad, keep up the good work. The commission model was just changed in the middle of this month, giving Meng Chong a resurrection armor. The promotion 4 successor in the first half of the month was naturally a complete failure, but the promotion 4 Ghost General 2 in the second half of the month has been quite effective so far. Ghost General 2 is about to be officially released, and Meng Chong has also spent a lot of money on promotion, but no matter how much money he spends, the popularity of this game has always been tepid. I have to say, this is a good sign. Although Pei Qian doesn't quite understand how Meng Chang's promotion strategy for Ghost General 2 is implemented, it is obvious that Meng Chong has already mastered the art of war, and has become a shape that no one can guess. Pei Qian can't guess it either, but he believes that Meng Chong and he are on the same front. Even if the promotion plan for the second half of the month gets the full commission, it will only be 100,000 yuan, and this time Meng Chong got 70,000 yuan from Ghost General 2, which is not much, but not a small amount. Compared to the previous model of one sudden death, GG for the whole month, this is already quite merciful. Meng Chong just glanced at it and handed the laptop back. Now he doesn't care at all how much commission he got. He came to check the commission amount just for the sake of formality. What's more important is that he can't miss the opportunity to be taught by President Pei and the Pei family's propaganda method. Chapter 1442 Charity with some commercial elements? Boss Pei, which project should we do for the promotion plan next month? Meng Chong asked proactively. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, this Meng Chong is not bad. He is becoming more and more proactive and more knowledgeable. It seems that his incentive measures have played a very good effect. However, Pei Qian really hasn't thought about which specific project to do the promotion plan for next month. Because the settlement will be next month, most of the projects have been developed and settled. Even for some unfinished projects, they are mainly to do some finishing work. It's not that these projects can't invest in promotional resources, but mainly this time node is special. Pei Qian is afraid that the water here is too deep and he can't control it. It doesn't matter if you do it at ordinary times. Even if you mess up or make a lot of money, you can find a way to spend all the money before settlement, and there is still room for remedy. But there is only 1 month left before settlement. If something goes wrong again, how can you clean it up? Wouldn't the whole cycle be wasted? However, it would not be appropriate to ask Meng Chong to stop here. After all, the advertising and marketing department is now a key department that helps Pei Qian spend money. With Meng Chang's help, the settlement of this cycle should be completed more smoothly. Pei Qian thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, there is a project that fits the bill very well. It is the charity project for this cycle. Pei Qian had already thought about how to spend the charity quota for this cycle: directly provide supplies to some poor primary schools in Handong province, 1 bag of milk and 1 egg per student every day, and provide rice, oil, fish, meat, vegetables, and other necessities to poor students at the end of the midterm. It may be difficult to improve academic performance. After all, students have different levels of hard work and learning abilities. The most important thing to improve grades is to have a famous teacher, and famous teachers are a scarce resource, and there is not enough of them anywhere. But providing some daily necessities like this, at least so that poor children can eat enough, ensure nutrition, and grow well, can be regarded as a low investment, high return charity. Of course, the high return here is not economic benefits, but for the growth of children. So far, this matter has been almost done. Both the school and the suppliers of these foods have been carefully selected. Tenda is equivalent to the investor and the middleman, matchmaking, bringing the two parties together, and is also responsible for supervision and guidance. Of course, the current coverage is not particularly wide, but the charitable amount will continue to increase in the future. The better Tenda develops, the more charitable amount it will have. There shouldn't be any serious consequences if I use this charity project for publicity, right? It certainly won't affect the settlement, right? Pei Qian felt that there was a way. But after thinking about it carefully, there were still 2 problems that needed to be solved. First, in the judgment of the system, charity and business are 2 completely different fields, and naturally different rules apply to them. And publicity funds cannot be spent on charity without limit, and there are many restrictions. Otherwise, it would be too easy to spend money. After starting a charity, you can just throw publicity funds into it, right? There are solutions, too. Either spend less money, or find a way to blur the nature of this charity and bypass these restrictions. The best way is to make it half charity and half business, that is, to divide this matter into 2. On the one hand, let it retain the characteristics of pure charity, and the charity quota can still be thrown into it without thinking. On the other hand, let it have some commercial attributes, so that you can exploit the loopholes in the system rules and throw a lot of publicity funds into it to achieve the purpose of spending money. Of course, this leads to the second problem. After spending a lot of money on publicity, will it suddenly make a lot of money? How to add commercial attributes while ensuring that it does not make money is a big problem. Moreover, even if this is achieved, there are still risks. If the publicity is too good and the influence of this matter spreads all over the country, it will definitely greatly improve the reputation of Tenda Group. Pei Qian can be said to have suffered a lot from this matter and was almost annoyed. The reputation established by Tenda is so strong that this influence has extended to all aspects of the entire group company. Every time it enters a new field and develops a new product, it will become the focus of everyone's attention and expectations under the blessing of this reputation. It is impossible to keep a low profile. In addition, the strange luck that the product always succeeds inexplicably can be said to be adding fuel to the fire, burning Pei Qian all over. Therefore, even if the nature of this matter is changed and the rules of the system are bypassed, it is necessary to be cautious and try to make the publicity plan ineffective as much as possible. This is also commonly known as doing good things, without leaving a name. To be honest, this is very difficult. Pei Qian's charity quota was donated to his alma mater before, but he was very low-key, and did not spend any publicity funds on it. It is precisely because of this reason. Not publicizing is the safest way. But now, in order to settle the account and explore more ways to spend money, Pei Qian decided to take a risk and give it a try. Pei Qian briefly explained the plan of this charity plan to Meng Chang, and then said, "Next month I want you to make a publicity plan for this charity plan, but there are 2 requirements. First, I hope to slightly change the nature of this charity plan, so that it is no longer a pure charity activity, but has a certain commercial nature. But I don't mean to make it make money. You can understand the matter of commercial nature as a pure act without any economic demands, and consider it on this basis. Charity is still its first goal, and the proportion should be as high as possible. Even if there is a slight possibility of commercial success, it cannot affect the charity itself. Second, this publicity plan is still calculated as commission as before. On the premise of spending as much publicity funds as possible, there are some changes in the details. What I need is that the publicity effect should be as good as possible in the poor rural areas covered by the charity plan, and on the internet, in irrelevant fields, it is best that no one knows. How about it? Are you confident that you can complete this task?" Meng Chang's first reaction was a little confused. What are these? Isn't this charity plan already quite perfect? Giving nutrition to children in poor primary schools is a good thing. The supplier and the primary school have been contacted, can't it be directly implemented? Why are there 2 more requirements? It's superfluous. Let's look at these 2 requirements. The second requirement about the publicity effect is understandable, but the first requirement is a little strange. Charity is charity, and business is business. Why must charity have a commercial nature? And charity is still the first goal, regardless of whether the business part is profitable. Isn't this a bit contradictory? I really can't figure out what President Pei is thinking. But after a brief confusion, Meng Chang became excited. Although he hasn't figured out President Pei's true intentions, he felt one thing: President Pei pays more attention to him, and the difficulty of the tasks assigned to him has been further increased. This task is worth studying carefully. Moreover, when Meng Chang heard that the project responsible for publicity this time was a charity project, he naturally had some associations. When he came last time, President Pei had hinted that Meng Chang must take the right path. If he took the wrong path and paid off his debts in advance, he would be kicked out of Tenda. Just half a month later, President Pei asked him to promote a charity project. Is this a coincidence? No, how could it be a coincidence? This is almost a clear indication. Obviously, President Pei had probably guessed that he was making extra money through various means, and this was giving him a chance to make amends. Meng Chang had thought about whether he should give away some of this ill-gotten gains and do something within his ability. On the one hand, it was for peace of mind, and on the other hand, it was also considered that if President Pei found out later, he would let him off for doing good deeds with money. But Meng Chang thought about it while making the promotion plan for Ghost General 2. After half a month, he still didn't have any good ideas. There are many channels for charity, but which specific method is more approved by President Pei? It's really hard to say. Now, there is no need to worry about it. President Pei has arranged everything. It seems that I still underestimated President Pei. Meng Chang had a fluke mentality before, thinking that President Pei probably didn't know that he was making extra money by relying on Fan Xiaodong, but now he realized that he was wrong. President Pei just saved his face and didn't point it out directly. This time, the task is to make indirect attacks and guide him back on the right track. As for how President Pei knew it specifically, Meng Chang didn't think Fan Xiaodong was an insider, nor did he think that President Pei could be so well informed. The biggest possibility is that Mr. Pei knows Meng Chang's character too well and knows that he will definitely do something other than commission. These thoughts flashed through Meng Chang's mind quickly, and then he nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I will do my best to do this. By the way, Mr. Pei, the video from the sales department has been produced, and I have forwarded it to you." "Oh? Not bad, not bad. I'll take a look at it later." Pei Qian nodded, very satisfied with Meng Chang's work. Finally, the candidate who will suffer with Yuan can be determined. These two people, one is making content and the other is editing videos, jointly created Mr. Tian's account, and neither of them can escape. Meng Chang did not stay any longer and turned to leave. After leaving Mr. Pei's office, Meng Chang walked towards the advertising and publicity department while thinking about the specific meaning of the task assigned by Mr. Pei this time. From the perspective of a charity event, it is already very complete. Why do we need to add some commercial factors? And the first goal of these commercial factors is not to make a profit, which is very strange. What is business? If we talk about it from a very utilitarian perspective, business is about figuring out how to make money. But this is definitely not the concept of business in the eyes of President Pei. The business that President Pei understands must have a more serious and positive meaning. Business is the sale of goods, the circulation of currency, and various economic activities. By extension, business is the process of communication and connection between different economic entities. The meaning of business is to optimize resource allocation and better condense the productivity of different individuals, so as to better promote social development. So what advantages does business have over charity that makes President Pei add business elements to charity? Well, I got it. Cohesion and driving force. If this event is just a very simple charity event, then only Tenda and President Pei can contribute, and other companies have no motivation to participate, and the impact will inevitably be very limited. Business itself is something with cohesion and driving force. If this charity event can have business elements, then it can attract other companies to participate in this charity, which can help more people and achieve better results. What President Pei means is to let more companies or individuals participate and gather greater strength through the attributes of business. Correspondingly, Tenda must also give a certain return. If you think about it this way, is President Pei hinting that I should take the lead? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1443 Pei's Understanding of Charity. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. The more Meng Chang reasoned, the more he felt it made sense. First of all, one thing can be confirmed: this is definitely not a simple charity event. Because the content of this event has been planned very clearly, if it is just pure charity, just do it directly. Even if you want some good reputation, it is nothing more than spending more money on publicity. There is no technical content here, so there is no need to use Meng Chang. But Pei made additional requirements on this basis, which means that Pei must have some deeper meaning. Pei also emphasized that this deeper meaning is not to make money. Then it must be for a more grand, long-term and positive goal. Combined with the in-depth analysis of the business field, Meng Chang gradually restored the final effect that Pei wanted to achieve. That is to say, President Pei feels that it is too thin and inefficient for Tenda to do charity alone. I heard that Tenda seemed to insist on doing charity before, but it did not attract much attention. Although it was effective, President Pei would definitely not be satisfied with his personality. It's not that Mr. Pei is greedy for these false reputations, but mainly because he can't accept such low efficiency. At this rate of development, when can we promote charity nationwide? Then this charity event should be regarded as a bold attempt by Mr. Pei. Although charity is a good thing, it also requires efficiency. To put it more seriously, inefficient charity can be seen as a waste of resources. For example, giving a high-quality dairy cow to an ordinary poor household. The original intention is to let him become a dairy farmer and be self-reliant, but a few days later, he has killed the dairy cow for meat. This is an inefficient charity that not only fails to achieve the purpose of helping the poor, but also fails to achieve the goal of helping the poor. Instead, it caused a waste of resources. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the short-sightedness of some poor households. As the saying goes, a poor man has a short ambition. Poverty often limits people's horizons, making them narrow-minded and blind, so it is easy to do things like burning the piano and cooking the crane. Many times, the initiator of the event must formulate a reasonable and complete rule. Just like a game, the designer must balance between rules and freedom. If you only emphasize freedom and not rules, the game will definitely become very chaotic. Pei is a game designer, of course he will know this very well. The more you want to do charity seriously, the more you must do a good job of charity. If the so-called charity is just to throw a lot of money in poor areas and then post the post photos all over the internet, then it's meaningless. Although this is indeed a kind of charity in itself, and it is indeed more meaningful than not donating a penny, this behavior is ultimately for oneself. Whether it is for reputation or to satisfy one's own love, the first purpose is not to truly do charity and alleviate poverty. And real charity should push efficiency to the extreme. Only in this way will limited charity resources not be wasted. Only by efficiently utilizing charity resources can it be sustainable and can the scope of charity be continuously expanded to benefit more people. Therefore, we must pay attention to methods and methods. So what kind of plan does Mr. Pei want me to make? Well, first of all, it is best to let many companies and individuals actively participate. To do this, we must give them some benefits other than economic benefits, so that we can fully mobilize their enthusiasm. After all, not every company puts social responsibility first, like Tenda. For many companies, survival is still an urgent problem to be solved. Secondly, the publicity effect of this project must be good in the poor rural areas covered, while the publicity effect should be poor on the internet and unrelated fields. That is to say, we should do practical things instead of seeking false reputation. Thinking of this, Meng Chong suddenly became enlightened. I understand, I completely understand. I have to say that President Pei is President Pei. He is not only unique in business, but also in charity. It is very interesting that President Pei emphasizes social benefits in business, which is a win-win situation for manufacturers and consumers, but when it comes to charity, he emphasizes adding certain commercial attributes and using commercial thinking to maximize the efficiency of charity. This focus is very worth pondering. This is completely different from what some people say, business is the best charity. If you have to pick on the words, there is nothing wrong with the sentence business is the best charity itself, because business can promote economic development and drive employment. After there are employment opportunities, people's income will increase, and they will naturally consume, which will build a positive cycle in a region. The economy of the entire region has developed because of business, and the living standards of the people in the region have naturally improved, thus achieving the goal of poverty alleviation. It can be said that business and charity have achieved the same effect. But the problem is that for this matter, we can't just look at what he said, but also what he did. If you say business is the best charity and put on a sacred coat of charity to make money for yourself, unilaterally emphasize and exaggerate the positive significance of enterprises in promoting regional economic development, and at the same time extend your money-making hands to the vegetable baskets of ordinary people and the lone interest of young people, without directly creating value and profit through platform monopoly and advocating consumerism, and never mention the bad things that enterprises do that endanger social stability and distort the values of young people and the bad effects brought about by them, then no matter how high-sounding the words are, it is still difficult to convince people. But what President Pei is doing now is obviously completely different. For some companies, charity is a cover and business is the purpose. For President Pei, business is a means and charity is the purpose. The two behaviors seem to have certain similarities on the surface, but they are worlds apart in nature. After thinking about this clearly, Meng Chang also had a general idea of how to make this plan. He returned to the advertising and marketing department and immediately began to formulate a plan. This charity event is still mainly based on the content arranged by President Pei, that is, to send meat, eggs, milk and other supplies to primary school students in poor areas. On the one hand, it is to ensure the nutrition they need for growth and development, and on the other hand, it is also to maintain their parents through this method and reduce the possibility of these children dropping out of school. Only on this basis, we need to raise funds from the outside world in a targeted manner so that more companies or individuals can participate in this event. Through the link of Tenda, the money can be better used. Then we have to set up a charity organization or a public welfare organization, but this is easy to do. Tenda has a special status in Qingshan and is doing good deeds, so it is easy to apply for it. Any company or individual who invests in this charity or public welfare organization must have certain benefits, which is what President Pei said. There must be a little bit of business rules in it. Otherwise, pure charity is difficult to achieve relatively high economic benefits. For example, companies participating in this charity event can carry out in-depth cooperation with Tenda on the basis of excellent quality and reliable brand. Individuals participating in this charity event can get some additional benefits when purchasing Tenda products or using Tenda services. There may be many types of charity projects. Can we start competition to improve quality and efficiency internally? Even in the future, we can consider poverty alleviation and bring goods. For poor mountainous areas, have some of the high-quality agricultural products in the district found a market? Well, these details still need to be finalized, and then we can think of a more appropriate name, and then we can show it to President Pei. When the time comes, I will be the first to pay to support this charity event. Of course, the money cannot be donated entirely, and some money must be kept to continue making money. As long as I continue to use the money I earn for charity, President Pei should not pursue it. After all, although the money I earn is ill-gotten gains, it does not affect ordinary people. It is all earned from big companies and gamblers. Although it is not very glorious, it should be okay to use it for charity, right? Perfect. Meng Chang found the direction of his struggle again and began to make a plan seriously. Chapter 1444, Is President Pei targeting me? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. At the same time, Pei Qian had just finished watching the video of the sales department forwarded by Meng Chang. In terms of the sophistication of this video, it is definitely not up to the level of a large-scale corporate promotional video. Because Pei Qian and Meng Chang didn't want this. The reason for wanting this video is mainly to catch the insider, to find out the person who created the account of Mr. Tian with Tian Mo inside the company. Although Mr. Tian's video editing skills are excellent, they are not as good as those of a large-scale corporate promotional video. At most, they are at the level of an excellent up master on the Eli Island website. Therefore, when Pei Qian and Meng Chang gave the sales department tasks, they also used this as a standard. If it really wanted to be a large-scale corporate promotional video, Tian Mo would find that none of his subordinates could handle it, so he would definitely find a professional team to edit it. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Therefore, Pei Qian and Meng Chang deliberately set a relatively low requirement at the time. It would be enough to edit the video to the level of Mr. Tian's video. Of course, they didn't say it so bluntly. They just said that this video only needs to be above average for individual up masters on the Eli Island website. The important thing is that it must be completed independently by internal staff of the sales department. The reason, of course, is that the people in the sales department know the current situation of the department best, and the videos made can better reflect the spiritual core of the sales department. Of course, this is all to fool Tian Mo. Tian Mo is still naive. He didn't expect that there might be a trap here. He did whatever the requirements given by the superiors gave. It may also be because Tian Mo thought he had done it perfectly and thought that his identity as Mr. Tian was well hidden, but he didn't know that the sharp-eyed President Pei had penetrated through the layers of fog and locked him. In this way, the new list of suffering travel is complete. Pei Qian added Ding Xiao's name to the list with satisfaction. Since you are two sides of Mr. Tian, then suffer together on behalf of Mr. Tian. Little guy, do you think I can't catch you hiding behind the network cable and hiding inside Tenda? Those who have stabbed me in the back, don't even think about running away. At night, Xiao Liang took out his key, opened the door of the sloth apartment where he lived, and walked in dragging his suitcase. Seeing everything in front of him, Xiao Liang almost wanted to cry for joy. Finally, I'm back. I've been away for 2 months. Do you know how I spent these 2 long months? Xiao Liang inexplicably felt as if he were in another world. Everything in the apartment was so familiar and strange, which made him miss it so much. After taking out the clothes in the suitcase and throwing them into the washing machine, and changing into home clothes, Xiao Liang suddenly collapsed on the comfortable sofa in the living room, turned on the big TV, and then he didn't want to move anymore. No matter how good a place is, it's not as good as your own doghouse. When the medals were awarded before, Xiao Liang had a very outrageous idea for a moment, that is, to play the suffering trip again, and strive to get a higher medal and the title of excellent ascetic. But now he has completely changed his mind. Going to such a broken place for the second time? Is there something wrong with your brain? Isn't it better to stay at home? Look at this big TV, ROF high-end computer, smart fitness clothes drying rack, and on-demand takeaway. Which one is not more delicious than the suffering trip? Although Xiao Liang really wants to turn on the computer and play a long-lost game now, 2 months of suffering and running back and forth are too tiring. Now he just wants to stay on the sofa and don't want to move. Even if he moved, he could only move his fingers at most. Order takeout. Midnight snack. 1 pound of skewers first. I need to weigh myself before eating. After ordering the midnight snack, Xiao Liang barely supported himself to stand up, went to the bathroom to get out the scale, and weighed himself. The reason why he was able to overcome the gravity of the sofa and stand up was mainly because Xiao Liang knew that this should be the peak state of his weight. After this meal of barbecued skewers, his weight will only go up. At this moment, he must take a photo to commemorate it. Fuck, I'm 140 pounds. Although he had expected it, Xiao Liang was still shocked when he saw the specific number. When he was in the imperial capital, his weight reached 180 pounds at the peak due to irregular work and rest and overeating. Later, when he arrived in Jingzhou, his weight hovered between 155 and 165 because of improved diet and exercise with smart fitness clothes drying racks. After 2 months of hard training, he found that his weight had reached 140 pounds, which was simply his peak state. For many thin people, 140 pounds may not be considered thin, but for Xiao Liang, this is already as thin as a ray of light. Moreover, this is not reduced by dieting, but by real exercise. Although Xiao Liang's abdominal muscles were not visible at this time, his body was well proportioned and strong, and his somewhat loose clothes made him look quite slim. He had undergone a huge change in appearance from the fat guy before. Xiao Liang took several photos, feeling very satisfied. Then, he returned to the sofa, scrolling through his phone while waiting for his skewers with peace of mind. Oh, these 2 months have really delayed things. I have missed so many things. Global Invitational, Real Estate Agent Simulator, Successor, The Roller Coaster of the Terror Hostel, Safe and Civilized Driving, Agent Academy. With so many materials, if I hadn't gone on the suffering journey, maybe I would have released 10, oh no, 20 videos now. It's all because of the suffering journey. I missed all the popularity. Xiao Liang was really regretful. During the suffering journey, he could also play with his phone, but only a little bit. Qiao Liang originally thought that there might be no signal on the uninhabited island, but after going to the island, he found that he was overthinking. Maybe considering the safety of the suffering journey, the uninhabited island he chose this time had signal coverage. It was precisely because of this that Chang Yu could hold a press conference on the island and make a big deal. Qiao Liang was originally very happy, because it meant that he would not be completely isolated from the world during the 2 months of suffering, and he could still know what was happening in the outside world. But as Tenda's projects were launched one after another like mushrooms after rain, Qiao Liang's mentality collapsed. These are not Tenda's projects at all, they are clearly the stage for Mr. Qiao to perform perfectly. It's okay if the Global Invitational Tournament and Roller Coaster don't catch the heat, but the 2 games Real Estate Agent Simulator and Safe and Civilized Driving and the drama successor didn't catch the heat, which was simply the death of Qiao Liang. Those are 2 games of Tenda. Of course, the games are here, and you can make videos anytime, but the problem is that it's too late to catch up after the heat is over. Players have been playing for such a long time, and there are a lot of strategy videos and interpretation videos on the internet. The anchors are about to change games. Now Qiao Laosher will make another video? Is this reasonable? The key is that after many up hosts have analyzed it, there is very little room for Qiao Liang to play, and it can't support the content of the video at all. Forcing such a video is equivalent to destroying his own brand. When the first project came out, Qiao Liang could still barely comfort himself, but seeing that a series of heavyweight projects were launched one after another within 2 months, and the peak of heat passed one after another, Qiao Liang couldn't stand it at all. During the day, I suffered physically on the uninhabited island. At night, I checked my phone and found that Tenda had launched a new project. My heart was in pain. Later, I thought it would be better to have no internet. Although I would still know these bad news after returning, it was like giving me a quick death. At least I didn't have to endure this kind of torture on the island. It was like being executed by slow slicing. This situation even gave Qiao Liang an illusion. Could it be that Mr. Pei was deliberately targeting me? Before I went on the suffering journey, although Tenda was also releasing new projects, they were basically one big project per month, sometimes 2, but it was still acceptable. As a result, after I went on the suffering journey, 6 or 7 big projects were released in 2 months. Not to mention the small projects, there are even more. Could it be that Mr. Pei didn't want me to make videos, so he deliberately sent me away before releasing these projects, and he could watch me suffer by the way? No, it shouldn't be possible. First of all, Mr. Pei is definitely not such a bad person, and secondly, this motive doesn't make sense. Coincidence, most likely coincidence. The planning time of these projects is long or short, early or late, and they should just happen to come together. Qiao Liang couldn't help feeling guilty. How could he use such a bad idea to speculate about his good friend Mr. Pei? People can't, at least they shouldn't. Maybe it's because I've suffered for too long, my mentality is a little distorted, which is not good, I need to adjust it. This period of suffering made me realize how happy and decadent my previous life was. I should cheer up, make good use of my precious time, and do more meaningful things. Well, I'll see if Tenda has any new projects to launch. Huh? There's another game. Qiao Liang was surprised to find that after the 2 games Real Estate Agent Simulator and Safe and Civilized Driving, Tenda actually had another game coming out, the fighting game Ghost General 2. With Mr. Pei's high production rate, the old sows in the production team lowered their heads in shame. Isn't this a coincidence? Although I'm not a fighting game player, since it's a fighting game from Tenda, it must be worth a try. Qiao Liang suddenly became full of motivation. At this time, the hardships on the uninhabited island and the depression of missing so many good materials all became the motivation for creation. Xiao Liang decided to start with Ghost General 2 and experience the game as soon as it was released and make a video. Chapter 1445, Ghost General 2 Opening CG. February 1st, Friday. Ghost General 2 is officially released. Xiao Liang was quite tired after returning home last night. He had a midnight snack, chatted in the group, and pre-downloaded Ghost General 2 before going to rest. Today, Xiao Liang slept until he woke up naturally, got enough rest, and was revived again. I looked at the time and it was just past 9 o'clock in the morning. Ghost General 2 was officially released at 10 o'clock. After having breakfast, I started a live broadcast of Ghost General 2 and collected video materials to prepare for the new video. Perfect. It's really strange to live the long-lost otaku life again. I'm still a little uncomfortable. Xiao Liang sighed silently while eating takeout. It seemed that the sky outside the window had become different from before. The morning sun seemed to be particularly warm. Oh, it turned out that it was because I rarely saw the morning sun before. Sorry to bother you. Before, Xiao Liang could easily sleep until 11 a.m., and after getting up, he would have breakfast and lunch together, and then the wonderful day would start from the afternoon. But now, Xiao Liang slept all the way, and it felt like a century had passed. When he opened his eyes, it was only a little after 9 in the morning. Apparently, during the 2 months of the painful journey, his biological clock had adjusted. After getting used to getting up early, you will naturally enjoy the warm sunshine in the morning, which is obviously different from the sunshine at noon and in the afternoon. After falling in love with this feeling, you will naturally be full of motivation. After eating, Xiao Liang looked at the time and started broadcasting immediately. It's really strange. I haven't broadcast a game live for such a long time, but I am still a little excited. Xiao Liang had posted a dynamic last night, announcing that he would broadcast Ghost General 2 at 10 o'clock this morning, so a large number of fans poured into the live broadcast room not long after it was opened. I just got home yesterday, and you started broadcasting this morning? This is too diligent. You are definitely not Lao Qiao. Who are you? You actually started broadcasting on time without delay? Fuck, there is something wrong with this world. It is reasonable to suspect that Lao Qiao was possessed by a monster on an uninhabited island during his suffering journey. Bold monster, why don't you show your true form quickly? After this monster possessed Lao Qiao, it must have wanted to hide and integrate into human society, but it was exposed at the first sight. Maybe the monster thinks that a host should make videos and broadcast live every day seriously. I never thought that people could delay to this extent, so that the monster disguised according to normal working hours and actually exposed his feet. The monster was shocked. Why don't you humans play by the rules? Don't be so superstitious, or talk about gods and ghosts. Can you respect science a little? Old Qiao, if you are kidnapped, just blink your eyes and tell us in code where the robber is hiding and what his account number is so that we can send him money. Looking at the audience who were making fun of him on the barrage, Xiao Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Look at this group of people, they are so cute. They are all fans, but why is there such a big difference in their behavior? Look at other people's fans. They feel so distressed when their idols have a cut. If they are a little tired, their fans will urge them to take a rest. Even if the movie is not good, at least other fans will understand their idol's efforts. Look at my own fans again. Alas, I can't compare them. The key is that these fans are making fun of me on the surface, but they actually don't trust me. Why do these fans think that I will only be diligent when I am possessed by monsters and kidnapped by robbers? I am a very diligent person, okay? It's just that my diligence is not obvious. How could Xiao Liang bear this kind of grievance? He immediately said, some people's remarks are too much. I, Mr. Qiao, don't have much points, but I firmly believe that hard work can make up for lack of talent. In terms of hard work, I am definitely one of the best on the Ellie Island website. Ahem, okay, maybe my working hours were affected to some extent because of my physical and mental fatigue before. But now it's different. I have gained both physical and mental training during the suffering journey and have been officially recognized. Now, my body and mind are in the best condition. Next, I will show you what a workaholic is, what it means to be as productive as a sow. What it means that the donkeys in the production team lowered their heads in shame. The comments expressed disbelief. Good fellow, diligence can make up for lack of talent? How thick-skinned do you have to be to say such a thing? One of the most diligent? Well, counting backwards is still modest, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. It is unlikely that the donkey in the production team lowered its head in shame. It is very likely that it could not help laughing out loud. So the suffering journey can really transform the body and spirit and improve work efficiency? Great, next time when Lao Chiao is slack again, we will go to the official website of the suffering journey to petition and ask the authorities to arrest him and transform him again. It depends on how long the shelf life of a transformation is. Can it be guaranteed for 3 months? Be more confident, at most 3. Lao Chiao, don't all suffering journeys have medals and certificates? I saw that Mr. Yuan has posted it on Weibo. It's really good. What about yours? Show it too? Xiao Liang coughed twice and took the medal he treasured. Ahem, this is the medal I treasure. Look at the details, look at the workmanship, look at the meaning of the pattern. He held the medal and talked about it, then, he took out the certificate, quickly showed it in front of the camera, and then put it away. I've shown you the medals and certificates, but there's nothing to see. The more important thing about the suffering journey is to temper the body and spirit. Only those who have really participated in it can understand this feeling. Hey, Ghost General 2 is available now, so let's officially start today's live broadcast. Xiao Liang didn't show the certificate too much, because he hadn't figured out how to explain the concept of tough ascetic to his fans. Many people on the barrage didn't see the certificate clearly, but Xiao Liang pretended to be dead and stopped worrying about it. Want to know what's written on the certificate? You also go to participate in the suffering journey. You'll know after you participate. Entering Ghost General 2, the first thing is an opening CG. In the wasteland that looks like scorched earth, the sun is high, the farmland is cracked, and only the barren weeds are still growing tenaciously, and the uncollected bones are pecked by crows. Bones exposed in the wild, no chickens crow for thousands of miles, is a very appropriate portrayal. Suddenly, the crows pecking at the corpse seemed to hear something, their dark green eyes turned, and then they flapped their half-rotten wings and flew quickly into the sky. A soldier with a yellow scarf on his head stepped forward and stepped on the corpse on the ground, but he was unaware he, or it, has a burly figure, but a closer look will reveal that this burly figure is more like swelling after death. Dark green pus and blood are flowing on his body, and there are many gaps and scars on the broken armor. In its heart, a demon core emitting black gas and several layers of talisman paper sticking together make the picture even more weird. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed in, passed through its body, and took away a large piece of flesh and blood. The yellow-turbaned soldier roared angrily and looked in the direction of the bullet, but before he could see clearly, he was beaten to pieces by the continuous rain of bullets. But this is just a yellow-turbaned soldier. More yellow-turbaned soldiers soon appeared in the camera, densely packed, making people palpitate. Then, the camera pulled up to show the full picture of the battlefield. A large number of yellow-turbaned soldiers were advancing towards the city ahead, and deep in the yellow-turban army, General Zhang Ju was in charge of the Central Army and commanded the battle. Its upper body has completely turned into a zombie or even a skeleton, while its lower body is made of flesh and blood and talisman paper, completely integrated with the altar. It has several thick devil horns on its head, and faint green fire flickers in its empty eye sockets. For arms, which are only skeletons and covered with talisman paper, stretch out from under the yellow robe covering the whole body, dancing, as if performing some secret method. Zhang Ju raised his 4 arms high into the air, roaring horribly, and all the yellow-turbaned soldiers shouted as if they were inspired, rushing towards the city ahead. However, on the other side, the righteous army also appeared instantly, and the two sides started a fierce battle. Many characters in the game appeared one after another, such as Cao Cao, the lord of the demonic path, who led his biochemical transformation troops, the tiger and leopard cavalry, to charge, with Xiahou Dun leading the way. Guan Yu, the dragon clan martial saint, charged with Liu Bei and Zhang Fei, and Dong Zhuo, Sun Jian, and so on. All the characters who participated in the crusade against the Yellow Turban Army, all appeared one after another. Finally, General Zhangju roared, and countless talisman papers on his body burst into strange green fires and burned. In several large pots arranged on the battlefield, dark green juice began to steam, and the smoke and dust from the burning talisman paper and the steam from the juice gathered and mixed in the air, and finally turned into a downpour, pouring down. Typing secret technique, scattering talisman water. The yellow-turbaned soldiers on the battlefield became even more crazy. Not only that, the talismans on these yellow-turbaned soldiers also began to burn. The corpses on the ground suddenly emitted a strong evil spirit, all of which gathered from the battlefield to where Zhang Jiao was, turning him into a huge monster, several feet tall. At the same time, various heroes also successfully broke into the main camp of the Yellow Turban Army and confronted the huge demonized Zhang Jiao. The final decisive battle was about to begin. With the passionate background music, the whole video stopped abruptly, and the title of the game appeared on the screen, Ghost General 2. After watching the opening CG, Qiao Liang couldn't help but sigh. Tenda is indeed Tenda. No matter what game it makes, the quality is absolutely top-notch. And this opening CG really reflects the story background of Ghost General very well. The previous Ghost General 1 was just a card game. Although there were a lot of excellent original paintings and introductions to the life background of the generals, it still lacked the blessing of pictures. But now, Ghost General 2 uses high-quality CG to show the battlefield of the encirclement and suppression of the Yellow Turban Army, which naturally has a strong visual impact. Chapter 1446 Mr. Qiao is full of motivation. After the opening CG, the official plot part began. After playing the beginning for a while, Qiao Liang immediately found that his understanding of this game was slightly off. Ghost General 2 is made completely according to the process of action games. Whether it is the plot cutscenes, character modeling, map design, game mechanism, all kinds of details, you can see the shadow of action games such as Turning Back. The only difference is that this is a fighting game with the perspective and combat system of fighting games. Many action games put the combat system tutorial in the game at the beginning, which has also become the system tutorial of fighting games, teaching players to move, jump, and rub moves. But it is different from action games such as Turning Back. In some cases, it can be unparalleled. For example, in the process of passing the map, there will often be a large number of soldiers coming from all directions, and at this time, the player can control the general to start the mowing mode, and a large number of miscellaneous soldiers will be cut off like leeks with one knife, which is very comfortable. Even when the generals dodge to the side, they will release fan-shaped attack skills at the same time, which can directly hit the soldiers on the side and knock them down, as if they were in an empty space. This dodge is to double-click the up or down arrow key, that is, to move inside or outside the screen. Double-click and hold to move continuously. This is obviously based on the settings of some of the latest fighting games, and at the same time, it has made certain changes based on the characteristics and needs of Ghost General 2 itself. When pressing the right arrow key to move forward, the generals are always heading towards the next key node, which may be an enemy general, or some special map mechanism or mission target. This is equivalent to adding a new dimension to the plane of traditional fighting games, turning the entire battlefield from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. I have to say that after playing too many high-difficulty action games, mowing games are still quite interesting. Moreover, due to this special level map design, players can experience both the level content of two-dimensional horizontal level passing and the level content of three-dimensional action games, which is a unique flavor to play. When it comes to the boss battle stage, you can no longer mow the grass. There are two ways for players to pass the level. The first is to fight the boss head-on, and the second is to find the special map mechanism in the battlefield to enhance their own generals or weaken the enemy generals. In short, relying on technology is one way, and relying on wisdom is another way. The difficulty of the game can be said to be relatively moderate. For people like Qiao Liang who have not played many action games, in the simple combo mode, as long as they find the map mechanism of the boss battle, they can pass the level even if they die a few times. For some fighting game masters, if they want to pursue a more difficult challenge, they can try to use the standard combo mode to fight the boss head-on, just like the game promotion video played by Kai Hong at that time. Moreover, this recommended combo mode is not extremely simplified. It is not that the system will automatically help combos by pressing frantically, but it still needs to perform some simple combo actions. It is still not okay to press A without thinking. In addition, there are 2 points that are very worthy of praise, namely the skills of the generals and the background story of the game. Although Ghost General 1 has a certain performance in these 2 aspects before, it is relatively weak. After all, it is a card game. The generals only have 1 skill, and the levels and plots in the game are very simple, or even just mentioned. In Ghost General 2, each general has more than 10 skills, big and small. For example, Zhuge Liang, in addition to the conventional light and heavy attacks, also has different skills such as borrowing the east wind, Kongming lanterns, wooden oxen and flowing horses, and Zhuge crossbows, and they are perfectly combined with his character settings. In terms of plot, each level of Ghost General 2 is adapted from well-known historical stories and novels, and is well integrated into the historical background. For example, Kongming's borrowing the east wind made Qiao Liang sigh. It can still be like this. After finishing the first level, Qiao Liang was satisfied and prepared to take a break, and then looked at the barrage. Then he was a little surprised to find that the popularity of this barrage had dropped. When it was just launched, there were many people in the live broadcast room, and the barrage was also dense. They were all making fun of the Pigeon Spirits broadcast, and all the bamboo shoots on the mountain were taken away. But now Qiao Liang played the game for a while, and the number of people in the live broadcast room shrank instead. And the content of the barrage discussion was a bit strange. Only half of the people were discussing the game Ghost General 2, and there were some very angry barrages. Obviously, many viewers did not catch up with the wave of bamboo shoots grabbing when the broadcast just started, and it was not long since they came. It was late, but not too late, because there were still bamboo shoots and they could continue to grab them. Wow, why is Lao Qiao suddenly so diligent today? Did he start playing games to collect materials? Need I say that? He must be feeling the pressure. He went on a 2-month journey of suffering, and then Tenda released 2 games in a row, and Lao Qiao didn't get any of them. This is like cutting flesh for Lao Qiao. He feels the pain, so of course he has to work overtime. If Lao Qiao doesn't work harder, he will be surpassed by Master Tian. Look at the video that Master Tian made for Real Estate Agent Simulator. How good! It is incisive and in-depth. Not only does it explain the game content well, but it also analyzes the pros and cons of the industry in reality. Coupled with AEIS's voice and excellent video editing technology, it's amazing. Sorry, Lao Qiao, I am now Master Tian's man, I can't go back. Hurry up and make a video, Lao Qiao, otherwise the title of Tenda's official Up Master will probably change hands. Seeing these people's remarks, Qiao Liang was so angry. You fans are really insulting, coming in waves? And the angle of grabbing bamboo shoots is different every time? It's the same as rubbing salt on the wound. The first wave of people rubbed edible salt, and the next wave directly rubbed sea salt. Not only is it extremely harmful, but it is also extremely insulting. But what can be done? These are all fan dads, they are all parents who provide food and clothing. Even if there is a mistake, it is the son's fault, and you can only endure it. Qiao Liang patiently explained, look, isn't this narrow-minded? As an excellent up-host and a puzzle solver of Tenda, I, Qiao, will never have such a narrow mind as you. Excellent up-hosts continue to emerge, and there are more and more good video content. Even if they discuss the same thing, there will definitely be different angles. For the audience, it is obviously a good thing to be able to understand the problem more comprehensively. Everyone relies on real ability and healthy competition. Whoever makes better content will gain more fans. Although I, Qiao, was lucky enough to get ahead and achieve a little bit of insignificant results, I can't just rest on my laurels, right? You want to use this to sow discord between me and other up-hosts, that's wishful thinking. I, Qiao, am not that kind of person at all. The fans in the live broadcast room were moved by his righteous statement. However, Qiao Liang said that he didn't care, but in fact, he was making circles in his heart and was very resentful of Meng Chang. I asked you to imitate, but I didn't ask you to surpass. Mr. Tian is Meng Chang. Qiao Liang knew this, and even using AEIS's voice to make videos was Qiao Liang's idea to Meng Chang. At that time, it was because of the Qiaolu game platform. Although Qiao Liang also made a video, the details were not in place, so he gave the opportunity to interpret it to Meng Chang. Qiao Liang originally thought that Meng Chang had a serious job, that is, occasionally making a video to explain Tenda's industry, and it was impossible for him to pose a threat to him. As a result, now I find that I was wrong. Meng Chang worked and produced videos at the same time, and his output was no less than his own. This time Qiao Liang was forced to go on a journey of suffering, and Master Tian had no rivals, and he dominated the internet. The video that explained Real Estate Agent Simulator was posted on the homepage of the Ellie Island website for several days, and it ranked in the top 3 in the rankings, and it was very popular. What's more annoying is that Qiao Liang had forwarded it to Master Tian before, and many fans came to find it along the way Qiao Liang's own video update speed was too slow, so everyone couldn't see the new video, so they had to watch Tian Gongzi's video, which objectively completed a perfect diversion. In short, Qiao Liang said I'm actually fine on his mouth, but he was so angry in his heart. Who would have thought that Meng Chang would have so much time to make videos after working hard? He did a good job, which posed a threat to him. But there was nothing he could do. After all, Meng Chang was Mr. Pei's man, so it was useless to be angry. He could only spur himself on more, make more videos, and regain the attention. After looking at the barrage of discussions about Ghost General 2, Qiao Liang basically understood why the popularity of the live broadcast room had declined. Because the theme of fighting games naturally had a dissuading effect on players. Many people saw Qiao Liang start broadcasting, came into chat for a few words, and then left directly when they saw that he was playing a fighting game. It was not against Ghost General 2, but simply not interested in fighting games. And everyone has seen the actual combat video of Ghost General 2 before. It was a painful game to lose so much blood when being touched. Action games suffer, but fighting games suffer? Many people are not interested. No wonder Tenda invested so many promotional resources in Ghost General 2, but the result was just to make it familiar to players, and it didn't have a very good promotional effect at all. I found that these people have a big misunderstanding about the game, Ghost General 2! This game is not what they think it is. In fact, this game can be made into an action game like Turning Back. Action games make a lot of money? But Mr. Pei still insisted on making it a fighting game. Why? Obviously, there is a deep meaning here that most players don't understand. Oh, but it doesn't matter, because I, Chow Laosher, am back. During my suffering journey, Mr. Pei released 2 games, neither of which had anything to do with me, but when I came out, it happened to be the release of Ghost General 2. Is this a coincidence or a hint? No matter what, I have decided to make this video, and I will never give it to Mr. Tian again. Xiao Liang suddenly felt full of motivation and started to work hard. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1447, Home Group Chooses to Lie Flat. February 2nd, Saturday. For Gao Ming of Home Group, this is destined to be another 996 weekend. Hey, I am too frustrated as the marketing director. These problems are not something I can solve at all. Besides, how can you use the marketing department as a public relations department and the public relations department as a cleaning department? Gao Ming was in his office, with no one around, and he couldn't help complaining. His work has not been going well recently. When he first became the marketing director of Home Group, he was full of ambition and smooth sailing. Being the marketing director of a listed company, even in super first-tier cities such as the capital and the Magic City, is definitely a top job, right? Of course, he knows that he is just a senior wage earner, but how many people in this world are not wage earners? What's more, as a senior wage earner, he has stocks and high salaries, and lives a much more comfortable life than some bosses of small companies. But, when did the situation start to change? Gao Ming recalled that if he wanted to trace the source, it seemed to be when Tingda founded the sloth apartment brand. At the beginning, Gao Ming and the senior executives of the Home Group didn't care at all, because this business model didn't work at first glance. But later, first the formaldehyde room incident, then real estate agent simulator, one public relations crisis after another caused the Home Group stock price to plummet, and there was a lot of criticism on the internet, and all the senior executives were all overwhelmed. In fact, the senior executives of the Home Group were also puzzled. The Home Group has developed step by step from the initial small company, using this routine. Now the company has grown and expanded, with a high market share and listed. The same routine should be more effective, but why suddenly it doesn't work? At the end of November, Real Estate Agent Simulator was released, and then Mr. Tian released a video, and Qingshan Studio announced that it would cooperate with Sloth Apartment and Shenhua Real Estate to establish a real service department, using the game as a carrier to build a new rental platform. Then, Sloth Apartment also started the model of renting instead of buying, and began to enter a stage of rapid expansion. As for the Home Group, it was a bit like a house leaking in the rain. Not only did the stock price plummet, but more importantly, 2 consecutive blockbuster new businesses, Safe House and Intimate Butler businesses, were all hit hard. So many resources were invested, but in the end only negative effects were left. For a core business like this, it is not something that can be done by just doing some publicity. To a certain extent, it will affect the organizational structure, personnel training, business direction, and many other aspects of the entire company from top to bottom. Once the business is abandoned, it is easy to be seriously damaged. This is why the Home Group can withstand it. If it were other small companies, they would have been finished long ago. As the director of the marketing department, Gao Ming has been attending meetings and working overtime during this period, but they can't do anything as they watch the popularity of the real estate agency simulator increase, the number of houses increases, and the business of Shenhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment expand rapidly to first-tier cities. Have you tried to resist? Of course there are some. For example, mobilize all the agents in the stores to compete with the real estate agency simulator for houses, register accounts to harass the real landlords above, or pretend to be landlords to post house information to try to trick tenants. The result is, all of them were blocked. Even worse, even the Doubt VR glasses were banned. Obviously, Qingshan Studio had thought of this possibility a long time ago and recruited many people to set up a real-life service department. One of the important tasks is to supervise the platform and delete and warn when false information is found. Of course, how to verify false information is a technical job and also a physical job. In addition to requiring the uploader of the information to provide sufficient and detailed information, users who report false listings can also receive good rewards, so as to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. IT is not just the home group that wants to ruin the real estate agency simulator. Other rental brands, and even some small agencies, are more active, because they are the worst hit by the pressure coming down layer by layer. After the integration of the real estate agency simulator, Xinhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment, they will inevitably grab a large market share, and these market shares are mainly in the high-end market, facing high-quality tenants with relatively high living conditions. On the surface, this does not constitute a direct competitive relationship for some small rental brands and local small agencies. But the problem is that once Sloth Apartment grabs the market share of the home group, the profit and market share of the home group will decrease. What will they do? They can't beat Sloth Apartment, so they have to continue to sink and beat those small agencies. The home group is big and powerful. Even if its business is affected to a certain extent, it can survive by relying on stores all over the country, a large number of agencies and houses in hand. But these small agencies are not necessarily. Once the home group decides to grab food from them, they can only starve to death. So, I don't know how many people are trying their best to mess up real estate agency simulator. They all felt that since so many house rental apps couldn't handle the issue of real housing resources, how could real estate agent simulator possibly handle it? Although there are so many fake listings on these rental apps, many of which are deliberately condoned by the platforms, it must be said that supervision in this regard is indeed very difficult. Because posting false information to fish is a low-cost, high-return thing, it is naturally banned repeatedly. But after they posted some false information on the real estate agency simulator, they found that it was not the case at all. This thing is fundamentally different from ordinary rental apps. It is a VR game that needs to be bought. Although the real estate agency simulator has launched a game version that is separated from the computer and runs independently on VR glasses to take care of players, the price has been reduced, but no matter how much it is reduced, it still has costs. If you want to post false information or harass the landlord above, you must first register a game account, bind your ID card, and purchase the real estate agency simulator. This set of procedures is troublesome enough. Once the account is blocked, not only the money spent is wasted, but the key is that you have to find another ID card to register. Doesn't it still take a lot of effort? Just to post a false message or harass the landlord, it takes so much effort, isn't it a blood loss? What's even more terrifying is that Doubt VR glasses are also from Qingshan Studio. If it is found that an account on a certain pair of glasses always posts false information or is frequently reported by high-quality players, it will trigger the ultimate sanction, ban machine. This VR glasses directly and permanently disabled the networking function of Real Estate Agent Simulator. In this regard, Qingshan Studio is still relatively merciful and did not directly brick the Doubt VR glasses, but this is already an unbearable cost for the agents who want to make trouble. Either, after the glasses are banned, you either keep them for yourself or sell them online at a low price. It is hard to say whether anyone will sell them, but it is certain that they will be scolded. After this set of combined punches, both the agency and the individual are a little overwhelmed. The key is that the loss is far greater than the gain. Is this trying to mess up Real Estate Agent Simulator, or is it to boost sales of Qingshan Studio's games and VR glasses? And other companies can't learn this method. If they dare to charge for their own rental app, such as a deposit of dozens of yuan before playing, it will definitely be a dead end. Because even if Real Estate Agent Simulator is stripped of its platform attributes, it is still an excellent VR game, and its own quality can support this price. Moreover, with the reputation of Tenda as an endorsement, and indeed providing a platform for real information, players, tenants, and landlords will buy into it. Other companies simply do not have this condition. Therefore, the home group and other agencies struggled for a long time, but in the end, it was completely in vain. Not only did it not have a great impact on Real Estate Agency Simulator, but it also had a lot of doubt VR glasses that were banned and could not be dealt with. It could only be forced to give them to store employees as welfare. What's more outrageous is that some employees played Real Estate Agency Simulator for work reasons, and then watched Mr. Qian's video. They suddenly repented and realized the characteristics of the agency that eats people without spitting bones. The suppressed dissatisfaction suddenly broke out and resigned. Many stores have experienced the situation of agents running away, which instantly created a sense of twilight. It can be said that the linkage between Real Estate Agency Simulator and Shenhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment has achieved the effect of dimensionality reduction in various senses. Each move is unpredictable for traditional agencies, and at the same time, it is impossible to deal with it. Last month, the first batch of houses that Shenhua Real Estate and Sloth Apartment cooperated with Real Estate Agency Simulator were put up, and they were snapped up and rented out in an instant. Shenhua Real Estate doesn't care about the rent at all. They are focusing on the brand effect, so the price and quality are very competitive. As for Sloth Apartment, its scale has always been limited by the number of houses. Now that long-term rentals are allowed, the number of houses has increased, and the reputation and expectations of tenants accumulated before have been realized instantly, so it is naturally very popular. Real Estate Agent Simulator highlights these two high-quality housing sources, and attracts more and more people to rent houses in this game. In short, there is no hope. After struggling for a long time, the residential group finally chose to lie down. For Gao Ming, this is actually a good thing, because he can finally stop being tossed around by endless meetings and overtime. As for what the residential group will do in the future, who knows? I am just a humble worker. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1448 Zoo Inspection, Additional Update. Gao Ming sighed and felt that he was a bit unlucky. How did he get targeted by Tenda and President Pei? Now many domestic internet companies are living in fear every day, fearing that they will be targeted by Tenda. Because once Tenda targets you, whether you are a big company or a small company, it will not be easy. And what is outrageous is that Tenda's ambitions have been fully revealed. In the past, it was just doing cross-border business in the field of games, doing business such as internet cafes and esports, and it seemed that it did not constitute a direct competition and conflict relationship with many internet giants. But now it is different, the dagger is exposed. Tenda's policy has completely changed, starting with games, and starting to affect reality. The two games Real Estate Agency Simulator and Safe and Civilized Driving are basically a showdown. The key is that many giant companies that look powerful have suddenly become vulnerable, and there is no way to counter them. Boss Pei is such a scary person. Gao Ming couldn't help but sigh. Playing against Boss Pei was like a nightmare. Because you never know what move he will make next, this incident seems to have nothing to do with President Pei. After all, Qingshan Studio is just a VR game company invested by Tenda and Shenhua. It is independently operated, and Sloth Apartment is just a sub-brand of Tenda, and basically has its own development plan. But the change of Sloth Apartment model and the method of using games to influence reality, which one can be separated from President Pei? If you say that this is not behind the instructions of President Pei, Gao Ming will never believe it. But there is no way to know it. President Pei is too strong. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine. Once he makes a move, it's a sure win strategy. Other companies can only lie flat when they encounter this situation. Of course, lying flat is only for Sloth Apartment. For other companies, it is necessary to strike harder. After thinking hard, Gao Ming also provided a countermeasure to the top management. Sloth Apartment is coming with great momentum, and with Shenhua Real Estate and Real Estate Agency Simulator, two big killers, it is impossible to turn the tables in the short term. If Sloth Apartment is allowed to continue to snatch away the high-end market that originally belonged to the home group, then the market share and profits will inevitably decline, and the stock price will also fall. This is absolutely unacceptable. So, Gao Ming thought of a way, which is to snatch the business of other small agencies. Although the home group is currently the largest rental platform in China, its market share is only more than 60%. There are some other rental brands and numerous small agencies on the market. These people also have a lot of customers and houses. For the home group, it is probably impossible to beat Sloth Apartment in the high-end market. It cannot go up, but it can go down. As long as these other small intermediary companies can be squeezed out, the market share and profits can be stabilized. Of course, this can only be said to be a helpless solution, because once the strategic focus is adjusted downward, the gap and reputation between the two companies in the high-end market will only widen as Sloth Apartment deepens its efforts in the high-end market, and there is probably no possibility of turning over in the future. But there is no way, and the home group has no better choice. Is it to fight with Sloth Apartment in the high-end market now, and then do useless work, causing the market share and stock price to continue to decline, allowing those small intermediary companies to take advantage of the opportunity? Or give up fighting with Sloth Apartment and snatch those small intermediaries to maintain market share and stock price? This is a dilemma, but after such a long period of entanglement, the home group has realized that the former is impossible and can only choose the latter. If nothing unexpected happens, Gao Ming's plan should be approved soon. Oh, it would be great if there was no President Pei in this world. Gao Ming felt that there should be many company bosses who had the same idea as him. At the same time, Pei Qian, the culprit of all this, was trying to resist the temptation of the big TV at home while continuing to think about his graduation thesis. On weekdays, he went to the office to write his thesis, where his efficiency was slightly higher. But there was no way. Today was the weekend, and the office was closed. Although Pei Qian could come and go as he pleased, as a boss, he couldn't set a bad example for his employees. When everyone saw that President Pei had come to work overtime, the wind direction had changed. If they all came to work overtime, it would be a big deal. Damn. I can't concentrate on the weekends. After struggling for a while, Pei Qian gave up the resistance helplessly. Let's talk about the thesis on Monday. However, he did not succumb to the temptation of the big TV and game consoles, and began to consider arranging something meaningful for this weekend, such as roughly finalizing the zoo matter that had been delayed for a long time. In fact, the investigation of the candidate for the zoo director has been going on for some time, and Liang Qingfan has also received a lot of suggestions on the site selection and structure of the zoo. But Pei Qian hadn't really made a decision yet, because he was busy writing papers on weekdays. Now it was the weekend, and he had no time to write papers, so he might as well take 2 days to finalize the zoo matter, so as not to worry about it all the time. After all, the zoo project was the top priority for spending money. Suddenly, after lunch, Xiao Sun followed Pei Qian to a private zoo in a county-level city near Jingzhou. This private zoo itself was nothing special. The reason why Pei Qian came all the way here was mainly to investigate the director of this zoo. After more than an hour of long driving, they finally arrived. "Boss, Pei, we are here," Xiao Sun said. Pei Qian had slept twice in the car, and then turned his head to look out the window. My goodness, this place is much more desolate than he imagined. Of course, it seems inappropriate to say that it is desolate, because this place looks like a very ordinary suburban area of a small county town. It is not uninhabited. There is a small market nearby, which is still quite lively. Pei Qian felt that this place was desolate mainly because of his preconceived impression. Before, he heard that this was a private zoo run by a retired veteran completely on his own, and he was thinking that even if it was worse than some small zoos in small cities in the 18th tier, it should not be too bad, right? Now it seems that he still lacks imagination. The entrance to the zoo was quite simple, without even a gate. There was a wooden table on 3 or 4 concrete steps, with a handwritten sign on the table, which said the original ticket price was 20 yuan, and children's half price was 10 yuan. On the outer walls on both sides of the entrance, there was a faded animal poster on one side, and some precautions after entering on the other side. The white wall had peeled off, revealing a concrete column on one side, and the other side had become mottled. It looked like it was probably 20 to 30 years old. This was consistent with the information Pei Qian had learned. This private zoo was established around 1979 by a retired soldier named Tanning, and it had been 30 years now. Behind the sign sat a man who looked to be in his 30s. When he saw Pei Qian and Xiao Sun, he quickly stood up and said, "Hello, is this Mr. Pei? I am Tan Xinjiang, and the director Tanning is my father." When the candidate was being examined, someone from Tenda had already come, and Xiao Sun had made a special call before coming today, so Tan Xinjiang was waiting outside. Tan Xinjiang had never expected that Mr. Pei would come in person. When the staff of Tenda came to understand the situation, they just asked casually and did not explain their specific intentions. Tan Xinjiang felt that what kind of intersection could a large company like Tenda have with a small zoo like his own? At most, it would be to organize individual employees to visit, which was already a great support. Therefore, Tan Xinjiang did not take it seriously at all. It was not until Xiao Sun called today that Tan Xinjiang knew that President Pei was coming. Pei Qian shook hands with Tan Xinjiang and looked him up and down. Well, he is strong and energetic. He must have done a lot of work in this zoo. If something really happens, it should not be difficult to suppress ordinary animals. Mr. Pei, please come in. The conditions of our zoo are very simple. Please forgive me. Tan Xinjiang led Pei Qian and Xiao Sun inside, introducing the history of this private zoo as they walked. My father was a soldier when he was young. He retired in 1979 and was originally arranged to work in a movie theater. But he didn't like this kind of work. In his words, he often thought of the instructions of the leaders in the army, to do something meaningful for the local people after returning to his hometown. My father thought, what is a meaningful thing? We are just a small county town. The entire urban area has less than 50,000 people. It is closed and backward, and there is no zoo. Citizens have never seen or known wild animals except for domestic animals such as cats and dogs. So my father came up with the idea of opening a zoo. At first, he simply hoped that people in our county town could observe and understand wild animals up close, and let those who like to eat wild game kill fewer wild animals. He thought this was a meaningful thing. Then my father tried it out, using the vacant space to exhibit a small number of wild animals, and it was warmly welcomed. So in 1988, my father paid for it out of his own pocket and opened a formal private zoo in this place, and he has been doing this for 30 years. At present, there are basically 20 kinds of animals in my zoo, such as wild animals such as pythons, black bears, crocodiles, and macaques, as well as relatively common animals such as Tibetan mastiffs, mules, and horses. When it was the most popular, we also raised lions and ostriches, but later there were fewer and fewer people and the expenses were high, so we had no choice but to move them to Jingzhou Zoo. The only animals that are still being raised now are pythons, crocodiles, and macaques, which are relatively easy to raise. Tan Xinjiang introduced while taking Pei Qian to visit these animals. Although Pei Qian had made some mental preparations before coming here, he was still a little shocked when he saw the conditions here. The so-called animal pens are just a few small bungalows, some with fences and some with glass. Wild animals like pythons and macaques are kept inside, while animals like Tibetan mastiffs, mules, and horses are kept outdoors. An old man with gray hair and a hunched body, who looks to be in his 70s, is feeding the animals and cleaning the place carefully. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1449 You Become the Zoo Director. Losing money and becoming the richest man starts from playing games. Tan Xinjiang said, "That's my father Tanning Jiu, but he is old and has poor hearing, and can't hear what others say. He doesn't communicate with people much, and he serves these animals all day long. He is not only the zoo director, but also a purchaser, cleaner, ticket seller, veterinarian, breeder, and tour guide. He rides a tricycle to buy food for the animals at 5 o'clock every morning, and after returning, he cleans the pens, feeds and waters them, and occasionally receives some visitors. He is busy from morning to night, and his days are just like this. I also like animals and often help him, but he wants me to take over, but I don't think I can do it. When my father is really 100 years old, I may pack up all these animals and send them to other zoos, and stop doing this." Pei Qian asked, "Is the economic benefit not good?" Tan Xinjiang smiled bitterly, "More than bad? It's simply losing money. The cost of raising animals is really too high. Pythons and crocodiles all eat living things. Whether it's chickens or fish, how much food do they eat in a day? Tibetan mastiffs, mules, horses, and macaques are relatively better, but my father doesn't want to save money on this. In addition to ticket sales, my father also put a lot of his retirement money into it, just to make sure these animals are well fed. But that's all. It's already very difficult to feed them well, and as for renovating the enclosure, he doesn't even dare to think about it. The key is that my father lives worse than the animals. Do you see the shabby bungalow next to the enclosure? My father usually lives there, and he eats just a few bites. If he was a few decades younger, it wouldn't be a problem, but now he's old, how can he keep going through this? My parents divorced when I was a child, and this zoo was a big reason. To be honest, I'm quite conflicted. I know my father has a hard life, so I try to help him as much as possible, but if I help too much, he always wants me to take over. But I think there is no need for this zoo to continue to exist. This zoo used to be quite popular, because the environment was relatively closed, and people in this small county had no other place to see animals. But now that the economy is developed, it is convenient to drive to Jingzhou Zoo to see animals, not to mention some large wildlife parks. Who still comes to this kind of zoo? The ticket price is getting less and less, which is enough to show that this kind of private zoo is no longer popular and should be eliminated. Although I also like animals, I am also a human being and I have to live a normal life. I can't be like my father, who spent 30 or 40 years of his life on these animals. Oh, I accidentally talked too much. In fact, we shouldn't talk about this. Come, Mr. Pei, I'll show you these animals. Tan Xinjiang took Pei Qian to a few horses. These horses looked very energetic and were happily eating grass. After seeing Tan Xinjiang, another brown horse leaned its head over. After being touched on the horse's head by Tan Xinjiang, it snorted happily. Then, he looked at the macaques and pythons kept indoors. They also looked very energetic. Especially the monkeys, they jumped up and down to ask for food, and they looked more lively than the monkeys in some large zoos. I don't know if it was an illusion. But inevitably, there was still a strong smell, and the whole environment was really not good. Although old man Tanning Jiu cleaned every day, under such conditions, no matter how much he cleaned, it would not be possible to have good hygiene conditions. But Pei Qian was not dwelling on these things now. He was thinking about what Tan Xinjiang said. This thing is a pure loss of money. It is even more optimistic than he imagined. Take this zoo for example. The ticket is only 20 yuan. What can you do with 20 yuan these days? Moreover, the daily food cost of these animals is a huge expense. Many carnivores have to eat living things, and the food cost is higher than that of humans. If these animals get sick again, it will be even more expensive. Many people can't open cat cafes. The difficulty of raising wild animals is many times higher than that of cat cafes. But old man Taningjiu insisted on doing it for 30 years and raised lions and ostriches. If it weren't for strong will, belief and love, he would never have persisted. However, Pei Qian also got some inspiration from Tan Xinjiang's words. How can a zoo lose money? The most important point is that it must be small and not too big. Small zoos have few animal species, so they look boring. Even if the ticket price is reduced, it is impossible to achieve the effect of small profits, but quick turnover. In the past, because of the underdeveloped economy and blocked transportation, some small zoos would also be visited. Now that transportation is so developed, let alone zoos in foreign countries or super first-tier cities, zoos in various prefecture-level cities can meet most of the needs of Handong province. Therefore, small zoos with few animal species will only have less and less way to survive and gradually fall into a vicious circle. Old man Taningjiu has spent most of his life in this zoo. Of course he is unwilling to accept this reality, but Tan Xinjiang is a young man and sees things much more clearly than his father. That's why Tan Xinjiang said that after his father passed away, he would close the zoo and send the animals to other zoos. He is also a human being and needs to live. Old man Taningjiu divorced because of the zoo in his time. Given Tan Xinjiang's current situation, if he continues to fight with the zoo, he may not even be able to get married. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile slightly. Don't you think this is a coincidence? You met me, so we can have a good talk. Pei Qian took a brief look around the zoo and nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. I intend to move the entire zoo to Jingzhou, and you will be the director. What do you think? Tan Xinjiang was stunned for a moment. He never expected that President Pei would say such a thing. According to the most optimistic estimate, President Pei can arrange some employees to come and visit, or be compassionate and donate some money casually, which is already very good for Tan Xinjiang. Why move the zoo? Everyone can see that this zoo has no value at all. These shabby houses should have been demolished long ago. As for the animals inside, although there are some wild animals, which zoo outside doesn't have them. They are not rare or precious. Moreover, if I were to be the director, I would not be that qualified, right? The director of a zoo should be a professional who has graduated from a university, right? Tan Xinjiang said hurriedly. Boss Pei, this is not appropriate. If you want to open a zoo, just do it directly. These animals are not rare animals, so it's not worth it. As for the director, it's even more inappropriate. Now when opening a zoo, you have to pay attention to scientific feeding and hire professionals. My father and I are both amateurs. Although we have learned some knowledge by ourselves, we are still far from being the director of a large zoo. Tan Xinjiang knew that if Boss Pei wanted to open a zoo, the scale must not be small, otherwise it would not conform to Tenda's style of doing things. Pei Qian's expression was serious. Hey, what you said is not right. Animals are not rare or not, they are all equal. How can you favor one over the other? These animals have been with you and your son for so many years, so you have some feelings for them. If you send them to other zoos, there are so many animals, it will be difficult for them to be treated like this. My zoo is mainly for trial in the early stage, and I will not rashly raise any rare animals. I think these animals are good. Although they are very ordinary, they are in good spirits and very happy. That's enough. As for the director's affairs, you don't have to worry about it. I think the most important thing is to have a heart that truly loves animals. Professional knowledge is easy to handle. I will arrange a few professionals to help you. Keepers and veterinarians are all professionals. If you need any advice, just ask. You are the director of the zoo, so you don't need to worry about these trivial things. The key is that the spirit of you and your son touched me. Of course, I understand the current situation very well. Don't worry, the place we are moving to this time is not far from the Jingji hostel. Although it is in the suburbs of Jingzhou, it is quite lively and convenient for transportation. By then, you two will be formal employees of Tenda, and you will not lose any benefits. These animals can also get better care, at least in terms of food and living environment, they can be greatly improved. Tan Xinjiang looked a little confused. This? Of course, it sounds good everywhere. But the question is, what is Mr. Pei trying to do? This looks like a pure waste of money and completely meaningless behavior. Seeing that Tan Xinjiang was still a little hesitant, Pei Qian said, well, you can sign a contract with Tenda first, and then I will allocate some funds to you. You can hire a few people to help the old man take care of the zoo here. When you go to Jingzhou, you can participate in the preparation and construction of the new zoo. In this way, there is nothing to worry about, right? Tan Xinjiang thought about it, and it was indeed the case. Although he could not think of the reason why President Pei did this, he could not think of the reason for his refusal. Okay, Mr. Pei, let's do this. I'll talk to my father about this first, do some ideological work for him, settle the zoo's affairs here, and then go to Jingzhou to find you. Pei Qian nodded, okay, you can contact me directly when the time comes. After selecting the director of the zoo, Pei Qian did not delay and took the car back directly. Although the director has been decided, the specific operation model of this zoo still needs to be carefully considered. Although this zoo has already lost a lot of money, Pei Qian does not intend to copy this model completely. After all, objective conditions have changed. If this zoo continues to open here, even if the whole zoo is bought, how much money can it burn? A drop in the bucket. Pei Qian's idea is to move the zoo to Jingzhou and explore a scalable way to burn money. Once this model is successfully tested, then the next step is to continuously expand the scale and burn money without limit. Isn't it wonderful? Chapter 1450 Preliminary Planning of the Zoo. After returning home, Pei Qian took out his laptop and simply looked up some information about zoos on the internet, learned some basic knowledge, and then began to consider how to build Tenda's zoo. First of all, it is definitely not a large zoo, at least not at present. Many large zoos abroad have requirements for site selection and climate. For example, some tropical countries have tropical zoos, first because the climate is suitable, and secondly, because the place is large enough. But Pei Qian's idea is to open this zoo near the Jingji Hotel, which is the old industrial area of Jingzhou. Strictly speaking, this place is not a good location for a zoo. And the climate of Jingzhou itself is not suitable for raising some tropical or cold animals. Of course, it can be built indoors, and the temperature can be adjusted by air conditioning. But in this way, the construction period and expenses will definitely increase greatly. Pei Qian does not mind the high expenses, but the construction period still needs to be considered. After all, the first phase of the zoo project is a sudden expenditure, and it must be completed before the next settlement. What's more, the larger the zoo's area and the more rare animals it has, the more tourists will naturally come to visit, and the possibility of making a profit will be greatly increased. In short, the first phase goal of this zoo is to build a few animals, preferably not too rare, under the premise of ensuring the construction period. On this basis, spend as much money as possible. If the first step goes well, then we can try some more challenging things later, such as building air-conditioned rooms on a large scale and putting some tropical or cold animals in. Secondly, we have to think carefully about the selection of animals. In order to reduce the number of tourists, we must arrange fewer rare animals. Many zoos themselves have nothing to see, but because there are 2 giant pandas in the zoo, tourists will come in an endless stream. And many particularly rare animals that are transported from other countries will become the treasures of the zoo and become the reason why most people have to go. In a zoo, the most precious thing is definitely the animals. If you want to be popular, you have to work hard on the animals. So, since you don't want to be popular and want to lose money, you can't have too many rare animals, at least not at this stage. Even if you want rare animals in the future, you have to fully evaluate and find that the cost of raising them is far greater than the benefits. So the question is, if you don't raise rare animals, what should you raise? It's impossible for the entire zoo to only raise horses, cows, sheep, etc., right? Then is it called a zoo or a breeding farm? Pei Qian couldn't do something that others could see was a big problem at a glance, therefore, a balance must be struck. While raising some wild animals for show, try to raise some other common and unremarkable animals as much as possible. This zoo can also be called an animal life museum instead of a zoo. What kind of animals are more cost-effective to raise? It is best to raise animals between domestic and rare wild animals, such as servals, Arctic foxes, and Angora martens. All can be considered. There are also differences in the regulations on raising wild animals in China and abroad. Some people abroad raise wild animals such as cheetahs and cougars, but this is not allowed in China. For example, servals are protected animals in China and cannot be raised casually. Some animals, such as Arctic foxes and Angora martens, can be raised as pets. But no matter what, all animals that can be raised at home must be relatively common and relatively less rare animals. All the truly rare animals are protected. How can ordinary people raise them? So according to this idea, it is more appropriate to raise these animals in zoos. On the one hand, they are not that rare, so they will not attract tourists to come from far away to see them. On the other hand, they are indeed real wild animals, and it will not look strange to put them in a zoo, and people will not think that the zoo is actually a cat cafe or a cat farm. In short, as a zoo, money can be spent anywhere, but the big part cannot be spent on buying rare wild animals. So where should the money be spent? It's very simple, spend it on the venue, food, and personnel. First of all, the venue. Pei Qian has been to many zoos. Although these zoos do not occupy a large area, there are too many animals after all. When it comes to each animal, the activity space is not large. Of course, there are standards for the activity space of all animals, and they need to comply with the zoo design specifications. There are strict requirements on the specific proportion of land occupied by animal exhibition area buildings, science and education buildings, animal protection facilities buildings, etc. There are also strict requirements for visitor capacity and building area that can be visited, recreational green space area, etc. All zoos must also comply with the corresponding regulations. But this regulation only stipulates the lower limit, but not the upper limit. Space is always not enough. After all, wild animals are originally wild and run around in the mountains and forests. If they are locked up, no matter how big the space is, it is not enough. So Pei Qian decided that the area occupied by each animal in this new zoo should be at least 50% more than that of other zoos. Take the case of baboons, for example. The maximum cage area is 80 square meters, the fence height is 4 meters, and the basic population size is 2 adults. For each additional adult, the area of the cage must be increased by 25 square meters. In layman's terms, 2 baboons will occupy 80 square meters of space, and for each additional one, at least 20 square meters will be added. But this area is only the lower limit of the cage design parameters stipulated by the state, which is definitely a bit crowded. Pei Qian decided to increase this standard by 50%, that is, 80 square meters to 120 square meters, and for each additional adult individual, the inner house area will be increased by 50% at most. Of course, it can't be too much. If the area is increased 3 or 4 times at once, and there are only 2 baboons in a cage of more than 300 square meters, it will be a bit too strange. When the tourists come, they will not see the animals, but look for them, and they will have no idea where the two baboons have gone. Pei Qian doesn't mind this situation, but if it is too much, the motive will be too obvious, and the system may not agree. And if it is too outrageous, it may cause heated discussions on the internet and accumulate unnecessary heat inexplicably. The cage area is a little larger, but not too conspicuous. The environment in the cage must be the best, that's for sure. The second is food, which is also in accordance with the highest standards and specifications, nothing good. With Tan Qingshan watching over the situation, there will be no case of withholding animal rations. Moreover, feeding the animals better will only make them fatter, and tourists won't be able to tell. This money spent is very covert and worthwhile. Finally, there are the personnel. The zoo needs a large number of personnel, such as keepers, breeders, veterinarians, cleaners, etc. These are all necessary supporting facilities for the zoo. There is a fixed number of animals, keepers, and veterinarians. Even if Pei Qian wants to hire more, he can't hire too many. Even if he wants to pay them high wages, there is always a limit. Therefore, it is a bit difficult to spend more money in this regard. But Pei Qian has another way, that is, to add more service staff. In general, zoos don't need many service staff. At most, they can show the way to tourists. The animals are also kept in cages. Tourists can just walk by and take a look. There is no need for service staff to guide them. Pei Qian thought, although the zoo didn't have this demand originally, it can create demand. Now there is a kind of indoor zoo, which mainly raises some animals. And some animals, such as lizards, snakes, hamsters, owls, Angora martins, etc., can be touched directly. If tourists are allowed to touch these animals, then don't they need staff to guide them? Take owls for example. There are owl cafes abroad where you can pet them, but you can only touch the feathers on their heads and not other places. At that time, you can ask the staff to guide the tourists. First disinfect your hands with hand sanitizer, and then touch the owl's head according to the staff's requirements, or wear a special arm guard and let the owl stand on it for interaction. All interactive animals are arranged with 2 or 3 staff members to receive them. Isn't this a lot of employees? These employees are usually idle and get paid a lot. Aren't they perfect tools? Of course, considering this, the form of the zoo must also change. It is best to divide it into 2 different exhibition areas. One side exhibits wild animals that can only be viewed through cages, and the other side, like many indoor zoos, exhibits animals that can be touched and interacted with at close range accompanied by staff. It just so happens that there are many abandoned factories in the old industrial area. It's good to change it into an indoor zoo. In addition, take out a part of the space and intersperse it in various areas of the zoo for tourists to rest, so as to avoid the dilemma of visiting the zoo for a long time, but having nowhere to rest. The key is to occupy more land. By then, there won't be many animals in such a big zoo, and they are all very common animals. No one will come, right? After roughly deciding on these points, Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, not bad. According to the current plan, it will definitely be popular within a year, right? As long as the initial stage is relatively smooth, it proves that this model is feasible, and we can continue to expand the scale, increase investment, and happily burn money. Of course, Pei Qian's ideas are very crude and simple. After all, he is not a professional and does not understand the details. He formulates this strategy purely based on the information he found on the internet. After 2 days, when Tan Qingshan comes to Jingzhou, Pei Qian plans to have a good chat with him. On the one hand, he wants to share his ideas with him to determine the direction of the zoo, and on the other hand, he wants to ask for his opinion to see if there are any better improvement plans for this zoo. Chapter 1451, No Animal Performances, Human Performances. Monday, February 4th. Tan Qingshan knocked on the door of Tenda President's office, with some trepidation. Pei Pei Qian looked up and said, "Huh? You're here. Have you settled things at home?" Tan Xinjiang nodded. "Everything has been settled. I hired 2 people to help my father run the zoo and convinced my father, and then I came." It can be heard that at the beginning, Mr. Tanningjio was quite resistant and rejected the relocation of the zoo to Jingzhou. Maybe on the one hand, it was because of his attachment to the zoo and he didn't want to see this place where he spent most of his life's efforts become deserted. On the other hand, he was also worried about whether the animals would live well after the relocation and whether they would not adapt to the big city. However, after Tan Xinjiang explained the details of the relocation to him, the old man agreed. Because old man Tanningjio is also very clear that the zoo is now deteriorating. Although the animals can get enough food under his care, their living environment and conditions in all aspects are still far behind those of some large zoos. Moreover, since President Pei has appointed Tan Xinjiang as the director of the zoo, there is no need to worry about the animals suffering. Although these animals are the flesh and blood of old man Tanningjio, and he is reluctant to give them up, since moving to a new home can get better conditions, it is not a bad idea. Pei Qian nodded and handed over the plan that he had printed in advance. "This is the preliminary plan for the zoo planning. Take a quick look." Tan Xinjiang reached out to take it and quickly glanced at it. "Lingwan Ziji Pet Paradise?" Tan Xinjiang showed a confused expression on his face. The name of this zoo was a bit unserious at first glance. Most of the other zoos are named after places, such as Jingzhou Zoo. The advantage of naming in this way is that as long as you hear the name, you will probably know where the zoo is. Of course, some indoor zoos will have more pleasant and memorable names. These names may sound varied, but at least they are catchy and more in line with the positioning of the zoo. But this Lingwan Ziji, what does it mean? I always feel that this idiom does not match the zoo very well. Although this is a neutral word, it feels a bit inappropriate to use it in this place. It is only slightly better than the pet park struck by lightning, but he looked up at President Pei and found that President Pei seemed to like this name very much. He didn't say much and could only continue reading. After all, he didn't think he had more say than President Pei in naming. Pei Qian couldn't help but nodded slightly. Well, very good. Not asking too many questions is the first basic quality of an excellent person in charge. Tan Xinjiang has met the standard. As for why such a name was chosen? Obviously, it has 2 meanings. The first meaning is that for tourists, they know their own feelings. This zoo looks good on the surface, covers a large area, and has a good location, but there is nothing to play inside. Just like the famous dish, clear at first glance, confused at first taste, this zoo is just an empty frame, and no one can play well when they come, so for tourists, this is a matter of knowing their own feelings. The second meaning is that for President Pei, he also knows his own feelings. When everyone thought that the zoo had failed and was sorry for President Pei, little did they know that Pei Qian had made a lot of money from the zoo's losses, and was secretly happy about it, so he knew the truth. Look at the name, how appropriate. As for whether this strange name can dissuade tourists, Pei Qian actually didn't hold much hope. If it can dissuade tourists, then so be it. If it can't, then forget it. Anyway, this zoo is losing money by its own ability. Tan Xinjiang continued to read on, and the more he read, the more surprised his expression became. What kind of weird rules are these? It's understandable that the cage area and breeding conditions are much better than those of ordinary zoos. Tenda is rich and powerful. But a zoo with such a huge investment doesn't raise any rare animals, but instead focuses on some common animals. What's the reason? From the layout of the park, it is also incompatible with the basic rules of ordinary zoos. The whole park looks large and empty, leaving a lot of rest space for tourists, as if they are afraid that they will visit the park in one breath, and they want them to be bored after watching 2 projects and turn around and go home. The only thing that makes Tan Xinjiang feel more reasonable is the interactive experience, which seems to be a very novel point. Some animals are naturally friendly, and naturally they can interact under the guidance of staff. For example, the Arctic fox is friendly by nature. When the Arctic fox in many zoos sees people coming, they will look at tourists enthusiastically through the glass, stick out their tongues, and follow them from one end to the other, which is almost the same as a domestic pet dog. But it is not suitable as a pet because it has relatively low intelligence, has a strong odor, and its feces are difficult to deal with. In fact, in addition to cats and dogs, there are many other animals that are loved by people in the world, but only cats and dogs have become mainstream pets, precisely because other unpopular pets have more or less some unacceptable points. But in the animal park, this problem does not exist. These animals will have a relatively large activity space, and there will be special staff to feed and educate them scientifically. Visitors can directly skip the boring stage of picking up feces and just start petting. Moreover, if some animal training performances can be added, maybe this can also become a unique gimmick? Thinking of this, Tan Xinjiang said, "Mr. Pei, I have a small question. It seems that there is no animal training performance written here? I see that there are professions such as breeders and veterinarians, but why is there no animal trainer? If there is an animal trainer, it should be able to further enhance the competitiveness of the zoo and better cooperate with the current interactive experience." Pei Qian couldn't help but frown. Animal trainer? That won't work. Pei Qian blurted out. Tan Xinjiang was stunned for a moment. Why? The original private zoo of their family did not have animal training performances, but that was because neither father nor son could train animals. To train animals, first of all, you need the right animals, and secondly, you need scientific training methods. But once it succeeds, it will greatly enhance the popularity of the entire zoo. Many zoos will arrange animal training performances during prime time, and the scene is often crowded and very popular. Tan Xinjiang had thought about how to save this zoo on the verge of bankruptcy. One way was to train animals for performances. However, he could not train animals, and it was too expensive to hire a trainer. He could not afford it. He had no conditions, so he had to give up. But since Mr. Pei had already spent so much money to open a zoo, wouldn't it be normal to hire a few trainers to do animal training performances? Pei Qian coughed twice and explained, "What do you think about animal training performances? It depends on one's opinion. Whether it is a pet, breeding, or a zoo, it is all for the satisfaction of human beings. There is no doubt about it. If you want to give animals the best living environment, you should close off a piece of mountain and let the animals run freely in the mountain instead of keeping them in captivity. But it is definitely not realistic to make all places into nature reserves, because human society needs to continue to develop, and there are still many people who have not escaped poverty. We must first solve the problem of human survival." I also don't agree with the behavior of treating animals as their own fathers and stopping cars on the highway to save their fathers. That is hypocritical. Humans protect animals for themselves, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. So, I think the existence of zoos is of course necessary. It allows people in cities to not only see photos or videos of wild animals on the screen, but also to get close to animals. At the same time, protecting animals in zoos, preventing some animals from becoming extinct, and even providing them with better living conditions than in the wild, are all the functions of zoos. But I don't think animal training performances are included. If they are some naturally smart animals, they can be trained by feeding, then it's fine, but if they are forced to do something against their nature by whipping them with a whip, just to create a gimmick and attract more people to watch, then I think it's unnecessary. I don't care what other zoos do, but I don't want to see that kind of thing in our zoo. If there must be a performance, the zoo staff can perform on stage. At least they can get a pay raise. After Pei Qian finished speaking, he paused for a moment because he accidentally said what was in his heart. Of course, he didn't want to force these animals to do things against their nature, but there was another important reason: he felt that it was too profitable. How much does it cost to hire a trainer? If the trainer can create a hit show, how much money will he make? The key is that Pei Qian can't increase the salary even if he wants to. He can't give the bonus to these animals, right? He can't increase the salary of the trainer by much. This is definitely not a good deal. If you are not careful, you will make a lot of money, and it may even make the whole animal park popular. Therefore, Pei Qian simply stopped these animal training performances. It is okay to train dogs in a gentler and more natural way, but if you force them to be trained by whipping, it is a bit unnecessary. If you must perform, then let the zoo employees perform on stage. It doesn't matter what performance you perform. Anyway, what talents can people who come to work in the zoo have? When the time comes, give them more bonuses one by one, and that's it. Letting animals perform is not okay, that is oppression of animals, but letting people perform is okay, because you can pay more money, and paying more money is not oppression. Tan Xingzhong scratched his head, always feeling that this zoo was a bit inexplicable. But he was embarrassed to question President Pei's decision, so he nodded and did everything as he was told. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1452 Jifeng K1. At the same time, Shangyang Games. Wang Xiaobin was in the entertainment room at this time, drinking the Fat House Happy Water happily while playing Safe and Civilized Driving. Happiness. After returning from the suffering trip, this feeling of happiness has lasted for several days, and there is no sign of fading at all. For some reason, he felt that his soul was sublimated. He didn't think that going to work was a happy and joyful thing in the past, but now he suddenly enjoyed this feeling. Whether working in the company or playing games, there is a sense of happiness and satisfaction, which is really a bit strange. Counting on my fingers, in 3 or 4 days, it will be the Spring Festival holiday. This means that since December last year, Wang Xiaobin has not worked in the company for more than 3 days in total. First, 2 months of paid suffering, just a few days of work after returning, it's time for vacation again. A person who wants to work hard and steadily is always troubled by various holidays. Oh, so annoying. The key point is that after he came back, the game Safe and Civilized Driving had already been completed, and there was nothing for him to do. He had no other work to do except playing games. This was quite uncomfortable. While driving, footsteps were heard outside the lounge, and Yi Zhizhou walked in with a document. Wang Xiaobin immediately paused the game, stood up and asked, "Has the cooperation plan with Stefan Automotive and Shenhua been finalized?" Yi Zhizhou nodded. "Yes, it has been finalized, and the efficiency is very high." Wang Xiaobin was not surprised by this. Shenhua, Stefan, and Tenda can be said to be a strong combination, easily a win-win situation. With Lin Wan's relationship, the cooperation will definitely go smoothly. He is more concerned about the specific cooperation plan. Yi Zhizhou pulled a chair and sat down next to him, and then handed the document in his hand to Wang Xiaobin. Wang Xiaobin flipped through it, and this was the specific plan for the 3-party cooperation. So, the new brand name is Jifeng? The mass-produced model is called Jifeng K1? Yi Zhizhou nodded, yes. The name Jifeng has 3 meanings. First, from the literal meaning, it has an image of being aggressive and forge ahead, emphasizing a state of pushing technology to the extreme and showing one's edge. Secondly, G will remind people of electrodes, and Feng will remind people of the blade battery that Stefan will soon release. Finally, the polar front is a special term in climate. It is a large cold front, a semi-permanent front between polar air masses and tropical air masses, and the boundary between cold polar airflow and tropical airflow. There are often cyclones, heavy rains, and strong winds. It also indicates that this car will bring a new trend to domestic automobile companies and will be a collision between tradition and fashion. This car logo is also derived from this meaning. As for the K1 model, it means that there will be 3 cars under the brand of the Polar Front, namely the K series of regular family sedans, the L series of extended comfort sedans, and the M series of dynamic sports sedans. Only the K series was released this time. Wang Xiaobin looked at the car logo and found that it was composed of 2 parts. The bottom layer is a cold V. The V-shaped logo is a V-shaped logo, and there are 2 semicircular arcs on the upper layer, that is, which represent the rising thermal airflow. The cold and hot air flows meet, and this is the polar front. Wang Xiaobin nodded. Well, I think this name is much better than Steph, easy to remember, and has a good meaning. The most important thing is that this logo is pretty good, and it is more in line with the futuristic sense of new energy vehicles. He flipped the file back. Want to equip the car with the AEIS system and AEIS voice package for users to choose? Good guy, is this appropriate? Yi Zhizhou smiled slightly. How can it be inappropriate? AEIS has been a great success in smart homes and mobile phone assistants, and its image has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Besides, AEIS is just an option. If you don't like it, you can use it. Wang Xiaobin thought for a moment. If I encounter a car owner who drives recklessly on the road, and I am at a loss for words and don't know how to scold him, can I ask AEIS to help? Yi Zhizhou was silent for a moment. In theory, we do not approve of such behavior, but if the car owner insists on using it, our suggestion is to use it moderately while ensuring your personal safety. In terms of the content of this car itself, Tenda has only this one cooperation project. This is also normal. After all, this car is a model jointly developed by Stefan Motors and Shenhua Group for several years. It is time for mass production. Many contents cannot be changed at all. It is already very good to be able to insert an AEIS. But this does not mean that Tenda is here to make soy sauce, because there are some other cooperation details later. The launch of this car is scheduled during the Spring Festival? This is too hard, right? Wang Xiaobin felt very uncomfortable, because this is very un-Tenda spirit. Yi Zhizhou nodded. No way, this is the time set by Stefan Automotive and Shenhua Group. The Spring Festival holiday is actually a good time, which is more conducive to the rapid fermentation of popularity. The only problem is that some staff members have to rush back on the second day of the Lunar New Year to prepare for the press conference, but they have already arranged for employees to take a day off, so it shouldn't be a big problem. This is a project that Steve Motors and Tenda Group have been planning for several years. Of course, we have to choose the best time to launch it. As for the employees' holidays, we can only make do with it. But our Shangyang Games side will not be affected. The model of this car should be completed and updated to the game before the new year. Wang Xiaobin realized a problem. Wait a minute, we will launch it in the game first, and then hold a new car launch conference in a few days? Yi Zhizhou nodded. Yes. This? Wang Xiaobin scratched his head, feeling that something was wrong. Even if it is authorized, the new car must be released first and then put on the game, right? How can a real car be made into a game first release? Is that reasonable? Yi Zhizhou smiled slightly. This involves a special publicity plan. In the game Safe and Civilized Driving, we will deliberately hide some information. This time, 3 models of Steffer will be launched together, with a K1 sandwiched between 2 old models, and this K1 will be equipped with autonomous driving technology. When the press conference is held, Steffer and Shenhua will officially display blade batteries and autonomous driving technology. In short, wait for the show to start during the Spring Festival. February 5th, Tuesday. Pei Qian was in the office, racking his brains for his graduation thesis. This year's Spring Festival is on February 10th, which is this weekend, and there are only a few days left, considering that it is absolutely impossible to write a single word of the thesis during the spring festival. Pei Qian wants to work hard in the 2 days before the holiday to build the framework of the thesis as much as possible. After so many days of struggling, there must be some progress, right? The sooner the thesis is finished, the more money can be lost. While thinking hard, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Looking up, it was Yu Fei. What's the matter? Pei Qian asked. Yu Fei's expression was a little awkward. Well, Mr. Pei. I want to say something. Pei Qian was alert instantly. Huh? Are you going to leave again? Yu Fei coughed twice. Ahem, Mr. Pei, although it is a bit disappointing to say this, but, you have seen the situation of Ghost General too. I think it has not reached the level it should have compared with Tenda's previous games. This game is currently popular in the niche circle of fighting games, and in terms of sales and popularity, there is a big gap with the previous games of Tenda department. I think I am still not quite adapted to the position of chief designer. It just so happens that this game has been released and the new year is coming soon. I have been writing my new book intermittently and have written the beginning. So. Pei Qian was not happy at the time. You leave? How can you leave? Ghost General 2 is not making money now, which is a good thing. If it makes a lot of money, then if you are determined to leave, I may not stop you, but in this situation, how can I let you go? Impossible. Pei Qian smiled. Why do you think the situation of Ghost General 2 is not optimistic? I think it has completely met my expectations. You see, if it can satisfy the core players, it means that the quality of this game is quite good. Since the quality of the game is fine, isn't it just a matter of time for ordinary players to like this game? So, it's the new year, why are you in a hurry? I think you are putting too much pressure on yourself and are too strict with yourself. You are doing a good job at work, why do you always belittle yourself? In short, let's let the bullets fly for a while. If there is anything, we can talk about it after the new year. Yu Fei opened his mouth with a somewhat tangled expression. He couldn't figure out why President Pei was so determined to keep him. When we were working on Eternal Reincarnation, we could say that he was the original author of the novel and had a better understanding of the story, so we kept him. Later, due to the success of Eternal Reincarnation, it was reasonable to let him develop Ghost General 2. But the problem is that now that Ghost General 2 is online, the sales are not good because the game type is relatively niche. I have proved myself that I am not cut out for this job with my actual actions. The ironclad data is in front of me. I have insisted on it again and again. Mr. Pei's attitude should have softened a little, right? However, it didn't happen. Mr. Pei still refused to agree to Yu Fei's departure as usual. This is outrageous. Seeing Mr. Pei's firm attitude, Yu Fei had to compromise again. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will hold on for a while. After the new year, you must start selecting a new person in charge of the game department. I really can't stand it anymore. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, I will definitely do it after the new year. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1453 Resignation on Weibo. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Returning to his workstation and sitting down, Yu Fei sighed silently. Alas! It's uncomfortable. Although Mr. Pei has repeatedly retained him, and his colleagues and readers are also very supportive, he has long been reluctant to be the chief designer. The poor sales of Ghost General 2 this time can be said to have reinforced his emotions. But Mr. Pei is still not happy. What should I do? I can't keep wasting time like this, right? Yu Fei highly suspected that Mr. Pei was just dragging his feet. But why did Mr. Pei drag his feet? Why did he think so highly of himself? Yu Fei was puzzled. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it anymore. Yufei sat at his workstation and thought for a long time, and finally made up his mind. This can't go on any longer, I must resign. However, it is probably unlikely to follow the normal process. Mr. Pei's attitude is actually very clear, that is, he wants to retain him. In this case, the entire Tenda, including the game department and the human resources department, are all Mr. Pei's people. Mr. Pei doesn't want to let him go. Can he leave smoothly? Obviously it is unlikely. So what should be done? Don't mention it, Yufei really thought of a good idea. He was going to write a resignation letter, but this resignation letter was not for Mr. Pei to see, but for netizens to see. If he wrote it for Mr. Pei to see, Mr. Pei might just throw it into the trash can, so it was meaningless. But if he showed it to netizens, made a big fuss about it, and publicly expressed his intention to quit, then under the attention of netizens, Mr. Pei would definitely not be able to force him to stay. There was no other way. Sometimes when the formal process didn't work, he could only go through some less formal processes. Yufei felt that this path seemed feasible, and immediately decided to start writing. As an online novel writer, the most important thing is the execution ability in writing. Of course, pigeon spirits like Chui Geng are an exception. Dear readers and gamers. Hello everyone, I am Yufei, the author of the novel Eternal Reincarnation, and also the designer of the second half of the DLC Eternal Reincarnation and the designer of Ghost General 2. Of course, I am a designer, but in fact I am only a latecomer. Most of the credit for this game should be attributed to my colleagues in the Tenda Games department. I did not play a decisive role in it. I think I am to blame for the poor sales of Ghost General 2, and I feel that my ability is not enough to serve as the key position of chief designer of the Tenda Games department, nor to complete the task of subsequent development of Tenda Games. I am also a senior Tenda game player. Turning Back is the Shore is my favorite game. But because of this, I think that I can't drag down the entire Tenda game department because of my own selfish desires. The Tenda game department shoulders the arduous mission of revitalizing the domestic game industry and developing more high-quality games for domestic players. For me, I have this vision but no ability to match it. My first goal is to be an ordinary online novel writer and write my own books down to earth. But now, there is a serious conflict between the two jobs, which has also caused me some trouble. Therefore, I have submitted my resignation to Mr. Pei many times and expressed my intention to leave. Although Mr. Pei tried to retain me for various reasons, I have made up my mind to leave. I hope everyone can continue to support Tenda Games and my new book. Thank you. After writing, Yufei read it from beginning to end, revised a few wordings, and finally nodded, which was considered satisfactory. Although it is not so formal, the meaning that should be expressed is clearly expressed. If I post this on Weibo and have my readers forward it, it should be able to stir up some waves, right? As long as this matter is known to everyone, then Mr. Pei will definitely feel embarrassed to keep me. Thinking of this, Yufei immediately posted it. He did think about whether to wait until after the new year, but then he thought, less trouble is worse than more trouble. If we release it after the Spring Festival, what if we don't have enough time and can't attract enough attention? What if President Pei has a new development task on the first working day after the Spring Festival? Then things will become very troublesome. So, let's do it without further delay. After releasing this news, Yufei waited patiently for a while before reading the comments of netizens. The style of the first few messages was relatively normal. Support your decision. An online novel author really became the chief designer and made a game. This is worth bragging about for a lifetime. Wanting to go back and continue writing online novels is also a personal choice. We all support you. I also think that the chief designer is a position with very high professional requirements. It is a bit forced to let an author who has changed his career halfway to be the chief designer. I hope that the next chief designer can continue to bring us all excellent works. Oh, does that mean that the new book can be updated? 20,000 words a day is not too much, right? But after a few minutes, Yu Fei refreshed again and suddenly found that the style of the comments seemed to have changed. Ah? Don't go. That's not right. You said most of the credit goes to colleagues in the Tenda game department, and then you said I am to blame for the failure of Ghost General too. Isn't this contradictory? If you think you have no credit, then you don't need to take the blame. If you want to take the blame, it means you admit that you played an important role. What do you mean by the failure of Ghost General 2? How did this game fail? Is there any fighting game that can compare to it? Anyway, as a fighting game player, I like this game very much. What serious conflict is there? During the development of the game, you can also take time to write novels, that is, slow down, but it doesn't matter, everyone can wait. That's right, don't think too much. Since President Pei wants to keep you, it means you are competent and can even be said to be the best candidate at the moment. If you insist on leaving, what if the next chief designer is not as good as you? I think you are too humble and too unconfident. Even Mr. Qiao praised you by name. Do you still need to belittle yourself? Yes, sometimes excessive humility is equal to pride. If you are too hypocritical, everyone will think you are Versailles. Seeing the new hot comments at the back, Yu Fei was a little confused and completely confused. What's going on? This group of people are actually trying to keep him? And they are more enthusiastic than President Pei? Especially the last one, Mr. Qiao, praised? What the hell is this? Yu Fei felt that something was wrong and hurried to his fan group to ask. As a result, someone soon sent him a link to Mr. Qiao's video. Yu Fei clicked on it and found that this video was just released this morning, but the popularity is rising very quickly. It will probably be on the front page soon. Of course, considering Qiao Laosher's status in the game area and the consistent quality of his videos, this result is not surprising. But the key lies in the title of this video, From Ghost General 2 to See the Great Pattern of Mr. Pei's Game Empire. Good guy, Yu Fei called him good guy. Even the pattern has come out? Is it that serious? As a fighting game, Ghost General 2 is just a tale of the times that is of good quality but can only satisfy a small group of players? The pattern has come out, it's outrageous. What kind of pattern is there for a fighting game that is about to be outdated? Just the act of spending a huge amount of money to develop a fighting game can be described in 4 words, small pattern. No wonder some people ran to Yu Fei's Weibo to retain him. Obviously, Mr. Qiao's praise for Ghost General 2 made many people mistakenly believe that Yu Fei was a truly capable chief designer, so he went to retain him. For Yu Fei, this was very unacceptable. Not only was it difficult to accept intellectually, but it was even more difficult to accept emotionally. No, I want to see how this is related to the pattern. Yu Fei was very unconvinced and clicked on the video to check it out. Hello, everyone. I, Qiao Laosher, am finally back. 2 months of suffering travel have brought me a lot. In the previous paragraph, Qiao Liang simply shared his experience of suffering travel with the audience, especially focusing on showing his greatly changed body and his abdominal muscles that can only be vaguely seen in the light and shadow when he forcibly tightened his muscles. Qiao Liang also boasted about the suffering travel and showed his medals by the way. Obviously, this belongs to the category of suffering travel syndrome. When the infected person participates in the suffering travel, he cries and screams, as if his life is in danger, but after leaving the suffering travel, he becomes lively and energetic, and even praises the suffering travel. This suffering travel syndrome has frequently appeared in the members of the first and second periods, and Qiao Laosher is not immune. However, there is no very scientific explanation for the cause and pathogenesis of this disease. After more than 5 minutes of display of the disease, Qiao Liang began to enter the main topic of this video, that is, he began to formally comment on the game Ghost General 2. Okay, let's get back to the point and talk about the new game Ghost General 2 recently released by Tenda. During the time when I was suffering, many fans expressed regret and even gloated. Because I didn't catch up with the two popular games Real Estate Agent Simulator and Safe and Civilized Driving, and even the popularity of the popular TV series successor was not caught up. Everyone thinks that this is a huge loss for me. To this, I want to say that it is too small, too small. How can a mature-up host have sectarianism? How can he have such narrow-minded ideas? As a content producer, envy and jealousy are absolutely unacceptable. I think if others can also answer better, Tenda Games provides audience fathers with another perspective, which is of course a good thing. I have never thought of monopolizing the right to interpret Tenda Games. The two games Real Estate Agency Simulator and Safe and Civilized Driving are highly related to reality and are not difficult to interpret. For such simple homework, it doesn't matter whether I, a top student, do it or not. But Ghost General 2 is different. I find that many people are still completely unaware of the importance of this game and the grand pattern behind it. Since no one else has solved this problem, I can only do it myself. Chapter 1454, The Triple Structure of Ghost General 2. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Seeing this, Yufei was a little confused. Ghost General 2 has a grand structure? Is it a puzzle with higher difficulty than Real Estate Agency Simulator and Safe and Civilized Driving? Don't you think so? Yufei himself is the main designer, and he participated in the entire process of designing Ghost General 2 from beginning to end, and he also knows the current data of this game very well. Why compare with Real Estate Agency Simulator and Safe and Civilized Driving? Both of these games have had a huge impact on reality. One has penetrated the traditional agency industry, and the other has triggered a change in the driving school system. What is the merit of Ghost General 2? Let alone other things, the sales volume cannot be compared with these two games? Confused, Yufei continued to read on. Ghost Warrior 2 is a fighting game. Fighting games have long been on the decline and are a genre that is about to become obsolete. It is not unfair to say that it is a niche game. Since it is a niche game, the player base is already small. If you invest a huge amount of money in development, isn't it obvious that you will lose money? This is a fact that all players know. Don't game designers know it? How is that possible? Then the only explanation is that the designer knew it was a niche game, but for some reason, he still invested heavily and was willing to risk losing all his money. Everything that seems unreasonable on the surface must have its deep motivation behind it. If this is a big fighting game company with many classic IPs, then this move can still be explained by inertia and persistence. The problem is that Tenda Games has never developed fighting games, and the first fighting game was directly all-in. The most elite development team of the 3 game studios was mobilized. The Ghost General was used, this well-known IP that made Tenda famous in its early days, and invested heavily in research and development. Considering that the chief designer Yufei is not a designer with a strong voice, then behind all this, it must be President Pei who pushed forward directly against all odds. In this way, the deep motivation behind President Pei's move is worth discussing. Many people say that the sales of Ghost General 2 seem to be average. If you think so, then I can only say that it is small, the pattern is small. Who gave you the illusion that President Pei regards sales as the only dimension to measure the game? In terms of making money, how many games can make more money than GOG and Fortress at Sea? Other big companies may not make Krypton Gold games because they don't know how to do it, but won't Tenda? Tenda can do everything, but it still insists on releasing games like Game Maker, Struggle, and Mission and Choice. Therefore, the emergence of Ghost General 2 must have a deeper meaning behind it. That is the overall pattern of the entire Tenda game empire. That is, maintain game diversity, explore game boundaries, and influence the overall game environment. Pei must know these contents, but the designers may not know. Next, let me analyze them one by one for everyone. Yufei blinked his eyes, his expression was a little confused. It must be said that Mr. Qiao was right. This so-called big pattern, he, as a designer, really didn't know. Of course, it is hard to say whether other old designers in the Tenda game department know about it. It is also possible that this kind of thing is a tacit understanding in the Tenda game department. After all, the entire Tenda is full of practical work and no boasting. The topic of big picture does not seem to be a topic that will be brought up in any department meeting of Tenda. But not talking about it does not mean that it does not exist. A company without a picture cannot go far, and a company that only boasts about the picture but does not do practical things cannot go far either. And Tenda, under the leadership of President Pei, has formed a unique atmosphere, having a big picture, but never talking about it. Yufei continued to read on. One of the patterns is to maintain the diversity of games. This is actually very easy to understand. Everyone knows that we humans need to protect rare animals and the diversity of the natural environment. Many people may think, what is the point of it? Many rare animals will not intersect with the lives of normal people at all. If they are extinct, they will be extinct. So many animals have already become extinct, and there is no impact on our human lives? We humans protect rare animals to maintain biological diversity. Maybe we can't see how important and decisive it is now, but at least protecting biodiversity reserves a possibility for our future. Otherwise, when a large number of species really become extinct and only remain in museums, if they are useful in the future, will it be too late for us to regret it? It may not be useful if you keep it now, but if it is gone now, what if you need it in the future? The same is true in the field of games. Have you realized that games are becoming more and more homogenized? This phenomenon is not obvious on other platforms, but on mobile game platforms, basically there are only 3 or 4 limited games that have eaten up all the players on the entire platform. This is like a species invasion in nature. When a species is too strong and has no natural enemies, the living environment of other animals will be devastated until the entire forest is occupied by the strong species. In the field of games, some games are naturally short and fast, easy to stimulate people's sensory pleasure, and rely on anxiety, hatred, and greed to generate stronger stickiness. This kind of game expands quickly, has a huge advantage in competition, and can also bring more lucrative profits to game developers. Of course, I am not criticizing a certain type of game. What players like to play is their own choice. But the problem is that if all game developers are focusing on this type of game, what about other types of games? What about players who like other types of games? Maybe you used to have more than a dozen different types of games to choose from, but as you play, you will find that there are only 3 or 4 types of games left. Even in the future, you may not have any choice at all, because even those 3 or 4 types of games are only slightly different in the gameplay mechanism, and the internal payment Krypton Gold system and the liver-damaging system for retention have become seriously homogenized. If a game type dies out, then it will be impossible for it to develop and evolve, which means that the fire has been completely extinguished. Perhaps in the short term, it seems like a species extinction, which does not seem to have much impact on our lives, but in the long run, it is an irreparable loss. Maybe it will survive and play a big role in the future? No one can predict this. Therefore, the reason why Tenda Games continues to invest huge amounts of money and use the best team in the industry to develop these relatively unpopular niche games is to arouse the attention of general players to this game category, so that it will not completely die out in a specific soil, leaving a spark for game diversification. This is a thankless task, and most companies are unwilling to do so. To do it, there is no major fighting game company in China. If Tenda does not do it, then the domestic game circle may lose this category of games forever. So this is the first point, to maintain the diversity of games. The second pattern is to explore the boundaries of games. Tenda is not only going to pass on a certain niche game category, but also to dig deep into this already declining game category based on the predecessors and find the design answers for the new era. This is reflected in mission and choice. Tenda uses clever design to allow players who don't like real-time strategy games to play, allowing this game to successfully break the circle. The same is true for Ghost General 2. On the one hand, it perfectly reproduces the feel and combat mechanism of fighting games, retains the most essential content, and makes the masters of fighting games feel that this is an authentic fighting game without serious deviation. On the other hand, it has changed the niche nature of fighting games to a certain extent, allowing ordinary people to get started better, thus making it possible to break out of the circle. How did Ghost General 2 do this? Mainly from three aspects. First, the carefully designed PvE combat system and levels. The reason why fighting games used to discourage players is that the entry threshold is high and the fun is weak. Although traditional fighting games are also divided into PvE and PvP, the numerical design of the PvE part is relatively conservative, so it is difficult to bring players an excellent experience. Because the numerical values are conservative and the attributes of players and monsters are similar, the difficulty is difficult to adjust. If the monster AI is too weak, then the player can easily pass the level without any challenge, but if the monster AI is too strong, then it will bring huge difficulties and strong frustration to the player. For traditional fighting games, PvP is the real core fun, but the problem is that PvP is more difficult to balance and more discourages novices. Without thousands of hours of training, it is impossible to experience the real fun of fighting games. Therefore, Ghost General 2 has made drastic improvements to this point. The most obvious example is that the PvE aspect introduces the design ideas of turning back, strengthening the enemy's attributes, and weakening the enemy's AI, with the focus on testing the player's basic operations. In this way, the difficulty value can be maintained at a reasonable level, so that players can feel the challenge and suffer a little, but not too frustrated, and can see their growth and progress every time. Coupled with mowing the grass, lateral movement and exquisite level design, the PvE part of Ghost General 2 is full of fun, so that a player who has never played fighting games can quickly get started. In other words, the PvE part is a tutorial for novices and a guide to the core fun PvP part. Other fighting games have not done this well, but Ghost General 2 has done it.